Chapter 1, School Flower Sister Finds Her Door. First of all, Sugar Heart wishes all the dudes and dudettes who clicked in to be rich, loved, and lucky forever. Shuaiji University Welcome Party, the host on the stage speaking feverishly, the people underneath all lowered their heads and played with their cell phones. How boring. When exactly is this host going to speak? I heard that today's program is a hot dance for new students. The original leader is the Foreign Language Department's Department Flower and School Flower sister Shuaiji, but I don't know why she suddenly said that her health is not good and she won't dance anymore. Really? I'm here for Sister Shuaiji. You told me that she's not going to dance today? Hey. Speak of the devil. Isn't that Shuaiji? It's true. It's ing beautiful. Look at that waist, those legs, that ass, and those boobs. If only she was my girlfriend. It'd be ing awesome if I could get her. Hey, Shuaiji, you say she doesn't even perform anymore. Why would she come to our department? Shuaiji pushed the big black glasses, scratched the 3 days without washing the big oil head, a face of impatience. He called his girlfriend today, called the whole day, it did not answer. How do I know? She is willing to come. Hey, she's coming toward us. She seems to be looking at me. What are you dreaming about? I even said she was looking at me. While everyone was discussing about this legendary school flower and department flower, Shuaiji was still constantly lowering his head and typing on the phone. He didn't care about any flower at all. Finally, the phone went through and someone answered it. Hello? Can you stop calling? It's annoying or not? Well, Shuaiji was ecstatic to hear his girlfriend's voice. Hello, Lily, how come you didn't answer my call all day today? I have something to do. Shuaiji heard his girlfriend's voice on the other end of the phone was not quite right. Are you physically uncomfortable? Do you want me to go see you? No. I said I have something. Are you annoying? I'm sorry. Lily, don't be angry. Then you get busy first. I'm just a little worried about you. Shuaiji was about to hang up the phone when he heard a man's voice coming from the other end of the phone. Baby, are you ready yet? Let's change the position, okay? Shuaiji's brain seemed to explode with a bang. Lily, hello, who are you with? The phone hung up. He frantically called back, but it just shut off. Shuaiji swore he heard correctly that the man's voice on the phone was Lily's ex-boyfriend. He had chased after Lily for 2 whole years with great difficulty, and went to work every day as soon as he opened his eyes, just to buy all kinds of bags, gifts, and cosmetics for Lily. It wasn't until 2 months ago that she agreed to be his girlfriend, but he was not allowed to publicize. Even in these 2 months, in addition to the last time the two people drink too much, had sex, and the next day to wake up, people also disappeared. Then he himself had not even touched her hand a few times. He also thought it was the last time he got drunk and did that kind of thing. Let Lily angry. As a result, what a ing. Shuaiji sat on the stool and scratched his ears, looking at the hung-up phone, just wanting to vent. Hate to throw his cell phone out, but cannot afford to do so. Bad, still have to buy a new one. Or he now has the money to buy a new cell phone. He gave Lily loan to buy a new fruit. 14 has not yet finished it. Just at this time a familiar and unfamiliar voice such as spring water like warm female voice suddenly rang in front of Shuaiji. You come over with me. I have something to find you. Shuaiji looked up, and to his eyes was a pair of beautiful and erect rabbits. Then there was that stunningly beautiful face that was both cool and imperial. The girl in front of him was the legendary Foreign Language Department flower and school flower, Shuaiji, a proper rich white beauty. Me? Shuaiji looked around to make sure he was being spoken to. Well, follow me. Shuaiji did not say anything more and turned to leave. Shuaiji froze in place. The roommate next to him desperately pushed him. Shuaiji, what are you waiting for? The school flower is looking for you. Why don't you go? Oh. Shuaiji hurriedly got up from his chair and followed Shuaiji. As soon as Shuaiji left the auditorium there was a huge uproar. Everyone was talking. What is the origin of that beggar man? Why did the goddess talk to him? My goddess. Shuaiji followed the schoolgirl out of the auditorium of the orientation party to a dark corner of the grove. Senior sister, there's no one here anymore. What exactly are you looking for me for? Shuaiji stopped her steps but did not turn around, because the central air conditioning was on in the auditorium. It wasn't cold at all, so Shuaiji took off his jacket, and was in too much of a hurry to put it on when he came out, and now he was wearing a short-sleeved one, and he was freezing now. I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, senior sister. The wind was a bit strong. I didn't hear you. What did you just say? Shuaiji wondered if he had misheard. I said I'm pregnant. Shuaiji suddenly turned around and looked at Shuaiji with a haughty face. Shuaiji was once again baffled. The school flower was pregnant. This was shocking news. But what does this have to do with him? He is not so self-absorbed. Even if the schoolgirl wants to find a receiver, she won't look at him as a poor guy. School sister, but I met you for the first time today. Chen Shuji handed over an ultrasound sheet after hearing Li Shuaiji's words. You don't remember? 2 months ago, Golden Bay Smoke Hotel, room 3008. Li Shuaiji received the ultrasound sheet with a trembling hand. 2 months ago, Golden Bay Smoke, 3008. Of course he remembered. That day was the first day that C. Lily agreed to be his girlfriend. Golden Bay Smoke Hotel consumption is very high, and there is a minimum consumption standard, 5,000 yuan. But C. Lily said her friend first date is to go there. She must also go, or break up. Li Shuaiji, a bit ruthless, swiped the credit card. The two drank a bottle of wine. C. Lily told him to go back to the room. He was dizzy and bought a single, also went back. He went back to the room without turning on the lights, only to know. C. Lily is very enthusiastic. The body stripped naked. The next, needless to say, they are directly for the love of applause. Wasn't it him and C. Lily that night? How could it be Chen Shuji? But when he woke up the next day, C. Lily was indeed not in bed, and there was a touch of bright red on the white sheets. At that time, he was still happy and touched like anything, thinking that C. Lily gave her first time to herself, more and more determined to be good to her. But when he called C. Lily to talk about last night's events, C. Lily mocked him and said that he was dreaming in the spring and autumn. He thought at the time that C. Lily was too embarrassed to admit it, because he was convinced that he certainly did not dream, because that night, he was also the first time. That place also hurt, so it really wasn't C. Lily that night, but Chen Shuji. The most crucial thing was that he hit it on the head. Chen Shuji was also pregnant. Ding dong, the divine magnificent milkman system has detected the identity of the host that matches. The mission gift packet of 90 billion childcare funds. Reading notes, 1 brain depository. 2 of the male protagonist is actually very handsome, just didn't take care of it. After 20 chapters it will become super invincibly handsome. 3. The male lead was adopted by a person in the poor gully mountain so named very earthy. After recognizing the ancestor's real name Lu Yiming. For a single female lead. Chapter 2 obtaining the 90 billion childcare fund. Something like a display screen suddenly appeared in front of Li Shuaiji's eyes, and it was as if Chen Shuji, who was standing in front of him, was frozen in place. What the heck? There really was a system in this world? Or was it his favorite godly hero system from reading novels? Oh, no, there's also an additional milk daddy. Whatever, $9 trillion. Oh, my god, isn't he richer than the richest man in the world? May I ask if the host is willing to accept the mission? Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Choice 1, accept. Mission reward, get the 900 million billion daddy fund. Choice 2, do not accept. Mission reward, infertility. What the hell? Infertility. So ruthless? Does he even have a choice in this? 10, 9, 8, 7, I accept. Ding dong, the divine milkman system has received the host's consent and is in the process of binding. Please wait. Binding in progress, 10%. Binding in progress, 30%. Binding, 70%. Binding in progress, 100%. Congratulations to the host. The divine milkman system has been bound. Obtained gift pack of 90, 000, 000, 000, 000 gold coins. This is a successful binding? Yes, host. So you mean to say that I now have 90 trillion to spend as I please? No, the 90 million billions is a milkman fund that can only be spent on children. Grass? What the hell kind of godly luxury system is this? That means I'm still a pauper now? I have to wait 10 months for my child to be born if I want to use the money? No, host, you can now spend it on the child's mother, the pregnant woman. And it's not a one-time distribution. You'll get 1/10 millionth before the child is born, and as the child grows up, between the world's future inflation, it will gradually increase every year, and finally total 900 million billion. And for every dollar you spend for the child or the pregnant woman, you can transfer 1% to your personal account, becoming your private property. Only 1%? How come it's so deductible? I see everything else is double or, at least, 10%. Forget about it. 1% of $9 trillion. That is, $9 trillion is also richer than the richest man in the world is still the richest man in the world. It's enough, provided, of course, that the child is left unharmed until he or she turns 18. After the child turns 18, this money will become your fixed assets forever. Please note that a portion of your private property will be deducted from your personal account for every little injury the child suffers until the age of 18, and different percentages of the property will be deducted depending on the child's injury. Li Shuaiji didn't understand. What does that mean? How do I know how badly he was injured? Regarding the degree of injury, the system will categorize the degree of injury into S, A, B, C, 4 grades. Grade C, light injury, bleeding but not much. Deduct 1,000th of the current host's private property, i.e., $1,000, deduct $1. Grade B, moderate injury, bleeding but not more than 10% of the body's blood, deduct 1% of the current host's private property, i.e., $100 minus $1. Grade A, severe injury, bleeding and exceeding 10% of human blood, deducting 50% of the current host's private property, i.e., $100 minus $50. Lastly, Grade S, the child meets with a major accident, such as disability or death. 100% of the current host's private property will be deducted and all of the Divine Milkman Fund will be confiscated, and the host will receive the ultimate punishment of infertility. Of course, the injuries referred to here are external factors, such as due to being beaten and encountering violent behavior. But if the above occurs because the child himself makes a mistake, such as accidentally falling down when learning to walk or accidentally cutting himself when learning to drive, and getting injured when being naughty, then the host will not be punished. So the host must be strong to protect their own children. Oh, of course, the system will also provide help for the host. Shuaiji can finally understand. Come on, you are saying that the child is a ceramic doll, cannot fall, cannot touch, cannot hit, cannot scold modal, then in the future will not be spoiled into a bear child? Host, not, just to use the appropriate way to educate the child. And when the child is born, every successful learning a skill host will get a random reward. What are all the rewards? Shuaiji was curious. For example, the host's lifespan is extended by 5 years, asterisk 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 asterisk, such as, extending the host by 3 centimeters, anywhere. Shuaiji subconsciously looked down. This is okay? Such as, the host's body is strengthened by 10 points in any one place. The host can choose to strengthen in any one place, such as strength, IQ, speed, endurance, charisma, etc. There are also a series of random rewards. Please let the host experience them on his own. If there's anything else the host doesn't understand, feel free to ask me questions. None for now. Okay, host. The screen in front of Shuaiji's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a motionless Shuaiji in front of her who looked like she was stuck in a bug. Shuaiji asked, how come she's not moving? It will automatically lift after 1 minute. Shuaiji looked at the big beauty in front of him and gulped. No wonder he always felt that Seely Lee's always looked and felt not as big as the other night. At first, he thought it was his illusion, but it turned out to be true. You mean to say that she doesn't know what I did to her during this 1 minute? Yes, host. Shuaiji suddenly had an unhealthy thought. To be honest, after that night, this matter was like an addiction. It was fine if he hadn't experienced it before, just looking at it coupled with self-feeding, but that feeling was always just a little bit short of. No matter what, you have to really experience before you know. It's true that the old ancestors are right. Paper and real-world operation. It's just not the same. This also led to since then. Every night he dreamed. Even the frequency of washing the bedsheets was greatly increased. To be honest, he still wanted to try that feeling again, but he didn't even dare to tell Seely Lee, because every time he held her hand, she was reluctant. How could he dare to ask for anything else? He could only coax and provide like a precious ancestor. As a result, people are good directly in ex-boyfriend life harmony to go. Ed up. Looking at the front of the stunning beauty, and think of that night Shuaiji's passion like fire, Shuaiji inevitably moved. He looked at the jelly-like full and soft cherry lips, swallowed his saliva. They are pregnant with their own baby. In the future is their own wife. Kiss a little bit is okay. Shuaiji approached Shuaiji a little bit. A minute later, Shuaiji touched her lips that were slightly sore and didn't care too much. She looked at Shuaiji and saw that he didn't dare to look at himself at all, so she converged her beautiful eyes. As for Shuaiji, he was just weak because he had done something bad, and his eyes fluttered. At this time, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Senior sister, don't worry, I will be negative dash. Find a time. Accompany me to the hospital for surgery. Chapter 3 Beauty Saves Beggar. Shuaiji was once again confused. Hit the child. No way. It was so hard for him to have a chance to become the richest man in the world. How could he let the duck in his mouth fly away? He hurriedly reached out and pulled Shuaiji's hand. No way. The child cannot be beaten. Give birth. I will raise it. Don't worry, I will be responsible. Shuaiji was undeniably relieved when she heard Shuaiji say that he would raise it. Really? Shuaiji looked at Shuaiji. Yes, I will definitely be responsible for you. That one. It's too late today. Tomorrow morning I will pick you up and take you to the hospital for a maternity checkup. Maternity check? Yeah, it's my first time too. I don't know what to do. I'll look it up later. Shuaiji never thought from the beginning that Shuaiji would want her to keep this child. After all, he was still a sophomore and she was still a year older than him. She just didn't dare to tell others about it, and didn't dare to go for an abortion alone, so she really had no choice but to come over to Shuaiji. And at that time, that thing itself, two people are at fault. She originally wanted to ask someone else to dinner that day as a result of their own last drink too much wine. originally thought he could be willing to pay, accompanied himself to the hospital up to himself and his previous not much interaction. To put it bluntly, in case she meets a scum, she has no evidence to come over and say she is pregnant. People may not believe it. You're not afraid? Afraid of what? Shuaiji took out his cell phone to check what to prepare for the maternity check. I'll lie to you. Or what I'm carrying isn't your child. It won't be. Besides, what do I have to lie about? Hey, senior sister, you remember to bring your ID card tomorrow. Household registration book. What a mess of documents are ready. Go to the hospital may be used. Chen Shuji had envisioned many kinds of scenarios. Before she came she had also inquired with others about this person Li Shuaiji, and had heard that he still had a girlfriend. What about your girlfriend? Li Shuaiji was nauseated at the thought of that woman who might be flirting with other men right now. Split up. Split? When did you split? Chen Shuji didn't believe it. Didn't she say that someone saw Li Shuaiji sending breakfast to his girlfriend the day before? How did he split up so quickly? If we don't split up, the green hat will poke the sky. Just then a cool wind blew over and Chen Shuji shivered. It happened to be seen by Li Shuaiji. He asked the system, if a pregnant woman gets cold will it also harm the child? Reporting to the host, before the child is born, the pregnant woman and the same child are considered as one. And the 4 levels just now also apply to the pregnant woman. Asterisk. You didn't say it earlier. That, senior sister, it's quite cold. Why don't I send you back first, lest you catch a cold? Tomorrow morning I don't have class. I'll come back to pick you up. Chen Shuji thought to herself. I didn't expect that this person is quite considerate. Even looking at Li Shuaiji's, she felt as if the whole person was a little bit more handsome. Good. Then senior sister, you wait for me first. I'll go to the auditorium to get a jacket and come. Aha. Chen Shuji answered. Li Shuaiji hurriedly ran towards the auditorium. The moment he entered the auditorium he felt that everyone was staring at him. There was no lack of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Everyone was curious about what exactly their stunning school goddess was looking for in this beggar man. Li Shuaiji ran to his position and found that the jacket he put on the chair was missing. Then he asked his roommate on the side, Hey, Zhang Yong, where is my jacket? It was taken away by Jiang Tan. Housemate Zhang Yong's expression was a little embarrassed. Li Shuaiji wondered, who is he? Take my jacket? Why? Looking for my jacket. It's here. Li Shuaiji looked at Jiang Tan's hand flinging his own $100 on the groundstall jacket. Jiang Tan was wearing a trendy brand, although Li Shuaiji didn't recognize too many trendy brands, but because C. Lily liked it before, he slightly recognized it, and the short sleeve on him that looked mediocre was Emma's. Just this one short sleeve was more than 10 times his entire body's belongings. I guess this beggar is going to be miserable. Who doesn't know that Jiang Tan likes Chen Shuji, chasing after him for years without catching up? Who is Jiang Tan? A freshman asked. Jiang Tan you don't even know? He's the son of our school's principal, the nephew of the director of the education bureau, an iron-nailed relation, a proper rich second generation. Think about it, this kind of status can't even chase the woman, but alone about a beggar. Jiang Tan cannot be angry? Li Shuaiji pushed his glasses and said towards Jiang Tan, give me back my jacket. The schoolmate was still waiting for him outside. What exactly does Shuchi-chan want with you? Jiang Tan didn't give the jacket but walked to Li Shuaiji and pointed a finger at Li Shuaiji's chest. Nothing much. Li Shuaiji frowned and opened that finger with his hand. Li Shuaiji knew that this matter of Chen Shuji's pregnancy could not be known by others for the time being, otherwise it would definitely cause a furor. Are you going to say it or not? Jiang Tan picked up Li Shuaiji's collar. Li Shuaiji once again pulled away from the hands that were gripping the short sleeves he had spent 9 on at PDD. Let go. I said, it's nothing, just looking for me to chat. You fart. You also don't look at your own appearance. A poor, Shuchi looking for who to chat is not good. To find you. Jiang Tan pushed Li Shuaiji with force, and it was fine. Suddenly Jiang Tan's little brother behind him tripped him, and his glasses fell to the ground. Jiang Tan is not as tall as Li Shuaiji, nor as strong as Li Shuaiji. If you really fight, I don't know who can beat who, but Li Shuaiji's glasses fell to the ground. He 800 degrees of myopia, lost his glasses with the same blindness, his mother in front of his eyes he could not recognize, so he desperately on the ground touching his glasses. That look in the eyes of outsiders. Look how goatish is goatish. To be more humiliating is more humiliating. A gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. Li Shuaiji decided that if he gained any upgraded skill points in the future, he must upgrade his eyesight first. He wanted binocular vision too. 0. Everyone was laughing at Li Shuaiji's disgraceful appearance. His roommate Zhang Yong wanted to go forward to help, but he was pulled back by another roommate. Zhang Yong, don't go. Jiang Tan, you can't afford to mess with him. When Li Shuaiji managed to touch his glasses and was ready to pick them up, Jiang Tan then kicked his glasses away again and then stomped on them, only to hear the sound of glass breaking. Jiang Tan looked down at Li Shuaiji, who was sprawled on the ground looking for his glasses. Smug in warning. I'm warning you. Stay away from Chen Shuji. She's mine. Li Shuaiji didn't say anything, as he touched Jiang Tan's ankle, and was about to give him a surprise dog poop as well. A female voice rang out. Jiang Tan, what are you doing? Chapter 4 thought it was an idle drama. Chen Shuji waited outside for a long time and didn't see Li Shuaiji come back, so she came back to take a look, only to see this scene. This Li Shuaiji is now at least the father of the child in her belly. They say that you have to look at the master to beat the dog. Although this adjective is not good to hear, Chen Shuji ran forward and pushed Jiang Tan away, picking up the glasses on the ground and handing them to Li Shuaiji. Are you okay? Chen Shuji spoke in a nice and gentle voice. Li Shuaiji hurriedly put his glasses on. The top of the lenses cracked to look at whoever was several. Thanks. I'm fine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hero save. Bah. Beauty save hero? What hero? Look at him like that. Dog bear. Everyone's gazes towards Li Shuaiji brought another hint of probing and envy. Jiang Tan walked to Chen Shuji, holding a small gift box in his hand. Shuji, I saw that your friend's circle said that you wanted this fragrant grandma's necklace. I bought it for you dash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that necklace a limited edition? It seems like tens of thousands of dollars, and it's not always possible to buy it even if you have money. It's worthy of being Jiang Xiao. Chen Shuji just glanced at the necklace and replied coldly, I don't want it, thank you. And also, when did you add my circle of friends? How come I don't know? The year before last. We just entered the university. We added in the student union. Did you forget? Oh, I remembered. Hearing Chen Shuji say she remembered, Jiang Tan instantly revealed a smiling face. However, Chen Shuji's next sentence caused Jiang Tan's smile to fade away. But you did remind me. I really should clean up my friends. Then she took Li Shuaiji's arm and said tenderly, Shuaiji, let's go. This treatment was heavenly. And the necklace on Jiang Tan's hand was thrown to the ground by his anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A necklace of tens of thousands of dollars to say throw it? Don't give me I want. Jiang Xiao, look at me. I'm willing to be your licking dog. A girl was shouting madly. A guy next to her looked disgusted. Humph. If you're willing to lick, you also have to see if he, Jiang Xiao, is willing to be licked by an ugly like you. Who are you calling ugly? Look at you. From head to toe, which bit is comparable to the goddess? What's so great about her? Isn't she just a little whiter than me? With a slightly better looking face and a better body than me? What's so great about her? She's so high and mighty all day long. Just because her father is on the school board. You can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Is that a little bit? That's the difference between heaven and earth. There were also some other Jiang Tan's little fangirls who fought for Jiang Tan. Jiang Xiao is probably going to be pissed off. That's right. Jiang Xiao is handsome and rich. Can't figure out what Shu Chi-chen is thinking. You just don't get it. People call this being able to fish. Men are like this. The more you can't get something, the more you want it. But I'm really curious. What kind of relationship does the school flower have with that beggar man in the end? How do I know? Anyway, it can't be a couple. Unless the schoolgirl is blind. Could it be some kind of relative? It's not impossible. Can do relatives with the school flower? How powerful. What kind of luck did that beggar man have? Jiang Tan thought about it after hearing the murmurs. It's not that there is no such possibility. And the fire subsided quite a bit. After all, he is so rich and handsome. Chen Shuji can't even look at. He doesn't believe that she will look at that kind of a beggar. It seems that in the future we have to flatter that beggar. But then again, what is that beggar's name? Seems to be called something like Li Shui or something. Nah, a few over there are his roommates. Jiang Tan walked to Zhang Yong's front. You are just that beggar. Ahem. What is that one called? Zhang Yong hurriedly replied. His name is Li Shuaiji. He is my roommate. Give me his contact information. Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuaiji out of the auditorium. Chen Shuji walked for a while before realizing that she was pulling on Li Shuaiji's hand and hurriedly let go. Then she rubbed her hands somewhat sheepishly. Along the way, Li Shuaiji had only one reaction. Grass. The school flower deserves to be the school flower. Not only is she pretty, even her hands are so soft. It's just too cold. Of course, Li Shuaiji didn't dare to expose this lewd mind. Scratching his head. Schoolgirl, thank you just now. No need. Achu Chen Shuji sneezed. Li Shuaiji hurriedly draped his jacket over Chen Shuji's body. Senior sister, beware of catching a cold. Chen Shuji was a bit shy. Thank you. I didn't expect this Li Shuaiji to be quite gentle. But what Li Shuaiji thought in his heart was that he was still a pauper. If he froze and caught a cold and was deducted by the system, wouldn't he become a negative asset? Sister, you need to rest early if you're pregnant. I'll send you back to the dormitory first. Li Shuaiji's teeth chattered from the wind. Okay. Li Shuaiji sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor. There were people talking along the way. They had never seen Chen Shuqi take the initiative to walk with any boy before. Everyone knew that Chen Shuqi's eyes were high. Even the rich second-generation school grass Jiangtan had been chasing her for 2 years but couldn't chase her. When she arrived at Chen Shuqi's dormitory, Chen Shuqi returned the clothes she was wearing to Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji finally felt warmer after putting it on. "Senior sister, I'll pick you up tomorrow." "Oh, good," Chen Shuqi answered and then entered the girls' dormitory. After watching Chen Shuqi enter the dormitory building, Li Shuaiji was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard Chen Shuqi call him again. "Li Shuaiji, you wait." Li Shuaiji turned around. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Chen Shuqi lowered her head. About my pregnancy. For now dash. I know, don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I'll leave first, bye. This time Li Shuaiji watched Chen Shuqi go up the stairs before leaving. Returning to the dormitory, Li Shuaiji was still in a state of confusion. This day was like a roller coaster ride. The ups and downs were too great. Lights are not turned on just sitting there. I don't know how long I stayed in a daze, but I heard a lot of noise outside the dormitory. The party is over. Hey, this party is really meaningless. This year's freshman girl quality is not high at all. Look at today's several dancing. Difficult to say. That's right, the school does not have beautiful girls. Actually find a nearly 200 pounds of fat girl dancing. You guys were watching her dance on the body of that pile of fat? I was so disgusted. Sugarheart has no intention of offending the fat girls. Who said it wasn't? I even watched and threw up. I don't know what kind of luck this Li Shuaiji guy had today, but he was actually approached by the school flower. I'll have to ask him what's going on when he comes back. After a long time Li Shuaiji's roommates also came back. A light was turned on. Li Shuaiji startled. *******. When did you come back? Scare the ghost. Lights are not open. Then a group of people surrounded to the side of Li Shuaiji. Hey, good boy you actually know the school flower. Hidden well enough, actually hidden for more than a year. Do you take us as roommates Why don't you tell us? Li Shuaiji finished fuming, touched his greasy head. Thought that tomorrow he had to accompany Chen Shuqi maternity check. Ready to take the basin to the bathhouse, take a shower and wash his head. Say what? We just met. You fart. How can we just met? How did we meet? I want to get to know each other too. Just go out to play when the chance encounter. And then no. Li Shuaiji was telling the truth. But his roommates didn't believe him. Anyone else wouldn't believe it. A chance encounter? They thought it was an idol drama. Of course, Chen Shuqi could be the heroine of an idol drama. But if the hero was Li Shuaiji, would this drama be watched by anyone? I'm going to take a shower. Are any of you going? Li Shuaiji end of a basin and inside put a piece of soap and a towel and a pair of pants. Feet drag a pair of flip-flops. Live off a beggar man. Chapter 5, punching ex-girlfriend in the face. The next day Li Shuaiji got up early in the morning, because he only remembered in the middle of the night. He forgot to add the contact information of the schoolgirl, and he didn't say what time it was. In order to prevent people from waiting, he had to get up early. Before going out, he also deliberately straightened his hair and used some of his roommate's gel water. At least it was going out with the schoolgirl, so it couldn't be too embarrassing. Li Shuaiji rode a bicycle. Originally wanted to go first to buy some breakfast, but the results of the internet said that the first maternity test need to fasting, to check what the fasting blood sugar and so on, thinking that this will not be able to buy soybean milk and so on to do the examination are cold. Suddenly remembered that before the secretary Lily said that the snacks of the Golden Bay Smoke is very tasty, thinking that any way to spend money on pregnant women can be used to milk the father fund. It is also possible to brush money on the way he rode to the Golden Bay Smoke Hotel. The results of the security guard to see him dressed in a stall goods to ride a bicycle almost did not let him enter the door. He was furious, directly called the manager over, and then directly packaged 10 snacks, cost him more than $5,000. Then he received a text message reminder of his cell phone bank balance. XXX line credited $50. Your balance is $251. Luckily, it's not $250. Li Shuaiji took 10 snacks and went straight to wait under Chen Shuqi's dormitory. Seeing that people hadn't come down yet, he wasn't in a hurry. Waiting for people like this, he could be too good at it. In the past, he even waited for several hours while waiting for Si Li. Chen Shuqi also woke up early. After pregnancy she obviously felt that her body was really different from before. She also often had insomnia and dreams. She looked at herself in front of the makeup mirror. She even had nightmares last night that she had become a yellow face, because she had heard that cosmetics were also bad for the child. So she didn't dare to put on makeup lately. Even though she used the highest grade cosmetics, the chemicals in them were extremely harmful to pregnant women. But she was still worried. Perhaps this was the innate motherly nature of a girl. She didn't want to let even the slightest bit of her child be unfavorable to him. Luckily, she was born with good skin, naturally beautiful, and didn't need to use any cosmetics per se. just always looked a little lifeless without lipstick, so she was still torn. At this time, one of Chen Shuji's housemates suddenly shouted, "Hey, that next door department flower see Lily's dog licker is here again. What's his name? Li Jie, or Li Shuai's that?" Another housemate asked. "You said Li Shuaiji? Yeah, he's downstairs." "Harm, you say that beggar what is so rare for him to come? All licked for 2 years. People see Lily did not even look at him. Not that has promised to be his girlfriend? When did it happen? Why don't I know? See Lily would agree to him? How can that be? I saw see Lily get into a Big Ben the other day." Big Ben. Isn't it a BMW? It's a Bentley, right? Chen Shuji heard her roommate's conversation inexplicably a little uncomfortable in her heart, dropped a sentence. "He came to find me," and left. The other roommates were a bit confused. "Did you guys just hear what Shuji said?" "Didn't hear it. I think it was about who was looking for her. But why did she go out today without even putting on her lipstick? It seems like she hasn't put on lipstick for a few days." She's a natural beauty. She's still a school beauty without lipstick. Why do you care?" On C. Lily's side, she got up early to put on her makeup because she had an 8 a.m. class. In fact, she was very tired because the night before, she hadn't seen her ex-boyfriend Shinjie for a long time, and the two of them had gotten a little tough. She originally wanted to not come back, but Shinjie said he only booked a 5-hour hourly room, so she sent her back to the dorm again in the middle of the night. She still begged her aunt for a long time before she was let in. She had only slept for less than 4 hours. After staying up late every day for the past 2 days, her skin condition was getting worse and worse. Her whole body looked very pale, and her appetite was not good, so she had to rely on makeup to make up for it. And she has not come to aunt for 2 months. Forget about 2 months ago as Shinjie just returned to China. The two of them in the Golden Bay smoke shop that once have not done measures. She was a little worried yesterday, and Shinjie mentioned. Shinjie also only said she thought too much, which is so easy to get pregnant. However, her aunt has always been forbidden is true, so it is not too serious. "Hey, Lily, that licking dog of yours is here again." See, Lily mockingly laughed. "Just come, what's so rare about it?" She also thought that Li Shuaiji heard yesterday, and didn't he come? Humph, sure enough, a dog licker is a dog licker. The dog can't change to eat. Another roommate chimed in. "That's it, it's only rare if he doesn't come one day. Ha ha ha, I don't know what kind of delicious food I brought you today. Nothing more than those soybean milk donut small dumplings. What can be delicious? Can you still expect him, a poor man like Jiangtan, to send Jinwan smokes dim sum to Chen Shuji? The dim sum there is several $100s a serving. That poor would probably have to work a part-time job for a few days to afford one." See, Lily heard this heart a little uncomfortable. Why that Chen Shuji all better than themselves? A roommate took the opportunity to pat up the horse's ass, but is relying on their own old man as a school manager. Good luck as a school flower. Every day dragged into that side of the eye above the top. The appearance of ice and jade. To whom to see disgusting dead. To me, our Lily's face value is not low. If not her advanced school, Lily must be the school flower. Hey, I just took another close look. The bag he's carrying in his hand seems to really be the logo of Golden Bay Cigarettes. No way. Let me take a look. I'll go. Seems like it really is. Hey, see Lily, this dog licker of yours is also too willing to put down blood money. When see Lily heard this, she first froze, looked at her carefully designed makeup in the makeup mirror, and smiled smugly. Then picking up the book, she said, "Alright, it's almost time. Let's go down. It's time for class." Li Shuaiji waited downstairs for a while, not waiting for Chen Shuji, but waiting for C. Lily, only to see C. Lily holding her head high. With a haughty face, she walked to Li Shuaiji, first glancing at the bicycle beside Li Shuaiji in disgust, but when she saw several bags of Golden Bay Cigarette Hotel's punching bags carried in his hands, her face eased a little. "Give it to me." "What? Breakfast? Thanks to you remembering that I told you that I wanted to eat Golden Bay smoked snacks. Not bad, you still know to bring it to my roommates." C. Lily saw that Li Shuaiji was carrying at least 10 portions in his hand. She definitely couldn't finish them alone, so there was only possibility that he brought them for her roommates, and before that, he would also buy a little more to share with his roommates. C. Lily was about to reach out and take it, but Li Shuaiji hid it behind his back. "Who said it was bought for you?" Chapter 6. Taking the schoolgirl to the hospital was targeted by Jiang Tan. "Who did you buy it for if not for me?" Right at this moment, Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji walking towards him and hurriedly greeted him. "Sister, you're here." Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuaiji, then at C. Lily behind him, and responded flatly, "Aha, bicycle?" It wasn't that Chen Shuji disliked the bicycle, it was just that she looked down at the short skirt she was wearing today and was a little worried that she would be naked in a moment. But in Li Shuaiji's ears it didn't sound like that. This bicycle to pick up the school flower is indeed a bit shabby. Hasty, last night should first go to buy a luxury car. Li Shuaiji tentatively asked the system. Is it also possible to use the childcare fund to buy a car in order to pick up a pregnant woman? Yes, host, as long as it is favorable to the pregnant woman. All childcare funds to buy, but this car restricts the gender. Can only let the pregnant woman and the future baby, girl, ride. Of course, the pregnant woman is allowed under the premise of allowing other women to get on the car. Okay, I understand. Li Shuaiji said to Chen Shuji, I'm sorry senior sister, now I'm going to entrust you first. Turn around and let's go to the Ford store to see the car. Chen Shuji didn't take Li Shuaiji's words too seriously. To her, she had heard a lot of men's words like drawing big cakes. Previously, there were even people who said that they would buy her a house and a car in the future. She didn't take it seriously at all. You'll have to make do for today. Aha! Li Shuaiji got on the bike. Let's go. I bought you breakfast, but I heard that you can't eat breakfast at that one. If you go early you can also eat early. You can't skip breakfast now. Get in the car. School teacher. Isn't that one C. Lily's licking dog? Now that C. Lily can't stand him, he's changed his target to lick the school's flower. Che, he also do not think. Even C. Lily cannot look at the eye of the poor. Our goddess of the school flower can look at him? He's not awake yet, right? Hey, you will not have not seen last night's campus forum, right? Yesterday the school flower but in front of everyone to help Li Shuaiji, disliked Jiang Shao's. ******** Really? Yeah, everyone is rumoring if Li Shuaiji and the school flower are relatives. Hey guys, look, the school beauty is really sitting on Li Shuaiji's bike. Chen Shuji sat sideways on the back of Li Shuaiji's bike, then pulled the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. Li Shuaiji happened to see it and placed the Golden Bay cigarette treat bag on Chen Shuji's lap. Senior sister, hold this for me. Good. Chen Shuji placed the bag on her lap, just enough to block her legs. School sister, you sit tight and get ready to go. Li Shuaiji pedaled onto the bike. Chen Shuji grew up so big, has not sat on a bicycle, has always been where to go as the car pick up and drop off. The first time to sit down is still a bit of novelty, but also a bit afraid of falling down. A hand had to grasp Li Shuaiji's clothes tightly, and this time was thrown behind the division. Lily lost a big face a burst of white and a burst of green. At this time, C. Lily's roommate came forward to comfort. Lily, don't be angry. Maybe that Li Shuaiji is just to pretend to be a bully, and then angry at you. He has been chasing you for so long, how can he say let go of you? That's right. C. Lily shouted. Who told you guys that I'm angry? What is he, Li Shuaiji, worth my anger? Seeing that the people around her were surrounding her to see the jokes, C. Lily stomped her 9-centimeter high heels and huffed forward. What are you looking at? Class time is almost here. Class time. C. Lily, the more she thought the more angry. I'm afraid she's going to be the laughingstock of everyone for this incident today. Damn it, was that Chen Shuji again. After class, C. Lily sent several messages to Li Shuaiji in a row. Li Shuaiji, what do you mean? Do you want to break up? Is it really because of what happened between her and Xinjie last night? I went to the gym last night, and my fitness instructor happened to be teaching me new poses when you called. Along the way, Li Shuaiji rode his bike, and he'd never felt like he had such a high turnaround rate. Of course, he wasn't that narcissistic yet. Those people definitely weren't there to see him, but to see the schoolgirl sitting on the back of his bike, Li Shuaiji was afraid of being followed, so he drove around in circles all the way. And finally, after making sure that there were no familiar faces, he left his bike on the side of the road and called a cab. He didn't expect that being so careful would still be seen. One of Jiang Tan's juniors happened to be in the neighborhood and happened to see this scene, and hurriedly called his boss. Little brother, hey, boss. Jiang Tan was sleeping and was suddenly woken up by the phone in a naturally unpleasant mood. What for? Little brother, do you know who I just saw? You'll never guess. Jiang Tan closed his eyes and asked, say what you have to say and fart quickly. Little brother, I saw Li Shuaiji. Jiang Tan's heart just wanted to MMP, rushed to the phone and cursed. You have a problem what time is it? Wake me up in the morning. You see him off my ass. Jiang Tan was about to hang up the phone, heard the phone on the other side of the little brother said, no there is the school flower. She's also with him. She got into a cab. I'm following them. Jiang Tan sat up from the bed. Shu Qi? Little brother, yes. Jiang Tan was a bit curious and hurriedly got out of bed. Why are the two of them together? You keep an eye on them for me first. I'll be there in a while. Little brother, got it boss. Just keeping an eye on it. They seem to be going in the direction of the hospital. After Li Shuaiji brought Chen Shuji into the hospital, because both of them didn't know what to do, Li Shuaiji had to ask Chen Shuji to sit in the lobby first and wait while he went for counseling. Chen Shuji sat on a chair in the lobby nervously clutching her skirt. She had purposely looked up the information before coming here and had heard that it was scary to do a maternity test and that she had to take off her pants for the doctor to examine her. Li Shuaiji walked over. He could tell that Chen Shuji was nervous. Sister, I'm afraid you'll wait too long. I've organized a VIP channel. I can do it by going in directly, and it's separate from the ordinary pregnancy test. There's no one. Let's go. Hearing that it was a VIP channel, Chen Shuqi's tense heart relaxed a little, and she felt a little more favorable towards Li Shuaiji again. She had previously heard that Li Shuaiji's condition wasn't too good, but she didn't expect that he would not only be willing to buy her an early morning meal of Golden Bay cigarettes, but now he was even running a VIP channel to accompany her for her maternity checkup. Although she did not know how much this VIP, but most people should still not spare. She also thought, if Li Shuaiji is not prepared, she can do it herself, but did not expect Li Shuaiji actually so thoughtful initiative. Chapter 7 Buying a House for the Schoolgirl. Li Shuaiji took Chen Shuji to VIP channel on the way, is to pass through the ordinary maternity ward. Looked at the way those pregnant women, some husbands carefully hush look as very happy little couple, some men staring at the side of the cell phone, completely regardless of the girls around them, but also a look of impatience. It seems to be do not want to be responsible for. There is also a part and they are about the same age. There may even be younger than them. The girl next to the non-stop crying. The boy is also a face of nervousness. There are even some girls who are accompanied by their mothers or girlfriends. In short, there were all sorts of things on earth. Chen Shuqi walked to the VIP room and looked at Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji knew that it was inconvenient for him to go in. Don't be afraid. I'll wait for you outside. Aha. Chen Shuqi walked into the examination room and was relieved to see that it was a female doctor because she had heard that there were male doctors in the obstetrics and gynecology department as well. The doctor saw that she came alone and asked, "Alone? Where's the baby's father?" "He's outside." "Then why didn't he come in? He's a man." "It's not too convenient." The doctor was amused by Chen Shuqi's words. "How funny. You two are both people with children. And you're still shy. What's so inconvenient about this? Go call the man in. There's still something to explain to him later." Because of the doctor's request, Chen Shuji had no choice but to go and call someone. Li Shuaiji just stood at the door and waited stupidly, seeing that the door opened in less than a minute. "Well, still haven't checked. The doctor told you to go in as well," Chen Shuqi said with a red face and lowered her head. "Oh, good." Li Shuaiji followed Chen Shuqi into the examination room. The doctor sized up Li Shuaiji. "Are you the child's father?" Li Shuaiji nodded. "Yes." Li Shuaiji not only looks ordinary, with a pair of big glasses, wearing the most ordinary body shirt, plus a pair of jeans, feet also just wearing a pair of 19.9 sports shoes. On the other hand, Chen Shuji, on the contrary, was fully covered in high-class designer labels and was pretty. It was hard to make people think that the two of them were a couple. The doctor's gaze towards Chen Shuqi also took on some probing, then asked Li Shuaiji again, "Are you sure?" Chen Shuqi was very smart. She instantly heard the meaning in the doctor's words. She was being treated as one of those girls that pretty girls play around with and then find a random licking dog to be the receiver. She was about to get angry, but she didn't expect Li Shuaiji to get angry before her. "I said, what do you mean by this, doctor? Ah, nonsense. Of course I'm sure. My own woman is not pregnant with my baby. I'm not sure. It's hard not to want someone else to be sure. Are you insulting me or my woman?" Chen Shuqi heard Li Shuaiji's words, especially when he said that my woman, my baby, suddenly felt that Li Shuaiji is still very domineering and handsome. It is true that no matter what time a man is, when he protects his woman against all odds, that look is the most handsome. Chen Shuji instantly became angry, even with the look of Li Shuaiji as a few points more handsome. When she rashly approached Li Shuaiji, she was really afraid that he would not recognize it. In fact, what Chen Shuji didn't know was that Li Shuaiji just felt that this doctor was sarcastic, mocking him for being a cheap father receiver. That's why he was so angry. When the doctor saw Li Shuaiji getting angry, he also realized that he had just acted wrongly and hurriedly apologized. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Let's do the examination first." Chen Shuji also pulled on Li Shuaiji's clothes. The doctor put on disposable medical gloves. "Girls, take off your skirts and panties first." Chen Shuji stood still and looked at Li Shuaiji with a red face. Li Shuaiji also began to get nervous. He suddenly had an idea and hurriedly picked up his cell phone, pretending to have a call coming in. "I have a call. Go out and answer it first. Call me if anything happens in a while." "Aha, okay, you go quickly." Chen Shuji hurriedly nodded her head. Li Shuaiji walked out of the examination room and let out a sigh of relief. But after a while, he felt that he was a little too wimpy. Li Shuaiji, what are you wimpy about? Inside that woman is your child's mother. You are all created out of the relationship of the baby. What are you nervous? Li Shuaiji squatted on the floor of the doorway, took out his cell phone and saw the text message sent to him by Si Li. Gassy laughed. "This division Lily is really treat yourself as a little cute. It's a good idea. Also gym coach?" Angry, he directly pulled the division Lily black. "And wait for a while." Chen Shuji red face out. Li Shuaiji asked. "Checked? Well, there are other items in a while. Ultrasound or something you can look at the baby." You can go in. Oh, good. Li Shuaiji followed Chen Shuqi into the ultrasound examination room again. As a result, this time it was again undressing. Chen Shuqi bashfully pulled her clothes up to her chest, but the doctor let her pull them upwards, until her inner underwear was completely exposed. She did not dare to look at Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji this time also did not find another excuse to go out, but tried to let himself look away. He kept gulping. The doctor doing the examination joked. The two of you are still students, right? And it was only a one-time accident, right? It's the first time I've seen such a shy one. Li Shuaiji didn't say anything. Fortunately, the later series of examinations were not so embarrassing. The VIP channel was also really fast and convenient. The examination results were all out immediately. Unlike the ordinary examinations where you have to wait for a few hours, Chen Shuqi held the test results in her hand and sat in the VIP lounge with Li Shuaiji. Chen Shuqi lowered her head and whispered, "The doctor said that the baby is healthy." Li Shuaiji responded, "Well, I heard that, but this baby, do we really want to give birth to it? Of course we have to give birth, but we're still students. I'm afraid." Li Shuaiji held Chen Shuqi's hand. "I will support you in the baby. Don't worry, but I still have some credits that I haven't finished. It will take about 1-2 months. I don't want to take a break from school." "Then finish your credits first." I checked. 3 to 4 months shouldn't be too noticeable yet, but I'm sure I'll get caught if I keep living in the dorms, and I can't go home. My dad will force me to abort the baby if he finds out. How about I go out and rent a room to live in? Li Shuaiji suddenly slapped his thigh. "You have a point. I'll buy you a house and we'll go out to live." Chapter 8, Slapping Ex-Girlfriend in the Face. Buying for the schoolgirl. Chen Shuqi thought that Li Shuaiji was joking with her, so she just gave him a blank stare. "I'm talking to you seriously. Why are you joking? Can you be more serious?" "I'm serious. Right. I'm checking where the school district house is more suitable now." Li Shuaiji took out his cell phone and really started to check. Chen Shuqi sighed, calculating in her heart how she was going to tell her family about this. If she said it, her father would definitely not agree with her having the baby. If not, her current living expenses are still enough for her, but if she goes out to rent a house, she will be in a bit of a tight spot. Li Shuaiji's condition is also clear to her, and rashly going out to rent an apartment, in case the classmates targeting her proclaimed it and spread it to the board of directors, Dad would still know about it. If she really wants to give birth to this child, what she can do now is to hide it for a month first. After 3 months it will not be good to abort it. Dad might spare her for the sake of her body. Chen Shuqi also took out her cell phone and checked the balance on her card. After a while the test results came out. Everything was normal for the baby. Chen Shuqi and Li Shuaiji both sighed in relief. The two people walked towards the hospital. Jiang Tan, who had just arrived outside the hospital gates, was scolding his little brother. "Damn you, how can you lose someone? What else can I expect you to do?" "No boss, the hospital is too crowded. I was bumped into by someone, and the person disappeared in the time it took to tie a shoelace. Boss, spare my life. I've been at the door. They definitely haven't gone out yet. Let's wait here. We'll definitely be able to wait for them." Jiang Tan angry inserted up the waist. Hate to this little brother cut into pieces fed to the dog. The little brother shielded his head, and when he inclined his head, he saw Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuqi. Hey, boss, look, isn't that it? Go, follow, take a look. I'd like to see, what is this Li Shuaiji's origin, and what's his relationship with my Shuqi? Jiang Tan said and followed. Chen Shuqi still wore a pair of small thick-heeled high heels on her feet. It's not that she didn't want to change to flat shoes. It's really that these were already her flattest shoes, and they were new shoes that she bought, and they were a little bit hard because she hadn't worn them much. The heel was worn a little bit, maybe because she was more tired from walking around pregnant. She decided that since she was going to have the baby then she wouldn't be able to wear high heels in the future. "Since I'm out today, I'm going to the mall," Chen Shuqi said to Li Shuaiji. "I want to go to the mall. If you have something, I'm fine. No class today. Where do you want to go? I can accompany you." Aha! Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuqi to a shopping mall. This mall, Li Shuaiji is more than familiar with it. See, Lily used to like to shop, except that he was poor, playing 3 days of part-time workers, may not even be able to afford to buy one of C. Lily's lipstick. So every time you come in because you don't have money in your pocket, your heart is weak as a batch. Now it's different. Straighten your back and go forward. Chen Shuqi lightly into a shoe store. This shoe although expensive, but she has been wearing the brand. The main thing is comfortable. Dad has not stopped her card. She is still spending money. Do not want to aggravate themselves, because she was an old customer. As soon as Chen Shuqi went in, a sales clerk greeted her with a smile on her face. "Ms. Chen, haven't been here for a long time. What shoes do you want to buy this time? We have a few new arrivals of high heels here. They are all high definition. Not only are they comfortable to wear, but they are limited edition. Only 288W. Saying this, he put them on Chen Shuji's feet. Chen Shuji's feet were very white, very small, and her foot shape was also very nice. That pair of shoes was simply customized for her. And Chen Shuji took a look at that pair of high heels. They were indeed very nice, and she liked them. But it was not suitable for her now. If it was before, maybe she didn't care if she would wear them or not. She would just buy them, even if she threw them in the house to fall into dust. But now, she looked at Li Shuaiji, fearing that her level of spending would scare him. Still counting dash. I'll take the pair of shoes on her feet. See, Lily's voice suddenly came from outside the store door. Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji looked towards the door at the same time, only to see Lily walk in on the arm of a man. Li Shuaiji instantly recognized that it was her ex-boyfriend, Shenjia. Thinking of the cuckolds that he has brought to himself over the years, Li Shuaiji hated to ruthlessly smack Lily a few big ears, only to see Lily like a peacock with its head held high then walked in. Then a face of disgust to look at Li Shuaiji. Yeah, Shu Chi schoolgirl such a coincidence. You are also here to buy shoes aha. Chen Shuchi just replied coldly and politely. Shenjia besides Lily couldn't take his eyes off Chen Shuchi as soon as he saw her. Like a pug, he went up to her. Hello beautiful girl, you're Lily's classmate aren't you? My name is Shenjia. Seeing Shenjia's appearance, Lily pulled Shenjia and glared as a warning. Shuchi you don't expect this poor guy to buy your shoes, then you don't want to think about it. Let me tell you, he's afraid of maxing out a few credit cards, but he can't afford to buy even the cheapest one of the shoes here. Chen Shuchi didn't want to say anything more to Lily. She just wanted to hurry up and buy a pair of shoes that she could wear. Li Shuaiji also didn't bother to talk to her because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his foul mouth. At that time, he would scare Chen Shuji away again. Seeing that no one picked up on her words, Lily was embarrassed for a while, then directly pointed at the shoes on Chen Shuji's feet. This pair, bring them to me to try. The salesman was a little embarrassed, but this pair of shoes, Ms. Chen, Lily wanted to be angry, but between Shenjia and, she then daintily clamped her voice to Shenjia. Jia, look, now even the salesman also looked down on me. I like this pair of shoes, you buy them for me, okay. Finished also came to Shenjia's ear. Tonight, at your mercy. Shenjia was a little uptight about Lily's pampering. Good, baby, how much is this pair of shoes? I'll buy them. Mr. is so nice to your girlfriend. This pair of shoes is 288W. Another salesman saw a show and squeezed over. Your girlfriend is so pretty. This pair of shoes is a perfect match. 288W. What kind of black store is your store? Why don't you go robbing money? Shenjia's face changed when he heard this. He thought it would be a few $1,000s at most. Sir, this pair of shoes is high definition. There is only one pair in the entire Sioux City. Lily's face also changed a bit, because she also didn't expect that this pair of shoes only, but it would cost tens of thousands of dollars. What high definition? I look at it as nothing more than that. A gimmick. Chen Shuji also took off the pair of shoes at this time. Just when so the sales were thinking that this order was going to be yellow, Li Shuaiji, who hadn't said anything on the side, directly threw his card to the salesman. This pair of shoes, I'll buy them. Also, bring out all the shoes in your store that are comfortable to wear and preferably flat. Chapter 9. Bagging all the shoes in the store for the schoolgirl's wife. The salesman's eyes brightly glowed upon hearing this. Sir, are you serious? I have my card out. What do you guys think? In fact, he was a little weak in his heart at first, because these are high heels, which are reasonably harmful to pregnant women, and he was worried that he couldn't use them, so he just asked the system specifically. And the result was that the system said that the expenses for making pregnant women's moods good also belonged to the category of parenting funds available, so he was relieved. Chen Shuchi pulled Li Shuaiji. Are you crazy? On the side, Lily teased. Ha ha ha, Li Shuaiji, what kind of big talk are you talking about? Don't think I don't know. Your several credit cards combined are only a few tens of thousands of dollars. The sales clerk was also a little skeptical. The man looked poor like. Li Shuaiji knew that they didn't believe. Then let's do it this way. If you guys don't believe it, just brush this pair of 288W shoes first. Hey, well. The sales took the card with both hands and took out the POS machine. Sir, please enter the password. No password, just swipe, Li Shuaiji said. Ding, the consumption was successful. Sales excited just short of pinching their own people. Just this pair of shoes commission is quite a lot. If there are other shoes. Lily looked directly dumbfounded on the sidelines. Chen Shuji also did not expect. Isn't it said that this person is very poor? Do you have to work a dozen part-time jobs every day? How does it look at all like this pair of shoes 288W even she also feel expensive. And now she cannot wear. I heard that after pregnancy will also get fat. I do not know later still can wear. Li Shuaiji even so directly buy? Sales of all the stores suitable for Chen Shuji size of flat shoes and small micro heels are taken out. Almost legs kneeling on the ground to Chen Shuji try shoes. Right now, Chen Shuji was her food and clothing regeneration parent. Was God. As a result, Chen Shuji's feet looked good in everything, and Li Shuaiji took a look at it and simply went all in. This wave of consumption totaled 15W. Li Shuaiji did not even blink an eye. XXX line credited 1,500 yuan. Your account balance is 1,751 yuan. Li Shuaiji received a text message from the bank. Hey, this 1% is still too little. He was about to pay off his loan this month, so he had to hurry up and keep swiping money. Next step, take Chen Shuji to buy a car, buy a house. Li Shuaiji thought about the loan, and suddenly remembered that he was still paying back the cell phone loan for C. Lily, and he was angry. No, this loss he cannot eat. The side of the C. Lily directly looked stupid, heart jealous to death. Could it be that this Li Shuaiji won the lottery? Must have won the lottery, otherwise why suddenly so rich? Damn, how can I not break up with him later? Or else all these things are hers today. In fact, this Li Shuaiji to their own quite good, and good to cheat on their own is not stingy. I don't know how much money he won in the lottery. Li Shuaiji walked to the front of the C. Lily, who had been stunned by the scene in front of her. C. Lily saw Li Shuaiji walk over, hand from Shenjie's arm without trace to draw out. Shuaiji, that. Li Shuaiji was also too lazy to say anything more, directly and bluntly opened his mouth. See Lily, the cell phone I bought for you before was a loan. Now we broke up. I don't want to help you pay back the loan. You return the money to me. Before already paid back half, only half left. C. Lily was directly confused. Not much more than $5,000. You see if you VX transfer, or what? Oh, I forgot that I VX pulled you black. It's fine, you can also directly sweep the code. Li Shuaiji took out the VX collection code. Li Shuaiji, what do you mean? You are so rich, you still care about this $5,000? C. Lily's face almost became twisted with anger. I'm even richer. It's my money. I'll give it to whoever I want to spend it on. Chen Shuji is my child, he dash. Cough cough. Chen Shuji coughed twice on the side, deeply afraid that Li Shuaiji had said something that slipped out of his mouth. Future wife. Future child's mom. It's only right that I spend money on her. Besides, I don't have any money. You. C. Lily was so angry that she was shaking, and Shenjie came over on the side. Hey, buddy, you're at least a big man. I've heard that you've even chased after Lily. Right, what are you doing so aggressively now? Is not just $5,000? You give other beautiful women to buy more than 100,000 things. Eyes do not blink. Now so bullying people. Not good. Too ungraceful. Li Shuaiji moved the collection code in front of Shenjie. Who is your buddy? Since you say so, then good. This money you return for C. Lily. If just now Li Shuaiji did not have the generosity to give Chen Shuji to spend that more than 100,000 yuan, maybe the people in the store will really feel that Li Shuaiji is a poor man who cannot afford to play, and want to pick up girls, but the results did not pick up, and now also force people to pay back the money. But now it is not the same. Li Shuaiji is now their store VIP big customers, can casually afford to buy more than 100,000 shoes to give his girlfriend's man. How can they be entangled in $50,000? Look, is that the woman cheated people's feelings, and now people in the intentional lesson her it. This kind of scum woman, not at all worthy of sympathy, is to be taught a good lesson, or always rely on their own a few points of beauty everywhere to cheat men to spend money on her. Feet on several boats. Li Shuaiji does not feel ashamed at all, only want to return their own money. Shenjie heard that they want to return, immediately stopped talking again, and also pretended to have a phone call in, directly leaving C. Lily gone. C. Lily now where there is so much money. She is not like Chen Shuji's family is the second generation of rich. The family is an ordinary salary. Every month the family only give her 2,000 yuan living expenses. She has to maintain their own image of white beauty, wearing brand name brands, with the most expensive cosmetics, wear jewelry, but she grew up beautiful. As long as she is pampered, show a weak man is willing to spend money to her, so she simply cannot see Li Shuaiji. When she did not completely reject Li Shuaiji is because Li Shuaiji at least willing to give her money. And what she was looking for was a really rich second generation. Seeing that Shenjie had left her behind and thought that there was a possibility that this Li Shuaiji might have actually won the lottery, C. Lily pulled on Li Shuaiji's clothes and started to act pitiful and shed tears. Shuaiji, I am sorry. I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? Chapter 10 Buying a car for the schoolgirl's wife. C. Lily cried like a pear. Really good at pretending. And Li Shuaiji saw C. Lily after crying in front of him. His heart was still like a rock. Okay, don't cry. It's useless. Transfer money, or return my cell phone. I have no money. Cell phone if you want to return you. You a big man. I have not seen to send out the gift and to come back. After all, that cell phone is also their own willingness to buy birthday gifts for C. Lily. and now they so suddenly want to come back. It is a little stingy, and then again, to come back who use throw it strange pity, not throw and look diaphragm, a hard heart, okay, forget it, this is when I send you the last gifted, after we are old and dead, I do not want to see you again. Li Shuaiji also didn't want to get too entangled with Sea Lily again, because as long as he saw Sea Lily, it made him think of the ed-up dog-licking life he had been living for the past 2 years. Fortunately, the heavens are still fair to him, did not let him so unlucky, but also due to the blessing of a beautiful schoolgirl to do their wives, as well as the divine hero system. From now on is his brand new life. Li Shuaiji let Qin Shuji pick a pair of the most comfortable shoes to wear directly, and then let the shopkeeper pack all the remaining clothes they bought, and then sent to Qin Shuji's school dormitory. Then he took Qin Shuji and left. Sea Lily was so angry that her teeth were itching. She regretted even more that she didn't fall out with Li Shuaiji a little later. Looking at the way he casually spent more than 100,000 today, the lottery should have won at least a few $1,000,000. That should have been hers. And at this time Shinjie came back, pretending that nothing had happened. He went forward and embraced Sea Lily. Sea Lily was still angry about Shinjie not giving her any face just now. Don't touch me. Okay baby, don't be angry. Tell you a good news. I'm having a family gathering tonight. You know, that little uncle of mine has also returned to China. He is organizing a banquet today. Do you want to go with me? Sea Lily, little uncle? That's the one who owns the listed company? Shinjie, yes, that's him. Sea Lily, he's so rich. If he's organizing a banquet, he should be inviting all the rich people. Shinjie looked smug. Of course. Sea Lily thought, then wouldn't she be able to know more rich second generation? Rich people? Sea Lily hugged Shinjie's arm again and pampered. I want to go. Then call me a good husband and I'll listen. Sea Lily pampered. Husband is the best reward. Black silk at night. Shinjie's eyes sprouted a lewd light. Baby, this is what you said. At this time, Jiang Tan and little brother who had been hiding outside were also shocked by the fact that Li Shuaiji had just bought Qin Shuji over $100,000 worth of shoes and swiped his card without blinking an eye. Little brother, I go. Boss, that Li Shuaiji is not poor? You ask me, who do I ask? How the do I know? Jiang Tan gave his little brother another big chestnut. He has just planned. Wait for that. Sea Lily shamed Qin Shuji. Li Shuaiji cannot do anything when he stepped in. Help Qin Shuji buy that pair of shoes. Women. This time is most likely to be touched. Maybe then a touch to agree with him. The results did not expect that Li Shuaiji not only swiped the card, but also bought so many shoes. Nearly 15,000. Even if he did not dare to spend so much money at once. Jiang Tan was even more puzzled. That Li Shuaiji in the end, what is the head? Have you inquired clearly or not? The little brother touched his beaten head. Boss, I didn't lie to you. He really is an ordinary beggar. Did he win the lottery? Hey, boss, they are out again. See where they will go in a while. Jiang Tan, follow. After Li Shuaiji followed Qin Shuji out of the mall, Qin Shuji finally couldn't help but ask, Li Shuaiji, tell me the truth. Where did you get so much money? Li Shuaiji didn't know how to explain. Ahem, that, actually, did you win the lottery? Li Shuaiji couldn't think of any other explanation, so he had to answer. Sort of. Is it convenient to ask, how much did you win? Qin Shuji was a little curious. This, Li Shuaiji stammered. Say 90 million billion? That would scare Qin Shuji to death. Right, and it's unlikely that there would be a lottery with such a high amount of money. Even the richest man in the world doesn't have this much money. Forget it, that's your money. It's better not to tell me. Qin Shuji felt that she had asked this question inappropriately. Anyway, it's enough to support you and the child. Li Shuaiji said as he was also relieved to see Qin Shuji no longer pursuing the question. Qin Shuji's heart raised a wave of warmth when she heard these words. Let's go. Li Shuaiji took Qin Shuji's hand. Qin Shuji did not struggle. Where to? To buy a car. The two went to a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Li Shuaiji smelled a smell of money when he walked into the 4S store. Sales at first glance to see Li Shuaiji come in. Move all lazy. A look is poor. Come in to pretend to see. As a result, Li Shuaiji behind Qin Shuji came in. The sales began to move. This girl's temperament at first glance is white rich beauty. Look closely at the set of clothes on her body. At least tens of thousands of dollars. The salesman greeted Qin Shuji with a smile on his face. Excuse me, what style of car would you like to see? We happen to have a new car that's just right for female drivers. The soft furnishings inside are beautifully configured. And there's also a pink model. Would you like to take a look? No need. I don't buy cars. Qin Shuji politely refused. And she didn't even have a driver's license. As soon as she heard that Qin Shuji was not buying a car, the sales face changed. Not buying a car? Miss, you're teasing us. We're a 4S store, not a shopping mall that sells clothes, bags and shoes. Don't buy a car. What are you doing in here? She doesn't buy a car, but I do. Li Shuaiji walked over. Sales a see Li Shuaiji's poor like. The whole body is definitely not more than $500. And a look is a student. Or come on their own. You can afford to buy a car? Did you see the big name of our store clearly before you came in? Recognize those words. Recognize this gold tag? Isn't it Rolls-Royce? Li Shuaiji saw the sales face looking down on him. It's not? Do you know how much it costs? Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. I want this one, Li Shuaiji said, pointing to one of the coolest cars in the 4S store. This car was his dream car. Sir, this car has a minimum configuration of 8 million in full payment. Sales rolled a blank stare to Li Shuaiji, pretending there is no bottom line. A moment to see how you end. Li Shuaiji took the card. Full payment, all for the best configuration. Now swipe the card. Especially the configuration of the copilot. Must be installed the best, the most comfortable. Sales directly dumbfounded. And at the moment when the POS machine showed that the payment was successful, the sales was still blindfolded. Sir, may I ask your name? We'll register you here. No, just register her name. Her name is Chen Shuji. Sales, what? Shuchi Chen, what? Chapter 11. What is the experience of just buying a new car and being rear-ended by your future old husband? What's wrong? Li Shuaiji asked. The sales inquired once again. Sir, did you just say that you registered this car under this lady's name? Yes. Is there a problem? The sales hurriedly shook his head. No problem. Of course not. Chen Shuchi completely did not expect that Li Shuaiji's comment about buying her a car was true. Even more so, she did not expect to buy a luxury car with a sky-high price. How much did this Li Shuaiji win the lottery? Li Shuaiji, you're crazy. What are you doing buying me a car? And I can't drive. You don't know how to drive? It's okay if you don't know how to drive. I can drive it, and it's convenient for me to pick you up and drop you off wherever you want to go as your exclusive driver. This young lady, you are so happy. Your husband is so good to you. Truth be told, when you two came in, seeing you so young, I thought you were a school student couple. Sales said nice envious words. Not. Chen Shuji red face held back 2 words. Ah, of course I know you're not a couple. Must have just gotten married. After all, no guy in this world would be willing to spend tens of millions on a luxury car to chase a girl, even if it was a billionaire. Chen Shuji really didn't know how to explain the relationship between the two of them after hearing the sales words, saying that they were a couple, but they hadn't established a relationship. Said there is no relationship, but she is carrying his child in her stomach. Ding dong, Li Shuaiji received another bank account information. XXX Bank credited 120,000 yuan. Your balance is 121,751 yuan. Li Shuaiji looked at the balance and the text message and burst into tears. He had never seen so much money. Sure enough, buying a car or a house swipes money the fastest. The loan he had to pay back this month was finally in order. Good. The next goal is to bring the school flower to buy a house. Right at this moment, Chen Shuji suddenly spoke. Li Shuaiji, return the car. I don't want this car. Ding, the system has detected the pregnant woman's refusal of her will. Therefore the $12 million car cannot be part of the scope of the available childcare fund. Please ask the host to deal with the choice of refunding or changing the pregnant woman's will in a timely manner within 15 minutes. Otherwise it will be deducted from the private account. Before Li Shuaiji had time to be happy for picking up 12W for nothing, he heard a prompt from the system, which scared Li Shuaiji. He hadn't counted on the fact that Chen Shuchi would reject it. Chen Shuchi's words not only scared Li Shuaiji, more scared sales. How could the duck in the mouth just fly away? So in the next 10 minutes, the two began to persuade Chen Shuchi to take the car. Li Shuaiji kept telling Chen Shuji that having a car would be much more convenient. It's too flashy to drive this car at school. I prefer a bicycle to a car. It's also more convenient inside the school. Although Li Shuaiji felt that Chen Shuji was right, he really didn't consider how flashy it would be if he was a poor man and suddenly drove a Rolls-Royce. But you're pregnant. It will be inconvenient to ride a bike in the future. And it's more troublesome to have a maternity checkup or to have to travel afterward. And the sales was close to giving Chen Shuji an E. Miss, you reconsider. This is your husband's heart for you. The car has a price. Love is priceless. Chen Shuchi considered for a long time, and finally looked at Li Shuaiji and said, you're right. Still need a car. The two sighed in relief. But the two men's hearts went to their throats again. You can get a cheaper one. And since I don't drive, you don't have to register it in my name. The sale only thought what a fool the girl was, and was about to continue persuading when Li Shuaiji spoke up. You're right. I'm sorry. We don't want this car. Return the money. Li Shuaiji was suddenly moved after hearing Chen Shuji's words, and his view of the schoolgirl was different. He originally thought that all girls were like C. Lily, thinking that it was only right for a man to spend money on her in order to please her. Moreover, the more money a man spends, the more he loves her. For the first time, He knew that there were girls like the school flower who would think about the boys. In the end, sales tearfully returned the 12 million. He watched Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji enter the next car dealership. Sales lying in the doorway. Looking at the next car dealership sales, that a series of expressions from disdain to nodding and finally almost to others kneeling and calling his father. And then again watched the next door of the 4 circles to celebrate the canon. Li Shuaiji drove 4 circles and Chen Shuji out of the 4 store. Along the way he was nervous and excited. This is the first car he has owned in his life, although he has already got a driver's license for 2 years, but has not driven a few times, much less this kind of luxury car. Although compared to the beginning of the Rolls-Royce the price of this car is only 1/10 of his price, but for him a once poor is already a luxury car in the luxury car. The two drove on the road at almost turtle speed, watching the cars behind them honking at them one by one. Li Shuaiji, have you driven a car before? Chen Shuji asked when she saw Li Shuaiji's driving skills. That, to be honest, apart from taking the driving license, there is no. Chen Shuji heard that Li Shuaiji had never driven a car and silently grabbed the door armrest. Suddenly bang! The car lurched forward. Obviously they were tailgate. Li Shuaiji shivered and broke out in a cold sweat, then hurriedly cared for Chen Shuji beside him. Senior sister, are you alright? Is the baby alright? Does the stomach hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Although Chen Shuji was also scared white, but because the impact was not too strong, there was not much physical discomfort. I'm fine. Bang bang bang. At this time the car window was knocked. Chen Shuji looked out the car window and her face became even worse. Li Shuaiji was relieved to hear that Chen Shuji was fine. He hurriedly rolled down the window, looked at the middle-aged man outside the window, and cursed in a bad mood. Do you know how to drive? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Shuji and grunted. Young man, this road has a minimum speed limit of 80. You drive 50 yards. Who do you think doesn't know how to drive? Li Shuaiji was speechless. The middle-aged man with a look of contempt continued. Young man, just got out of the driver's license not long ago. Car skills are so bad that you dare to drive a new car with a girl on the road? Look at you like this. The car is also borrowed it. And your side of the girl is quite beautiful. Is not good vision. With you so you tread horse. The more Li Shuaiji listened to the more fire. Almost the nationalist spit out. Suddenly Chen Shuji opened his mouth. Well, Dad, don't say it. Chapter 12, being looked down upon by the father of a schoolgirl's wife? Directly by tens of millions of houses. You he me out, Dad? Li Shuaiji wasn't just dumbfounded, but directly. Is there such a coincidence under the sky? Just bought a new car was rear-ended by the future old man. What kind of ghost experience is this? Outside the car Chen Shuji's dad blackened his face. I don't have a son as big as you. No, uncle. I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was you. Li Shuaiji hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Chen Shuji's father looked at his daughter still sitting on the passenger side and coughed twice. Cough cough. Chen Shuji, are you still sitting in the car and not coming down? Chen Shuji had to get out of the car as well. Dad, why are you here? I still have to ask you. You're not in school. What are you doing out fooling around with such people? What did I usually teach you? Chen Shuji pulled his dad's clothes. Dad, what do you mean by this kind of person? Your words are too hard to hear. And Li Shuaiji is also a student of our school, and it was you who chased his tail. Chen Shuji his dad got even more angry when he heard his daughter helping someone else. You girl, eating out, elbowing out? Chen Shuji, Dad. No, I just think you talk too hard to hear. I speak too harshly? There are even worse ones. Is this the man you don't want the Zhang family's kid? The carefully chosen boyfriend? I'm telling you, hurry up and break up with me. Do you know, you don't like Zhang Tan. Rejected him for 2 years of the matter to make the whole school know. Your Zhang uncle is already very unhappy, and now you are with this poor mix together. How do you let Dad explain to your Uncle Jiang? What's it got to do with me? You stinking girl. Father Chen raised his hand, looking like he was about to hit someone. Seeing that Chen Shuji was being reprimanded by her own father in order to defend herself, Li Shuaiji hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of Chen Shuji. Uncle, this is the matter is my bad. You are right. The car skill is so poor still dare to bring Shu Qi on the road driving. Disregard Shu Qi's danger. I apologize to you. It's good that you know. Today fortunately it was me who braked in time. In case something happens to someone else, how can you be responsible? You are right. Alright. What happened here? Just leave it to the insurance company. Chen's father looked at his car to see that there was nothing damaged. And then he looked at Li Shuaiji's car that didn't even have a license plate yet. You haven't put a license plate on this car? Where did you get a new car from? Father Chen asked. Just bought it 10 minutes ago. It's okay, uncle. Doesn't it also show that we are destined to be together? The big water washed away the Dragon King temple. Just bought it? You can afford this kind of car? Chen father contemptuously sized up Li Shuaiji. How could he not believe that the student in front of him, who looked like a poor beggar, could afford this luxury car worth nearly $1 million. Dad, don't believe it, this is really the poor people in your mouth just bought it. Not only that, it's still me who went with him. If you don't believe it, people's driving license book is still hot. Chen father still do not believe. Once again asked, really? How could I lie to you about this? Not only that, people are still paying full price. Chen Shuji continued. Chen father was once again shocked. The full payment of this car is at least more than $1 million. Now he looked at Li Shuaiji a little differently. Uncle, on this big road, talking about this affects the traffic. Why don't we find a coffee shop to sit down and talk? Father Chen coughed twice. Ahem, good. After arriving at the coffee shop, Father Chen directly opened the door and asked, what's your name? When did you get together with my family Shuqi? Uncle, my name is Li Shuaiji, and I've known Shuqi for two years, Chen Shuji said. Chen Shuqi was afraid that Li Shuaiji would say 2 days or 2 months, so that maybe her dad would still force her to break up with Li Shuaiji. Good. No wonder you don't agree with Jiang Tan. It turns out that you are with this brat and hiding it so well. After saying that, she said to Li Shuaiji, let me tell you, although I don't know where you got the money to buy this car, but I definitely won't agree to you being with our family Shuqi. Just now on the way here, he secretly had someone slightly investigate this Li Shuaiji. His parents were divorced, and he grew up living with his grandparents, and his family only had a small rural house. Although he didn't know why he could afford this $1 million car, it was possible that he stepped on and won the lottery, but winning the lottery would be $1 million or 800,000 at most, and it was estimated that there wouldn't be much left after this car was bought. In terms of this status, it was a world away from the Jiang family. Uncle, can I ask why? First, take a look at yourself as you are now, and then look at our Shuqi. Where do you stand together with my family Shuqi as a good match? Li Shuaiji was wearing big heavy glasses, covering most of his face to see his real appearance, and was wearing ordinary street stall goods. On the contrary, Chen Shuqi, with her white skin and long legs, was the center of attention wherever she went, so the two people were really not a good match. Secondly, my daughter has been pampered since she was a child. She spends at least tens of thousands of dollars a month. Can you afford to feed her? This you rest assured. I absolutely can afford. Li Shuaiji this is still confident. After all, he is different now. There is a system in place. As long as she is still carrying her own baby in her belly, there is absolutely no problem. You're saying this too early. I know you might be lucky and win some lottery tickets, but, sitting around and eating mountains and emptiness, even if you win $10 million, there will be a day when it runs out. Not to mention, how can you win $10 million? Indeed it is not 10 million. Rather, it's 90 million billion. Chen father pulled Chen Shuqi up from the sofa with one hand. Alright, I'll pretend I don't know about today's matter. You two hurry up and break up with me. It just so happens that you're coming home with me now to dress up, and in the evening you'll take you to a dinner party to learn what other celebrities usually do. It just so happens that Jiang Tan and your uncle Jiang are also there today. You two dash. Dad, I won't break up with Li Shuaiji. I also don't want to be with that dude Jiang Tan. Shuqi Chen. Father Chen shouted Chen Shuqi's name. Li Shuaiji asked, Uncle, what will it take for you to agree to Shuqi and I being together? No matter what, I won't agree to my daughter being with you. Chen father was about to forcefully take Chen Shuqi away when Li Shuaiji pulled Chen Shuqi's hand. Then what if I buy her a house in Jiangnan Deluxe View and write only her name on the real estate license? Chen father suddenly stopped and turned around, then looked at Li Shuaiji again as if he was looking at a joke. Do you know how much a set of houses in Jiangnan Deluxe View costs? I know. Isn't it just tens of millions of dollars? Chapter 13, a set of houses to take down the father-in-law. No is it? This student, what a big mouth. Chen Shuqi pulled on Li Shuaiji's clothes, looking at him incredulously. Li Shuaiji, are you crazy? Father Chen let out a mocking laugh. Good. If you can afford a house in Jiangnan Deluxe View today, even if it's the cheapest set, I'll agree to Shuqi dating you. The corner of Li Shuaiji's mouth rose, and his index finger topped the almost falling glass's rest, confidently saying, good. This is what you said. Chen Shuqi's father was convinced that Li Shuaiji was just high-mouthed and pretending to be a pussy. He simply couldn't come up with that much money. Knowing that not only were the houses in Jiangnan Deluxe View ridiculously expensive, but they were also very difficult to buy. Even the Jiang family had entrusted a lot of people with them and couldn't get them. With him, it was simply a fool's errand. I said it. Li Shuaiji stood up excitedly. Well then, since this is the case, choosing a day is better than bumping into it. Let's do it now. Let's go to Jiangnan Deluxe View, just so Shuqi can see what type of room she likes. Li Shuaiji walked in front and took the initiative to open the door for Chen Shuji and Chen's father. Chen Shuqi pulled Chen father's suit sleeve at the back and whispered, Dad, you know that the houses in Jiangnan Deluxe View are not only expensive but also hard to find. What are you doing? What am I doing? Shuqi, The one who offered to say he would buy you a house is him, not me. It's this kid who doesn't know the sky. I'd like to see what he's going to buy with. Jiangnan Deluxe View Sales Office. Li Shuaiji was about to go in after Chen's father, but was pulled by Chen Shuji's hand. Chen Shuji's hand was small, soft and slippery, holding in Li Shuaiji's hand, causing his heart to pound. Chen Shuji, however, did not know what was going on in Li Shuaiji's heart and wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. Li Shuaiji, do you know what this place is or not? Of course I know. The sales office. Shuji, a moment later, when you pick the house, do not care about the price. Just choose what you like. After all, this is the future of us and our son's home. You must choose a comfortable, their favorite. Chen Shuji heard Li Shuaiji's face reddened. You, don't talk nonsense. A moment by my dad heard it will be trouble. Sure enough, Chen Shuji's dad saw his daughter whispering with Li Shuaiji holding hands. His face immediately changed. Cough cough cough. Shuji, come over here. Chen Shuji had to walk over. The person from the sales office walked over, directly ignored Li Shuaiji, didn't even look at him, and walked straight towards Chen Shuji's father and daughter. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Do you need an appointment to see a house too? Chen's father asked. The sales explained. Yes sir, not only that, we need to check the capital first to see a property here. Only customers with assets of 10 million or more can make an appointment. Capital inspection, right? I'll do it. Li Shuaiji took out the black card given by the system. The sales took a look at the black card. He worked in this kind of place. He had seen a lot of rich people, and he had seen black cards, so naturally he recognized at a glance that this card was not an ordinary black card. It was one that only the people at the top of the world's Forbes rich list could have. He took another look at Li Shuaiji's dress. How can he not believe that this black card is this kind of look as poor can get out? But he had received professional training and immediately resumed his professional attitude. Sorry sir, I need to confirm with the bank first. Okay. Chen's father watched from the sidelines as Li Shuaiji took out the card. His heart was first shocked, but inwardly he still didn't believe it, and said to Chen Shuji disdainfully, look at this person. What time is it? Still pretending here. I'd like to see how he'll end up in a while. Dad. Chen Shuji nervously looked at Li Shuaiji, but what I didn't expect was that after a few minutes, the salesman just now followed by another sales manager who seemed to be of a higher rank came over, and still didn't even look at Li Shuaiji before respectfully walking in front of Chen Shuji and Chen's father. Hello sir, I'm really sorry for being so slow. Please come this way and follow me to our VIP lounge. Chen's father looked at Li Shuaiji in disbelief. The VIP lounge of Jiangnan Deluxe View was only qualified to be entered by those who were worth over $100 million. What exactly is the origin of this Li Shuaiji? The sales clerk who had just pulled the manager's sleeve and whispered a reminder. Manager, this card belongs to that gentleman. Only then did the sales manager turn his sight to the inconspicuous Li Shuaiji next to him, a face of incredulity. Are you sure? It's him? Yes, manager, it's him. I just confirmed with the bank. The sales manager walked to Li Shuaiji's side. Sir, I'm really sorry. This way please. Li Shuaiji felt that this feeling was simply awesome. Forcing down his excitement, he pretended to follow the sales manager towards the VIP room with an indifferent expression. Chen Shuji and Chen father were ready to follow, but were stopped by the salesman. Excuse me sir, miss, if you don't have an appointment please go through the capital inspection procedures first. Li Shuaiji, who was walking in front, saw Chen Shuji being stopped and hurriedly said, Hey, they are my father-in-law and my wife. Once the sales heard this, he hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry, I thought you guys weren't together. Then VIP room please. Once Li Shuaiji said this, Chen's father suddenly felt powerful as well. Straightening his body, he posed. Hear that? The one in front is my son-in-law. How dare you stop me? Now one son-in-law at a time. Completely forgetting who had just looked down on others, Chen Shuji and her father went into the VIP room with Li Shuaiji and the manager. Inside is really a paradise. There are professional massage equipment. The temperature is extremely suitable. Even the footsteps of the road are carefully selected. 1 in a million selected to walk on the most comfortable jade-paved road. 3 people sat down. Chen father at this moment in the face of Li Shuaiji has long been no longer contempt, only surprise and disbelief, even with a little fawning and flattering meaning. He pinched his thigh and realized that he was not dreaming, because he couldn't have imagined that even the Zhang family's kind of status, where appointments couldn't even be made, he was now sitting in someone's VIP room. Even if he didn't buy a house today, being able to enter the Jiangnan Luxury View VIP would be enough to brag for the rest of his life. This set out how could this Li Shuaiji be some kind of hidden tycoon, deliberately testing himself? It seems that the information he had found out was all fake. Chen father turned to look at Li Shuaiji. Ahem, that Shuaiji, we will be a family in the future. If uncle said anything bad before, you can just take it as uncle's fart. Uncle, you do not say so. You are after all the elders, but also my future husband. You are right, I really cannot match many aspects of Shuchi, but you can rest assured that in the money, I will not treat Shuchi's. A moment of the house to let Shuchi pick, which she fancy which I will buy. After hearing Li Shuaijia's words, Chen's father was already laughing. He directly patted Li Shuaijia's shoulder. Ha ha ha, good son-in-law. Our family Shuchi is really a wise eye to recognize a gentleman. In fact, I felt at that time that you are a good child at first glance. Ha 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 ha. Evening to uncle's house. Uncle personally give you a cook. Good. When the time comes, be sure to accompany uncle to drink more. Chen Shuji. Chapter 14 Straight man speaks to upset schoolgirl's wife. After Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji sat on the leather massage chairs with her dad, the salesman opened the projector in front of them. Inside, several of the most luxurious room types of Jiangnan Deluxe View were displayed frame by frame. Sir, look, these are the best quality room types we have here. See which set you like. We can take you to see the rooms. Li Shuaiji was lying on the massage chair, being so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Just ask this young lady and see which set she likes. Chen father heard Li Shuaijia's words and laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were more than a few. TSK, see my son-in-law how atmospheric. Shuchi you pick well. Buy a house is a lifelong thing. Can't be sloppy. I want to look at this set of it's not bad. This set of it's okay. In the end, it turned into Chen Shuji's father is looking at the house. Just when Li Shuaijia was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly pulled up. Confused, he said, what's the matter? Have you chosen? Which set do you like? Swipe your card. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaiji and said, I don't like it. The salesman immediately switched to a higher quality room type upon hearing this. It's okay miss, we have many other room types here. Yes there is also the manor. If you are interested, I can take you to take a look now. Chen father's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Manor? Manor is good. He hadn't seen what a manor looked like yet, but Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuaiji away directly on the spot. Whether it's a villa or an estate. I don't want it. Li Shuaiji was pulled by Chen Shuji out of the Jiangnan Luxury View sales office. Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji who seemed to be a little angry in front of him. He gave her to buy a house how she is still not happy. Women's hearts. Really ing is the bottom of the sea needle. Li Shuaiji asked. Why don't you want that house? You don't even like it? Li Shuaiji, I think you seem to get my meaning wrong. What? What do you mean? Li Shuaiji froze. Chen Shuji continued. I came to tell you that I'm pregnant. Not to ask you to buy me a car or a house. If you really want to buy me something, just buy a little necessity. Li Shuaiji nodded. I know, but I said that I will be responsible for you, meaning that I will marry you in the future. So isn't buying a car and a house necessities? Chen Shuji froze. He did not expect Li Shuaiji to be so direct. Chen Shuji's face flushed. Who said, I will marry you? You're pregnant. If you don't marry me who will you marry? I can also be a single mom. There are so many single moms now. No way. I won't let my child grow up in this environment. Li Shuaijia's straight man speech made Chen Shuji inexplicably feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Chen Shuji felt that Li Shuaijia seemed to care more about the child in her womb than herself. It was also right. After all, the two of them were still strangers before this, and if it wasn't because of the child they might never have crossed paths. Li Shuaijia, if there wasn't this child, would you want to be with me? Chen Shuji ghostly asked this sentence. Li Shuaijia answered directly without thinking. No, but, it's not that you don't want to, but you don't dare, because I know it in my own heart and am self-aware. If there is no child, there is no system. He is now just a poor man from the ravine, while others are the school flower, white and rich, sought after by everyone. Even the school grass who is the son of the school principal has been chasing the person who can't catch up for 2 years. How can he go to make a fool of himself? One is a beggar and one is a princess. How can a beggar have the guts to pursue a princess? Even if he borrowed 10 guts, he did not dare. Before just chase a department flower Li let him lose face to Siberia. Every day was ridiculed by people licking dog. At that time, love blinded his eyes. He did not care what others said, although he knew that Chen Shuji and Lily were different. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had a child by mistake, the two of them definitely wouldn't have had the possibility of being together. Taking another step back, even if there was a child. If it wasn't for the fact that he suddenly stepped on and got some kind of milk daddy fund, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know what to do now. Hearing Li Shuaiji say this directly, Chen Shuji understood. However, she always felt like she was now using the child in her belly to gain benefits. In fact, to be honest, if Li Shuaiji was still the same person who had no money instead, it would make her heart feel more at ease, because her self-esteem has always been strong. She measured her pregnancy a week ago, originally wanted to secretly go alone to get rid of the child. She went to the hospital to go, but once I saw those girls to beat the child's face pale appearance, and see a certain red book said abortion for a girl how much harm, the most serious may affect the future fertility. The most serious will even lead to infertility. The most critical is very painful and painful. She grew up afraid of pain, and slipped right out on the spot. But she was just an ordinary college student. Asking her to raise a child by herself, she couldn't do it, and do not dare to talk to anyone in the school. Think about it, and finally decided to tell the child's father. Even if you have to abort, at least people have the right to know. She actually observed Li Shuaiji for a long time and was sure that he was just an ordinary college student, but she didn't know why he became like this now. Chen Shuqi was silent for a long time after hearing Li Shuaiji's answer, and finally raised her head and said with red eyes, "Thank you for accompanying me to do the maternity test today. You are right. The two of us may not be on the same path, and I don't want to tie you down with this child, but I also don't want to take advantage of you. I'll lay to you for the expenses you gave me today." Li Shuaiji was anxious after hearing Chen Shuji's words, realizing that he did just say the wrong thing. He hurriedly explained, "These were originally supposed to be given to you, Shuji. You're misunderstanding my meaning. What I mean is that if there was no child, without that night's mistake, we probably wouldn't have had the chance to be together at all. I think maybe it was fate that brought us together. Actually, in the end today was kind of like him borrowing a flower." "Well, I understand, but this child stay or go, I still need to think about it. After all, we do not have a relationship basis, and also are students. When I think about it, I will tell you. After all, you are also the father of the child. Thank you for today. I'll go back first." Chen Shuji turned around and left, casually stopped a cab and left, leaving Li Shuaiji alone and confused in place. Was he being disliked again? Reporting to the host, the system has detected a pregnant woman's poor mood. This behavior will affect the development of the fetus, and in severe cases may cause fetal cardiac arrest. Please host deal with it in time. The system will temporarily freeze the childcare fund card, and can only continue to use it after the pregnant woman's mood has turned better. After hearing the system's warning, Li Shuaiji became even more annoyed. He scratched his head. He really didn't understand that he was fine just now. How could he buy a house and still make a mistake? It's all because of this mouth of his. Really can't speak. What is the truth at this time? I don't know how to coax people. Ding, the system has detected the host's wishes and is giving the host a copy of Coaxing People. Chapter 15 Fighting was brought into the police station. The father-in-law personally came to pick up. Li Shuaiji helplessly squatted on the side of the road to reflect, but he couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure out what he did wrong. It's so tiring to chase after a woman these days. When he didn't have money to send gifts, he was disliked. Now that he had money, he sent a car and a house, and he was also disliked. This is really day dog. No, he must coax Chen Shuji back. Pregnant women's emotions are unstable. In case she is angry and really go to beat up the child, it is not a loss. Just when Li Shuaiji was ready to get up and go back to find Chen Shuji, a person suddenly rushed out from not far away and knocked Li Shuaiji to the ground with a punch. Li Shuaiji looked up and saw that it was actually that Jiang Tan again. Jiang Tan grabbed Li Shuaiji's collar. "Li Shuaiji, what the hell did you do? Why did Shuji cry just now? You ask me, who do I ask? I also want to know." Li Shuaiji just at this moment is depressed. Suddenly came to a person inexplicably punch him. He was worried about the fire has no place to spread. What can not care? Directly rushed up, grabbed Jiang Tan's collar to an uppercut. Jiang Tan momentarily did not expect Li Shuaiji dare to fight back. See, his proud face was hit. The other party is still a beggar who robbed his goddess. Even more angry, he will Li Shuaiji's collar a whole grab. "Grass, you actually dare to hit my face. You poor. You think winning a lottery and getting into a Jiangnan luxury view is marvelous? I tell you, poor will always be poor. Pheasant can never become a phoenix. And if you dare to bully Shuqi, you deserve to be green. So what if you can bring Shuqi to buy a car? Shuqi is not that shallow, as usual, still not look down on you." This sentence seemed to completely enrage Li Shuaiji. The anger that had been pent up for so long at this moment, all of a sudden exploded out, and he directly punched Jiang Tan in the stomach. If a tiger didn't give out, he really thought he was a robot cat. Jiang Tan was hit with a muffled grunt. He did not expect Li Shuaiji's strength to be so great. The two men are both big boys, high-minded and proud. One does not submit to the other. Not a moment later began to fight together, and aside Jiang Tan's little brother saw his boss was beaten also rushed up. The situation has become two to fight a person. But even so, Li Shuaiji still has the upper hand. His many jobs are not for nothing. Taekwondo is not for nothing. Jiang Tan, a rich kid, body and flesh, usually pampered, how to compare. And Jiang Tan originally than Li Shuaiji's strength and height of some weak, quickly lost the battle. But the eyes are still not convinced, struggling to get up from the ground and rushed up again. Because of the fight on the street, so soon someone reported to the police, coincidentally next to the police station. From the police to the people arrested back to the police station only took less than 5 minutes. The police understand the ins and outs of the two fight. Let the two make a statement and a good education. and finally asked the two to notify the parents. Bring people back. Jiang Tan had no choice but to call his old man, but Li Shuaiji's parents died early. Grandparents and grandparents in the old home simply do not know who to look for. He had no choice but to ask the police. Police uncle, can I find a friend to come? I'm an adult. Why look for parents? You also know you are an adult? Adults still do such childish things? No, this matter must find a parent. If the parent can't arrive, then inform the school teacher. Police uncle, please be accommodating. I really can't notify the parents, and it's even more impossible to notify the teachers. Moreover, if this matter spreads out in the school, he might even have to take disciplinary action. And the worst case is if Chen Shuqi is involved and it is found out that she is pregnant, then the situation will be even worse, and he may also be expelled. Jiang Tan do not need to be afraid. His father is the principal of the school. His uncle is also the Department of Education. On the other hand, Jiang Tan called his dad after his dad was too ashamed of him, did not come in person. Directly called his own secretary to come over to collect people. And just when Li Shuaiji was so annoyed that he didn't know what to do, suddenly Chen Shuji's father walked in. The police officer walked up and asked, "Which parent are you?" Jiang Tan froze when he saw Chen Shuji's father. "Uncle Chen, why are you here? Did my dad ask you to come?" The police officer saw that Jiang Tan recognized him, so he also thought that he was here to collect Jiang Tan. "You're here to collect Jiang Tan, right? Go sign." But who knew that Shuqi Chen's dad just ignored Jiang Tan and pointed at Li Shuaiji and said, "No, I'm here to claim Li Shuaiji." The policeman asked, "Then you are Li Shuaiji's?" Father Chen directly said with a proud face, "He is my son-in-law." Jiang Tan, Uncle Chen, what are you talking about? Police, what? Son-in-law? Aren't these two students? And, the policeman sized up Li Shuaiji and then looked at Chen's father. A suit, hand wearing hundreds of thousands of famous watches, obviously rich people. And Li Shuaiji, a beggar like. These two people look like a Pole or not playing. To say with another called Jiang Tan has a relationship with him, still a little believe. After all, Jiang Tan all brand name, wearing a watch. The whole body belongings add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, coupled with that high and mighty look, a look as which son of the family. Jiang Tan was shocked. "Uncle Chen, are you mistaken? This person even made Shuqi cry today." But I didn't expect. Chen's father not only didn't get angry, but also said with a fawning face, "That's definitely our Shuqi who doesn't know what she's doing." Shuaiji, don't be angry. She's been spoiled by me since she was a child. She has a bit of a little temper. Don't worry, I'll go back and teach her a good lesson in a little while. Chen Shuqi's father was almost pissed off by his own daughter today. He really didn't know what this daughter of his was thinking in her head. If it wasn't for the inexplicable temper tantrums, the manor worth more than $100 million would have arrived today. Li Shuaiji didn't have parents, and at that time, if Shuqi was really with Li Shuaiji, he would be able to live in the manor in plain sight. That is the manor of Jiangnan Haoing. How many people can't even dream of the place? He was one step away from living in it. As a result, his daughter broke up with him at this time. He came out from the Jiangnan luxury view, heard about Li Shuaiji being brought into the police station by the police, and immediately came over in a hurry to collect the person. Li Shuaiji hurriedly persuaded, "Uncle, this is not Shuqi's fault. You must not blame her. This matter is all my fault. Uncle knew you were a good boy. I'm 100% relieved to leave Shuqi in your hands." Jiang Tan saw Chen father flattering Li Shuaiji so much, the whole person was confused. "Uncle Chen, are you crazy? That poor man is worthy of Shuqi? Don't talk nonsense. You beat the other Shuaiji to this state today. I haven't settled the score with you yet." Jiang Tan saw that Chen's father, who had always treated him well and even flattered his family, suddenly spoke to him so fiercely. Jiang Tan directly shouted towards Li Shuaiji, "Li Shuaiji, what on earth did you do to the Chen family?" Li Shuaiji kept his mouth shut. Maybe it's the ability to pay money. Chapter 16, being brought home by his father-in-law to save his schoolgirl wife. After being let out of the police station by Chen Shuqi's father, Li Shuaiji went to Chen Shuqi's house under the other party's gracious invitation. It just so happened that he had also planned to wait until he went back to school to properly talk to Chen Shuqi again. After all, in case Chen Shuqi really angry to go to the child beat, that is really everything is lost. Chen Shuqi's home is very large, a large villa in the city center, the market value of at least a few million. Li Shuaiji was greeted into the door, standing in the entrance ready to change shoes, suddenly remembered that when he left the house today, his feet seemed to be wearing socks with holes in them, and he was a bit embarrassed all of a sudden. Chen's father was enthusiastic and directly pulled him in. "Xiao, come in quickly, we are all family." Li Shuaiji hadn't had time to change his shoes. Looking at the clean Persian velvet carpet, he stepped on one black footprint after another, even more embarrassed. "That, uncle, I'd better change my shoes first." "Change what shoes? It's your own home, just let auntie re-clean it in a while." Li Shuaiji still felt it was impolite not to change his shoes, and finally took off his shoes. His sock thumbs feet directly from that big hole looked especially funny. How could Li Shuaiji not expect to take off his shoes today, much less in front of his future father-in-law? It was really embarrassing. He hated that his toes could gouge out a palace castle. Father Chen saw the holes in his socks, but did not care at all. A great man, not to be modest. Your uncle, I was like this when I was young. Ha 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 ha. It's fine. It's fine. Li Shuaiji looked around the interior of the house. It could almost be described as opulent. It was no wonder that Shuqi's father looked down on him at first. Who would want a pampered daughter to marry a poor man who is nothing? Chen's father pointed upstairs. Shuqi should be in the upstairs room right now. Go find her yourself. It's not good. What is bad about this? Go quickly. This girl is good at everything. Is the temper, but she is soft-hearted. Sometimes chasing girls can use a little bit of bitter meat trick. Li Shuaiji understands Chen father's meaning. Just feel a little strange. Was father-in-law adults teach how to chase girls? Don't worry, uncle. I will coax Shuqi well. Chen father nodded in satisfaction. Li Shuaiji had just gone upstairs when he saw a woman dressed in expensive clothes open a room door and come out. She bumped into Li Shuaiji head-on. She was startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger in her home. Seeing his cautious look, she thought it was a thief, and Li Shuaiji guessed that this should be Chen Shuji's mom. Before the word "and" could be called out, suddenly Chen Shuji's mother started shouting, "Thief! Catch the thief!" She also picked up a baseball bat and swung it around with her eyes closed. Li Shuaiji hurriedly backed up, while explaining, Auntie, I'm not a thief. Until Li Shuaiji was unable to retreat and almost reached the stairway. Chen Shuqi, who was crying in her room, heard her mother's voice outside and rushed out, and Chen's father, who was downstairs, heard the sound and hurried up the stairs. Chen Shuqi, as soon as she saw her mom chasing after Li Shuaiji to fight, hurriedly went forward to stop. Mom, you quickly stop. He's not a thief. As a result, Chen Shuqi's mom didn't stop at once. Chen Shuqi was hit by the baseball bat. Her feet slipped, and she was about to fall down the stairs. Chen's father watched his daughter fall down the stairs, so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Shuqi, be careful." Li Shuaiji saw that it was not good, and hurriedly pulled Chen Shuji, but because of inertia, the two still fell to the ground. Because Li Shuaiji held Chen Shuji tightly, so Chen Shuji was not much of a problem, but Li Shuaiji acted as a meat cushion, and his head also accidentally knocked on the wall at the corner of the stairs. Are you okay? Li Shuaiji looked at the terrified Chen Shuji in his arms and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Li Shuaiji, how are you? Chen Shuji slowed down, but still had palpitations and touched her belly. If it wasn't for Li Shuaiji, if she really fell down, she would definitely be in a bad way. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Li Shuaiji felt that his head was dizzy for a while, and the whole world seemed to be spinning in the sky. Li Shuaiji, you're bleeding. Li Shuaiji reached out and touched his head, and sure enough it was sticky and wet. Don't worry, I didn't dash. Before the words left his mouth, Li Shuaiji lost consciousness as his eyes went black. When Li Shuaiji woke up again, he was already in the hospital. Chen Shuji was sitting next to him, looking at him with a worried look on her face. Suddenly remembering that she also fell, thinking that she was still pregnant, she was also worried about hurting the baby. Li Shuaiji, are you okay? Chen Shuji, how are you? Chen Shuji saw Li Shuaiji woke up and hurriedly asked. Li Shuaiji, I'm fine. Chen Shuji, I'm fine. Once again, they spoke in unison. Li Shuaiji, Shuji, today dash. Chen Shuji, Li Shuaiji, thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I would be the one lying here today. I'm really sorry. My mom she dash. Li Shuaiji hurriedly said. No, it's because I was too abrupt today, and Auntie doesn't know me. It's normal to treat me as a thief and take self-precautions. Li Shuaiji suddenly remembered Chen Shuji's comment about going for an abortion today, and hurriedly took the opportunity to apologize. Shuji, that today is my bad. In the future, if you don't like it, I won't do it. The baby don't abort it, okay? Chen Shuji touched her belly. In fact, what she said today about reconsidering the retention of the baby was also said in anger. Although it had only been 2 months, she could clearly feel that this child was a living, breathing life in her belly. If she really had to fight it, she would not be willing to do so, but for the sake of face, her mouth was still a bit stubborn. I'll think about it. After a while, Li Shuaiji had a bit of urgency to urinate. Chen Shuji was called by the doctor to explain some things and was not in the ward, but even if she was there, he was too embarrassed to ask for help. Li Shuaiji got out of bed, holding the 4 bottle in one hand, and walked towards the bathroom. But when he arrived at the bathroom, he found that there was no place to hang the 4 bottle. So anxious that he felt like he was about to pee his pants, he heard the sound of a ward door being opened outside. It was Chen Shuji coming back. Just when he was torn between whether to let Shuaiji come in to help or not, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Knock knock. Then Shuaiji's voice, as beautiful as a silver bell, rang out. Shuaiji, are you in there? Shuaiji felt that he really couldn't hold it in, and couldn't care less about being embarrassed. He felt that it would be even more humiliating if he peed his pants, so he hurriedly replied back. I'm inside. That, Shuaiji, can you come in for a moment to help me use the restroom? Chapter 17 Learning the ins and outs of that night with the schoolgirl's wife. After hearing Shuaiji's request for help in the bathroom, Shuaiji froze outside the door. How do you help in the restroom? Did she have to help hold it up? Although they had the closest negative distance between them, essentially the two were still strangers who had only known each other for a few days. Then she heard Shuaiji continue inside. There's nothing inside to hang the 4 bottle on. Can you come in and help me get it? Only then did Shuaiji breathe a sigh of relief. So it was for her to help get the 4 bottle. Really? What was she thinking? Shuaiji blushed in shame and responded. Oh, okay. There was a click, the bathroom door was opened. Shuaiji reddened her face. Do you need my help? There's no place to hang the 4 bottle here. Can you help me with it? I'm not comfortable taking off my pants. Why don't I get you a male doctor? It's too late. I'm in a bit of a hurry dash. In fact, Shuaiji wasn't a little anxious. He was very anxious. So anxious that he felt like he was going to pee his pants soon. Seeing Shuaiji's whole face is red, and clamping his legs, constantly stamping his feet looks like he is really in a hurry. Shuaiji thinks that he is still injured because he saved himself. If even such a small favor or not to help seem also too pretentious. Good. Shuaiji hurriedly walked forward and took the 4 bottle. Shuaiji couldn't care too much and anxiously took his pants off. Even though Shuaiji closed her eyes very quickly, she still caught a little glimpse. Only the sound of wow resounded. In the quiet bathroom, it was like a floodgate had been released. Shuaiji's face was getting redder and redder, suddenly remembering that night and Shuaiji's great harmony of life. In fact, the next day was really painful, so painful that she couldn't walk at all, but because she was too scared, she forced herself to endure the pain and ran. She personally experienced so no. In fact, Shuaiji is still quite big, and can once in is more she did not expect. After Shuaiji finished solving his internal emergency, he finally shook with ease. Seeing the side of Shuaiji's red face, eyes still tightly closed eyes, feel a little cute, now so shy, but he clearly remembered that night Shuaiji was very enthusiastic, really want to experience it again. The last time he was drunk and the lights were off, he didn't feel anything. Now the more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. She was a schoolgirl. It would be a waste to turn off the lights. I heard that after the 3rd month of pregnancy, you can properly perform some harmonious movement. The more I think about it, Shuaiji felt that he was a little stupid, and hurriedly forced himself to start reciting the mantra of clearing the mind. He is doing what spring and fall big beautiful dream. She is the school flower. Not yet chased her to the hand. Just think about these things. It's better to worry about how to make Shuaiji not abort the child first. Reactivate his system, so that he could continue to swipe money. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to pay off those loans and credit cards by the end of the month. Right. Coaxing Shuaiji to let her keep the baby, that was the first priority. Hearing the sound of water ending, Shuaiji hurriedly asked, okay, is it done? Shuaiji also replied, okay. Shuaiji opened her eyes and the two of them exited the bathroom. Shuaiji returned to the hospital bed and looked at Shuaiji. The two looked at each other without words, not knowing what to say. Shuaiji was even more unsure of what to say. In fact, Shuaiji has always been very curious. Why 2 months ago that day Shuaiji will be in the Golden Bay Cigarette Hotel. He went there because of Lily, and ended up going to the wrong hotel room. So what about Shuaiji? So who exactly was she waiting for that day? With this thought in his head, Shuaiji asked directly, Shuaiji, who were you waiting for that day? When Shuaiji heard Shuaiji's question, the hand that was peeling the apple shook. It's fine, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just curious. It's your privacy dash. There's nothing I can't ask. I was actually waiting for Fu Hanyu. He invited me to dinner but stood me up. I accidentally drank some wine. I was afraid to go back to my dorm room to affect my roommates, so I opened a room and slept. I didn't expect you to come. Shuaiji handed the peeled apple to Shuaiji. Shuaiji took the apple and took a bite. It was very sour. It was even more sour than lemon, but he swallowed it. He had long heard that the reason why the school flower had never agreed to Jiang Tan's pursuit was because she had a person she had liked for many years. It turned out that that person was the legend of Suhai University, Fu Hanyu, a genius who had obtained a double master's degree in economics and political science at the age of 18. School flower and Fu Hanyu. You like him? Shuaiji hurriedly denied. No, not like. And Fu Hanyu, he has a fiancé. Luckily Fu Hanyu let her off the hook that day. Otherwise then she wouldn't have met Li Shuaiji. Then you. Chen Shuqi knew what Li Shuaiji wanted to ask, so she explained directly. He's my neighbor. At first I thought he liked me because he was very nice to me and always gentle. As a result, some time ago he told me that he had a fiancée and was about to get married, and even said that he was good to me because he treated me as his sister, and didn't have the slightest bit of male or female feelings for me. Finally asked me to go to Golden Bay Smoke for dinner. I happened to want to talk to him clearly, but he didn't come. I don't know how to drink too much, just directly in the hotel to open a room. As for the later things, Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuaiji. Now that I think about it, this god is really good at joking. Li Shuaiji nibbled on a sour apple. Then do you like him? No. Chen Shuji stood up and walked towards the bathroom to prepare to wash the fruit knife. Li Shuaiji retaliated by fiercely nibbling a few bites of the sour apple, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was the apple that was sour or his own heart that was sour. Ding dong. The cell phone that Chen Shuji placed on the desktop suddenly lit up the screen. The ringtone of the phone kept ringing. The 4 big words brother Hanyu flashing on the phone caught Li Shuaiji's eyes. Now the apple is even more sour, even to the point that it is difficult to enter the mouth. Together directly hung up the phone. Chen Shuqi heard her cell phone ringing, finished washing her knife from the toilet and walked out. Is there someone calling me? Oh, it's Fu Hanyu. I accidentally hung up. Li Shuaiji pretended to be calm and indifferent as he handed his cell phone over and said, "Do you want to call over?" said Li Shuaiji once again ruthlessly gnawed on a large sour apple. Just then, a text message was sent over. Little girl, I'm getting engaged next Saturday. Remember to come and participate. Chen Shuji read the message, tightly biting her lower lip, looking at the cell phone again and thinking for a long time, raising her head a pair of watery eyes to look at Li Shuaiji, thinking for a long time before slowly opening her mouth. Li Shuaiji, next Saturday. Are you free? What's wrong with next Saturday? Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony? Li Shuaiji didn't say anything. It always felt like the top of his head was a bit green. Count on me to beg you. Is it okay to go as my boyfriend? Chapter 18, Sweet Schoolgirl Helps Buy Panties. Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony as my boyfriend? Li Shuaiji sighed and finally agreed with a soft heart. Okay, I'll accompany you. But you have to promise me that you won't see him after you've been there this time, because I will be jealous. Chen Shuji froze, revealing a shy smile. After all, he is also considered my brother. So since he invited me, I still have to make the trip, but I still have to thank you. Li Shuaiji, no need to thank you. I'll go out for a while and come back right away. Chen Shuji turned around and prepared to leave the ward. Li Shuaiji could tell at a glance that she seemed to be in a bad mood. Shu Qi. Hearing Li Shuaiji call him, Chen Shuji stopped in her tracks. Li Shuaiji got off the bed and walked over to Chen Shuki's side, patting his shoulder. Lend me your shoulder. Cry if you want to. Cry about what? I know. You don't have to pretend in front of me. The person you like is getting engaged. Aren't you sad? Li Shuaiji pressed Chen Shuqi's head tenderly on his chest, then gently raised his hand to Chen Shuqi's back and patted it. Chen Shuqi was at a loss. She just wanted to come out to fetch a pot of hot water and just realized that there was no hot water in the room. But she did not explain or blush good behavior lying on Li Shuaiji's chest. In fact, she used to think that she liked Fu Hanyu. Of course, just thought. Just because at that time she did not understand what is like. Now she seems to know. And she was only feeling very strange. Obviously Fu Hanyu about himself, but in person did not come. There is a feeling of being pigeonholed. Chen Shuqi's height was just right to bury her head in Li Shuaiji's chest. Li Shuaiji felt Chen Shuji's pair of firm rabbits close to his chest, although he also knew that people are sad. This time is not suitable to think about these things, but he still cannot control some of his heart. Li Shuaiji didn't even need to look down. He could smell the faint fragrance from Chen Shuji's hair, which ran straight into his nostrils, stimulating his sense of smell. Unlike the flavor of perfume that other women like to use, that fragrance was more like a body scent, which was comfortable to smell and not pungent at all. In fact, many women like to use perfume, but they don't know that some men actually don't like it, such as him, because his sense of smell was more sensitive. He had always been more sensitive to smell. In the past, Si Lili liked to use perfume. He actually sometimes close to Si Lili will feel uncomfortable, but he has not said. He was afraid to cause Si Lili unhappy. In fact, he mentioned that once he accidentally sneezed twice after smelling the new perfume on Si Lili, and he casually said that the perfume was a bit pungent. As a result, Si Lili flipped out with him on the spot, and mocked him for having no taste, saying that a milliliter of that perfume cost several $1,000s, and sarcastically saying that he was a rustic old man who hadn't seen the world. He didn't dare to say anything after that, but the flavor of Chen Shuji's body did not make him feel uncomfortable at all, but instead gave a feeling of being in a sweet candy house. Li Shuaiji didn't hold back and sniffed again. It really made one's head go up. Not only that, Chen Shuji's long hair is also very smooth, very suitable for tying two ponytails and then grabbing it from behind. The more he thought about it, the more biased he became. Li Shuaiji felt that he was simply too perverted. People are so sad, but he is full of yellow waste thoughts. But there was no way. He just couldn't control his brain. He clearly knew that this was not right, and was even too nasty, but he just couldn't control it. Chen Shuji leaned on Li Shuaiji's shoulder like this, and even developed a few moments of sleepiness, secretly yawning a few times. During this period of time, Li Shuaiji had to comfort Chen Shuji on the surface, while also controlling his own brain, not allowing himself to think about those messy aspects, until he felt his shoulders a bit sore and numb and moved. Chen Shuji immediately got up after realizing this. Thank you, Li Shuaiji, I am truly fine. At this moment, Chen Shuji completely shed her usual high and mighty demeanor and became extraordinarily gentle. Such a Chen Shuji, Li Shuaiji believed that no one should have ever seen, because the doctor said that Li Shuaiji's brain impact was a bit severe. There was a risk of concussion, so he needed to be hospitalized for 3 days for observation to see if there were any after effects. Chen Shuji then volunteered to take care of him. She said that Li Shuaiji was injured because of her, so it was only right to take care of him. As a result, on the first night, she encountered something very embarrassing. Li Shuaiji didn't have a change of clothes, not even pants. He could not change his clothes because he had a hospital gown, but when he was hospitalized for 3 days, he could not go without changing every day. He had to call his roommate and ask him to help pack up his things and send them over. But his cell phone broke during the fight with Jiang Tan, so he had to borrow Chen Shuji's cell phone. In the whole dormitory, he was only on good terms with Zhang Yong, and he only remembered Zhang Yong's cell phone number. But after calling several times and being hung up after a few rings, he remembered that Zhang Yong had told himself that he rarely answered unfamiliar calls. Otherwise, I'll go to the supermarket first to help you buy some daily necessities, and tomorrow I'll go to school to help you talk to your roommate, Chen Shuji proposed. Li Shuaiji didn't have any other way. He didn't want Chen Shuji to go back to school alone at this late hour, although the road wasn't far, but now she was pregnant after all, so he wasn't afraid of the unexpected. Now it can only be like this. Then trouble you, Shu Qi. It's fine, no trouble. This is what I should do. Li Shuaiji felt that Chen Shuji's attitude towards herself seemed to have changed a bit. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that she seemed to have become more gentle in her words. Chen Shuji left the hospital room and went to the nearby mini-mall to buy things for Li Shuaiji. Towel, wash basin, toothbrush, toothpaste. She bought everything she could think of. Luckily none of these things were heavy. After buying things, she was ready to go back to the hospital. As she passed the men's underwear store, she stopped in her tracks. After so many days, one should still have to buy underwear to change into. Chen Shuji hesitated at the door for a long time, but still made up her mind to walk in. She had never been in a men's underwear store before, and as soon as she entered, a clerk came up to her with a smile and asked, "Miss, are you buying underwear for your boyfriend or husband? What type would you like to buy? I can introduce them for you." "Right, we also have more sexy ones here, suitable for small couples like you and newly married couples to increase their love interest. May I ask if you need to take a look?" No need, just this kind of ordinary, and then casually take 2 change on the line." Chen Shuji reddened. She didn't think there were so many varieties of men's underwear. She thought that only women's underwear had a variety. She walked straight to the most common area. "Just this kind is fine. Get me 2 pairs. Salesman, okay, what about the size?" "Size?" Chen Shuji suddenly realized that she still didn't know what size Li Shuaiji wore. "Salesman, right, what size underwear your boyfriend wears? I'll get them for you here." Chen Shuji's face turned even redder, and with a mosquito-like voice, she said, "Ahem, that, I don't know what size he wears, but the one he has, is quite big." Chapter 19 School girl's wife's shy look is so cute. I don't know how big he wears, but, he's pretty big. Chen Shuji also didn't know how she had a brain fart and uttered such words, but the words that are said are like the water that is poured out. VX sent the wrong message. There are still 3 minutes to withdraw it, but the words that are said cannot be taken back. Although the salesman for women to buy men's underwear has long been strange, and all types of women have, because their store belonged to the mid-range and high-end brands, the selling price was also on the high side. Generally, ordinary people would not come to buy this kind of underwear. Those who came to buy were either rich wives, and these were bought for their husbands. Such people buy the normal comfortable models and usually take them and leave. Either that, or a newly married couple from a good family will come together to buy. Maybe they would buy some with a little bit of eroticism, but mostly on the comfortable side. There is also, like Chen Shuji, looks very shy girl alone over to buy. This kind of look is to want to buy for the boyfriend but embarrassed. Usually will recommend some sexy erotic, like Chen Shuji this kind and shy, but picked the oldest model, the most common, She at first thought it was for their father, but think about it and think unrealistic. If it is to buy for their father, there is no need to be so shy. Moreover, she asked when she entered the door, and Chen Shuji didn't deny that it was bought for her boyfriend. Now she heard Chen Shuji describe the panty size like this, an actually so straightforward description. This was the first time she had seen this situation. The sales clerk was first stunned, then snickered and teased. In that case, then you must be very sexually blessed. Chen Shuji swished her face even redder, and she felt like she could literally pick out an aircraft carrier with her toes. But men's underwear also depends on the hip circumference. If you don't know what size, you can report his height and weight. I'll help you with a reference here. Chen Shuji's entire face was red all the way to her neck. Even her ears were red. That height is about 180. Wait, I don't know, but he's quite thin looking. Salesman, then this side suggests you just buy 2 X's. Chen Shuji hurriedly said, okay, then you can get 2 for me. After Chen Shuji finished her order, the salesman handed the bag of packaged panties with both hands. Thank you for coming. Inside there is a small gift for you from this store. I hope you like it. Chen Shuji didn't care what exactly was given inside, hurriedly took the panties and slipped away. When she arrived at the hospital, Chen Shuji's face was still red, and her heart was pounding. As soon as she thought of the way the salesman was looking at her at that time, she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself on the spot. Shu-chi, why is your face so red? Is your body uncomfortable somewhere? Li Shuaijie immediately asked with concern. Chen Shuji handed all the things she had bought to Li Shuaijie. No, you go wash up first and rest early. Li Shuaijie received the things Chen Shuji bought for him. His heart was touched for a moment. He had grown up so much. It was the first time that a girl took the initiative to spend money to buy things for him. Before, he was the one who licked his face and rushed to buy it for others. And when he bought it, he was still not pleasing, and was laughed at by others for being a licking dog. Li Shuaijie took the things and went into the bathroom. Li Shuaijie found that Chen Shuji was very careful and considerate. The things he bought were complete. Everything, even things like razors and shaving foam were bought. Thinking about her small body, plus now also pregnant. Although these things are not too heavy, but each add up to a lot of weight. A person to carry back is also waste a lot of effort. So usually 10 fingers do not dip in the spring water of the rich white beauty both to give birth to his baby, but also in the pregnancy both to take care of him but also to help him by this kind of thing. Li Shuaijie was moved to tears. He believed that the old Li family must be the ancestral tomb of the smoke, or his deceased parents are blessing him. Li Shuaijie, how can he have such a beautiful daughter-in-law to give birth to him and now take care of him so? Suddenly Li Shuaijie found a bag containing men's underwear. He remembered this brand. Seems to be very expensive. In the past in roommate together shopping supermarket to buy pants. Roommate has flirted with. If in the future there is a girl is willing to buy you this brand of pants, marry it. This underpants a most common will have to be several $100s. Here are 2, and he usually only spare to buy 19. 2 package goods of a certain treasure. Li Shuaijie opened the bag of underpants. Actually also happens to be the 2XL size he wears. He took the underwear out of the bag. Took a look at the price tag. Good guy. A pair of $500. 2 pairs is $1,000. He'll have to try them on later. Feel the difference between these $500 panties and the $5 ones. What's the difference? After Li Shuaijie took the underwear out of the bag, he found that there was actually something inside, so he curiously reached out and touched it. As a result, he pulled out a box of birth control products, and it was still the largest size. The advertisement words on it were extra big bold, super tight and super lubricated, ice and fire in one, letting you experience double pleasure at the same time. What did Chen Shuji buy this for? Could it be hinting at him? Just when he was puzzled, the bathroom door was knocked. That stuff you see what's still missing, I can go buy it again for you. Chen Shuji sat outside the door. Li Shuaijie hurriedly stuffed the birth control supplies into his pocket and responded, there's nothing else. Things are bought in full. After Li Shuaijie came out of the bathroom, the blush on Chen Shuji's face hadn't completely faded. Li Shuaijie said to Chen Shuji, you're tired of carrying all these things by yourself, aren't you? You have to be more careful now. Actually it's okay. It's not very heavy. Don't worry, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere thinking about it. He added, the baby is also fine. That's good. This time it's hard for you. In the future this kind of physical labor will be left to me. Li Shuaijie patted himself. Chen Shuji smiled with a slightly red face. Right, is that panty size right? The store said that if you buy the wrong one you can go change the size if you haven't worn it. No, didn't buy the wrong one, but there's something else inside the panties. Did you buy it? Li Shuaijie asked tentatively. There's something else? Oh, maybe it's a small gift that the store said to send. What is it? No, nothing, just a box of stickers. Stickers? What kind of stickers? That was just some panty pictures. Nothing useful. I threw them away. Oh, Li Shuaiji then realized that Chen Shuji originally didn't know what was inside either. It was better not to tell her, or else it would still be embarrassing in a while. Although he could almost imagine how shy Chen Shuji looked when she entered the men's underwear store at that time. That look must have been so cute. I really wanted to son. Chapter 20 Schoolgirl's wife goes to school to find Li Shuaiji as roommate. The downstairs of the dormitory of the A building of the male students of Suhai University was unusually lively. The reason for this was no other than the fact that the school flower Chen Shuji and another pretty girl were downstairs and seemed to have been standing for a long time, as if they were waiting for someone. Although it was already fall, the temperature was not high and there were gusts of cool wind. Autumn is cool and refreshing, but in the middle of the day, the sun was still very poisonous. Some of the men were worrying about whether the school flower's snow white and delicate skin would be tanned, extraordinarily distressed, while others were insanely jealous of who exactly was that person who could make the school flower wait. Hey, who exactly do you guys think the school beauty is waiting for? How do I know? Anyway, it's not waiting for me. I also want to know who was so big to make the school beauty wait for so long. That girl beside the school beauty is also cute. It's true. Things gather in groups. Pretty people are willing to play with pretty people. That's Su Xiaomian, the flower of the music department. So it's the department flower of the music department. No wonder I haven't seen much of it. I'm still curious as to what kind of person the school flower is waiting for. If I found out, I'll assassinate him tonight. Shu Qi, who exactly are we waiting for? It's been waiting for so long. Don't you have his contact information? Can't you give him a call? When the hell is he coming? Su Xiaoming, the girl beside Chen Shuqi, who was a little tired after standing for a long time because she was wearing high heels, plus she didn't bring an umbrella, got a little impatient by the sun and asked, waiting for one of Li Shuaijia's roommates. I don't have his cell phone number. Li Shuaijia has some things to ask him. Chen Shuji looked at the time and replied, who is Li Shuaijia? Why is this name so old-fashioned? Hey, wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, just a while ago, he was madly chasing after the department flower next door. My nemesis Li Li's licking dog? No way. If I knew it was him, why did I dress up so beautifully? I thought you were looking for some handsome guy. Chen Shuqi heard her good girlfriend Su Xiaoming describe Li Shuaijia in this way. Her heart was a little uncomfortable and she wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. How come everyone who mentioned Li Shuaijia thought of Sea Lily? Chen Shuqi subconsciously had to explain. Li Shuaijia and Sea Lily they broke up a long time ago. There is no relationship now. Really? When did that happen? When I came to school class last week, I still heard Sea Lily bragging with others, saying something like I said how did Li Shuaijia that poor licking dog buy me the fruit 14? It turned out to be a loan. Poor is poor. Buying a cell phone requires a loan. Loan to buy a cell phone? How is it possible? Chen Shuqi has seen him buy tens of millions of luxury cars without blinking. Even the sales manager of Jiangnan Haoing is respectful to him. How can such a person be a poor person? In fact, at first she also thought that Li Shuaijia won the lottery jackpot, but she went to check. Recently there is no jackpot berth. The largest prize is 420,000, and she heard her father say, Li Shuaijia can get into the VIP room of the Jiangnan Luxury View at least worth hundreds of millions. Chen Shuji felt that maybe Li Shuaijia was just some plutocrat or rich second generation, pretending to be poor. How is it impossible? I heard that Li Shuaijia's family is very ordinary, and since he was a child, his parents died, and it was his grandparents who brought him up. A real poor man. Shu Qi, why are you looking for his roommate? Something. Cotton. If you're tired of standing you can sit next to him and rest for a while first. Forget it, it's better for you to go and rest. You are in a special situation. Su Xiaoming sighed and looked at Chen Shuji, then touched her heel. No need, I'm really not tired. Su Xiaomian saw that Chen Shuji was not willing to say, so she did not ask more. Instead, she limped to a side bench and rubbed her heel that was a bit red from being rubbed. In no time at all, several boys came over to give her water and band-aids. There was a freshman elementary school boy who came over with red ears, and all of a sudden gave Su Xiaomian a five-body kneeling salute. The boy got up from the ground. He had just passed by and was pushed over, and all of a sudden he didn't stand still and fell. He also did not expect to be so humiliated. Su Xiaomian walked forward and helped the boy up. With a gentle concerned face, she said, are you alright? Did it hurt to fall? Heavens, Su Xiaomian is also too gentle. 1 minute I want to know all her information. I want to marry her, I declare. From now on she is my goddess. Wake up, it's broad daylight. It's not time to dream yet. Don't you dream. Su Xiaoming has long been surprised by this kind of thing, although she is not as pretty as Chen Shuqi, but since childhood the number of people chasing her is rather more than the number of people chasing Chen Shuqi, because Chen Shuqi looks high and cold, hard to approach, while she likes to wear cute luo dresses, likes to laugh, and even more like to pretend to be a little white flower. Chen Shuqi looked at the time. Li Shuaiji told her that her roommate Zhang Yong would return to the dormitory after eating from the first cafeteria at about 12:30 every day at noon, so she could go to the dormitory downstairs at that time and wait for Zhang Yong. Chen Shuqi worried about missing. She did not bother to eat as soon as class. 11:30 when the boys' dormitory downstairs to wait, and not only is she alone, she was worried about things cannot hold also called on the happen to come to play with her girlfriend Su Xiaoming. As a result, they still waited for more than an hour. Li Shuaiji was right. Almost to 12:30, Li Shuaiji's roommate, Zhang Yong and a few other people really go to the direction of the dormitory. Zhang Yong saw from afar that there were many people under his dormitory, and thought that something had happened. Zhang Yong looked around while picking his teeth. Hey, Zhou Yu, isn't that under our dormitory? Why are there so many people? What happened? Zhou Yu also kept jumping up and looking around. I don't know. Come on, let's go take a look. Zhang Yong and the others managed to squeeze into the crowd with great difficulty, and were confused about the situation, when suddenly Chen Shuqi spotted him, and then walked up to him in front of everyone. May I ask if you are Zhang Yong? Zhang Yong nodded his head somewhat confused, stuttering nervously. Schoolgirl, you, what are you looking for me for? It's not me looking for you, it's Shuaiji. He had a small accident and was hospitalized. Please let me talk to you, so that you can help him ask his teacher for a leave of absence, and take 2 more pieces of his clothes and send them to the XXX hospital. If you're not convenient you can just give them to me. Shuaiji is hospitalized. No wonder he didn't come back all night last night. I thought he was working all night again to buy something for C. Lily to go. Zhou Yu on the side saw Chen Shuqi's face was not right, and hurriedly gave his straight male cancer roommate a wink. Sure enough, Chen Shuqi slowly opened his mouth. Li Shuaiji, really? In order to buy something for C. Lily? Overnight work? Chapter 21 Schoolgirl wife ignoring him turns out to be jealous. Li Shuaiji realized that ever since Chen Shuji came back from school she was a bit off, and she hadn't been talking to him either. Shu-chi, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Or is it because of the baby dash? Nothing, not uncomfortable. Chen Shuchi interrupted Li Shuaiji. Are you hungry? I don't dash. I'll go get you some food. Li Shuaiji didn't even finish his words before Chen Shuchi walked out, and her attitude was cold. Li Shuaiji was wondering when he suddenly received a call from his roommate Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, thank you I received the things. I still have to trouble you to help me ask the counselor for leave. Li Shuaiji, do you take me as a brother or not? Honestly, what is your relationship with the schoolgirl? Oh, that she fell down the stairs. Then I saved her. Li Shuaiji didn't dare to tell the truth. So it's like this. No wonder. So it's a hero saving a beauty. Li Shuaiji, how come this kind of good thing was picked up by you? How does it feel to be personally taken care of by the school flower? Not bad. By the way, when Shu Chi came to you today, did you feel anything wrong? Something wrong? I don't think there's anything wrong. You don't even know that after the schoolgirl came to me for you today, I was almost dark-sharked by that group of schoolgirl advocates. I mean, what's wrong with the schoolgirl? There's nothing wrong. The schoolgirl came to me to help you get things. Told me about it. I realized that you were hospitalized. You didn't come back for a night last night. I thought that you were working part-time all night again in order to buy things for Celie Lee's. So, you told the schoolgirl about me working part-time to buy things for Celie Lee's part-time job? Right. Li Shuaiji had a headache after hearing this. No wonder. I said why she's been slack-jawed since she came back. Slate face? I heard that C. Lily and Chen Shuji have not been dealing with each other. It couldn't be because she knows that C. Lily is your girlfriend dash. It's an ex-girlfriend now. Li Shuaiji corrected. Yo, finally made up your mind not to be a licking dog? Zhang Yong teased. Screw you, Zhang Yong, what do you think is in a woman's head all day long? I used to work my ass off to buy things for C. Lily, only to be scolded for being poor and chasing girls without money. Now there is money. Give to buy a car to buy a house but people think he is taking money to humiliate her. You ask me who I ask? Your buddy. I also single it. If I know. Early talking about the object. Knock knock. Suddenly the ward door was knocked. Li Shuaiji said to Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone. Zhang Yong, I'll go open the door first. Wait for me. Then he got out of bed and opened the door. At the door stood a boy from the next ward, holding a bowl of dumplings. Excuse me, do you have vinegar here? Vinegar? Yes, I dipped my dumplings in it. I don't have vinegar here. Then I'm sorry to bother you. The boy was about to carry the dumplings away when Li Shuaiji suddenly shouted. Wait! The boy turned around. What's wrong? As if he suddenly figured it out. Li Shuaiji repeated. Vinegar? Did you just say vinegar? The boy carrying the dumplings was surprised. Yes, why? Do you have vinegar here? I see. Thanks bro. Li Shuaiji returned to the hospital bed and picked up his cell phone. Zhang Yong, do you think there's a possibility that it's the schoolgirl she's jealous? Li Shuaiji, did you really hit your head? Still dreaming? That's the school flower. Hey, although you saved her well, she was kind enough to take care of you. You really took it seriously, and she was jealous of you. How big a face do you have? Zhang Yong, I'm not joking with you. I really think the schoolgirl is jealous. Otherwise why did he hear see Li so angry? Ha. Li Shuaiji, compared to the school beauty liking you, I think it's still a little more likely for you to win $1 million. How is this impossible? Okay, in broad daylight you do not dream, lest the daytime sleep more. Cannot sleep at night. Buddy, I still have something to do. Hang up first. Li Shuaiji hung up the phone and realized that the boy who came to borrow vinegar just now was still standing at the door. Dude, do you have vinegar here or not? Li Shuaiji thought he was cool with a twist of his mouth. Vinegar this really has, but can't lend you. Not so much. You are also too stingy. Just at this time Chen Shuqi carrying a thermos box came back. Face is still not much smile. Just like in the school classmates say describe the high cold goddess school flower, rather than the Chen Shuqi that he knew these days. Looking at the boy standing at the door, Chen Shuqi smiled politely. May I ask who you are looking for? When the boy saw Chen Shuqi's smile, he directly stuttered. I. Not looking for anyone. Li Shuaiji blocked the boy's line of sight that was straight, itching for his eyes to fall out. The boy who saw Chen Shuji's entire body froze. This is too pretty. Man, what kind of person is this for you? Li Shuaiji was dissatisfied. Can't you see it, buddy? Mouth shut. Don't look. This is my woman. Boys are not polite. You do not tease. So beautiful a girl to see you? Hey, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Time to eat. Chen Shuji heaved the thermos box onto the table. The doctor said you need to eat something light, so I made you some white congee. Eat? Li Shuaiji, on the other hand, carefully asked. What about you? I've eaten. Chen Shuji replied. The boy looked at the bowl of white congee and instantly felt that the dumplings in the bowl did not smell good. Seeing that the boy at the door was still staring at Chen Shuji, Li Shuaiji mercilessly closed the door. Hurry up and eat. After eating I'll help you wash the thermos, I'm going back to school. Li Shuaiji was anxious when he heard Chen Shuji was leaving. Shuji, didn't you say you were going to stay and take care of me? Chen Shuji remained cold. I thought about it. I still think that the two of us are different from men and women. A lot of things are inconvenient. Don't worry. Your injuries are because of me. So I've found you a male caregiver. He should be able to arrive tonight. Shuji, tell me honestly, are you mad at you because Zhang Yong said that I work part-time to buy things for C. Lily? Chen Shuji's hand movement was a beat. Then like being poked in the heart suddenly said loudly. What is there to be angry about? I have nothing to do with you. You are willing to buy for whoever you want to buy. That's your business. As for whether it's a part-time job or swipe, whether it's a poor or a tycoon, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Don't you talk nonsense. How is it okay? Li Shuaiji boldly pulled Chen Shuji back, and smoothly held the person from the back. You are my child's mother. You can rest assured that in the future, all my money will only be for you to use alone. Oh, no, there's still our son to use. In addition to the last time she got herself drunk and confused and Li Shuaiji have sex, this is still in the sober time by the man held. A moment froze. Chapter 22, the schoolgirl's wife was hugged by someone else. Cannot endure. Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji not resisting, his heart was secretly happy, taking the opportunity to come to the ear. Shu Qi, you, is not jealous ah? Soft fragrance like jade in the arms. The feel is also excellent. Li Shuaiji did not hold back to pinch a hand. Chen Shuji one hand can grasp the waist. Chen Shuji suddenly felt a tingle throughout her body and felt some weakness in her legs. The two positions on her waist and earlobes were the most sensitive. Usually no one could touch them, but this time, all of them were touched by Li Shuaiji at once. And suddenly her mind flashed with all the great harmony images from 2 months ago in the hotel, like a slideshow, frame by frame, playing in her mind, and her face abruptly turned red. Shu Qi ah, how is Shuaiji? Just then the ward door was suddenly opened. It was Chen Shuji's parents. The four of them looked at each other with 8 eyes, each of them very embarrassed. Ahem, did we come at a bad time? Chen Shuji hurriedly pushed Li Shuaiji away. Mom and Dad, don't misunderstand. Yeah, Mom and Dad. Shucks, Uncle and Auntie, you guys don't misunderstand. Chen father and Chen mother looked at each other. Chen father laughed. Ha, it's fine. Sooner or later it's a family. It's the same what you call it. This matter is blamed on our bad. It's us who came at a bad time. You too, come in without knowing to knock first. Mother Chen blamed her husband. Yes, blame me. Li Shuaiji also blushed at being told off. At this time, Chen Shuqi's mother walked over to Li Shuaiji's side and apologized. Ajay, right. Sorry, Auntie didn't know that you would be here today. Shuqi, this girl also actually talked about her boyfriend and didn't say anything. Look at the mess that has been made. Auntie is also quite embarrassed. No, Auntie, this matter also blame me bad. Ventured to visit to scare you. Mother Chen sized up Li Shuaiji, wearing big, thick glasses with black frames. His hair was so long that it could cover his eyes, and he was wearing ground-level goods that costed most a few $100s. If it wasn't for her husband's repeated assurances, she wouldn't have believed that such a person was worth at least $100 million. Chen Shuqi's mother saw the white kanji on the table. Shuqi, why are you just giving a jai kanji? How nutrient-poor is this? Fortunately, I have prepared it. Chen mother opened the insulated bucket she was carrying in her hand. A fragrant and thick bone soup smell came out. Auntie came this time firstly to apologize to you, and secondly to bring you some bone soup. You quickly drink it while it's hot. Little Jia, your aunt has been stewing this bone soup for an entire day. You need to drink more. Chen's father also said at the side. Okay, auntie, I'll definitely drink it later. Shuqi has worked hard to take care of me for so long. It's better to let her drink it first. There's so much of it, I can't finish it alone. Mother Chen complimented. Look how nice this child is. At first glance he knows how to love people. Just then, Chen Shuqi, who smelled the greasy bone soup, suddenly ran to the bathroom and flopped down on the sink and kept dry heaving. Vom dash. The physiological dry heaving caused her tears to flow out, but she couldn't vomit anything but bitter water. Seeing this, Li Shuaiji also anxiously rushed into the bathroom and kept smoothing Chen Shuqi's back. Chen father and Chen mother, as people who had been there before, looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. Their faces instantly changed. It was fine for two people to fall in love, but now that a human life had been caused, it was a big problem. This kind of thing few people would talk about the boys. They would only say that it was the girls who didn't love themselves. When Chen Shuqi came out of the bathroom, Chen mother walked over to her own daughter. Shuqi, tell me the truth. Are you having one? Chen Shuqi's face turned white. Her eyes flickered. Mom, what are you talking about? What have you got? I can't understand. I just have an upset stomach. Mom is a person who has been there. You still want to lie to mom? Mother Chen's expression was serious. Chen father also walked over to Li Shuaiji's side to put on an elder stance and asked with a serious face. Xia Jie, uncle and aunt are not old-fashioned. You two can fall in love. We are not against it. But now our family Shuqi. You as a man. What do you think? Li Shuaiji did not say anything. I can marry Shuqi at any time. I am afraid that Shuqi is not willing. Li Shuaiji had confirmed a long time ago that a series of activities such as organizing a wedding could be done using the money in that childcare fund, so he wasn't worried at all. And this is how to think is he earn. Can marry the school flower as a wife? That is how many people dream of things. He previously thought not even dare to think. Then the bride price. The bride price listened to the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chen's father heard that his manner was in play. Ahem. Our family Shuqi grew up but pampered to bring her up like a princess pampered. So, Li Shuaiji nodded. I understand. You directly say, no matter how much I will not rebuff. The bride price of 880,000, and the house and car dash, 880,000 was a little too little. 880,000, a little more auspicious. Chen father heard the bride price of 88 million directly stupid, pinched his thigh. Li Shuaiji continued, the car I just bought. If you think it's too cheap you can replace it with another one. As for the house, let Shuqi choose herself. No need to change. That one is also quite good. That's a car that's over $1 million. Father Chen continued to strike while the iron was hot, once again mentioning the manner that he couldn't forget. The house. I think the manner we looked at today is good. Li Shuaiji was not ambiguous. That's good. As long as Shuqi likes it, we'll go and buy it tomorrow. AI. Chen father listened on the side and nodded his head like garlic, so excited that he pulled his wife's hand. Mother Chen was now completely convinced. The bride price dares to take 88 million. That really has to be a billionaire to have the ability. Just then Chen Shuqi, who hadn't said anything, suddenly blushed. Who said I want to get married? I haven't thought about it yet. It's alright Shuqi. If you don't like that manner, we can change to another house. Chen Shuqi's eyes suddenly reddened. Mom and Dad, do you two only care about how much profit I can bring you? It doesn't even care if I'm happy or not, or if I like it or not. Chen mother frowned. She suddenly couldn't figure out what her daughter was thinking. Shuqi, what are you talking about? Xiaojia wasn't chosen by you. You're pregnant with his child. Are you telling me that you don't like him? That's just nonsense. Is it possible that you still want to abort this child? Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuaiji. Her mind was now in a mess. She didn't know what to do now. Then she simply ran out of the hospital room directly. As a result, she didn't run far before she crashed into a person's arms. The smell of that person's body Chen Shuqi was extremely familiar. She raised her head to look, and sure enough, it was Fu Hanyu, and Li Shuaiji ran out right after him because he was worried. The result was that what he saw was his flowery future wife being held by another man. Chapter 23, Seeing the Man the Schoolgirl's Wife Likes Possessively. Long time no see. Are you alright? Fu Hanyu's voice rang above Chen Shuqi's head. Li Shuaiji's face sank when he came to look at Chen Shuji being held in the arms of another man and still blushing obediently. It felt like the top of his head was green. He walked forward with a displeased face. Chen Shuji saw Li Shuaiji's expression. Suddenly some heart weakness. Do not know why, obviously nothing. Now even have a kind of betrayal of Li Shuaiji's feeling. Hurrying to struggle out of Fu Hanyu's arms. I'm sorry, brother Hanyu. I'm fine, Chen Shuji awkwardly said back. It's good to be fine. Chen Shuji smiled faintly and asked, right brother Hanyu? Why are you here? Han-Yu. A clear female voice rang out. Chen Shuji looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a woman wearing an apricot-colored long tweed, with a pure white lapel shirt inside, and underneath was a pair of straight azanode blue jeans, plus a pair of long black boots, which perfectly complemented her figure and made her look competent and a little bit flirtatious. Fu Hanyu's voice carried gentleness. Well, this is Dash. The girl walked up and took Fu Hanyu's arm, as if declaring sovereignty. Fu Hanyu introduced, she's my neighbor's sister, the one I told you about, Uncle Chen's daughter Shuqi. Turning to Chen Shuqi, he introduced, Shuqi, she is Dash. Hello Shuqi, I'm Hanyu's fiancé, He Qingyan. He Qingyan took the initiative to extend her hand to Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi smiled before extending her hand to Yi Qingyan as well. Good day sister-in-law. This one next to Shuqi. Fu Hanyu sized up Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji also sized up Fu Hanyu. It turned out that this man was the legendary Fu Hanyu of the University of Suhai. Originally, when Li Shuaiji heard about this senior, he still admired this man, but now there was only a kind of hostility as a man towards his love rival. I'm Shu Qi's Dash. While Li Shuaiji was at a loss as to how to explain, Chen Shuji took the initiative to take his hand. He's my boyfriend. Fu Hanyu suddenly frowned. Boyfriend? Shu Qi, when did you have a boyfriend? How come I don't know? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know about brother Hanyu and sister-in-law being together. Everyone is an adult. Isn't it normal to fall in love? Chen Shuji replied with a smile. Fu Hanyu was choked and suddenly lost his words. Li Shuaiji felt that Fu Hanyu was scrutinizing him, and this scrutiny carried obvious contempt and disdain. Of course, how could a proud son of heaven look down on a beggar man like him? Hello, I am Fu Hanyu. Fu Hanyu also took the initiative to introduce himself to Li Shuaiji and politely extended his hand. Li Shuaiji felt that Fu Hanyu did have an air that made people ashamed of themselves. Of course, if he is still the poor who has nothing before, maybe he will be so nervous that he cannot say anything. But now this is not the same as in the past. The ability to pay money makes him also straighten his back. His own wife has to rely on himself to guard. Li Shuaiji shook his hand back to Fu Hanyu. Hello, Fu Senior. Your deeds have long been heard of. And truth be told, I am still your schoolmate. So it's also Suhai University's schoolmate. Sorry, I don't have much of an impression of you. It's normal that Senior Fu doesn't recognize me. When I entered the school, you happened to graduate. So that's how it is. Then wouldn't you be one term below Shu Qi? Yes. Li Shuaiji took his hand back and replied. He could feel the great strength used by Fu Hanyu to hold his hand. So this Fu Hanyu had a deep hostility towards him. It wasn't only girls who had a sixth sense. Guys also had it, and it was accurate too. This kind of hostility is normal for him. After all, the love rivals meet each other. But why would Fu Hanyu be so hostile to him? Could it be that Fu Hanyu was fond of Shu Qi? But if that was the case, then why did he marry another woman? At this time, Chen Shuqi, who was on the side, continued to ask. So brother Hanyu is accompanying sister-in-law to the hospital. Is sister-in-law not feeling well? He Qingyan smiled and touched her belly with a happy face. No, just came to do a pregnancy test. Chen Shuji froze. A pregnancy test, and turned to ask in surprise. So sister-in-law is also pregnant. How many months? Fu Hanyu, more than 2 months. He Qingyan, almost 3 months. 3 months. Chen Shuji suddenly thought of that time when Fu Hanyu also said that it would be her birthday in a month. He would give her a surprise at that time. So the surprise was this? Chen Shuji was helpless. She couldn't understand what Fu Hanyu wanted to do. In the beginning, when Fu Hanyu asked her to go, she didn't want to go. But thinking about it, she finally went. At least to ask for clarification. She sent a message to Fu Hanyu, said he was waiting for him in the Golden Bay Smoke. The result is not only did not wait for Fu Hanyu, the person who asked her not to come even if, in the end, she also put her own innocence into it. But this is all in the past. She secretly looked at Li Shuaiji. In fact, now she is quite glad that she went. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have met him. Feeling Li Shuaiji's hand that was suddenly placed on her waist, her body trembled slightly. And when Li Shuaiji felt Chen Shuji's body tremble, he thought she was sad. As a result, Chen Shuji was the one who touched her stomach with a happy face, then looked at him shyly. That's a coincidence. Only it's too bad that sister-in-law got pregnant a month earlier than me, or else I would have been able to have a baby with sister-in-law able to have a baby together. Fu Hanyu's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard these words. Have a baby together? Shuichi, you're pregnant too? When did this happen? Aren't you still in school? Whose baby is it? Li Shuaiji realized that Fu Hanyu changed his face and became more certain about the conjecture in his heart. Chen Shuchi, brother Hanyu, the question you asked is really funny. Of course what I'm carrying is my boyfriend's child. My parents already know about it, and I plan to take a year off from school to give birth to the baby. Shuchi, are you really planning to give birth to this baby? Chen Shuchi, of course. We've already done a good pregnancy test. The baby is 2 months old and healthy. Fu Hanyu glanced at Li Shuaijie disdainfully. Uncle Chen also agreed to you marrying him? Chen Shuji, yes. My father likes Shuaijie very much. Fu Hanyu looked at Li Shuaijie incredulously. Such a mediocre-looking man. How could Chen Shuchi's profit-oriented father agree to marry his daughter to such a man? Li Shuaijie swept Chen Shuchi into his arms. Yes, just now I've already negotiated with my father-in-law. The bride price of $88 million, plus $1 million limousine and a manor house with a luxurious view of Jiangnan. Fu Hanyu's face became more and more ugly. You just said. How much is the bride price and where is the house? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji in his arms and said, the dowry is $88 million, for good luck, and the manor Jiangnan deluxe view. I know that the 2,000 square meters of the manor is indeed small. A little aggrieved Shuchi. In the future when the baby is born, how about we change to a bigger one? Wife. Chen Shuchi suddenly blushed when she heard Li Shuaijie call herself this way. Li Shuaijie looked down just in time to see this scene. The schoolgirl's wife blushing up was really cute. Chapter 24 Calling each other husband and wife. Seeing that Chen Shuji didn't reply to him, Li Shuaijie called again. Wife, what do you say? Chen Shuchi blushed and cooperated. Ah, yes, I'll listen to husband. Fu Hanyu re-examined Li Shuaijie in front of him. The manor of Jiangnan magnificent view was worth at least tens of millions of dollars. What exactly is this person's origin? It seems like the entire city of Su has never heard of the Li family name. He Qingyan didn't know if it was true or not when he heard it, and looked like he had a face that was very happy for Chen Shuji. Really? Then congratulations Shuchi. Maybe we can even have a wedding together. Have you picked a hotel for your wedding? Do you need me and Hanyu to give you a recommendation? We've looked for many hotels and wedding celebrations, and finally found one that's quite satisfactory. It's just that it's a bit expensive in terms of price. A wedding may cost several $1 million, but I just heard that your boyfriend is willing to spend so much money for you. So this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal to him. It's just that it's harder to book this hotel. A lot of people book it a year or two in advance. But we have a special situation by then in case our stomachs get big enough to wear a wedding dress it won't look good. It just so happens that I'm friends with that boss. Next Saturday our engagement ceremony is also there. Hanyu should have also told you about it. By then you can come and see how it is before deciding. Li Shuaijie still held Chen Shuji in his arms. Sister-in-law, you're so sweet. It just so happens that the two of us can't figure it out. It doesn't matter how much money. Weddings only happen once in a lifetime. I must give Shuchi the grandest and most perfect one. Li Shuaijie frowned slightly when he saw that Chen Shuchi's gaze still seemed to be on Fu Hanyu's body. Then he deliberately wrapped Chen Shuchi into his arms once again. Shuchi, we really have to thank sister-in-law, don't we? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuki and winked. Chen Shuchi also slowed down and echoed. Ah, yes, thank you sister-in-law for the recommendation. Sister-in-law, don't worry about next Saturday's engagement ceremony between you and brother Hanyu. The two of us will definitely come. At this time, Fu Hanyu, who had not said anything on the side, finally opened his mouth. Qingyan, don't you have other projects that you haven't done yet? Let's go first. Oh, right, good. See you next Saturday then. Sister Shuchi. Fu Hanyu left without even saying one more superfluous word. Li Shuaijie saw Chen Shuchi looking at Fu Hanyu's back as he left, and his tone of voice became a little sour and even more angry. The words that came out of his mouth were a little bit uncontrollable. People are gone. What are you looking at? He is about to get married and have a child with another woman. Is it possible that you still want to be the third party? What are you talking about? I'm just thinking. I didn't realize that it hasn't been long since we all have our own happiness and family. Chen Shuchi froze for a moment. She did not expect Li Shuaijie would say so. Feeling misunderstood, she was all of a sudden more aggrieved. Her nose instantly felt a sense of sourness. At first, she just pouted her small mouth, and seemed to be trying her best to control not letting her tears fall, but it seemed that she failed. That pair of beautiful gleaming eyes became red, and tears flowed down her pretty face like the spring water of a mountain stream. Then she looked at Li Shuaijie and accused. Li Shuaijie, you! Chen Shuchi pushed Li Shuaijie away, wiping her tears as she ran forward. Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuchi, who was just in his arms, and just ran away from his arms. It was still because he couldn't speak. there was some chagrin in his heart. Because he was worried about Chen Shuqi's accident, Li Shuaiji hurriedly followed up, but never found anyone. When he was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, he suddenly heard a small cry coming from the corner of the hospital's small garden. Li Shuaiji heard the sound familiar and went over, and sure enough, he saw a scene that made his heart clench. Chen Shuqi squatted on the ground, the whole person curled up in a ball, beautiful little face buried in between the knees, the petite body is still in a twitching, appearing extraordinarily pathetic. Li Shuaiji felt that he just seemed to be a little excessive. He hurriedly walked up and squatted down to apologize. "I'm sorry, Shu-Chi, it's me who just spoke out of turn. Don't cry, it's not good for your body." Chen Shuqi raised her head, those dark eyes filled with tears. After seeing Li Shuaiji, she turned her head, stood up, then shouted to Li Shuaiji with a sobbing voice. Li Shuaiji did not know what to do for a moment, and did not know how to think. His brain was hot and directly held that face and kissed up towards the chattering and tantalizing little mouth. Chen Shuqi at first still struggling, hands beat Li Shuaiji's chest. As a result, she slowly stopped resisting directly at the back, and her entire body softened. The whole face turned red. Li Shuaiji looked at like round big purple grapes. Eyes still contained tears. Chen Shuqi's big eyes just so stunned to look at him. There is a kind of uninitiated ignorant cute, and it was this kind of cuteness that made people just want to ruthlessly sun her. Instantly heart a wave of heat, and then this kind of heat from the head to the feet. This ing works better than any Viagra. Drinking too much before hadn't made much of an impression. I didn't expect Chen Shuqi's mouth to be so kissable. It was softer and sweeter than Heiji Lang jelly, and wanted to be swallowed in one bite. Chen Shuqi's small face was red, and her slightly swollen mouth was still accusing. "You, how can you forcefully kiss me, pervert?" Although in the accusation, but that tone and voice tone is like in the pampering, hooked people's heart straight itch. Don't say words like ignoring me in the future. Say it again and I'll kiss you dash. You. Chen Shuqi hurriedly pushed Li Shuaiji away because of her shyness and prepared to turn around and flee, but suddenly saw a small green snake not far away, spitting out its letters towards her. Ah, snake. Frightened, she immediately turned back and jumped and leapt into Li Shuaiji's arms behind her in a flash, her legs tightly clamped around Li Shuaiji's still strong waist. Li Shuaiji hurriedly realized that his chest was tightly pressed against Chen Shuqi's two peaks. This was undoubtedly adding to his woes and sending carbon to the fire. In order to prevent Chen Shuqi from falling, he had to hold Chen Shuqi's two halves of her erect round buttocks with both hands. As a result, he couldn't hold back for a moment and couldn't help but pinch it. This hand feeling, really damned excellent. Chapter 25, Li Shuaiji's hospital. Driving a luxury car to pick up his school wife, Chen Shuqi, because of her fear, did not realize at all that she had been eaten tofu. The whole person was still clinging to Li Shuaiji and refused to let go. Snakes, snakes, why are there still snakes in the hospital? Li Shuaiji held Chen Shuqi's round buttocks with one hand and patted her back with the other, comforting. Not afraid, don't worry, that snake is not poisonous. Chen Shuqi was scared when she saw these snakes, insects and rats since she was a little girl. No way, quickly take me away. I'm scared. Okay, let's go, I'll take you away. Li Shuaiji hugged Chen Shuqi and hurriedly left the small garden, walked to the small gazebo, then put the person down. Alright, there are no more snakes here. Chen Shuqi was still trembling with fear and trembling. I was bitten by a snake, or a poisonous snake. At that time it was Fu Hanyu who saved me. If it wasn't for him, maybe I would have died. That's why I was the favor of saving his life. Girls will always be moved by this kind of thing, although the heart is still sour, but also a little heartbroken. Chen Shuqi slowed down and looked at Li Shuaiji. Actually, I should thank you. Li Shuaiji also hurriedly apologized. No, it's me who should say sorry to you. I just said that kind of thing actually because I was jealous. Chen Shuqi shook her head. It's fine. In fact, when I saw that he's getting married and is going to be a father soon, I'm quite happy and wish him all the best. Then the engagement ceremony on Saturday. Chen Shuqi's eyes were firm. I'm going, after all, it's also a neighbor. So I'll trouble you then. Li Shuaiji arranged Chen Shuqi's windblown hair for her. Okay, I'll go with you. Chen Shuqi lowered her head, blushing slightly. Li Shuaiji was discharged from the hospital 3 days later. On the day of his discharge, his roommates all came, but Chen Shuqi never came. Zhang Yang packed up his things for him. Li Shuaiji kept looking out of the hospital room, but there was a delay in waiting for Chen Shuqi to come. What are you looking at? Looking at my wife Shuqi. When Zhang Yang and his roommate heard this, they thought Li Shuaiji was joking and unceremoniously gave a big chestnut. Ha ha ha, did you hit your brain silly? What are you dreaming about? The school flower today in the school defense it. Why so early graduation defense? Isn't it just the beginning of the school year? Don't you know? The school flower said she wanted to apply for graduation early, as if she heard that her health is not good and she needs to rest. Her mentors all advised her that she can choose to take a break from school first, but she seems to be very insistent. Shuaiji suddenly thought that in the past few days, Shuaiji had to come over to take care of him again and prepare for the defense, and suddenly felt very guilty. Moreover, she was still pregnant and her energy consumption was so high, it was really worrying. Zhang Yong and a few of Shuaiji's other roommates helped Shuaiji pack up his things and finish the discharge procedures. It must be hard to get a cab at this time in the hospital. That's right. Look, there are still more than 50 people in front of the drop. I still have more than 100. I called an hour in advance. Shuaiji was puzzled. Why did you call for a drop? Nonsense. If you don't call a DDT, why don't you walk back? I have a car. I'll drive you back. Shuaiji shook his car keys. He had an accident after buying that four-ringer, and hadn't had a chance to drive it yet, so this time it was just the right time to pretend to be a pussy. Zhang Yong and the other roommates took a look and were surprised. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the hell did you buy a car? Just bought not long ago. You will not be taking us for fun. How can you poor afford to buy a car? I know. It must be a lighter in the shape of a car key. I think so. Let's just wait for the drop. Don't believe me. Shuaiji ignored the group of roommates and walked to the hospital's parking lot on his own. 5 minutes later. DDT. Shuaiji, you really bought a car. Why didn't you tell the brothers when you won the lottery? This is too much. We agreed to share the same blessings. A roommate carefully touched the label on the hood. This car must be over $1 million. Shuaiji, how much did you win the lottery? Not much. Not much. It's only $90 million. Drip drip drip. The ones in front are great for driving a luxury car. Do you know that you're affecting the traffic? A car owner in the back cursed. Shuaiji hurriedly greeted his roommate and hurriedly got into the car. Alright, get in the car. The back is jammed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zhang Yong and the other three hurriedly put their things into the trunk of the car. After the first lesson, Shuaiji's driving skills were much better, mainly because many cars on the road went around the luxury car. Fear of an accidental cuts cannot afford to pay. Shuaiji University is able to drive into the campus. Shuaiji sent his roommates to the dormitory floor. You guys go in first. I have some other things to take care of. Zhang Yang asked. You've just been discharged from the hospital. Where else are you going to go if you don't rest? To find my wife. Shuaiji brushed off the car after saying this. Zhang Yong and the other roommates thought that Shuaiji must have gone to pretend to go, also did not care about him. Discussing Shuaiji in the end how much money won the lottery. Shuaiji, this girl won the lottery, also did not say a word. Even sneakily bought a car. That's right. When he comes back in a while, I'm going to give him a good beating. Right. We'll give him a few more meals. Must go to Golden Smoke Bay. Shuaiji drove his car to the place where Shuaiji's defense was waiting. He got out of the car and leaned against the car door thinking he was handsome. But in the eyes of others it looked out of place, because Shuaiji's upper body is the old-fashioned polo shirt. The lower body is a knee-length shorts. To be more beggars have more beggars. Yo, isn't this the dog-licking professional Shuaiji? How to come to find Si Li Li? Then you're looking in the wrong place. Ha ha ha. Shuaiji, be careful not to lean on other people's luxury cars. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Say, when did our school have such a luxury car? Shuaiji didn't pay attention to them, because he saw Shuaiji coming and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Shuaiji came out after the defense inside when she saw Shuaiji like this. She didn't understand why Shuaiji was so rich but didn't buy clothes for himself. How could he go to Fu Hanyu's engagement banquet with her like this? At this time the few girls around Shuaiji also started to talk. Ha ha ha, look at that guy. He looks so stupid bo. Yeah. He seems to think he's handsome like that, but that car next to him seems to be very expensive. Harm. It's not his at first glance. Maybe there's a little yellow hidden behind it. Ha 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 ha. It's possible. I wonder who's waiting here. No matter who he's waiting for, whoever is his girlfriend must be humiliated to death. Chapter 26 School Flower Wife to take Shuaiji to change the shape of the 18 changes. Shuaiji saw Shuaiji come out and hurriedly prepared to welcome him. Suddenly remembered that he had just bought flowers without taking them, and hurriedly folded back. Drop. Pressed the car keys. I go. That's really his car. It can't be a rental, right? It's not cheap to rent that car for a day. Who the hell are you picking up? So willing to spend so much money? Shuaiji hid the roses behind his back and walked over in the direction of the group of girls who were talking about him. Hey, that person is coming over. Who the hell do you guys know? Ahem. I actually feel that he's not that ugly. Hey, you guys see what he's hiding behind his back? Seems to be a bunch of roses. I go, this is too old-fashioned. This is how many years ago the way to flirt with girls. What's wrong with corny? If that luxury car is really his, then he's a real tycoon. Shu, stop it. He's coming over. After Li Shuaiji walked in front of Chen Shuji, he stopped. Sure enough, here to look for the school girl again. Harm. I guess it's going to be ruthlessly rejected by the school beauty again. Who doesn't know that the school flower likes senior Fu? How many words do you guys guess he can say to the school beauty? No more than one sentence. I bet the school beauty won't talk to him. As a result, they were dumbfounded in the next second. The school beauty took the initiative to pass the book she was holding towards Li Shuaiji's arms. What brings you here? Li Shuaiji also hurriedly went to pick up the book in Chen Shuji's hand, then took out the roses that were hidden behind his back. I came to pick you up. How was the defense? Did it go well? Chen Shuji froze. You don't like it? Li Shuaiji noticed that Chen Shuji's didn't seem too happy. Right at this moment, another racy Ferrari suddenly drove over like a wind. The wind that it brought up caused Chen Shuji's short skirt to flutter up slightly at an angle. Then Jiang Tan got out of the Ferrari handsomely, holding a bouquet of beautifully packaged blue goblins in his hand. Schoolmaster Jiang is here. Sure I love watching it. Jiang Tan deserves to be the school grass. So handsome You guys see the schoolmaster is holding flowers in his hand too. It looks like a blue siren. It's so pretty. That's the kind of flower to give to a goddess. Whose flower do you think the schoolgirl will accept? Nonsense. It's definitely a siren. Besides, who doesn't know that Schoolmaster Jiang Tan is really rich? And that guy, he might have rented a car just to pretend to be a good guy. Anyway, if I were to choose Schoolmaster Jiang for sure. Listening to the group's discussion, Jiang Tan had a smug look on his face. Hey, if you want to chase Shu Qi, you don't know to understand Shu Qi's preferences first. Jiang Tan walked up and pushed Li Shuaiji out of the way. Don't you know that Shu Qi hates roses the most? Shu Qi, I know you like blue goblin. Here are exactly 99 of them. At this time, a girl next to her screamed. The 99 blue leprechaun's flower language is, love doesn't know what it's about. Once you're in love, the living can die, the dead can live. My love is destined to be for you alone in this life. Schoolmaster Jiang is so romantic. Li Shuaiji was also embarrassed for a while at this time. Shuqi, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you don't like roses. Chen Shuqi glanced at the 2 bouquets of flowers in front of her. That's right, I really didn't like roses before, but Shuqi Chen took the roses. Now I like them. Jiang Tan looked embarrassed. Li Shuaiji said happily. Really? Then come here. Li Shuaiji pulled Chen Shuji to the back of the car, then opened the trunk. Even Chen Shuji was surprised. It was a trunk full of brightly colored roses, dazzling red. It was also accompanied by lights and a large rose eternity flower teddy bear. Wow, so many roses, that's got to be thousands of them. I take that back. A bunch of roses is a bit rustic, but rustic to the extreme is hip. What are you buying so many roses for? Chen Shuji was also a bit moved. In fact, she used to like roses because she thought they were noble and cold. However, Fu Hanyu said that blue goblins looked good. Since then she claimed to the public that her favorite flower was the blue goblin. So much so that others thought that the person she liked was Fu Hanyu. Sending you don't you like it? That flower store owner's wife told him that no woman would turn down roses, and if there was one then it wasn't scent enough. So he wrapped up the entire flower store's roses. Because it was for Chen Shuji, it cost the system money. He wasn't heartbroken at all. No, I like it. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaiji and smiled. Tomorrow is my neighbor's engagement ceremony. I'll take you to a place in a while. Li Shuaiji naturally knew who this person was. Then Chen Shuji got into Li Shuaiji's car in full view of everyone. Jiang Tan ate a buttload of exhaust where he was. So angry that he threw that was a blue banshee to the ground and stomped his foot so hard that he had a furious look on his face. Li Shuaiji, I and you are irreconcilable. At this time, a girl with freckles on her face walked over. Jiang Sr., don't be sad. Chen Shuji doesn't like you because she doesn't have an eye for you. In fact, there are many girls who like you. Jiang Tan looked at the girl, then picked up the girl's chin with his finger. You like me too? The girl blushed and nodded in embarrassment. Jiang Tan snorted coldly. How dare you like me when you're so ugly? It really makes one's stomach turn just by looking at it. The girl's smile froze on her face, and then a roar of laughter came from the surroundings. Ha ha ha, a high-end beauty salon and styling design club. Because she was going to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony on Saturday, Chen Shuji thought of bringing Li Shuaiji here to change her look. She was a VIP here, so as soon as she came in, she saw a teacher Tony with an unknown gender and enchanting posture walking over with her orchid fingers crossed. Yo baby, you're here. What are you going to do today? Chen Shuji pointed to the side of Li Shuaiji who was looking around. Ah Chan, help me see about changing his look. The one called Ah Chan was Mr. Tony, who Chen Shuji looked for every time she came here. Ah Chan sized up Li Shuaiji from head to toe. TSK, 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 is this your friend? I really didn't expect you to have such friends. I can only say that I'll do my best to help you try. For the next 3 whole hours, Li Shuaiji was like a Barbie doll being casually fiddled with and dressed up, being smeared on his face and having his hair and clothes changed. Just as Chen Shuji was falling asleep waiting, Akan's voice rang out. Baby, take a look. Are you still satisfied? Chen Shuji turned around and was instantly stunned by the man in front of her. Chapter 27, Charging a membership card to a schoolgirl's wife? Directly buying the entire clubhouse. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie in front of her. Akan, you are giving me a new person, right? Receiving affirmation. Akan laughed. How about satisfied? Your friend is actually the bottom is not bad. Plus my wonderful hand back to spring. TSK this one out is a proper male god. It's just that I always feel that there's still something missing. Shu Qi, what do you think? Li Shuijie looked at himself in the mirror. Still a little uncomfortable. I remembered what was almost there. Akan suddenly walked over and took off Li Shuijie's glasses. Well, this is perfect. Sure enough, Li Shuijie who took off his glasses looked like he had changed into a different person. Facial contour is handsome and angular. Jawline is also perfect. Nose bridge is high and straight. Eyelashes are thick and long. Eye type is also very good. Is the standard phoenix eyes. The end of the eye there is a small black mole. Looks a little asceticism system of the flavor of the god of men. And these are usually sealed by the wide glasses. And without the glasses, Li Shuijie was like a blind man. It was hard to see, everything was blurred. Hey, my glasses, give it back to me. Li Shuijie stumbled forward anxiously, and accidentally bumped into Chen Shuji's body, and the two of them directly hugged each other. Chen Shuji looked up and suddenly felt that Li Shuijie's eyelashes were even longer than her own. And after Li Shuijie realized that he bumped into someone he was planning to let go in a hurry. But when he realized who he was holding in his arms he couldn't let go, because although he could not see clearly now, but Li Shuijie can be sure, just held in the arms of this feel, obviously is Chen Shuji. At first, he could not be completely sure, until he smelled the fragrance of the young girl on the person he was holding in his arms. He was completely sure. The flavor of perfume without adding any chemical agent supplies. He knew that Chen Shuji had long since stopped using perfume because he was worried that it would have an effect on the baby. Hold in the hand this soft touch. So good, didn't want to let go at all. Yo, this cheap to take advantage of. How? Hugging do not want to let go? A side of the Chan looked at the teasing said. Only then did Li Shuijie hurriedly pretend to be embarrassed and let go of Chen Shuji. I'm sorry Shuqi. You'd better quickly ask your friend to return my glasses to me. Chen Shuji took Li Shuijie's glasses back from Akan's hand and then put them on for Li Shuijie. With his glasses, Li Shuijie felt like he had regained his life. He felt that the glasses were his true self. Seeing that Li Shuijie with the glasses on did look like he had his face value sealed, Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuijie outside. But I think you'd better not wear those glasses of yours. I'll take you to get contact lenses later. After Chen Shuji had seen Li Shuijie without glasses, the more she looked at him, the more she felt how he was uncomfortable with glasses. So she planned to take Li Shuijie to get contact lenses immediately. Akan, the usual rules, deducted from my membership account. Wait, baby. Just as Shuchi Chen pulled Shuijie almost to the door, Akan suddenly stopped the people. That, baby, I don't mean anything else. It's just that the balance of that membership account of yours isn't quite enough. Do you want to fill it up a bit? How could the balance be insufficient? Didn't I just charge $100,000? There was a friend who said he was your friend who came over last time. Chen Shuji looked puzzled. Friend? Which friend? How come I don't know? Achan was also surprised. That person reported your name and cell phone number. I thought. Luckily I kept an eye out and took a picture of her. Look. Chen Shuji took a look at that photo. The person in this photo was clearly her roommate. She suddenly remembered that her roommate did ask her for her membership number last time and said she wanted to do a hair. Chen Shuji thought about how much it could cost to get her hair done, so she didn't charge her. Isn't she just here to get her hair done? With so much? Chen Shuji wondered. She also brought several friends to do quite a few items last time. Akan hurriedly explained. The big and small add up to tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Shuji's face changed. This roommate hadn't even mentioned this to her afterwards. Li Shuijie took out his bank card at this time. Charge another $1 million. Then he hurriedly coaxed Chen Shuji. Okay, don't get angry. It's not good for your body. Chen Shuji suddenly froze. Li Shuijie, it's not necessary. She did not expect Li Shuijie to be so willing to spend money on her. Although it is said that a man who is willing to spend money on a woman does not necessarily really love you, but the one who is not willing to spend money must not love you, even if Li Shuijie has money, but so spend down sooner or later will be sitting on a mountain of money. Besides, they have a baby in the future. Chen Shuji himself did not realize, do not know from when onwards, her plans for the future slowly more Li Shuijie. Akan was dumbfounded when she heard this. Not only Akan, but the entire clubhouse looked at Li Shuijie in shock. At first, they thought that Li Shuijie, the beggar man, Didn't know what methods he used to hold Chen Shuji, the little rich woman. Now it seemed to be just the opposite. 1 million. Million? Sir, you are not joking with us, right? Achan has never received a customer who said he would directly charge 1 million. To Chen Shuji, this kind of 100,000 charging is already considered their VVIP customers here. At this time, Li Shuaiji suddenly received a reminder of the repayment of his silver credit card and frowned. TSK, you're right. 1 million seems to be a bit low. 10 million then. Sir, don't tease us. We can only charge up to 500,000 in this small store. Only 500,000? That's not enough either. 1% of 500,000 is only 5,000. That's not enough for him to pay back the loan. Achan felt that this Li Shuaiji was a big customer, and he was a bit unable to hold it alone. Sir, you wait first. I'll get our boss to come over. Not a moment later the boss greeted him with a smile on his face. With a fawning face, may I ask what this gentleman's name is? My surname is Li. So it's Mr. Li. Mr. Li is really a talented man. So young and handsome, and strength is really enviable. The boss came up and first kissed his ass. Li Shuaiji knows that this is to pat him on the back. Straight to the point. Okay, don't talk to me so much. Just now your clerk said that you can only charge the card up to 500,000, is it? Yes, our store is small. Truth be told, our entire store, all things added up, the total assets is only about $10 million. So that can't be helped. I'm really sorry. In fact, 500,000 can already do a lot of items. It can be used for a long time. Ms. Chen is also our VIP customer. Every time she comes over we'll give her the best discount. Li Shuaiji suddenly opened his mouth. How about this then? I'll offer $20 million and buy your store. Shu Qi, how about you be the boss? Chapter 28. Schoolgirl's wife buys new clothes for Li Shuaiji. Chen Shuqi listened to Li Shuaiji's increasingly outrageous thoughts, hurriedly pulling the person to the side. Li Shuaiji, are you crazy? Why do you want to buy this clubhouse? Shuqi, you believe me. With my professional eyes on this clubhouse, so it will definitely make lots and lots of money afterward. Buying it won't be a loss. Chen Shuqi still shook her head after considering for a while. I don't have a problem with you being rich and willing to spend money to buy this store, but that's also you being the boss. It's not like I know how to manage it. Shu Qi, listen to me. I'm a big man. I'm not interested in this kind of beauty styling or anything. Have you seen any big man opening this kind of beauty club? So it's better for you to be the boss. And you don't need to be nervous. Just think of it as investing in a project. If you don't know how to run it, you can let that boss continue to be the store manager and manage it for you. We'll just sit back and wait for the revenue. You believe me. This club will only make money and not lose money as long as it is properly operated. Chen Shuqi thought for a moment. I think it's better to register it under your name. Li Shuaiji boldly embraced Chen Shuqi into his arms, and then purposely came to Chen Shuqi's ear and said, Shuqi, sooner or later we will get married. What's the difference between yours and mine? Chen Shuqi felt warm breath spraying on her ears, making her ears itch. Looking at Li Shuaiji, who was close by, her heart was beating so fast. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Li Shuaiji, who had changed his look, felt that his voice had become much sexier. Chen Shuqi with a shy face gently pushed Li Shuaiji, pretending to be angry. Who said I want to marry you? But this is naked petulance in Li Shuaiji's eyes. After buying the clubhouse and signing the contract, Chen Shuqi took Li Shuaiji to the men's clothing store to choose several sets of clothes. Li Shuaiji took a look, and every set here was worth more than 4 figures. Li Shuaiji looked at his bank card balance and was a bit shy. The money he had just swiped from buying the club for Chen Shuji had just paid off all the credit cards he owed. He was now almost penniless again. This was a men's clothing store, and according to the system's requirements, he couldn't spend that childcare fund on himself, so he couldn't afford any of the clothes here. Looking at Chen Shuqi, who was helping him patiently choose clothes, Li Shuaiji awkwardly said, Shuqi, I actually don't lack clothes. Chen Shuqi thought of the clothes that Li Shuaiji usually wore and didn't have the eyes to see. No, you lost all those clothes for me. No more wearing them, otherwise I'll be styling you for nothing. Hey, these are all good. Go try them on. Chen Shuji chose a few sets of clothes for Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji took a look at the price tag. Good lord. A white shirt $2,000. A suit $20,000. Shu Qi, all the clothes here are too expensive. Or forget about it. Chen Shuqi thought Li Shuaiji was joking with her. I'll buy the bill. You send me? Li Shuaiji was a little surprised. Chen Shuqi face rightfully. Send you a few clothes how? You are so trust me. The 20 million beauty club registered in my name. I cannot send you 2 clothes? Li Shuaiji was touched for a moment when he heard this. He couldn't hold back and hugged Chen Shuji tightly. Chen Shuji originally wanted to push Li Shuaiji away. Suddenly felt that Li Shuaiji feel not quite right. Gently patted Li Shuaiji's hand. What's wrong with you? It's not just to help you buy a few pieces of clothing. To be so touched? You have sent me so many things. IDs compared to what you gave me is simply chicken feed. No, that's not the same. Li Shuaiji's heart is getting deeper and deeper in favor of Chen Shuji. He really never met this kind of girl. Some girls hate it when their boyfriend desperately spends money on her, as if this is the way to prove how much her boyfriend loves her, without ever thinking of reciprocating. Maybe he hadn't come into contact with enough girls. At least that was the case with Si Lili. Chen Shuji froze. What's different? It's all money. It's just different. After buying things, Li Shuaiji sent Chen Shuji to the school dormitory floor. Li Shuaiji got out of the car in a gentlemanly manner and opened the door for Chen Shuji. You go up first. I'll pick you up in the morning. Chen Shuji answered. Aha! You also go back. Remember to wear the suit I bought for you tomorrow. Don't forget. Definitely won't forget. Li Shuaiji, go up. It's windy outside. I'll see you upstairs before I leave. Otherwise I don't feel at ease. In a few days I'll go to Jiangnan Haoing to see how that manor is organized. When it's almost done we can live in it. Chen Shuji was shocked. That manor, you really bought it? Of course, and it's written in your name alone. Chen Shuji, me alone? Li Shuaiji, yeah, that's the bride price for you. Of course it's written in your name. Don't talk nonsense. What bride price? I'm not talking to you. I'm leaving. Chen Shuji, red face, hurriedly ran to the dormitory. Shuji, be careful. Run slower. Chen Shuji ran to the dormitory with her face still red and her heart pounding. At this time, Chen Shuji's roommate Yu Xiaonan walked over with a book in her hand, looking gossipy. Shu-chi, who is that handsome guy who just sent you back? Why didn't you tell us about your boyfriend? Which department is that? He looks so familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen him before. If it was usual, Chen Shuji would have shared today's events with Yu Xiaonan, but Yu Xiaonan's usual greed for her small advantages was even worse. This time, she even spent her card's money without her consent and used her money to act expansive. Her mindset instantly changed. However, she thought that the money was spent and moved out in a few days, so there was no need to make the relationship too rigid. Chen Shuji, that's not my boyfriend. That's Li Shuaiji. Yu Xiaonan looked surprised. Li Shuaiji? How can that be? Don't lie to me. The one who just sent you back is clearly a handsome guy. Okay? There's no need to hide it from me. We are all roommates. Would I still rob you? Believe it or not, that's Li Shuaiji. Only that I took him to a beauty club to change his look. And by the way, I also heard something. Yu Xiaonan's smile froze on her face. That, Shu-chi, I was about to tell you about this. Last time my friend approached me and said that she wanted to go to that club to do a program. I thought that you just happened to have a membership, so I used the money from your card first. I've been too busy these past few days. I'll return it to you right here. Hearing her roommate say so, Chen Shuji also felt that she didn't need to be too entangled. Forget it, just tell me in advance next time. Aha, don't worry, I will definitely tell you. Hey, Shu-chi, is that really Li Shuaiji? How come it doesn't feel like it at all? Shu-chi-chan, it's really him. Why would I lie to you? Yu Xiaonan went to the balcony and looked down. Li Shuaiji hadn't left yet, and a group of girls surrounding him seemed to be asking for his contact information. She glanced at the shy Chen Shuji on the side, and the jealousy in her eyes was obvious. I thought it was your boyfriend. Chapter 29, sending the schoolgirl wife to the dormitory downstairs, but being questioned about her boyfriend's identity. Downstairs of the women's dormitory at Suhai University. Hey, look, there's a handsome guy there. Where are the handsome men? Asterisk, it's really a handsome guy. When did our school have such a handsome guy? Damn it, I didn't even know. Laughing my ass off. What? It's a handsome guy and I still have to tell you about it? See, that handsome guy seems to be rich. I recognize that car of his. That model is millions. Asterisk. Another rich second generation? Suddenly I feel that all the Zheng school herbs don't smell good anymore. It so happened that at this time, Si Lily happened to get out of class and walked towards the dormitory building with her roommate, and after seeing this scene, she also slowed down her steps, and her attention was unconsciously attracted by Li Shuaiji. This person shouldn't be from our school, right? Otherwise why haven't I seen him before? However, the more Si Lily looked at him, the more familiar he looked. She felt like Li Shuaiji, but felt that it was absolutely impossible. Li Shuaiji is a beggar man, although not short, but looks very frustrated and will not dress. Choose the clothes of the vision of the poor outrageous. How can be with this tide and handsome boys on the side? But at this time around a roommate also opened his mouth. Really have not seen? Why do I feel a little familiar? Like deja vu. Another roommate flirted. Forget it, you and all the handsome guys have deja vu. I think you've seen it in your dreams. No. This time I'm serious. I really think he looks familiar. It seems like there's a bit of a resemblance. The girl glanced at Si Lili. No way. This difference is also too big. It's simply bigger than the difference between a prince and a beggar. While everyone was speculating about this unfamiliar handsome man, there were already bold girls who walked over. Li Shuaiji had just sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor, confirming that the person had entered the dormitory, and was about to leave when a girl boldly walked over. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat? Li Shuaiji looked around and confirmed that there was no one else that was talking to him. This was the first time in his life that he was actively asked for WeChat by a girl. Although he was quite excited, Li Shuaiji still refused. At this time there is an exceptionally sweet-looking wearing a cute Lolita skirt, body peaks proud, waist thin legs long, white skin, also tied a double ponytail live like a high school student girls, confidently walked to Li Shuaiji in front of her stopped, on Li Shuaiji's eyes. Li Shuaiji had already taken off his glasses and put on dark brown contact lenses, making his eyes look bright, because he was not used to wearing contact lenses for the first time. Li Shuaiji always felt uncomfortable in his eyes, making him always have a feeling of discomfort that made him want to shed tears, but it was this feeling that made Li Shuaiji's eyes more amorous. As soon as the Lolita girl met Li Shuaiji's eyes, she inevitably had more shyness on her face. Inside OS, this handsome boy's eyes kill ah, cough cough cough, little brother, which department are you from? Is it convenient to add a WeChat? Li Shuaiji froze and didn't immediately refuse. He recognized this girl. Although he was not as familiar with the beauties in the school as Zhang Yong and the others, he still recognized the few that went out, especially the one in front of him now. She was Chen Shuqi's best friend, that department flower of the music department. What was her name he couldn't recall, but being Chen Shuqi's friend, Li Shuaiji was not in a position to make the scene awkward, because he had heard that chasing a girl is not only to chase the girl, more important is to get her best friend's favor in advance. As the saying goes, success is also the girlfriend's, but also the girlfriend's. Li Shuaiji did not directly refuse, but said more politely, sorry, I have a girlfriend, it may not be convenient. I don't want my girlfriend to be jealous. Li Shuaiji's voice was loud when he said this. He was doing it so that all the girls around him could hear it. It's useless for goddess Su Xiaoming to go out. It's true that all the handsome guys have their names and husbands. Disperse. Handsome guy has a girlfriend. But Su Xiaoming did not retreat. Handsome. Then who is your girlfriend ah? Speak out or let me die. Li Shuaiji glanced in the direction of Chen Shuji's dormitory. My girlfriend is Chen Shuji. Su Xiaoming was completely shocked. And everyone present was shocked. What? The schoolgirl was chased away by a handsome guy from another school? How do you know he's from another school? Our school, in addition to Zhang's schoolgrass, not many named handsome or rich second generation. And I feel all have never seen this number of characters. So the new machine were to dig a this mo more this. Him. Definitely another school. No wonder I just watched the schoolgirl come down from his car. For a moment, I don't know who to envy. Su Xiaoming felt less convinced after hearing Li Shuaiji claim to be Chen Shuji's boyfriend. She knew her own best friend, and a while ago Chen Shuji even told her that she was pregnant, and that she was carrying the child of a sophomore named Li Shuaiji. At that time did not make Su Xiaoming angry, because it is well known that Su Xiaomian and Si Lily are arch rivals. That Li Shuaiji before and is Si Lily lick dog. This is not self-degrading it. If this is known by people but to be laughed at for the rest of their lives. So Su Xiaoming knew this after the first reaction was to get rid of the child. But Chen Shuji is not willing. Because of this caused the two of them almost broke their relationship. Su Xiaoming understands her best friend, although she looks high and cold, but inside is soft as hell. When you like someone you are a little bit in love brain, and it is completely single-minded. It is impossible to like someone else in such a short period of time. Su Xiaomian felt that this handsome man was just cheating and deliberately made up a reason to reject her. Su Xiaomian had never been rejected by any man in her entire life. This in turn greatly provoked her interest. It was said that the ones who couldn't get it would always be in commotion. If this man had directly added her WeChat today, maybe she would have been uninterested instead. Essentially women are the same as men in this regard. Why do they like to follow the stars? Is because the stars for them cannot reach, as if the altar of God. But once the idol becomes their boyfriend, the altar fell. They will feel their fantasy broken. Just like there are men who don't want to believe that those beautiful goddesses they like, there also stinks. Handsome guy, what a coincidence. Shu Qi is my best friend. Why don't I call her down now and we'll talk? No, it's better to forget about it. This school also doesn't have an elevator. Climbing up and down is also weirdly tiring. Li Shuaiji was somewhat distressed by Chen Shuji. After all, she was still carrying a baby in her stomach. But this turned into a weak heart in Su Xiaoming's eyes. She directly called Chen Shuji without saying anything. Shuji, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. There's a person here who claims to be your boyfriend. Chapter 30 Li Shuaiji was publicly confessed by the schoolgirl's best friend. The schoolgirl's wife jealousy. Chen Shuji was in the dormitory when she saw Su Xiaoming calling her and immediately picked up. Shuji, you didn't have a boyfriend behind my back, did you? Chen Shuji felt puzzled but a bit vain. No, It's just that I'm getting married soon. Downstairs in your dormitory, there is a handsome man who claims to be your boyfriend. Chen Shuji hurriedly asked over the phone. Who did you say claimed to be my boyfriend? Where did I get a boyfriend? Su Xiaoming, I knew you didn't have one. Come downstairs first. There is a person who wants to discredit you. Chen Shuji, huh? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Su Xiaoming, oops, you'll know if you come down. After saying that, Su Xiaoming hung up the phone. Su Xiaoming was on speakerphone, and the microphone was turned up to the maximum, so everyone present heard what the schoolgirl said. The school beauty herself said she didn't have a boyfriend. The scene became awkward for a while. Li Shuaiji was also a bit unable to explain. Su Xiaoming shrugged after hanging up the phone. See, Shuqi said she doesn't have a boyfriend. Wow, this matter is getting more and more interesting. Can it be that this handsome guy wanted to chase after the schoolgirl but hasn't gotten there yet? For a moment I don't know whether to feel sad for the handsome guy or happy for myself. What are you happy about? The handsome guy isn't the schoolgirl's. That means I still have a chance. Come on you, don't dream. People even rejected the music department's flower, the school's second most popular goddess Su. Just you? Don't dream. That's not necessarily true. Each flower has its own eyes. Each radish and green vegetable has its own favorite. Maybe she likes my type. He rejected goddess Su because he likes the school flower. Are you as pretty as the school beauty? Do you have the long legs, thin waist, nice ass, big boobs and good body ratio of a schoolgirl? Obviously, none of them. So, still don't dream. Su Xiaomian saw Li Shuaiji's embarrassed face, and also had some regrets, worrying if she was too not giving face to the handsome man. At that time, the handsome man's impression of himself was even worse, so he hurriedly gave steps down. Su Xiaoming, handsome boy. In fact, it's normal that you want to chase our school flower but can't. You know that the school grass in our school has been chasing the school flower for several years and hasn't been able to catch it. Moreover, I'll be honest with you, if you really want to chase Shu Qi it's better to give up. I as her BFF can tell you directly that it's impossible for her to be with you. How about, dudes consider me? I can be sweet or milky or flirtatious or imperial, depending on which one you like. I like school girls. Although Li Shuaijia had to admit that Su Xiaoming was indeed pretty as well, he didn't like just anyone, and now that Chen Shuji had his child, they would definitely get married. Even if they didn't tie the knot in a short period of time, it would be sooner or later. The schoolgirl's wife had such a high face value. The child she gave birth to must not be ugly either. It must either be a big handsome man or a little fairy. At that time he held the school flower pretty wife in one hand holding the child. With the childcare fund system, proper life winner Su Xiaoming, however, has a more and more courageous posture. She has always been bold. It is not easy to run into a good eye. How can easily miss? She grew up so big has not been so rejected. She directly cupped Li Shuaiji's face with both hands. Man, you successfully caught my attention. Su Xiaomian's sudden action startled Li Shuaijie and he forgot to resist for a moment. Su Xiaoman saw that Li Shuaijie did not avoid, but even more so, she directly intended to forcefully kiss up. Warning warning, host, felt the host's heartbeat accelerated. There is an attempt to derail the idea of extreme behavior appeared. Please within 5 seconds to clear such ideas and put an end to it. Otherwise you will get the system lifelong infertility plus JJ short 10 centimeters of the ultimate punishment. Li Shuaijie's brain was instantly awake, and sober as hell. He pushed Su Xiaomian away. Then Li Shuaijie looked at Su Xiaomian with firm eyes. No need. I only like Chen Shuji. Chen Shuji was hung up with a dumbfounded face. At this time another roommate ran into the dormitory with a gossipy face. Shu Qi, why are you still here? You don't even know. Downstairs is buzzing right now. What's happening downstairs? There's a big handsome guy downstairs in our dormitory. Su Department Flower confessed her love to someone and was rejected. That person claimed to be your boyfriend. My boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. Where did I get a boyfriend? Although she had children, she really didn't have a boyfriend. Li Shuaijie could only be considered a fiancé. Chen Shuqi hung up the phone and walked downstairs. Sure enough the downstairs was bustling. Look at this. The school beauty is coming down. Now there's a good show. When Su Xiaoman saw Chen Shuqi come down, she walked up and pulled the person in front of Li Shuaijie. Su Xiaoman pointed at Li Shuaijie and asked, Shu Qi, do you recognize this person? Chen Shuqi nodded. Of course I know him. What's wrong with him you? Su Xiaoming held her red face. She really couldn't say that she had just sent a kiss from the Lord but was rejected. This is simply a strange shame for her Su Xiaoman. No, Shu Qi, just now your friend is joking with me. I wasn't joking. Shu Qi, you just said you don't have a boyfriend right? Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuaijie somewhat sheepishly. They shouldn't be considered boyfriend and girlfriend now. At least Li Shuaijie hadn't officially confessed to her or established a relationship, although they already had a child. Yes, that makes me feel relieved. Su Xiaoming pulled Li Shuaijie to her side. I announce that I, Su Xiaomian, will chase after him. Both Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji were shocked after hearing these words. Chen Shuji's big, beautiful grape-like eyes stared at Li Shuaiji and her face instantly changed. When Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji's eyes, he realized that something was wrong and was afraid that Chen Shuji would get angry. He hurriedly explained, Shuji, don't misunderstand. Miss Su, don't joke around. I said the only person I like is Chen Shuji. How do you know my surname is Su? Which school are you from? Is my charm so great that it's spread to other schools? Su Xiaoming hadn't realized her bestie's anger yet, and said as she proudly ruffled her long hair. Chen Shuji said in a cold voice, Li Shuaiji, do you have nothing to explain to me? Li Shuaiji was at a loss for words and had nowhere to put his hands, completely at a loss as to how to explain. Shuji, I do. You believe me. I really didn't do anything wrong to you. Su Xiaoming heard. Wait, Shuji, what did you just call him? Chapter 31, accompanying schoolgirl wife to the engagement banquet. Shuji, am I having trouble with my ears? What did you just call him? Su Xiaoming, look more closely at who he is. Su Xiaoming looked at Li Shuaiji. I'll take a closer look. I can't tell even if I look more closely. Asterisk. You do not say. The more you say the more I feel. As if. Really. Cough. Miss Su, it's not like I am. Look at this. You always recognize it. Li Shuaiji took his black frame glasses out of his pocket and put them on his eyes. Sure enough, once he put on the glasses, Su Xiaoming instantly recognized it. He really, is that beggar man? Li Shuaiji. Su Xiaoming looked up to the sky. Ah, no, I do not believe. How is it possible? Li Shuaiji also opened his mouth. Miss Su, I am really Li Shuaiji. If you don't believe me, I can take my ID card to show you. Don't show it to me. Gosh, this world is too metaphysical. It's too embarrassing. Li Shuaiji, you. Which cosmetic surgery hospital did you go to get your face done? And did you have a skin peel? I really didn't. Just simply changed my look. Su Xiaoming covered her ears. No, you guys stop talking. This matter is too embarrassing. I have to go. Slow down. Chen Shuji, little cotton. Where are you going? Su Xiaomian ran away lifelessly. While running, said, you do not care about me. Let me calm down. And this matter should not be mentioned again. Whoever mentions it, I will be anxious with whoever. The surrounding people who knew Li Shuaiji were all dumbfounded. And in the crowd of Si Lili also almost did not hold her feet under the 10 centimeters high heels, staggered back 2 steps. Li Shuaiji, is it really him? When did he change so much? Could it be that this Li Shuaiji had been hiding it from her? In fact, he is a rich second-generation thing, and even deliberately pretended to be poor and ugly in front of him. Pretended for 2 whole years. Could it be to test her true heart? After Su Xiaomian left the scene, only left Chen Shuji and Li Shuaiji and a group of already dumbfounded and unknown melon eaters. Why did Goddess Su leave? I still want to see the scene of 2 goddesses competing for a man. How did it end so quickly? Li Shuaiji? I remember this name. It seems like Si Lili used to have a dog licker named Li Shuaiji. It must be the same name. That person is a poor. But why do I feel that the more I look at it, the more similar it is? One of the people around noticed that Si Lili was also in the crowd. Hey, Lily, it just so happens that you're here. You quickly see if he's the same Li Shuaiji who used to chase you. It's none of my business if it's him or not. Si Lili, as if she was poked and prodded, stepped on her sky high and left in a hurry. As for Li Shuaiji, because he had contact lenses and wore frame glasses, the 2 glasses together made his whole person dizzy. So he hurriedly took off his glasses. But he took off the glasses from the dizziness to slow down such a gap, and then turned around when Chen Shuji disappeared. Li Shuaiji hurriedly asked the surrounding people, where is Chen Shuji? The school beauty went back to the dormitory a long time ago. Li Shuaiji sent a few messages to Chen Shuji and made a few phone calls but did not get a response, and then also helplessly returned to the dormitory alone. At this time in the dormitory happened to be only Zhang Yang alone. As soon as he entered the dormitory and opened the door, Zhang Yang first froze for a moment and then politely inquired, classmate, who are you looking for? Li Shuaiji blankly glanced at his roommate. It's me. With the principle of being friendly and polite to newcomers, Zhang Yang smiled back. Sorry, I'm a bit faceblind. Buddy, may I ask if you're from our school? Oh, I see. You can't be a transfer student looking for a dormitory. Then you're probably looking for the wrong one. Our dorms are all full. Why don't you ask another dorm if there are any openings? Ask what? I live here. Li Shuaiji walked straight to his own bed, then sat down on his butt, began to take off his shoes and socks and clothes. Wearing a suit and shoes shopping is really tiring. Can't figure out how those women wearing such high heels walk all day? Hey classmate, this seat is occupied. Can't you see? How can you just take off your clothes on someone else's bed? It's very rude. Hey, Seeing that Zhang Yong hadn't recognized him yet, Li Shuaiji somewhat intentionally tried to tease him. He crossed his legs and pretended that he was tugging at Zhang Yong. What if I just want to live here? Classmate, do you not understand human language? Zhang Yong's tone changed towards this uneducated new classmate. I'm telling you, you better get your ass out of that bed now, or else you'll be in for a rude awakening when that roommate of mine comes back, and I'm telling you he's not to be messed with. His uncle is a triad boss, and he's got a flower arm tattoo on his armpit. Li Shuaiji, who was inexplicably titled as the nephew of the triad boss, looked at Zhang Yong's serious appearance and couldn't hold back his laughter. How come I don't know that my uncle is a triad boss? Where did you hear that from? Of course. I'm a horse. I can't be blind. Are you Li? Zhang Yong, you're really killing me with laughter. Make up blind words, at least make up a decent one. Triad bosses are out. You're really Li Shuaiji. When did you get plastic surgery? What plastic surgery? I was already handsome, okay? It's just that you guys haven't realized it. The next day, Saturday. Platinum Royal Theme Hotel. Li Shuaiji kept following behind Chen Shuji. Just now all the way Chen Shuji didn't talk to him. Not knowing if she was still angry because of yesterday's events, Li Shuaiji didn't know how to explain, so the two of them stayed in a stalemate. Just then, He Qingyan was wearing a red backless engagement dress that was specially tailored for her, setting off her proud figure in the best possible way, and she was holding on to the black suit wearing. Fu Hanyu walked over with a smile from not far away. Shuchi, you guys are here? Chen Shuchi looked at how well matched the two stood together, as if these two were meant to be together, a natural pair. Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji. He was relieved to see that there was no change in her expression. He Qingyan walked forward and handed Chen Shuchi a cup of sake. Chen Shuchi didn't pick it up, but instead touched her belly. Sister Qingyan, Fu Hanyu was about to snatch the glass of wine He Qingyan handed over when Li Shuaiji was a step faster. Shuchi, she can't drink. It's better if I drink for her. But He Qingyan seemed to be unforgiving. Shuchi, this can be considered our wedding wine. You won't not give us face, right? Chapter 32 Holding Back Drinks for Schoolgirl's Wife. Chen Shuchi took the glass of wine from Li Shuaiji's hand after hearing He Qingyan's words. She glanced at Fu Hanyu and then at Li Shuaiji. Sister Qingyan is right. I shouldn't refuse the wedding wine. I'll just drink it. I sincerely wish you 100 years of happiness. Li Shuaiji refused to return the wine glass to Chen Shuji. Shu-chi, you can't drink it. Sister-in-law, like this. I'll drink 2 cups and drink that one for Shu-chi, okay? She really can't drink, so don't drink either. At this time, Fu Hanyu, who hadn't said anything on the side, snatched the glass and frowned as he spoke unhappily. Qingyan, you're forgetting about the little girl. Shu-chi, is she pregnant? Why are you still letting her drink? Alright, don't go too far. Fu Hanyu, you're saying I'm excessive? Who is going overboard? You remember that she's pregnant, but do you remember that I, your wife, am also pregnant? I'm pregnant with your child. You'd rather care about a woman carrying someone else's child than care about me for a second. Am I really not important to you at all? Fu Hanyu frowned. Alright, He Qingyan, what are you imagining here again? I'm imagining things? Am I imagining things? Just now I accompanied your big client to drink so much wine for your so-called broken face. Have you thought for a second that I'm also pregnant, and the wine is also harmful to me? Fu Hanyu still frowned. Can you be the same as her? And Shu-chi wouldn't have been able to drink in the first place. He Qingyan looked at Fu Hanyu. Right, it's not the same. Of course it's not the same. I had to start learning to cater to all sorts of people from a young age, just wanting to survive. Whereas she grew up playing with Barbie dolls and pampering herself in her dad's arms, she's a little princess who grew up being pampered. How can this be the same? Sister Qingyan, don't be angry. Brother Hanyu, he didn't mean it. Being angry is not good for the baby. And today is also considered your happy day. Don't be angry. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Chen Shuchi also hurriedly persuaded. She was here to participate in the engagement ceremony. Although at first decided to bring Li Shuaiji to also was in order to maintain their own a little bit of small self-esteem. After all, at first inexplicably was let off the pigeon is also very angry. But she had long since gotten over it and didn't want to see this situation. He Qingyan continued to look at Fu Hanyu and asked, Fu Hanyu, you directly say, are you regretting getting engaged to me? Fu Hanyu avoided the scrutiny of He Qingyan's gaze. Qingyan, stop it. I've promised to marry you. What else do you want? He Qingyan's eyes contained clear tears. So, you've always felt that I forced you to get married? I'm the one who tied you up with a child, right? He Qingyan laughed coldly, mockingly, looking at Fu Hanyu, his eyes dense. Fu Hanyu, I didn't say that. In that case, then this marriage. It's better not to get married. I'll raise this child by myself. He Qingyan released Fu Hanyu's arm. The tears contained in her eyes that were originally faltering also dripped down into the wineglass. Then she drank the wine in the wineglass she was holding in her hand in a single gulp. Chen Shuchi hurriedly snatched the wineglass in He Qingnian's hand. Sister Qingnian, you can't drink so much dash. He Qingnian smiled at Chen Shuji and wiped away her tears. Don't worry, this is specially customized. It won't harm the fetus. After saying this, he glanced at Chen Shuchi, and then at Li Shuaiji, who had been watching Chen Shuchi from the side, with envy in his tone. You're much luckier than me. After saying these words, he walked away without looking back. This left Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji, who were standing by the side, at a loss for a moment as to what to do. Brother Han Yu, how can you say that? Go after them. Fu Han Yu was unimpressed. It's fine, she'll come back on her own in a while. And Chen Shuji was a bit anxious. You, really, how can you be like this? Li Shuaiji said. Shuchi, go and take a look at sister-in-law. Don't leave her alone. Don't let anything happen in case something happens. Chen Shuji nodded. Good. Then he chased after her as well. Li Shuaiji patted Fu Hanyu's shoulder. Senior Fu, you're not right. Your woman worked hard to carry your child. You should be caring for her at this time. How can you say that kind of thing? Fu Hanyu frowned. That was all because she asked for it. I didn't force her. I also told her to abort the child. It was her own unwillingness. Senior, do you know, also as a man, after hearing your sentence, I can't help but want to punch you. Your sentence is really scummy. You said that it was her own fault. Could a slap in the face be enough for this kind of thing? Could she have gotten pregnant without you? Do you really like her? Fu Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of unknown anger. Don't like. If you don't like it, why did you marry her? Fu Hanyu, don't you know? Because she was pregnant and insisted on giving birth to the child. That's why I said that it was her own fault. She knew that I didn't like her, but she still made a fool of herself. Li Shuaiji stayed silent. He couldn't accept Fu Hanyu's point of view on his own, but this was someone else's business, and to put it bluntly, it was a matter of a willingness to fight. He wouldn't do this kind of thing, but he couldn't stop others from doing this kind of thing, and he couldn't sway other people's minds. But at this moment, his admiration for the genius teenager Fu Hanyu also instantly disappeared. Fu Hanyu annoyingly took a sip of wine. When did you and Shu Qi meet? Li Shuaiji sensed something was wrong. I've known her for 2 years. Li Shuaiji was telling the truth. He had heard everyone discussing the school beauty Chen Shuchi from the moment he stepped into Suhai University. She was the high-flying goddess in the eyes of all the boys. At that time, Li Shuaiji felt that the distance between the two of them was farther than the distance from the sun to Neptune, and he was self-aware of himself, so he never wanted to think about the goddess. It never occurred to him that one day his relationship with Chen Shuji could become like this. It was really something he couldn't even dream of. 2 years. I've known her for more than 10 years. Li Shuaiji felt the hostility in Fu Hanyu's words. Senior, what do you mean by this? Nothing means. Senior, you like Shu Qi, right? Fu Hanyu froze. No, I just treat her as a younger sister. Sister? Ha, still really scummy. Fu Hanyu, this sentence, you can fool her but can't fool me. From that day in the hospital I could see it in your eyes. Fu Hanyu sneered. The senior is not even called? Li Shuaiji disdainfully said. A scum like you really doesn't deserve me to call you a senior. Something happened. There was a car accident outside the hotel. A pregnant woman was hit by a car, now bleeding profusely. When Li Shuaiji heard this, his entire brain buzzed. The body is even more the entire stiffness. But soon he reacted, immediately rushed out. In his heart, he kept praying, Shu Qi, don't let anything happen. Chapter 33 Schoolgirl's wife in a car accident? When Li Shuaiji and Fu Hanyu ran out in a panic, they only saw many people gathered around. When he saw so much blood, his legs were shaking and his heart felt like beating a drum. He kept praying in his heart that nothing would happen. Behind the crowd, he shouted, Shu Qi, but no one answered him. This made Li Shuaiji panic. The ambulance and the police arrived at the scene early. The police car's alarm bell and the ambulance's emergency sound were ringing one after another, which made people's heart beat in fear. The next thing that came into view was the blood all over the ground, like the sunset, coloring the whole piece of land red. When Li Shuaiji squeezed in, he saw that the ambulance had already left the scene. Then he heard someone talking around him. I heard that the one who just got hit, that seems to be a pregnant woman. Yes, it's tragic. 2 dead bodies. Oh my god, what a sin. The girl who was hit looks like she's still very young. Yeah, she looks pretty. Li Shuaiji grabbed one of the men's clothes, his voice trembling. Was the girl who was hit wearing a white dress? The 2 witnesses looked at each other and confirmed. It seems like it. Li Shuaiji's heart thumped. I remember it wasn't a red skirt? Fu Hanyu also walked over at this moment and clutched the man's arm with a trembling hand after hearing this. What did you say? Pain. Big brother, you grasped me so tight. Why? Fu Hanyu, I'm sorry, you just said the person who was hit in the end is a red dress, or white skirt. In fact Fu Hanyu did not want to hear either of these 2 answers. That's right, I remember it was a long white dress, and then the whole dress was stained red. Young girl, very young, good looking, long white dress, still pregnant. Every single one of them is right. Could it really be Shuaiji? Li Shuaiji stumbled backward as if he had lost all his strength, and Fu Hanyu, who was on the side, pulled Li Shuaiji in time. Li Shuaiji hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chen Shuji. Beep beep beep. The phone rang over and over again, and it remained unanswered, and Li Shuaiji had been unwilling, kept hanging up and calling again, hanging up and calling again. Still no one answered. Just when Li Shuaiji was about to go crazy with anxiety, Chen Shuji's phone called in. Li Shuaiji hurriedly picked up. Hey, Shuaiji, are you okay? Is everything alright? Hello, this is Shuaiji Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Are you the owner of the cell phone? For a moment, Li Shuaiji's brain was completely unable to think. He didn't hear a word that was said on the other end of the phone. The little bit of luck that he had just saved was also instantly destroyed. Li Shuaiji's entire body collapsed, chagrined and kept beating himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that I didn't take care of Shuaiji. Senior, what should I do if something happens to Shuaiji? It's not confirmed yet. What are you doing? Fu Hanyu grabbed Li Shuaiji's hand. Just now the Shuaiji Obstetrics and Gynecology Department called me dash. Fu Hanyu's hand shook. If it's really her, what's the use of you being here like this? Let's hurry to Shuaiji Obstetrics and Gynecology. Right. Hurry to the hospital. Along the way Li Shuaiji's hand holding the steering wheel kept trembling. He couldn't help but speed up, pushing the gas pedal all the way to the bottom. Faster. Originally, it usually took at least 20 minutes to travel. This time he only drove 10 minutes to arrive. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Li Shuaiji parked the car randomly and rushed in without closing the door. Li Shuaiji ran to the information desk. Did you just bring in a pregnant woman who was in a car accident? Is her name Chen Shuaiji? How is she? Chen Shuaiji? Right. You're a family member of a pregnant woman? That's great. The pregnant woman is hemorrhaging right now, and it just so happens that she needs her family's signature, so we're just in the process of contacting her family. You are. I'm the baby's father. Good. You come with me. The nurse immediately rushed to the resuscitation room with Li Shuaiji. The pregnant woman's family has arrived. He says he's the baby's father. The nurse who came out in the resuscitation room to let the family sign was puzzled. Wait, you're the baby's father too? Li Shuaiji? What do you mean also? Nurse, this man also said he is the child's father. Li Shuaiji looked at the man the nurse was talking about. The man was very big and thick-looking, with a fierce face. Speak clearly. What is your relationship with my wife? You let go of me. I don't understand what you're saying. How could my girlfriend be your wife? Li Shuaiji was certain that even if Chen Shuji was blind, she couldn't possibly look at this kind of man. So you're the little white boy my wife keeps outside. I didn't come to look for you, but you took the initiative to come to my door. See how I can clean you up. Hey, this is a hospital. If you want to make a scene, go out and make a scene. I don't care which one of you is the father of the child. I don't care who of you is the father of the child. Now the pregnant woman is hemorrhaging. She needs someone to sign, otherwise she will definitely die. The man loosened his grip on Li Shuaiji's collar and signed the surgery sheet. I'm married to her. I'm her proper man. I sign. Lord Bao, you must keep my wife, please. Okay, we know. Don't worry. Li Shuaiji looked towards the operation sheet. The patient's name was Chen Shuji. Now he was even more confused. Could it be that he was looking for the wrong one? And when Li Shuaiji was about to leave, the strong man from just now grabbed Li Shuaiji. You want to leave? Not allowed to leave. You give lousy clear. The child in my woman's stomach is really yours? Big brother. I don't know what's going on, but I seem to have gotten it wrong. What got it wrong? Own woman can still get it wrong? Li Shuaiji, no. Big brother. I seem to really recognize the wrong. My girlfriend called Chen Shuji. I just looked not your wife that name. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand. I'm just asking you, whose seed is in my wife's belly? Li Shuaiji, big brother. This is a long story. I just thought that the one who got into a car accident was my girlfriend, but I realized it wasn't. And now I can't find my girlfriend. Li Shuaiji, can you release me? I have to find my girlfriend. Man, release you? No way. How do I know if it's you who's cheating? You have to wait for my wife to wake up and come out before you can go. Just when Li Shuaiji didn't know what to do, suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Li Shuaiji, why did you come over as well? Li Shuaiji turned around fiercely. Chen Shuji was standing not far away with a bewildered face. Chapter 34, if the baby is gone, you can get pregnant again. But what do I do if you're gone? Chen Shuji's white dress was stained with blood as she stood with He Qingyan, who was wearing a red dress. Both of them were covered in blood. Li Shuaiji immediately broke away from the burly man and rushed to Chen Shuji, holding the person tightly in his arms. Great, Shuji, you're fine. Scared me to death. I thought you had a car accident. Chen Shuchi was hugged. Reaching out, she soothed Li Shuaijia's back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. It's not that I had a car accident. Li Shuaijia let go of Chen Shuji and asked with a worried face. Then are you injured anywhere? Why is there so much blood on your body? This blood is not mine. It's that pregnant woman's. I just chased Sister Qingyan out. Just saw that someone had a car accident outside. And it happened to be a pregnant woman too. So the two of us went up to help. And got into the ambulance with Sister Qingyan in the meantime. I haven't had time to tell you yet. And I was going to call you when I realized my phone was missing. How did you find your way here? Li Shuaijie breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. You have no idea. I just felt like the sky was about to collapse. Chen Shuji blushed and gently patted Li Shuaijie's chest. In an unconsciously pouting tone, she said, Then are you worried about the baby? Or are you worried about me? Of course I'm worried about you. The baby can be conceived again if it's gone. But if anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your parents? To be honest, he was indeed stupid at that time, and had forgotten that if something happened to Chen Shuji, then something would happen to the baby as well. At that time, the system would definitely notify him and punish him accordingly. But at that time, the system did not react at all. He should have guessed it long ago. Maybe he was really concerned. He didn't even consider that if he lost his baby, he would be without a system, and he would become that beggar that no one could look down on again. Chen Shuji was originally quite happy when she heard the first half of the sentence, but the more she heard of the latter, the more upset she became. Chen Shuji pouted. Oh, so you're just afraid that there's no way to explain to my parents? Li Shuaijie, oops, no. Chen Shuchi turned around. Humph, Shu-chi, don't be angry. He Qingyan, who was on the side, looked around Li Shuaijie and didn't find Fu Hanyu, and for a moment, his eyes were dimmed. He Qingyan asked, Hanyu, does he know about this matter? Li Shuaijie hurriedly replied, Senior, he knows, and he's also worried. He just came with me. He Qingyan smiled to himself. Is he worried about me? Or is he worried about Shu-chi? He Qingyan, alright, there's nothing more for me here. I'll go back first. I'm tired too. Li Shuaijie, Shu-chi is in your hands. Li Shuaijie stopped He Qingyan. Sister Qingyan, why don't you wait? Senior, he'll be here soon. No need. He won't worry about me at all. He Qingyan shook her head. Chen Shuji, Sister Qingyan, Qingyan. Fu Hanyu's voice suddenly rang out, and He Qingyan turned around violently. All of a sudden, she fell into a warm embrace. Great, you're fine. He Qingyan was also confused. She had almost never felt this kind of anxious tone from Fu Hanyu towards her. Hanyu, don't be afraid, I'm fine. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those words just now. Hanyu dash, I really should apologize to you. Li Shuaijie is right. You're carrying my child. This is also a mistake I made, can't let you bear it alone. I'll take good care of you and the baby in the future. He Qingyan's smile faded. It turns out that I am only a mistake you made in your heart. But this is also enough. I'm satisfied to be by your side all the time. He Qingyan's face quickly raised a smile again. This kind of thing, feelings, is indeed a willingness to fight. The man who had just grabbed Li Shuaijie with a fierce look on his face reacted only after seeing this scene. So you are the man who saved my wife's life. The man scratched his head with an embarrassed face. Brother, I'm really sorry just now. I was the one who made a mistake. I thought you were my wife's mistress. Li Shuaijie, it's okay, it's okay. I'm also quite embarrassed. He also didn't expect this kind of oops to happen. Just then the lights in the operating room went out and the doctor walked out from inside. Congratulations. Fortunately these two young ladies were handled well and resuscitated in time. Mother and child are safe. That burly man sat down on the ground at once. Then surprisingly, he began to cry loudly. And so a burly man cried without any image. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What's wrong, big guy? Your wife is fine. And you got a big fat kid, you're still not happy? The big man wiped his tears and sniffled. No, I'm happy. I'm too happy. Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this big strong brown man crying like this. Ha 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 ha. It was already dark when Li Shuaijie brought Chen Shuji out of the hospital, and it was already very late, and the school's gate time had already passed. Li Shuaijie, we definitely can't go back to school now. What should we do? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji's white dress was full of blood, so even if the hostile auntie opens the door, it will definitely scare people to death on the way back. Why don't we just live outside tonight? I'll look for if there's a hotel nearby. Chen Shuji reddened her face. Live in a hotel? Just the two of us. It's not too good. Li Shuaijie looked at the shy Chen Shuji and gulped. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited. Then do you have another way? Chen Shuji touched her stomach. She was still a pregnant woman. Li Shuaijie shouldn't be able to do anything to a pregnant woman. Chen Shuji thought about it. It seems like there really isn't any other way. Li Shuaiji took out his cell phone and looked for half a day and found that only the Golden Smoke Bay Hotel had empty rooms nearby. Li Shuaiji immediately took Chen Shuqi to the Golden Smoke Bay. Perhaps it was because the hotel receptionist saw that Chen Shuqi's clothes were stained with blood. It was also the middle of the night, so he inquired with some concern. "Why is there so much blood on Miss? Is this an injury? Do you need our hotel to help send you to the hospital?" Saying that, he took another scrutinizing glance at Li Shuaiji, a lone man and a woman. And it was a big night. A man brought a beautiful woman covered in blood to the hotel. How can this look? How can it feel a little scary? Or, "Miss, if you need any help, you can also tell our hotel." Chen Shuqi knew that Li Shuaiji was misunderstood, hurriedly explained. No, you guys misunderstood, we have nothing that needs help, and this is not my blood. Not your blood? Then whose is it? Chapter 35. The first time I stayed in the presidential suite with the schoolgirl. The person at the front desk of the hotel obviously looked even more frightened when she heard Chen Shuji say that the blood wasn't hers. Does it mean that these two people are murderers? And also in partnership? Li Shuai continue like this is very likely that the two people to be taken away by the police uncle. Hurriedly explained again. You do not guess. She body these blood is a pregnant woman's. That pregnant woman she had a car accident. And then she saved that pregnant woman. If you do not believe that you can call the hospital to ask. Li Shuai explained a number of after the hotel staff also took their ID card on their identity to carry out some verification through the public security system to confirm that there is nothing wrong before they can help them check in, because originally on the way Chen Shuqi has already said to him, book 2 rooms, 1 person a single room. As a result, the hotel front desk registration found no room, only the last room with a big bed. At this time, Chen Shuji opened his mouth and said, why don't we see if there are other hotels? 2 people live in a room. She is still a little embarrassed. It so happens that at this time came a couple, because Li Shuai they are the first to come. The hotel in line with the principle of first come first served, or first asked for their views. As a result, Chen Shuji has not said anything. Later that couple directly booked the last room. The man in the couple kindly reminded, now is the peak tourist season. Not to mention the hotel. Small hotels are also full of people. If it is not impossible to find a cheap hotel, how could the 2 of us, a pair of poor students who came to travel, stay in such an expensive hotel? Chen Shuji was also anxious after hearing this. What should we do, Li Shuai? It's all my fault. This is great. We don't even have a room to stay. Li Shuai hurriedly comforted. It's fine. Don't worry. At this time, there was another pair of men and women. The man had a big gold chain around his neck. Big belly. Short. Like the Wu De Lang in the movie and TV dramas. He looked at least 40 or more. And the woman looks only 20 years old. A brand name plus mink. Big red flame lips. A pair of hate sky high. Holding the man. When the 2 passed by Chen Shuji, the man unkindly sized up Chen Shuji, and then was seen by the woman, who intentionally bumped into Chen Shuji's shoulder as she walked by. Then she hummed softly with a disdainful face. Chen Shuji stumbled backward twice, and Li Shuai immediately wrapped his arm around his waist. Be careful. Chen Shuji looked up at Li Shuai. His earlobes flushed red. The man couldn't help but look back a few more times as he walked by, and he had to say that even though Chen Shuji was in a mess right now, just looking at that stunningly beautiful face was enough to make one's heart flutter. Li Shuai walked in front of Chen Shuji, blocking the man's lewd line of sight. The man frowned at this point. This man really had no eyes. That flaming red lips woman also shook the man's arm at this time and said in dissatisfaction, hubby, what are you looking at? If you're like this, people can get angry. That woman, body dirty, do not know what to do to go. What to see? The man saw the situation and hurriedly coaxed. Well, baby, not angry. You are the most good looking. Hubby loves you the most. A moment to buy you a bag, okay? On the one you fancy, 18,000. Really? Hubby is the best. Mooah. The woman kissed the man. Instantly, the man who was as greasy as a pig's head had a big red lip mark on his face. Hey, book a room with the best king-size bed for lousy. The man knocked on the reception desktop with a gold bravery string in his hand. The front desk looked guilty. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have any king-size bedrooms here. Then what other rooms are there? A twin-bedded room will do. I'm in a hurry. Front desk. I'm sorry. We don't have any rooms left now. The man seemed to get angry. His big meaty palm slammed heavily on the front desk. What's wrong with you guys? You don't even have a room in such a big hotel? I must stay in your hotel today. Otherwise I'll file a complaint against you. Front desk, there's really no more. If you don't believe me, sir, you can see for yourself. We only have a presidential suite now. The woman on the side took hold of the man's arm and let out a delicate and petulant sound. Hubby, I haven't stayed in the presidential suite yet. Look at this. There are no other rooms. Why don't we just book it? Only to see the man touching a handful of the woman's face with a lewd expression. then you'll have to perform well in a while. Don't worry, hubby, you'll be satisfied in a while. The man wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, then rubbed a handful of the woman's round buttocks hard. A presidential suite. Swipe your card. The man handed over his bank card. Front desk, yes sir. You wait a moment. Sorry, the balance on your card is insufficient. How can that be? There are still tens of thousands of dollars inside. Front desk, sorry sir, our hotel's presidential suite is $888,888 a night. What did you say? $888,888? I'm going to report you to the Trade and Industry Bureau. Front desk, sir, our presidential suite enjoys the supreme VVIP level treatment. Inside the equipment has everything, only you can't think of. There is nothing we don't have, and we are clearly marked price. Is your own choice to live in the presidential suite? How can you blame us? This room of yours is so expensive. Who can afford to live in it? And at this time, Li Shuaiji, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. The two of us are staying. Chen Shuqi pulled Li Shuaiji. It's $880,000 a night. Why don't you just forget it? It's fine. It's not expensive. The man looked incredulously at the brat next to him, but it was just a student's appearance. What are you pretending here? He did not believe that 880,000 yuan. This kid really casually brush. Front desk, okay sir, please ask how to pay. Swipe the card. Li Shuaiji thought that he had not lived in the presidential suite. This time taking advantage of the flower system's fun to rub Chen Shuji's light, the receptionist took the card with both hands and swiped it towards the POS. Swipe card successful. And the woman immediately looked at Li Shuaiji with a face of admiration, hitting on the idea. This handsome man is handsome, young and rich. I really don't know where is the rich second generation. In case he is caught by himself, he won't need to serve this fat head and ears long like a piggy bank man. When I think of every time I serve this man, it is obvious that it is only 3 minutes, and she is still hard to ask her. Is it good? I don't give a damn. Being poked by a needle still hurts. His points simply do not feel at all. And Li Shuaiji, at first glance, is young and strong, must be very energetic. Chapter 36, Schoolgirl's wife crashes into Li Shuaiji who just came up from the swimming pool. Shyness. Front desk, check-in has been processed. Mr. and Miss, you guys please follow me. Let's go Shuqi. Let's feel what the $880,000 presidential suite feels like. Li Shuaiji took the initiative to go forward and pull on Chen Shuqi's hand. Chen Shuqi was held in the palm of her hand by Li Shuaiji's warm and wide hand. She first froze and looked up, just in time to meet Li Shuaiji's eyes. Without glasses, Li Shuaiji's eyes and eyebrows and long eyelashes. Extraordinarily good looking. Chen Shuji slightly blushed and did not refuse. When Li Shuaiji pulled Chen Shuqi forward, the flaming red lips woman also enchantingly twisted her waist and walked over. When she walked to Li Shuaiji's side, she intentionally tilted her feet, and the whole person was about to fall into Li Shuaiji's body. Handsome brother. Li Shuaiji subconsciously reached out, and when he just held the person up, he smelled the strong perfume flavor on that woman. Li Shuaiji didn't hold back. His nose itched and he sneezed a big sneeze. Achoo! He hurriedly retracted his hand and covered his mouth and nose. Achoo achoo dash. Followed by another and another sneeze that couldn't be stopped. That woman did not expect that she clearly saw Li Shuaiji stretch out his hand and then retracted it. A moment without standing steadily directly snapped and fell to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. The greasy man saw the situation and rushed forward to help the woman up. Baby, are you okay? Does it hurt? The woman was unforgiving, pointing at Li Shuaiji. I'm sorry, he caused me to fall, and I twisted my foot. I want him to help me. Chen Shuji walked over. You can eat nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Obviously you fell by yourself. What's it got to do with us? I don't care. It was him who caused me to fall. If he had helped me, how could I have fallen? The man also said. That's right. You brat. Did you do it on purpose? Can't you see that she twisted her foot when she walked over, and you couldn't help her just now? Li Shuaiji hurriedly went forward and apologized. I'm sorry. Achoo. I'm allergic to perfume. Auntie, are you alright? Achoo dash. Auntie, you'd better stay away from me. Can't help but sneeze. Who are you calling auntie? The woman heard Li Shuaiji call her auntie and instantly became furious. I didn't. Achoo, I just sneezed. Then you help me up. I'll forgive you. The woman reached out for Li Shuaiji to reach out and pull him up. Good. Li Shuaiji reached out, and the woman looked at Chen Shuji with a smug smile, just as the two's hands were about to touch. Achoo dash. Li Shuaiji sneezed again, and this time it even hit the woman's delicate makeup directly. You. The woman's face became gradually distorted. Li Shuaiji, however, took the opportunity to hurriedly pull on Chen Shuji. No, I can't take it anymore. Achoo Shuchi, let's get out of here. The front desk attendant led them to the entrance of the presidential suite, then handed the room card to Li Shuaiji. The attendant glanced at the two ambiguously. All the staff of Golden Smoke Bay wishes you to a wonderful night. There are all the equipment inside, and the necessary supplies are prepared for you too, so you can rest assured that you can use it. Chen Shuji didn't know what the necessary supplies were at first, until she entered the room and opened the bedside table. When she saw those various kinds of birth control supplies, she finally understood. Miss, our hotel provides a service to clean clothes. If you need it, you can ring the bell for us, Li Shuaiji answered. Okay, we do need it. Okay sir, all the staff of Golden Smoke Bay Hotel are happy to serve you. Li Shuaiji strolled through all of the nearly 300 square meter presidential suite. That waiter really didn't lie. It really had everything. There was even a swimming pool and private hot spring bath soup outside. Wow, there's actually a private hot spring bath here. I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. I'm going to have a good soak. Chen Shuchi was delighted when she saw that there was a private hot spring. Li Shuaiji remembered that before, when he was a child, before his parents passed away, they used to go to the hot spring club as a family to take a bath. But at that time the hot spring club wouldn't let a pregnant woman in, saying that pregnant women couldn't soak in the hot spring. But I've heard before that you can't soak in a hot spring when you're pregnant. Chen Shuji looked regretful. Really? That's too bad. Li Shuaiji comforted. Shuchi, if you like to soak in hot springs, when the baby is born, I will definitely take you to soak in the hot springs, and I will buy you a hot spring clubhouse by then. Chen Shuji, forget it. If you can't soak, then don't soak, but don't draw me a big pie. What happens later? Let's talk about it later. I'll just go straight to the shower. Li Shuaiji watched Chen Shuji enter the shower. He suddenly remembered what the hotel attendant said and knocked on the door. Shu Qi, you take off your clothes and give them to me. I'll have the attendant wash our dirty clothes first. Otherwise we won't have anything to wear tomorrow. Chen Shuchi answered from inside. Good. Then the door of the shower room opened a little, and a pair of white and bare arms stretched out. Here. Li Shuaiji reached out to pick up the clothes. After he got the clothes, the bathroom door was closed again. Seeing that there was only one dress, Li Shuaiji was just about to open his mouth to ask when the bra and panties wrapped inside the dress fell out. Li Shuaiji hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Chen Shuji's bra was held in his hand, and all he could think about was that those two big white rabbits were wrapped in this thing. He suddenly remembered how he felt that night, and his body began to burn. Chen Shuji's body was much more comfortable after taking a shower, and the entire presidential suite was equipped with a thermostat system, which always maintained the most suitable temperature for the human body, so it didn't feel cold at all. With wet hair, she walked to the mirror, drying her body. Since there was no change of clothes, she could only wear a robe prepared by the hotel, and naked inside with nothing to wear. How it was not very comfortable. Thinking that in a while she would have to go out like this and be under the same roof with Li Shuaiji. Lonely men and women. In case like the last time, like rubbing the gun away. Li Shuaiji also took off a clean. He put the clothes of the two people in the dirty clothes basket, put it into the delivery robot basket that the hotel specially prepared for the guests, set the destination. He walked to the pool, changed into the disposable swim trunks prepared by the hotel, and jumped into the pool in one go. Not many people actually knew that Li Shuaiji was a strong swimmer to begin with. When he was in high school, he was almost chosen by the national team. Only at that time he heard that entering the national team required a lot of suffering, and even falling in love was restricted, so he finally gave up. But swimming had always been his hobby, and every week, even if he was busy, he would squeeze out a little time to go swimming. After swimming several laps in the pool, by exerting his physical strength, he finally consumed some of the yellow waste in his brain and climbed up to the pool. As a result, just after going up to the pool, he met Chen Shuji, who came to look for him. Chapter 37 Confessed to the Schoolgirl's Wife. Let's try it together. Chen Shuchi also realized that she couldn't find Li Shuaiji anywhere. She was alone in such a big room. She was a bit scared, so she came out to look for someone. She looked everywhere, but did not expect to run into Li Shuaiji. Just came out of the pool. After seeing Li Shuaiji's figure, her face instantly turned red. The first thing you need to know is that you are not going to be able to get away with it, but you are going to need to be able to get away with it. Li Shuaiji, for their own body management, has been very strict, so his body to abs is also abs, to mermaid line is also mermaid line. It just looks a little thin, but in fact the physical quality is still quite good. It is just that he is a person who does not like to dress up himself. It is all about how to be comfortable. Chen Shuji subconsciously glanced somewhere. Then she was shocked. Surprisingly, even in this situation, so no wonder she was in so much pain that night. And it was actually just that one night that she was hit. But the impression that night Li Shuaiji was indeed quite that. Tossing and turning tossed her around several times a night. Li Shuaiji took the initiative to go forward after seeing Chen Shuji come. Shuji, why are you here? Chen Shuji awkwardly hurriedly retracted her line of sight and then turned around. She had just actually stared at that place of others. won't be taken as a pervert. Chen Shuqi stammered and stuttered. That just now the hotel called to ask if they want to prepare a night snack. I wanted to ask if you're hungry and want to eat something. Night snack? Worthy of the treatment of the presidential suite. The service is so good? Good It just so happens that I'm also a little hungry after swimming. But I'll eat anything. You pick. Li Shuaiji climbed onto the shore and hurriedly took a towel and draped it over his body to block himself out. Just now, he saw Chen Shuji wearing the large v-neck robe prepared by the hotel, and the view inside was hidden, especially when it suddenly occurred to him that her clothes had been taken to the hotel to be washed, and the inside must be in a vacuum right now. His second brother, who had just been relieved by swimming, was once again on the verge of stirring, plus he didn't have any outer pants now. In case Shu Qi saw it, he was afraid that it wouldn't be too good. Both of them had a red face, each with their own thoughts. Then I'll go call the front desk and ask them to bring it here. Chen Shuqi was in a hurry to run outside, but in the end, she didn't realize that the poolside was full of water. It was too slippery, and she was barefooted, so she directly slipped under her feet, and her body unsteadily fell into the pool. Just when Chen Shuji thought she would definitely fall into the pool, she subconsciously closed her eyes directly, and suddenly fell into a hot embrace. Li Shuaiji see people to fall immediately 3 steps and 2 steps, darted over and grabbed Chen Shuqi's hand, will be pulled back, and this pull, will be Chen Shuqi's robe binding the harness loose open. Chen Shuqi opened her eyes to look. Of course the person who came into her eyes was Li Shuaiji. Be careful. Li Shuaiji's voice was tinged with huskiness, which seemed particularly sexy at the moment. The prominent knot in his throat was also sliding up and down. Thank you. You saved me and the baby once again. Chen Shuqi said thank you. She can't swim. She will definitely be choked if she falls down. If she herself is okay, but she is pregnant now, she will definitely hurt the baby. No, as the baby's father, and your future husband, to protect you and the baby, this is all I should do. Suddenly Chen Shuji, who was still in the crook of Li Shuaiji's arm, had her robe completely loosened up all of a sudden, and just like that, she was naked in front of Li Shuaiji, who herself was still unaware of it at the moment. Li Shuaiji at first had his pupils quake, and his body was more honest than his brain as he looked from head to toe, then forcing himself to divert his line of sight. That, Shu Qi, your clothes. What? Chen Shuqi only now felt a coldness in her chest and looked down. She hurriedly wrapped her body around herself and refastened the robe straps. You. No looking. Chen Shuji's face instantly turned as red as if she had been on a steamer. Li Shuaiji, however, felt that this kind of Chen Shuji was cute. Shuji, the two of us have been honest with each other, and we even have a child. Why are you still so shy? No, it's not the same. You, what have you seen? Li Shuaiji, would you believe me if I said I didn't see anything? Chen Shuji, how can that be? Liar, I don't believe it. Li Shuaiji's mouth hooked. Then what if I say I saw everything, and saw it very clearly? Chen Shuqi, then you are a pervert. Why don't you close your eyes? A man would have to look twice at a beautiful fruit body that was sent to him for nothing? Then it won't be a little cutie. What? I also did not react. But, Shu Qi, in fact, our relationship cannot be closer? If you think it's too fast to get married right away, the two of us can also try to fall in love first. Chen Shuji breathed a sigh of relief. Fall in love? Yes, we can fall in love first so that you can have a complete experience from falling in love to getting married. I promise you, don't worry, I'll be a good boyfriend to you, a husband to you in the future, and a qualified father. I'll think about it. Chen Shuji had to admit that she was actually moved. In fact, although she was the school flower, it was indeed the first time she had accepted such a face-to-face confession of deep love. Those school all-day shouting slogans saying I love you school flower don't count words. Li Shuaiji, a moment passed. Have you considered? Chen Shuji, which is so fast. Li Shuaiji suddenly came closer. Well, then let's slow down a little bit. Chen Shuji knew that Li Shuaiji was teasing her again. You're being a hooligan. Wasn't it you who said it was too fast? Then isn't it right for me to say slower? Chen Shuji bashfully turned around with a red face. No, ignore you. The whole person puffed up, and was about to walk forward, but her feet slipped again, and although she stood firmly this time, she was somewhat afraid to walk. Just at this moment, she suddenly rose up in the air. Li Shuaiji directly picked her up in a princess carry. It's too slippery here. Let me carry you out. Chen Shuji actually did not have a petite and cute type of figure, but at this moment, she was picked up by Li Shuaiji in such an easy hug. She stayed peacefully in Li Shuaiji's arms, with her face just right to stick to her chest. Once again, she felt the hot chest that belonged to a man, and the sound of a strong heartbeat. Fluttering. For a moment, She didn't know if this heartbeat was hers or Li Shuaiji's, but the two people's hearts were indeed very close at the moment. Sugar Heart promised to update properly in the future. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. If there is a lot of urging, we will also add more depending on the situation. P.S. The first few chapters have been revised, so if you've read them, please reread them. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get your hands on some free GIFs, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get your hands on some free GIFs. 2. Chapter 38, Schoolgirl Wife's First Kiss. I just want to kiss you. Li Shuaiji carefully placed Chen Shuji on the sofa. If you're hungry, let the hotel send food up first, then eat first. I'll go take a shower, cooling down the temperature. By the way, Chen Shuji's face flushed, perhaps because of the confession she had just made. Her entire voice was involuntarily delicate and soft. It's fine, I'll wait for you, Li Shuaiji said. There's no need to wait for me. It might be a bit longer. Why will it take a long time? Chen Shuji didn't understand how long it could be just to take a shower, because there's a certain big problem that needs to be solved, otherwise something will happen. Chen Shuji still didn't understand. What big problem? Do you need my help then? Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji's stunningly beautiful face, coupled with this misunderstanding conversation. His breathing became heavier. It's inconvenient for you now. There will be plenty of opportunities to help later. After Li Shuaiji finished speaking, he took big steps towards the shower room. At this moment, Chen Shuji still did not understand the meaning of Li Shuaiji's words, until a few minutes later. After hearing a low gasp coming from the shower room, Chen Shuji's face blushed furiously. Originally, Li Shuaiji was going to the bathroom. Chen Shuji, in order to not let her head is full of that kind of childish images, ran to the room. But I do not know whether it is really soundproof effect is too poor or what reason. She always felt that she could hear Li Shuaiji's low panting no matter which room she was in. She even wondered if she had some kind of ear problem or even got tinnitus. When Li Shuaiji came out of the bathroom, his body was still dripping with water and only the lower half of his body was wrapped in a towel. Chen Shuji was sitting on the sofa waiting for Li Shuaiji when she saw him walk past her with a cold face. Li Shuaiji's short hair hadn't been dried yet, and a drop of water trickled down his pretty danfang eyes at the eyebrows, swirling around his cheekbones. Chen Shuji realized that since Li Shuaiji took off his glasses, she really felt more and more that his eyes were indeed very pretty, but the whole face was red through and through. The Li Shuaiji who didn't smile at him made Chen Shuji a little uncomfortable, and in her heart, she kept guessing if she had just made Li Shuaiji unhappy by not accepting his confession and felt that she was too pretentious. Chen Shuji took the initiative to go forward and said, "You came out just in time. I just asked the hotel to already send the midnight snacks. Have some." Li Shuaiji, because of the shower, feel uncomfortable eyes removed contact lenses, so now he, 1 meter away from the hazy unclear, 5 meters and male and female indistinguishable, 10 meters, 6 relatives do not recognize, 100 meters of human and animal indistinguishable, heard Chen Shuji's voice and then realized that the original has just Chen Shuji in front of him. He also wondered if he had just flirted with Chen Shuji so that she has a negative feeling about herself. This damn myopic eyes. As soon as the words fell, he heard a ding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden quest achievement. Confessing to a pregnant woman. You can choose to strengthen your physical qualities in any of the following aspects. I. Strength strengthened. 2. Height increased by 5 centimeters. 3. Visual acuity increased to 2.0 with no astigmatism. 4. Alright, I'll go with 3. It's decided. Okay, the system is boosting for you. Please close the host's eyes for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful enhancement. Li Shuaiji opened his eyes, and sure enough, his eyes were clear. Chen Shuji was kneeling on the soft sofa beside himself with her legs together. Next to him were 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine, and next to them was a pair of burning heart-shaped candles and a burning aromatherapy. Everything was so clear that Li Shuaiji's excitement was beyond words. System, what was the 4th option just now? The 4th option is all of the above. Li Shuaiji, in his heart, he couldn't help but curse. Grass. Dog system. Friendly reminder. The host's thinking system can detect system has the right to take back all the rewards obtained by the host. Li Shuaiji. I was wrong system father. Chen Shuji sat by the candle. It is said that beauty is seen under the light. The flickering candle flame shone on her face, reflecting her already stunningly beautiful face even softer than usual. There was less of a high and mighty goddess paradigm and more of a softness. As a matter of fact, Li Shuaiji had long since realized that perhaps it was due to her pregnancy, or perhaps she didn't understand it before. Chen Shuji's entire body was very soft since she became pregnant. It seemed to be a few more moments of maternal radiance. He still remembered very clearly, a year ago when he entered Shuaiji University for the first time as a freshman. It was also the opening ceremony. At that time, Chen Shuji had a cold face, and she didn't smile once during the whole dance. but she was so beautiful that people unconsciously rested their eyes on her face. At that time, she was so high and mighty that she danced a sexy dance with a group of other schoolmates. However, he remembered that after that dance that day, all the schoolmates were later sent flowers in various pursuits by various schoolmates, but only Chen Shuqi, standing there alone, like a flower of the high mountain, which could only be viewed from afar, but could not be played with profanely. He never dreamed that such a flower of the mountains would be picked by him in the end, and also give birth to children for him. Chen Shuji poured 2 cups of red wine. 1 cup was handed to Li Shuaiji. Do you want to drink a cup of red wine? Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji's flushed cheeks and thought she had been drinking. Frowning slightly, red wine? Shuji, you forgot that you can't drink right now. Chen Shuji pouted. I know, I didn't drink it. I don't drink it. I just poured it, but I looked at the quality. Chen Shuji took the wine glass and handed it over. Do you want to taste it? The candle on the side was still burning. He didn't know why he had an inexplicable drunkenness when it was clear that the wine hadn't even entered his throat. Li Shuaijie unconsciously reached out his hand, but instead of taking the wine cup, he directly grabbed onto Chen Shuji's soft, boneless, and slender onion-white fingers. Chen Shuji felt like her hand was electrified. Her whole body was tingling. The whole person was a bit out of sorts, including the way Li Shuaijie looked at her. It was like sweet juice was added. The line of sight between the two people became more and more entwined. Li Shuaijie gulped and took the opportunity to pull the person into his arms. Shu Qi, can I kiss you? Chen Shuqi froze, then nodded and closed her eyes. She thought that since she had already decided to give birth to their child anyway, perhaps it would be a good choice to have a relationship with Li Shuaijie now. It wasn't the same kind of hot and fierce kiss that she imagined as the other night, but a fine and gentle one that landed on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and finally on her lips. Chen Shuji's body suddenly shuddered and unconsciously gulped. Other than the last time, this was in fact her first time kissing. Relax, don't be nervous, I just want to kiss you. Don't worry, you're pregnant now, I won't do anything else to you. Chapter 39 Provocation of Schoolgirl's Wife. Are you no good? Li Shuaijie discovered that Chen Shuji seemed to be really nervous as her whole body was trembling. He stopped kissing further down and instead switched to gently stroking her soft hair while softly comforting her. Shu Qi, don't be nervous, I really just felt that you were too cute and wanted to kiss you. Don't worry, I have my measure, just relax, okay? Perhaps because of Li Shuaijie's assurance, Chen Shuqi's originally scared and stiff body really became soft. Even her breathing wasn't so rapid. Looking at how nervous Chen Shuqi was just from a kiss, Li Shuaijie knew that Chen Shuqi had never experienced this before. Li Shuaijie, in fact, what my classmates at school said, that I like Fu Hanyu is all false. It's a rumor that I purposely put out in order to escape Jiang Tan's pursuit. Chen Shuji slightly pushed Li Shuaijie and said seriously. She didn't know why she especially wanted to explain this matter clearly now. She was afraid that Li Shuaijie would mind this matter. Once Li Shuaijie heard this, his heart felt much better. So he was not only her first man, but also her first love. And this makes Li Shuaijie's heart incomparably joyful and leaping. Although he didn't have a virginity complex. But which man doesn't want his girlfriend to have only one man from the beginning to the end? Good boy, don't be nervous, relax. No, I'm not nervous. Besides, it's not like I haven't kissed before. Chen Shuji felt that her appearance was too humiliating and lame. She was at least the school flower of Suhai University. Oh, really? Really not nervous? Li Shuaijie certainly did not believe it, because Chen Shuqi's performance was too green. So green that he was too embarrassed to go down on her. Chen Shuqi spoke a little louder as she was vain. Of course, I'm the school beauty of Suhai University. Li Shuaijie laughed. Well, I know, just a billion points, but it's a single beside a billion, right? Chen Shuqi was infuriated. She wanted to retort but didn't dare to look at Li Shuaijie's eyes in front of her. How come she hadn't felt those eyes before? Like they were trying to hook people's souls away. It was so foul. Chen Shuqi's face reddened, not wanting to admit it. I warn you, don't talk nonsense. What single side? It's just a little bit nervous only. Li Shuaijie, however, was unforgiving. Oh, am I the one who's talking nonsense? I don't know who it was just now. I just kissed my forehead and my whole body started shaking with nervousness. Chen Shuji hurriedly denied. Who told you that shivering is nervousness? That wasn't nervousness on my part. It was coldness, because I was too cold. That's why I was shivering. Right, people shiver when they're cold. Do you have any common sense? Li Shuaijie directly poked and prodded. Cold? But the temperature of the entire room has been adjusted to 27 degrees, which is the most suitable temperature for the human body. At this temperature, are you still cold? Chen Shuqi was not straight and strong. I am afraid of the cold, can't I? Li Shuaijie looked helpless. Okay, I won't kiss you anymore. Let's eat the steak. If we don't eat it, it will really get cold. Li Shuaiji let go of Chen Shuji and picked up the knife and fork for the steak. But Chen Shuji snatched the knife and fork over and stood in front of Li Shuaiji with her waist crossed, as if she really wanted to prove that she really wasn't nervous or scared just now. I really wasn't nervous. And I'm not scared. Fine. You're not scared. Shu-Chi, be careful about getting naked again. Oh, if you get naked again this time, you can't blame me for not looking. Chen Shuji lowered her head and realized that the robe's strap was indeed loose again. She hurriedly retied her robe. Then she seemed to be really trying to prove herself. She directly got up, stood on her tiptoes, hooked her hands around Li Shuaijia's neck in front of her, and then tilted her body forward, taking the initiative to send her lips. But she really doesn't know how to kiss. She will only stick her two lips together and turn them around. She remembered watching TV dramas in the past that acted like this. Although Chen Shuji's kissing skills were a mess, this behavior was nothing but adding fuel to the fire in Li Shuaijia's eyes at the moment. He was already having a hard time holding back, but he was afraid of scaring Chen Shuji, and even more afraid that he couldn't hold back. In case a moment of momentary spermatozoa in a while ended up hurting the baby, it could make him regret it for life. The main thing was that right now, Chen Shuji had just been pregnant for 2 months. It was the most dangerous time. There should definitely be no overly intense sex behavior. Don't ask him why he knew. Because he had checked before. The first 2 months of pregnancy were dangerous. The fetal image was not stable. If it was overly intense or stimulated it would have an effect, whereas after the 3rd month it would be a little bit better. At this time the baby was a little bit more stable in the mother's stomach, and it was possible to carry out the proper harmony items. Can't blame him for thinking about this in his head. Which man holding a beautiful woman like a flower in his arms is still not moved? Even the Tang monk still froze when he saw the king of the daughter kingdom back then. His body is sound, physical and mental health, and is just 20 years old. Is the peak of the hormone burst? If there is no idea is not normal, but he couldn't afford to be a little impatient. He is not the kind of animal that only uses the lower half of his body to think. How could he not consider the big picture? Is it more important to have a moment of physical pleasure or to have a wife and children in the future and live with a multi-million-dollar daddy's fund? There is no need to choose which is more important. However, the little bit of fire that he had managed to suppress by taking a cold shower was rekindled again. Seeing that Li Shuaiji didn't respond, Chen Shuji had a red face and a smug look on her face. She even pretended to be very experienced. You just talked about me. What are you waiting for now? Kiss me. You're not going to be your own that ever then can't, right? Can't? This kind of words in the eyes of Li Shuaiji was a provocation to his ability as a man. Saying anything about him was fine, but definitely not saying that he couldn't. Li Shuaiji pinched Chen Shuji's chin, lifted it up, and said in a mute voice, if I can't, how did the cubs in your belly get here? Chen Shuji was suddenly choked speechless for a moment. Humph, it's not fun. I'm not going to play dash. Chen Shuji's arm was just about to let go of Li Shuaiji's neck when it was suddenly pulled back. Li Shuaiji lowered his head and directly kissed Chen Shuji's lips. Chen Shuji's small cherry lips were soft and moist. This time was different from the slapdash and forceful kiss in the hospital last time. Li Shuaiji's movements were extraordinarily gentle, afraid that he might hurt her a little. Gradually Chen Shuji also entered the state. She felt like walking on the clouds, some floating but not real feeling. Even do not feel the initiative to stand on tiptoe. Will be Li Shuaiji's neck embrace even more tightly, so that she can stand steady, because she felt that she had some weak legs and could not stand steadily, and did not dare to say, and was afraid of being ridiculed, so she could only climb on Li Shuaiji's body, borrowing his strength so that she could stand steadily. In the middle of the process, she was about to lose her breath several times, and in the end, it was Li Shuaiji who slightly released her for a moment, allowing her to catch her breath. In the end, until both of them had kissed their way to the bed at some point, and both of them collapsed on the bed, Chen Shuji let out a wailing sound. Chapter 40, Formalizing the Relationship with the Schoolgirl's Wife. It was this cry that made Li Shuaiji's consciousness suddenly become clear, and he immediately stopped. And at this moment, Chen Shuji's eyes were hazy and foggy, a red swollen lip slightly open, as if accusing dissatisfaction as well as full of questions. Li Shuaiji once again swallowed his saliva, hugging the person in his arms tightly. Good boy, wait a little longer. Not now, at least another month. Li Shuaiji didn't know if he was talking to himself or Chen Shuji with these words. It was just that he knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely be unable to control himself. At that time really everything would be too much to take in. Chen Shuji buried her head down. What do you mean wait a little longer? How did you make it seem like she was starving? Although that floating feeling just now was really good, she didn't want to admit it just like that. Chen Shuji realized that her robe was open again at some point. It seemed like the rabbit had just been played with in the palm of her hand by a large palm. She had only experienced that feeling once before, but that time she was in a completely different state of mind than she was now, and at that time she had been drinking in order to bolster her courage, and she couldn't remember many of the sensations, and this time her consciousness was clear. Shuaiji wanted to get up and hurriedly tie her own clothes, but her entire person was held very tightly. Good girl, don't move first, let me hug you. Shuaiji bashfully blushed. She was now being touched by what she naturally knew why. She could only obediently not move, letting Shuaiji hold her. In fact, she was quite touched. She had heard that stopping halfway would be hard and uncomfortable, and all to this point, just short of the door thing, but Shuaiji stopped for her. Maybe it was really because she was pregnant with a baby, but at least it was also evident that he was also a responsible man, or at least would definitely be a good father in the future. Shuaiji spread a smile and reached out to touch her belly. In her heart, she silently read, "Baby, do you know that mom has found you a good father? Your dad endured a lot of hard work for you. You must be born and grow up in peace and health." Shuaiji gradually began to fantasize a little about her future family life in Shuaiji's arms. She felt that she was still lucky that the person she met at first was Shuaiji. If she had changed to an unreliable man, she was afraid that she would not be in this state now. Perhaps, she would have collapsed, would not know what to do, and even, she would have aborted the child. In fact, if it wasn't for the support that Shuaiji had given her, as well as the impeccable care that he had given her over the past few days, the money and time that he had spent on her, perhaps, she would have aborted the child a long time ago. After all, she was still young, and once she had the bondage of a child, she would be tied up in doing a lot of things. Can't use cosmetics, can't wear high heels, can't go to hot springs, can't do dangerous things. So many no-nos, but every time she felt a tiny life in her belly, she felt it was all worth it again. Shuaiji hugged her for a while, until she was all ready to fall asleep, and let go. Then he didn't say anything again and went to the bathroom again. Next, Shuaiji listened to the handiwork process for more than an hour outside with a red face. Listening to it made her body hot and her mouth dry. An hour later, Shuaiji came out again. Shuaiji had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Shuaiji gently walked over and prepared to carry the person up to the bed, but as soon as he reached Shuaiji's face, Shuaiji woke up. In fact, she hadn't fallen asleep at all just now, just for fear of being too embarrassed. Shuaiji pretended to rub her eyes. "Hello, Shuaiji, well, you've been waiting for a long time. It's getting late, go to bed. I remember you don't have any classes all day tomorrow, so you can get a good night's sleep, and I'll renew it for another night tomorrow if I need to." Shuaiji, no need. 880,000 for one night. This is too expensive. You can't spend money like this even if you have money. Where do we live is not to live. Why do we spend so much wasted money? Shuaiji, you're right. I think we have to go and rush. When will our manor be installed, so that we can live at school if we want to, and live at home if we want to? It's getting late then. Go to bed. At the end of the day, the two didn't eat the steak that the hotel had delivered, because it was cold again, and they were not in the mood to eat it at all. Shuaiji and Shuaiji stood in front of that 4-meter big bed and fumed, because they found that such a big place actually only had one bed. Although this bed was very big and large, to put it in an exaggerated way, it was big enough for 10 people to sleep in, but it was still essentially only one bed. In order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, Shuaiji still said, "Shuichi, you sleep on the bed tonight." "Shuichi, what about you? I see that the sofa outside is also quite big." "I'll sleep on the sofa." Shuichi bit her lip and pondered for half a day, finally stifling a few words. Why don't you sleep on the bed as well? This bed is huge." The two of them had just been like that, and there was a baby between the two of them. But now she was still letting Shuaiji sleep on the sofa, but it seemed like she was being pretentious. It would be better to just be generous. But Shuaiji looked at the shy Shuaiji and suddenly wanted to tease her. "Inviting me so actively? Are you not afraid that I will be beastly in the middle of the night and can't help but do something to you?" Shuaiji heard Shuaiji's words and turned around with a red face and exasperated. "Then you can sleep outside alone." Shuaiji laughed and hurriedly caught up and hugged Shuaiji. Don't, wife. Compared to the sofa, I still prefer sleeping on the bed." Shuaiji stared with a big eye that dripped round. "Who is your wife?" "Don't call me that." Shuaiji laughed. "Of course it's you. What do you like to be called? Girlfriend? Baby? Honey? Good girl? Honey? Which one do you prefer?" "I'm fine with all of them." Shuaiji looked disgusted. "Ha, I don't want any of them. So disgusting." Shuaiji walked to the bedside and prepared to make the bed, when Shuaiji suddenly hugged her from behind. "Shuichi, we're considered to be in a relationship now, right?" Shuichi froze for a moment, then nodded shyly. "Aha." Chapter 41, the first time I shared a bed with my schoolgirl wife. In the middle of the night, Shuaiji lying in bed. How can not sleep? One is to recall everything that happened today. It feels like riding a roller coaster. The whole thing is ups and downs. Until now his mood has not completely calmed down. slightly inclined his head to look at Chen Shuji, who was far away from him, as well as the Chu He Han boundary between the two. He all felt like there were 10 more people lying in the middle of the two. Hate. He couldn't help but spit. This hotel, why is the bed so big? It's not like we're bouncing on it. Thinking about what just happened, he still hasn't slowed down a bit. He had never thought that the top-ranked schoolgirl of Suhai University would become his girlfriend. She was still carrying his cub in her stomach. Li Shuaiji turned sideways and quietly looked at Chen Shuji, who seemed to have fallen asleep. Perhaps because the room was heated and covered with a thick quilt felt hot. Chen Shuji lifted the quilt covering her body and kicked it with her foot, and the quilt was kicked to the back of the bed. So kicking and tugging, she was wearing a robe belt has long been loose again. In this way, Chen Shuji's marvelous figure was revealed in front of Li Shuaiji, with her fragrant shoulders half exposed. But Chen Shuji is back to him to sleep. The front of the light cannot be seen, but the hotel robe is not too long, lying down only enough to cover the thighs. Plus Chen Shuji was originally tall. The robe can only cover the upper side of her thighs. Below the hips, the pair of slender and flawless long white legs, so brightly in front of Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji began to blush again. At this time he began to celebrate. Fortunately, the hotel bed is large enough. He cannot touch the touch, but also not so difficult. If the ordinary big bedroom, a hand can reach the degree, he is afraid that it will be more difficult. Li Shuaiji began to force himself to close his eyes. Hurry to sleep. As a result, the sheep counted hundreds of still very awake, and the body is more awake than the brain. Li Shuaiji decided to stop forcing himself to fall asleep and directly opened his eyes. As a result, this opening, he felt even worse. Chen Shuji did not know when he was already facing himself. That robe has long been messy, half covered. The feeling of holding a pipa and half covering her face was even more tantalizing than not covering anything at all. Li Shuaiji felt that if he didn't know that she had fallen asleep and was breathing steadily, he would have thought that Chen Shuji was deliberately seducing herself. Li Shuaiji sighed and hurriedly closed his eyes again. Continue counting sheep. After counting several thousand sheep again, there was still no intention of falling asleep. Li Shuaiji began to get even more annoyed, but this time he didn't dare to look in Chen Shuji's direction, because that is really a test of one's restraint. He suddenly thought of that Lu Xiaohui. I really don't understand how that was tolerated. He looked straight at the light above his head, thinking to himself, it must be that this light is too bright. He usually sleeps with the light out. Suddenly sleeping with the light on must not be accustomed to. Thinking this way, Li Shuaiji got up again and prepared to turn off the light. As a result, he searched for half a day and couldn't find the key to turn on the lights. Only in the wall found a computer touch version. Control the whole room lights and home appliances. He had never used such an advanced thing, and was afraid of the trouble of messing up the hotel. After half a day's research, he didn't know how to turn off the lights, so he just gave up and went straight back to bed. As a result, he realized that not only did he not turn off the lights, but he also accidentally turned off the air conditioner, and the room began to get colder and colder. Li Shuaiji is planning to get up to reopen the air conditioning. Suddenly he heard a burst of rustling sound. The next second, his waist more than a pair of white and flawless as snow lotus root arm is wringing his waist. Li Shuaiji's body stiffened and turned around, and sure enough, Chen Shuji seemed to have leaned all the way along the heat source because she was too cold. Plus the quilt was kicked by herself. Who the hell can stand this? Li Shuaiji hurriedly and carefully got up to reach the quilt, but as a result, as soon as he moved, Chen Shuji hugged him even tighter and didn't let him go. Well, cold hug. Chen Shuji this was treating him like a big toy bear at home, but he couldn't cover the quilt and was afraid that Chen Shuji would catch a cold. He had to hug Chen Shuji while holding him, then try his best to restrain those messy things in his head, carefully and cautiously move his body a little bit, then use his legs to hook the quilt behind Chen Shuji a little bit over. Li Shuaiji was beginning to resent why he didn't have legs that were 8 meters long, just a little bit short of touching the quilt. Li Shuaiji squeezed over a little bit more in Chen Shuji's direction, and the two of them hugged each other tighter and tighter. Finally, his feet reached the quilt. Force a hook. The corner of the quilt was finally up to him. Then Li Shuaiji changed his hand to reach the quilt behind Chen Shuji. The action is extraordinarily gentle, for fear of waking up the sleeping person in his arms. After half a day of tossing and turning, he finally put the quilt over Chen Shuji's body. The eyes cannot see is also slightly better. Li Shuaiji is finally relieved. Chen Shuji's hair fragrance and the scent of the body after the bath if not, ran to the tip of his nose. Tempting, because he just kissed caused slightly red and swollen cherry mouth. That kind of hot feeling straight to Li Shuaiji's ceiling. Not having a nosebleed was already considered to be a good physical condition, but even so, see Chen Shuji that beautiful quiet sleeping face, and let a person really cannot bear to push away to wake up. Li Shuaiji felt that he didn't get himself wasted today was really the old ancestors of the Li family blessing their old Li family offspring. Endure, endure, endure. Li Shuaiji, today you are the reincarnation of the golden cicada. The person in your arms right now is not your girlfriend, but the demonic spirit that destroyed your cultivation. Stay up a little longer. Wait until morning. I'll become a Buddha on the ground. Li Shuaiji if it is not will not. Cannot wait to start their own recitation of the clear heart incantation to themselves. Time just so a second, a minute, a millisecond passed. Finally, when the first wisp of light from the window shone into the room, Li Shuaiji felt the sky was finally bright. He had never looked forward to seeing the sun so much. Fortunately, Chen Shuqi did not have the habit of sleeping and her biological clock was extremely accurate. Waking up at less than 6 o'clock, she opened her eyes and realized that she was hugging Li Shuaiji tightly. What? When did we sleep together? Li Shuaiji shook off his arms that were already all numb. Look carefully. Last night it was you who took the initiative to come over. Chen Shuqi looked. A large bed. The two of them were squeezed in a side corner. That was exactly where Li Shuaiji laid down last night. She realized that it was really just herself running over there. The other person, Li Shuaiji, was still sleeping in the same spot he had laid down in last night, and it was herself who had crossed the minefield. Chapter 42 Send your wife back to school. It's not too much to ask for a farewell kiss, right? Look at Li Shuaiji's eyes under the black and blue, plus full of red bloodshot eyes. I know that Li Shuaiji should be a night without sleep more embarrassed. And look at their own robe, has long been scattered. This night must not be less let Li Shuaiji full of eyes. But people did not touch themselves at all is also true. Chen Shuqi reddened her face and wrapped the quilt tightly around her body. Li Shuaiji climbed up from the bed. Good morning, my girlfriend, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, your future husband I will really be ruined. Chen Shuqi felt a little embarrassed. Am I sleeping quite dishonestly? It's okay. Li Shuaiji pinched his arm while saying, you don't have classes in the morning, you can sleep some more. I still have one more class in the morning. I'll come over to pick you up after class in a while. Chen Shuqi didn't want to live in such a big room by herself as it was a bit scary. No need. I can't sleep anymore either. It's better to go back to school with you. That's fine. Then I'll call the front desk to have the hotel send the clothes over. After Li Shuaiji called the front desk and said he wanted clothes, the hotel let the robot send the clothes over. And it also thoughtfully sent 2 breakfasts. The breakfast in the presidential suite was also extremely sumptuous. And I heard that it was also made by a Michelin-level head chef. The two of them washed up and ate a hearty breakfast before heading back to school. Li Shuaiji sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor, probably because the time was still early. It was not even past 7 o'clock, so most people were still asleep. The whole campus was quiet. There were not many people. You only go to class at 9 o'clock. You haven't slept for a while all night, it's better to go back to the dormitory first to catch up on your sleep. Well, then you can also sleep some more. Li Shuaiji helped Chen Shuqi unbuckle her seatbelt and stroked the hair on her forehead. Chen Shuqi nodded shyly. Good. Chen Shuqi was about to open the car door and leave when she was pulled back again by Li Shuaiji. What's wrong? Chen Shuqi asked with a confused look on her face. Li Shuaiji deliberately teased her. Your boyfriend I endured so hard last night and you're just going to leave like this? Well, then what do you want? Chen Shuji blushed in shame. At least have a parting kiss? Chen Shuji thought about it and kissed Li Shuaiji's face like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Li Shuaiji touched his face. That's it? Then what else do you want? Before the words fell, his own cherry mouth was captured by Li Shuaiji. The two made out in the car for a while longer. Only until Chen Shuji was a little out of breath did Li Shuaiji release her. Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji's red swollen lips in front of him, as well as the ambiguous small strawberry on her neck. Looking at his masterpiece, he was very satisfied. At least it is. Like this. Compared to Li Shuaiji's face of complacency, Chen Shuji's entire body blushed, and couldn't wait to bury her entire face inside her clothes. Sure enough, men are all smelly rascals. Why didn't she see before that Li Shuaiji was actually like this? Li Shuaiji sent Chen Shuji out of the car and watched her go upstairs. Then he received a text message on his cell phone. I've arrived, plus a cute cat shy emoticon pack. Li Shuaiji replied back with a, okay, plus a fierce kissing picture. After thinking about it and thinking that it was inappropriate, he hurriedly withdrew it again and looked for half a day before finding one that was a bit cuter. Li Shuaiji put the phone back into the pocket ready to get on the car and drive back to his dormitory. He really have to make up a good sleep. If others know that he spent 880,000 yuan to stay in a presidential suite for one night, but the result is still not sleep is expected to be laughed at for the rest of his life. Just as he got into the car and fastened his seatbelt to prepare to leave, he saw a black Grand Mercedes slowly drive over from not far away, parked not far from a building of girls' dormitory downstairs. Li Shuaiji was familiar with that location because he used to wait for Si Lili downstairs every day. Just when he was about to start the gas pedal, Li Shuaiji saw a familiar figure walk down from that big Ben car. That person is Si Lili, whom he has not seen for several days, only to see that she first walked to the main driver and knocked on the window. Then the main driver's window came down, and the head of a man who had almost lost his head was exposed. Si Lily kissed the man's face. The man reached out and touched Siriri's pretty face. Siri Lily waved to the man, and then the car drove away. When Si Lily saw the car drive away, she immediately converged the smile on her face in an instant as if she had changed her face. She even spat in the direction of the car. This kind of Si Lily is the previously Shuaiji never seen. He actually felt that he could actually be blind to such an extent in so many years, liking such a woman, a female college student, early in the morning from a man's car down. Can imagine what she had done the night before. Thinking about how many times before someone had reminded him in front of himself that Si Lily was fooling around with all kinds of men outside, he didn't believe it. He felt that those people were all trying to discredit Si Lily, and even came close to fighting with others on several occasions. But today, he saw it practically. He also had to believe. Originally thought that she just couldn't forget her ex-boyfriend, which was normal, but didn't realize that she could actually really sell her body just for money, and couldn't help but have an evil sweat. He began to be glad that he was Si Lily could not see himself and did not let him touch. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would get some kind of disease. That must be more disgusting and unbearable than finding a fly's leg in the bowl after eating a meal. Fortunately, the person he slept with that night was his Shuaiji. Let him avoid this. Si Lily met a clean and beautiful simple Chen Shuaiji, but also sent him a lovely baby, and now there is a baby daddy system. In the evening can let his wife and baby to eat and drink without worrying about their own, can take advantage of the light, and even have to spend money, can be cashback benefits, even has been plagued by their own nearsightedness, are relying on the system cured. Just at this time, not far from the Si Lily suddenly saw not far from Li Shuaiji's car, only to see her first froze, and then step by step toward him. Originally, Li Shuaiji thought anyway, after the two people will not have any intersection. Si as not see hurry up and go, save to cause a commotion. Just as he was about to step on the gas, suddenly the system's voice rang out. Please host to complete an ex-girlfriend. Completely cut off the relationship of the hidden task. After the completion of the task can get rich rewards. Li Shuaiji did not turn off the engine, just pulled down the handbrake. Just in the car blowing the air conditioning waiting for Si Lily slowly walked towards him, the heart calculating a moment to say how to say. Chapter 43, completing the quest to get the secret of love. Buckle dash. The glass of the main driver's car was knocked. Li Shuaiji lowered the window glass by a third. Si Lily's face was a little surprised when she saw Li Shuaiji. Ajay, it's really you. I just thought I recognized the wrong person. What's wrong? Li Shuaiji lay on the leather seat with his eyes closed. Seeing that Li Shuaiji had become completely different from before, Si Lily's entire body was a bit frozen. This is the girls' dormitory. Why are you here so early? Li Shuaiji still didn't open his eyes. Of course I know that this is the girls' dormitory. Didn't you also come back from outside so early? As soon as Si Lily heard this, she knew that Li Shuaiji saw that she had just gotten down from someone else's car. Li Shuaiji, you might have misunderstood. The one just now is actually my uncle. Li Shuaiji smiled. Uncle? He, then you and your uncle are quite affectionate. Before you leave, you still mwah. Si Lily expression some embarrassment, but soon she thought for a moment. Li Shuaiji since just saw, but deliberately wait here over she explained does not mean Li Shuaiji heart still mind. Since mind means to himself still feelings, does that mean she still has a chance? The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her. Si Lily looked at sitting in the luxury car with one hand on the steering wheel, simply too handsome. The current Li Shuaiji is completely different from before, and she heard that in fact, Li Shuaiji is not a poor man at all. In fact, it is the rich second generation has been pretending to be poor. In fact, it is not impossible. Many rich second generation want to find true love through this method. Si Lily, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Love. Si Lily thought she was looking at Li Shuaiji with affection. Shuaiji, it's cold outside. Can I get on the car and then say it slowly? Si Lily was wearing a thin body. The lower half of her body was only wearing a pair of black silk, and it was torn. The upper half of her body was also very cool. Her hands wrapped around herself, shivering. If it was seen by others would definitely be soft. No, only my girlfriend can sit in this car. And it's a car I bought especially for her. But who said I'm going to ask you this question? What I want to ask is, aren't you afraid of getting a disease if you sleep with so many people? Also, I really want to thank you for not seeing me as a poor man before. Otherwise I wouldn't have met such a good Shuaiji. Don't worry, when Shuaiji and I get married I'll send you invitations. Remember to wrap up a red packet at that time. After saying this, he started the car, leaving a car exhaust to Si Lily. Li Shuaiji felt that it was a waste of time to say one more word to Si Lily. He was really too sleepy right now. It was more important for him to be able to lie down on the bed and sleep right now. Otherwise he might really have to die suddenly. Ding, congratulations to the host. The task is completed. Obtaining the task reward: 99 things you must do to fall in love to get married secret book. and every time you complete one of these 99 things you will randomly obtain a reward. The system beep sounded again. This secret book came at the right time. He was still worried about how to fall in love with Shuaiji, but right now it was imperative that he went back to sleep first. When Li Shuaiji returned to the dormitory, his dormitory roommates were still awake, but this is normal, because for them, if the class time is 9 o'clock, they won't get up until 8:50. Li Shuaiji was preparing to go to bed, subconsciously glanced to the next door, but found that Zhang Yong in the next bed was gone. The quilt was messy. He walked over and touched the quilt, still had residual warmth. It means that it is just getting up. Just at this time, there was a sudden thud in the bathroom. Li Shuaiji hurriedly ran into the bathroom, opened the door to see Zhang Yong is covering his stomach. Pale face fell to the ground. Li Shuaiji hurriedly ran over to help the person up. Zhang Yong, what's wrong with you? Stomach. My stomach hurts. Li Shuaiji glanced at the location where Zhang Yong was covering his stomach. It seemed to be the appendix. Maybe it's acute appendicitis. No, wait, I'll send you to the hospital. And Li Shuaiji's panicked speech and the loud noise in the bathroom just now woke up several other housemates at the same time. They ran in one after another, and when they saw Li Shuaiji and Zhang Yong who fell on the ground, they thought that it was Li Shuaiji who caused Zhang Yong to be like this. Zhou Yu pushed Li Shuaiji hard. Who are you? Another roommate, Wu Bo, rushed forward to look at Zhang Yong's condition and asked, Zhang Yong, are you alright? Li Shuaiji was speechless. Zhou Yu, I'm Li Shuaiji. Zhang Yong, he may have acute appendicitis. He needs to be rushed to the hospital now. Zhou Yu sized up Li Shuaiji. Although he was indeed a bit myopic, it was only 100 degrees. How could this boy in front of him who looked like a second-generation rich boy be Li Shuaiji? Are you lying to the ghost? Lousy just didn't bring his glasses, but not blind. How can you be Li Shuaiji? Zhou Yu, he is really Li Shuaiji. Hurry up, send me to the hospital first. I can't anymore. Quickly call 120. Li Shuaiji, it's better if I drive him there. It's faster this way. Okay, hurry. The three of them handily held Zhang Yong and sent him to the hospital. A check was not acute appendicitis at all, but acute gastroenteritis caused by improper diet. Need to be hospitalized for 3 days, but hospitalization needs to pay hospital fees. Deposit 30,000 yuan. Now the three people instantly dumbfounded. They were all poor students. Who could take out $30,000 at once? Everyone now looked at Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji, you're so rich, and usually Zhang Yong has the best relationship with you. Can you see death and save him at this time? Where do I have any money? Li Shuaiji's previous purchase for Chen Shuji's system cashback was not much, so he paid off the loan he owed at once. So what he had at his disposal in his pocket right now was only a few $100s. How could he get $30,000? Zhou Yu was furious. Li Shuaiji, what a joke. You have the money to buy a luxury car and such expensive clothes, but now you're not even willing to take out a life-saving advance of $30,000 for your roommate? We really misjudged you. Zhang Yong was also a little chilled when he heard Li Shuaiji's words. Li Shuaiji, don't worry, I will ask my parents for this money and return it to you. Zhang Yong, it's not that I won't borrow it, it's that I really don't have it right now. I'll go out for a while, don't be anxious, wait for me to think of a way first. Li Shuaiji walked out of the hospital room. The money in the system was the Milk Daddy Fund. He couldn't use it. Now he didn't know who to ask to borrow this money, and he was pretending to be a pussy in school before. Pretending like that. Now everyone thought he was a rich second generation pretending to be poor. Now he said he didn't have any money. His roommate definitely didn't believe him. System, what should I do now? Can this money really not be used? Host, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Although the childcare money can't be used, there's still another way. What way? Why don't you quickly say it? Just at this time, Li Shuaiji's phone rang. Chapter 44 only received a phone call on the inheritance of 100 million assets? Li Shuaiji took out his cell phone to see. There is no note. Is an unfamiliar number, so directly hang up, but just hung up. The phone called again. He hung up again. That person called again. Li Shuaiji had no choice but to pick it up. Hello, who is it? Is this Mr. Li Shuaiji? I am, but I don't buy houses. I don't get cards. I don't take out loans. I don't buy cars. I don't study. Thanks. And at that moment the caller shouted out very excitedly. Young master, I finally found you. Li Shuaiji. Nuts. Li Shuaiji cursed, then immediately hung up the phone. As a result, just after he hung up, that phone call came in again. Young master, the old master left you $100 billion of assets before he died. Li Shuaiji, thank your master for me. Splat. Li Shuaiji hung up the phone once more. As a result, the phone rang again. Still the same one. No, are you guys still finished? Young master, listen to me. It's true. Who is your master? What relationship does he have with me to give me so much money? The master is your real father. Li Shuaiji. I say your kind of fraud group's methods are too low. How many years ago was this trick? I'm telling you, old me's parents died years ago. Young master, you. Alright, don't be young master. You're my grandpa. Can I call you grandpa? I'm busy right now, and it's a big matter of human life. I don't have time to play with you guys. And $10 million? Who cares? I'm the one who has $90 million. Do you believe me? Young master, believe me? I'm serious. I'm serious too. Young master, then what will it take for you to believe? Li Shuaiji grunted. If it's really true, you can call me $30,000 right now. It just so happens that my roommate needs to pay the hospitalization fee. You're young master. I'm just short of money. Young master, is $30,000 enough? Or else I'll give you $100 million to use first. If it's not enough you can tell me again dash. Snap. Nuts. Waste of time. Hang up. Pull black. A dragon. Li Shuaiji opened his cell phone contact list and finally fixed his sight on Chen Shuji's cell phone number. It was torn for a long time whether to call it or not, but now I'm afraid that the only one who can help him is Chen Shuji. But the two of them had just been together for a day. He had spent $880,000 yesterday pretending to stay in a presidential suite with his girlfriend, and today he even had to borrow $30,000 from his girlfriend. How could he say that? And what would Shuji think? As a result, what he thought came to what? Chen Shuji's phone call at this time but called over. Li Shuaiji slowed down his emotions and picked up the phone. Hello? Shuji. What's wrong? Nothing, just want to ask what you are doing. That I am not disturbing your sleep? No, I'm in the hospital now. Chen Shuji's voice obviously tensed up. Hospital? What's wrong with you? No, don't be nervous. I'm fine. It's my roommate Zhang Yang who is sick. Acute gastroenteritis. I sent him to the hospital. Chen Shuji sighed in relief. Oh, in that case, which hospital? Is it the nearest one to the school? Is he serious? Do you need me to come and help? No, but Shuji, that, Zhang Yang he may need to be hospitalized. Can you lend me $3? Li Shuaiji hadn't finished speaking. Just then, a text message suddenly popped up on the top window. Ding dong XX line credited 100 million yuan. Li Shuaiji rubbed his eyes and started counting the zeros behind the ones. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. There really was a billion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this ing real? Shuji-chan thought she was talking to her. Ha, what did you say? No, nothing, it's fine. Shuji, you're carrying a baby now. Don't run around. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll go back after I finish the hospitalization for my roommate in a while. You wait for me obediently for a while in the school. Aha, good. Right. Dad said that he wants to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. I wonder if you have time. My father-in-law asked me to dinner. Of course I have time. Don't worry, I'll definitely go tonight. Well, good. Then I'll wait for you at school. You come back early. Good. Li Shuaiji hung up the phone, reread the cell phone text message again, incredulously counted the number 0 on the text message again. After confirming that it was 100 million, he hurriedly pulled out the phone number that he had just blacked out again, then took the initiative to call it. Hello, young master, did you receive the money? Li Shuaiji coughed twice. The money was received, but that, who the hell are you? I am your biological father's assistant. My name is Lu Wei. Just call me Uncle Wei. Wilbur, what is this matter all about? Who exactly is my real father that you are talking about? Young master, have you heard of the Lu family? The Lu family? You mean that Suhai's #1 plutocratic conglomerate? The Lu family? Exactly that Lu family. You are our master's child. Don't tease. I have parents. My father's name is Li Xiao, so everyone else called him Li Ugly. Then he married my mom and gave birth to me, and didn't want me to be so ugly like him, so he wanted to name me Li Shuaiji. As for why he ended up being called Li Shuaiji, it was entirely because when his dad went to register his name, there happened to be one next door who also named his child Li Shuaiji, and he didn't want him to share the same name with others, so he changed it to Li Shuaiji. Although my parents died early, I have an impression. They were very affectionate. And now you're telling me that I'm not my father's seed? But it's not impossible. Actually, to be honest, Li Shuaiji had his doubts, because his dad Li Xiao looks really ugly, but his mom thief good looking. He has always felt that he is not so ugly is completely 200% inherited the advantages of the mother. Now it seems, could his mom really give his dead old man with a cuckold? But in the only impression he had, his mom didn't look like that kind of person. He only had a little impression of his mom. Gentle, smiling, very nice. What the hell was going on here? He really wanted to ask his mom now, but now there was no proof of death. How can you guys be sure that I'm the one you're looking for? Could it be that you guys are mistaken? Absolutely not. You can rest assured. The Lu family is absolutely strict about bloodlines. There will never be a case of mistaken identity. And we have already done a paternity test, confirming that you are the youngest master of our Lu family. Young master? You mean, there are several brothers above me? No, there are 9 sisters above you. You are the only male in our Lu family, and now the Lu group needs you to inherit. Chapter 45, Arranging a VIP ward for your roommate. Showing off his girlfriend to his roommate as a schoolgirl. Are you saying that I have 9 more sisters? This setting, it's really getting exciting. Let me ask quietly, were they all born from the same mom? Report young master. No, the first and third young misses were born by the great doctor. The second young miss was born by the second madam. The fourth young miss. The fifth young miss was born by the third madam. The sixth young miss. The seventh young miss was born by the fourth madam. Stop. I can't remember so much. Listen to you. Your master can be really fraternal. I'm afraid. Lu Genua. Wei Xiaobao was ashamed to listen to it. But then again, it said that one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Won't there be a fight at home with so many women? I'm not hiding it from young master. The first lady, second lady, third lady, fourth lady, and fifth lady all passed away. And now there's only a 6th lady in the house. I'll go. Your master is a heavenly lone star, specializing in wife restraints. What about my sisters? Not born from the same mother. Won't they fight? Back to young master's words. The young ladies are now all over the world and don't usually live at home. No wonder. Young master, it's hard to say over the phone. Do you think when you have time, can we meet and talk about it? Li Shuaiji also felt that this matter is a bit mysterious. Okay, then tomorrow, I'm going to my father-in-law's family for dinner in the evening. Young master, you are already married? Not yet. However, my girlfriend is pregnant and it's sort of settled. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Young master, is it confirmed to be your child? Do you need me to send someone to check? The Lu family's bloodline can't be dash. Stop. I'm sure as well as certain that it's my child. I won't bother you with this. Yes, young master, then what gift do you need me to prepare for you at night? Without waiting for the other end of the phone to finish, Li Shuaiji heard the nurse's urging voice coming from Zhang Yong's hospital room. Zhang Yong, hurry up and pay the hospitalization fee. Otherwise you can't be hospitalized. Li Shuaiji hurriedly hung up the phone. Let's not talk about it for now. I still have things to do here. Let's talk about it tomorrow when we meet dash. Suddenly Li Shuaiji seemed to have thought of something. System, about the setting of this biological father being a billionaire. This can't be your masterpiece, right? By the host found it, but the system just used a little way, so that your family can find you as soon as possible. The system is not omnipotent, cannot arbitrarily change the host's DNA. Okay, let's not talk about it so much. We will slowly study the system later. Li Shuaiji hurriedly went to do Zhang Yong's hospitalization first. After doing so, he walked to the ward where Zhang Yong and his roommates were discussing with the nurse. Zhou, nurse sister, we are poor students. 30,000 yuan really cannot come out. Cannot wait. First let my roommate hospitalized? We'll go back and find a way for him to come up with some money? The nurse flatly refused. No, this is not something I can decide. The beds are very tight right now. If you don't hurry to pay the deposit, the beds will be arranged for someone else. Zhou, don't. Nurse sister, look, my roommate, he's in pain. Zhou saw Li Shuaiji come back and said in a conspiratorial manner. What are you still coming over for? Zhou, I was just going to dash. At this time, a family behind them in line sat on their asses on the hospital bed originally assigned to Zhang Yong and said, Nurse, since they can't afford to pay the hospitalization fee, let me have this ward. Zhou, no way. Li Shuaiji, let it go to you. Let's go. Zhang Yong weakly said, Shuaiji, I really hurt. Zhou stepped forward to stop Li Shuaiji and snatched the handle of the wheelchair back. No way. Can't you see that Zhang Yong is in pain like that? Li Shuaiji, I really didn't see that you were actually such a cold-blooded and thin-skinned person. You go. You don't need to be in charge of the matters here. Whether the people in our dormitory are dead or alive from today onwards has nothing to do with you dash. Zhou, calm down. I've just gotten Zhang Yong a VIP ward. VIP ward. Zhou looked at the facilities inside the ward in surprise. I'll go. Is this really a ward? It's so big? It's even bigger than my house. Oh my god. There's even massage fitness equipment. Zhang Yong lies weakly on the hospital bed, hanging a drip. Thank you, Li Shuaiji. Just now. I'm sorry. Zhou also looked embarrassed. Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji pretended to be angry. Humph. What did someone say just now? To do what with me? I said that from now on, you'll be the big brother of our dormitory. No, Dad. Alright. I don't have a son as big as you. Li Shuaiji looked at the time. Right, tonight you two discuss who will accompany Zhang Yang here at night. I have something to do at night. I have to leave first now. Wu Bo also said. Li Shuaiji, are you going back to school later? Since Zhang Yang is fine, I also need to go back to school and ask the counselor for a sick leave. Otherwise we'll all have to be counted as absent from school. Then why don't you come with me? I happen to be going back to pick up my girlfriend. Zhang Yang, girlfriend. Wu Bo, girlfriend. Zhou Yu, girlfriend. Li Shuaiji laughed. Worthy of being in the same dormitory, you guys do have quite a tacit understanding. Zhou Yu, no. Li Shuaiji, when did you have a girlfriend? Who is your girlfriend? You're not getting back together with Si Lili, are you? How could it be? My girlfriend is of course Chen Shuqi. What? School flower Chen Shuqi. Li Shuaiji, you actually picked up the school beauty as your girlfriend? You're not lying to us, are you? Why would I lie to you? Li Shuaiji saw the unbelieving looks on the faces of several people. You don't believe me? The three shook their heads at the same time. Zhou Yu, although I admit that you are indeed quite handsome now, and you also have a bit of money, but the school beauty, she is not that shallow, otherwise she would have been with Zhang Tan long ago. Then I'll make a call to her now. Li Shuaiji picked up the phone and dialed Chen Shuji's phone number. The phone didn't ring twice before it was picked up. Hello? Jia. What's wrong? How's your roommate doing? Is he better? Zhou Yu, I'll go. It's really the schoolgirl's voice. Li Shuaiji, it's okay, Shu Qi, it's just that I missed you, so I'm giving you a call. Li Shuaiji's roommates shivered. This is too meaty. Chen Shuqi on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned as well. Li Shuaiji could almost imagine how cute she must be blushing like a red apple right now. Didn't we just part in the morning? And we'll be meeting again in the evening in a little while. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other for an autumn already. Why are you so oily now? I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go back to school to pick you up in a while. Just in time. I still have something to tell you. That, in fact, I also have something to tell you. The evening meal, or not or don't go. I just realized, my grandparents and my aunt and uncle cousin husband also came. They are a little trouble. Chapter 46, Li Shuaiji takes his wife to buy a couple's ring, takes out a 50-star account number. Li Shuaiji didn't understand at once. Trouble? What trouble? Chen Shuji stammered. They're just annoying. I've especially hated them since I was a kid. Why don't I find an excuse? Let's just not go. Li Shuaiji was unimpressed. It's fine. When the time comes, soldiers will block water and water will cover earth. What's wrong? You don't have confidence in your boyfriend? Or do you think I can't hold my own? Chen Shuqi hurriedly denied. No. Shuqi, look, your dad specifically asked you to invite me today, and I've promised to go. Isn't it even worse not to go? Good boy. You just have to be good and wait for me at school. I'll be right there to pick you up. Alright then, I'll wait for you at school then. Li Shuaiji hung up the phone and looked at the unsuspecting eyes of his roommates around him. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Then you didn't come back for a night last night. Were you also with the schoolgirl? He. No wonder I said, why do you look so kidney weak? Look at you with this big sign. TSK. Wu Bo, looks like last night was intense. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, has a gossipy face. I go, brother? That's the school flower actually so taken by you. Li Shuaiji faced some small complacency, but the mouth said, cough. You guys do not misunderstand. We both did not do anything. Don't tease. That's the school flower. You're alone in a room together. If you didn't do anything, I suspect you have a problem. Zhou Yu looks curious. Right, did you two hit a home run yet? Wu Bo, look at the way the schoolgirl just spoke so gently to Shuaiji. Needless to say, it's true that it's easier for a woman to sleep with than to convince. But brother, play is play. Let's not make a scene. Li Shuaiji coughed twice. In fact, already made a scene, but he didn't want to say it yet. At least now was not the time. In case he said it would have a bad effect on Chen Shuji, although they were all roommates, but in case anyone said something that slipped out. Alright, I still have to go to Chen Shuji's house for dinner tonight. Do you guys think I should prepare something? Asterisk. You even took care of your father-in-law? It's really worthy of you. People say that when a scholar is separated for 3 days, he is impressed. We are here but 1 day apart. You have simply changed drastically. Low profile. To the school put Wu Bo off. Li Shuaiji went straight to Chen Shuji's dormitory. After receiving Li Shuaiji's call, Chen Shuji was waiting under the dormitory building early. From a distance, she was wearing a white dress, her skin glowing like a pearl. On her feet were the flat shoes he had bought earlier. Hair scattered on both shoulders, but does not look messy at all. From afar looks like the same temperament as the fairy sister. Do not apply powder, but there is a kind of clean and untainted feeling. After seeing Li Shuaiji's car, The original face that was as cold as the flower of the high mountain immediately revealed a smile. Li Shuaiji stopped the car, walked to Chen Shuji's side, opened the door for her. A gentlemanly look. Get in the car, my girlfriend. Chen Shuji blushed, gently lifting the hem of her skirt and stepping into the car. Li Shuaiji used his hand to protect Chen Shuji's head. After getting into the car, Li Shuaiji held Chen Shuji's hands with both hands. His fingers were cold. Hands so cold. Very cold? Chen Shuji blushed. It's okay. Li Shuaiji, it's still early. I'll take you to a place. Li Shuaiji brought Chen Shuji to a doctor. He remembered that the first thing in the book 99 Things to Do from Love to Marriage that the system gave him was to wear a couple's ring with his girlfriend. Chen Shuji was confused when he saw that Li Shuaiji brought him to Dr. I've heard that you have to wear a couple's ring when you're in love, so I brought you here to buy a pair today. As soon as he entered the doctor, someone greeted him. What kind of ring is it, ma'am and sir? A wedding ring? No, we just want to buy a couple's ring. Couple rings, please follow me. How about these? The salesman showed a row of rings priced around $10,000. Couple pair rings were usually not too expensive to buy. This price, Li Shuaiji frowned. Salesman, if you think it's expensive you guys, do you have any above 10 carats? 10 carats? Sir, you may not understand. The price of a 10-carat diamond ring is probably going to be between 8 million and 50 million. Li Shuaiji, take it out first. Salesman, sorry, we are temporarily out of stock in the store. Would you like to take a look at other styles? Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuaiji. Ajay, a couple's ring would be better if it's cheaper. Then go and see what you like yourself. Next to a couple is also picking a ring. The girlfriend is not there. The boy walked to Li Shuaiji's front and said, brothers, okay, don't pretend too much. Li Shuaiji didn't say anything but walked over to Chen Shuji. How's the selection going? Yeah. Do you think this one looks good? Or this one? Or this one? Li Shuaiji looked at the several models Chen Shuji was wearing on her fingers. He looked at them all looking similar. There was no difference. But still, he looked at them seriously over and over again, then gave his opinion. And the pair next to him, the girl was also asking her boyfriend, honey, what do you think of this? The boy was playing a cell phone game with his head down. Oops, it's all your fault. It's dead again. You have such thick fingers. Nothing looks good on you. The girl looked embarrassed and a little angry. She walked over and snatched the boy's phone. We're getting married soon. Can't you stop playing games? Are you annoyed? Have you picked the ring yet? Picked, good, hurry to go. The girl's face was red with anger, tears filling her eyes. Chen Shuji said to Li Shuaiji, that girl is so pitiful. I'll go take a look. You pick first. Aha. Li Shuaiji walked to the side of the boys and glanced at the game being played on the boy's phone next to him. It turned out to be King Pesticide. Look at this segment, but just King 10 stars or so. That person is playing Lonling King, and there is also a Yao girl hanging on his head, like a ghost, floating around in the canyon. Then look at his record, 5-15-4. This is really Nima Dish and forcibly bringing his sister. Bro, I see that you play the game well. I'll play a game with you? The boy raised his head and sized up Li Shuaiji. You can play this too? My skills are average. My girlfriend happens to be picking out a ring as well. You bring me along. Alright, I'm already King 10 stars. I'm telling you, don't drag me down. I'm still bringing people along. Good. Boy, get on the number. Li Shuaiji boarded the number that hadn't been played for several days. Li Shuaiji, wait for me. I'll buy a skin first. He didn't bother to buy a skin before, but now that he had money, he directly took the full skin in one breath. Straight to V10. Is it ready yet? The boy was a bit impatient. Li Shuaiji, it's done. As soon as Li Shuaiji entered the room, the boys shouted, asterisk. You're actually King of Glory 50 stars. Chapter 47, Li Shuaiji kills in the game. As soon as Li Shuaiji entered the team, the girl in the team who played Yao opened her voice. Wow, a V10 big brother with 50 stars of glory. Is the new one in the team little brother? Li Shuaiji only turned on the earpiece, not the voice. The boy saw that the attention of the girl he brought in was attracted away by Li Shuaiji somewhat unconvinced, and seeing that Li Shuaiji's usual hero was the fielding position, he immediately locked the fielding as soon as he entered. Li Bai, he is the hero of his life. The girl went in without looking at the lineup at all. Obviously the opposite side of the first floor has taken Gallo. She still chose Yao Mei in seconds. The boy said, Yao, brother continues to take you to pick stars. Just now that game was a teammate not working. Aha, Yao knows. Yao will protect brother. Li Shuaiji had no choice but to finally fill in a shooter mark. The opposite side's auxiliary, Kai Wenji, came to help his family's shooter after helping the middle take the line in the opening game, and Li Shuaiji could only pick up trash to eat under the defense tower. Even so, the opposite side of the playing field still come to catch people from time to time. Then he looked at his own family's fielder. who was strolling around the wild area with Yao Mei. In this way, he gave away a blood in less than 3 minutes of the opening game. After he died, Yao Mei and the boy even taunted him. Che, I thought 50 stars was so powerful, but it's just a middle-of-the-road RMB player. Li Shuaiji didn't say anything. Fortunately, the middle road came to support him from time to time, and he slowly developed himself. As a result, it was not easy for him to develop, and the hitter and Yao started to die and give away one after another, fattening up the opposite side's Garo. Can you play the game? Center Mage, why don't you come to support? The boy started complaining about his teammates when he died. Middle Mage, are you blind? Can't you look at the mini-map? What are you guys doing when the shooter is crumbling? Going to take the girls to play in the entertainment bureau. Li Shuaiji also didn't hold back to explain for the middle road. She was just developing the road to help me rush over. Time passed minute by minute, and it was already a 5 versus 20 situation. The upper, middle and lower 3 roads were all collapsing. The mage and the fielder had been quarreling, and the counter road had issued a surrender. It looked like the game was going to be lost again. A cry came from the game radio. Pentakill! Li Shuaiji didn't know when he took 5 kills by himself. The team instantly went quiet, and the girl that the boy had brought opened her voice, whining and shouting loudly over the voice. Wow! The new little brother is so handsome and awesome. CPDD ah. The next is resolutely down Li Bai's head, the whole time hanging on Mark's head, and never looked back to see that boy a glance. The last is also Li Shuaiji, a person to save the day. The game won. Out of the game. In the game team, the boys were still bragging. That game just now was all the fault of the middle, not coming to support at all. Yao. Next game brother will play shooter. You'd better follow brother. Obviously that Yao's sister was a bit unhappy. Okay. The boy seemed to be in a sudden triple hurry, stuffed his cell phone and said to Li Shuaiji, one more game. I first go to the toilet. You help me hold the phone. Choose a hero. I want to play UG. Li Shuaiji originally did not want to play, was about to refuse. The boys have left. At this time he saw a WeChat message pop up on the boy's cell phone screen. Hubby, where are you? I'm shopping with my girlfriends at the mall. I think I saw your car, so it's still a Sea King. Li Shuaiji did not make a sound. Clicked into the WeChat message. Replied I am in doctor store. See the boys back to hurry to switch to the game interface. Just to his selection of heroes, he gave the boys selected UG. The opposite shooter is Sun Shangxian, so he chose Lon himself. The previous game's Yao girl chose Kai Wenji. The game started. Within a few minutes Li Shuaiji took the first drop of blood. Kai Wenji, wow. The fielding brother is great. The opening game just form a little better shooter began to wave. With the auxiliary is another death and send. He began to complain again that the fielding did not come to support. The mage did not come to support. After a few times with the auxiliary head delivery, Kai Wenji will not follow him. The boy started to get disgruntled again at this point. What's Kai Wenji doing not following me? Who wants to follow you? A rookie. V10 little brother is so handsome. Yao super sweet. Other auxiliary will also. CPDD well. You can send black silk photo boys, grass. You say who dish it? You a stinky. Game girl, how to say you dish you still do not recognize. You tell me how many stars I've lost today? How dare you bring a girl with this skill? You ing and ugly n% and hashtag old son but you so many skins hashtag and. Li Shuaiji also did not want to pay attention to that girl. Look at Chen Shuji there seems to have chosen almost. Is ready to exit the game. The boy grabbed Li Shuaiji's arm. Hey, you're here to see me make a fool of myself. Don't go. If you're capable of playing a single game. Li Shuaiji frowned and shook off the boy's hand that grabbed his arm. Forget it, don't play. It's not much fun. I still have to accompany my girlfriend to pick a ring. The boy stood up in a flash. You're not afraid, are you? Li Shuaiji paused his footsteps, turned around. Don't use agitation. This trick doesn't work on me. I have to say, you really are a dish. You. That boy was about to go forward and quarrel with Li Shuaiji when his cell phone rang. With a sudden burst of panic in his eyes, he said to his girlfriend, I'm going out to take a call. That work thing. After saying that, he walked out. Li Shuaiji walked to the side of that boy's girlfriend. Your boyfriend plays the game with a sister to send skin. You also do not matter? The girl's face was helpless. I argued with him a few times, but he told me that those skins are only a few $100s and not expensive, and I don't play the game. I can't play with him, and he also said that those girls are friends in the game. The girl took out the necklace she was carrying around her neck. In fact, he is quite good to me. You see yesterday, Valentine's Day, he also bought me a necklace of tens of thousands of dollars, and we are ready to get married. And at this time, it just so happened that the other young couple next to them had picked out a ring and were ready to pay. And the salesman took out a small gift in a delicate box. Miss, welcome, this necklace is a gift from our family. For you. The girl and the young couple opened the box, And the necklace inside happened to be exactly the same as the so-called tens of thousands of dollars necklace that the girl who was getting ready to get married was wearing. At this exact moment, the boy finished his phone call. How is it? Have you chosen the ring yet? The girl's face suddenly changed. A grim face to walk in front of the boy's. Snap. The boy was directly hit by the blind, and so reacted to a push away from the girl. Cursed. Grass. Are you crazy? I'm crazy, but also by you crazy. I send you tens of thousands of dollars of watches. You actually send a gift to me. Say, which vixen did you give away what you bought? Boys see the situation is somewhat serious. Quickly coaxed. Baby, you think too much. Do not listen to others' nonsense. We are not here today to choose a wedding ring. You do not get angry. This ring men with ID cards can only buy one. How could I buy something here to send to others? Hey, to tell you the truth, that is my friend to buy for his wife. I really do not have time to pick a gift for you yesterday, and I was afraid that you would be angry, so I asked my friend to come and get that necklace. I was wrong, baby, just forgive me. It won't happen in the future. Don't affect the good mood that we are going to get married. You're the only one in my heart. Seeing that the girl was about to be coaxed, at this time a big belly girl came over. Without saying a word, she gave that boy a heavy slap. That boy was about to open his mouth to curse, when he looked up and was directly confused. Chapter 48, buying the world's most expensive tea for his father-in-law, slapping Shuaiji's aunt in the face. After the big belly girl gave the boy a slap, she pointed at the girl next to the boy with red eyes and questioned, "Who is she?" The boy stood up from the sofa in a flash after seeing the woman in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The girl saw her boyfriend being beaten up, went forward to defend and questioned, "Who are you? Why hit my husband? You say he is your husband? Oh, then who am I?" The pregnant girl pulled out her marriage license from her bag and threw it in front of the girl. "Sister, I see you're so young and pretty. You must have been kept in the dark by him too. I'm her wife and licensed," the big-bellied girl explained. The boy at the moment, still with a surprised look on his face, asked, "You, how did you know I was here?" The girl on the side also had a face of disbelief and tugged on the boy. "Woo how? Say it, what exactly is your relationship?" The boy was momentarily speechless. The girl's best friend tugged on the boy's clothes. "You lied to my best friend to work outside, all day without home, so it is outside to accompany other women." The girl yanked on the boy's collar. "Woo how? So, you are with me because you see my money, and then let my father give you a promotion, right? Scummy guy, bastard." The people in the store pointed at the man when they saw it and cursed. "This scummy man is actually thinking of eating soft food. Shao, listen to my explanation. I have long had no feelings with her, just that she is pregnant. I can't divorce her. When her child is born, I will divorce her. You believe me?" "Oh, I believe you. Really? Great. I believe you, big head. Go to hell, you scum." Then the girl grabbed the boy's hair and punched and kicked him like crazy. The pregnant girl's best friend helped her sobbing best friend to sit down and joined the fight. The boy pushed away one of the girls wanted to run. Was Shuaiji dragged back? Directly pressed on the ground. The pregnant girl's best friend and the girl who was in the dark one pulled the scum's hair, and one kicked wildly with high heels, kicked the boy's nose and face. No power to fight back. And finally the store clerk was afraid of accidents, reported to the police. A farce ended. Shuaiji walked to the side of Shuaiji at this time and said, "That scum is too hateful. The pregnant girl is too poor. Actually encountered this kind of scum. Shuaiji, if you dare to cheat in the future, I will definitely not let you go." Shuaiji put Shuaiji in his arms. "Don't worry, I will never do such a thing. How is your ring selection? I haven't chosen it yet. I'm torn. This moral is better. This style looks good. This is cost-effective. This with the men's ring looks good." Shuaiji looked at the ring worn on Shuaiji's hand, took out his bank card, and directly handed it to the salesman. "In that case, then don't get entangled. Buy it all." "Buy it all? I'm really sorry, sir. Our store's ring is a true love ring, symbolizing the only true love in a lifetime. A man can only buy one in his lifetime with his ID card." Shuaiji also said, "Ajay, it's fine to buy a couple rings, even if you can really buy them all. You're buying so many, I wouldn't know which one to wear." Shuaiji was worried. "What then? If I had known it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have bought it at this store. I've decided, let's buy this pair." Shuaiji hesitated for a moment, and chose a pair from amongst them that had the best style and wasn't too expensive. Shuaiji glanced at the price. He was at least the son of the richest man now. Even if he didn't use the milkman fund, he still had enough money to spend for Shuaiji. In fact, before giving Shuaiji money to spend, although it looked like he was the one spending the money, it was actually all borrowed flowers. And now it was different. If that old man wasn't joking today, he was the son of the richest man, and he was going to use his own money to buy things for Shuaiji. Although that wasn't earned by him either. It felt different. Previously, He felt that he was purely a poor man who stepped on and got the system. Essentially still a poor man. But now the identity is different. He feels that he walks with the wind. The waistplate is also more straight. Li Shuaiji glanced at the price, which was just under $20,000. Will this be too cheap? Thoughts are priceless. In the end, Li Shuaiji bought the pair of rings that Chen Shuji picked, then put them on each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first thing in the Love Secret book, 99 Things from Love to Marriage, and obtaining the system reward for the mind reading skill. Mind reading skill. Then wouldn't I be able to tell what's going on in everyone's mind? Wouldn't that be invincible? Report host. This skill can only be used once a day. Each use time is 1 hour, and cannot be used in illegal and disorderly purposes. Once found will deprive the host of the right to use the skill, so please host use it wisely. Che, it's only 1 hour and there's a limit on use, but 1 hour, that's enough. After Li Shuaiji came out of DR, he drove Chen Shuji, and the two of them were preparing to go back to Chen's house for dinner. Chen Shuji received a text message on her cell phone, notifying her that the dinner venue had been changed. It was changed to a 5-star hotel's box 808. There was no way around it. The two turned the car around again and went to the hotel location on the text message. Chen Shuji and Li Shuaiji asked the waiter for the location and went to room 808. Chen Shuji put her hand on the doorknob but hesitated to open the door. Li Shuaiji asked, "What's wrong? Ajay, are you really ready?" Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji's worried face and comforted. "Don't worry, I've been ready for a long time. Let's go in quickly. Don't keep the elders waiting." Chen Shuji opened the door of the compartment. The eyes of everyone at the table gathered on Chen Shuji and Li Shuaiji. Chen Shuji looked at the people inside and called out one by one. Mom and dad, aunt and uncle, cousin, husband. The first one to speak was Chen Shuji's aunt. Her tone was a bit conspiratorial. "Yo, Shuji is here why did you come so late?" And the cousin who was sitting and swiping her cell phone muttered in dissatisfaction. "That's it, letting so many people wait for you. What a good idea. You two college students. You don't have anything else to do but attend classes. Why can't you come earlier? Do you know that your brother-in-law is very busy with his work? You've heard of Lu's Group, right? He's the manager of the company. Time is money, right?" Li Shuaiji hurriedly apologized, and sent a little gift of tonic he bought. "Sorry, the road is a little traffic jam. Came late. Uncle and aunt, this is a little gift prepared for you." Chen Shuji's mom accepted the gift and greeted her warmly. "Shuaiji just come. What kind of gift is a family? Quickly sit down." Auntie glanced at the gift sent by Li Shuaiji, lightly hummed, and said disdainfully, "I thought I was sending something good. It's just some bird's nest and gelatin. I'm tired of eating these. My son-in-law used to buy them for me every day. And then I heard that this kind of commercially bought ones have additives. And it's just that you're the kind of person who hasn't seen the world treating it as something good." Chen Shuji's mom was a little embarrassed. Li Shuaiji smiled faintly without explanation, but Chen Shuji didn't want Li Shuaiji to be misunderstood. "Auntie, this is different from the kind you used to eat. The bird's nests bought outside for hundreds and thousands of dollars. This box of bird's nests is $500,000. It was specially bought by Ajay for mom to eat. Oh, and this tea, Westlake Longjing Imperial 18 Trees, for dad." Chen Shuji's uncle stood up from his chair with a prancing sound when he heard the name of the tea. "What did you say this tea is?" "Westlake Longjing Imperial 18 Trees." Uncle was surprised. "Isn't that claimed to be the most expensive tea in the world? With an annual production of only 2 taels, an immeasurable price, and money can't buy it?" Chapter 49, Lu's Group is run by my father. Fortunately, Chen Shuji had told him before that his uncle was a veteran tea drinker. That's why he purposely chose this tea. Li Shuaiji smiled and said, "That's right. It seems like uncle knows tea too." Uncle smiled awkwardly. Slightly no, and pulled uncle. "Look at your unproductive look, like you've never drunk tea. How expensive can tea be? You don't know. You wouldn't be able to buy a single tea leaf even if you were sold." Auntie's face changed a bit when she said that. "This tea is really that expensive?" Uncle looked at the tea leaves in Chen Shuji's father's hand with an envious face. "Brother-in-law, aren't you not a tea drinker? Can I have this tea dash?" Chen Shuji's father held the tea leaves in his arms as if he was a baby. "Who said I don't drink tea? Besides, this is what my son-in-law bought for me. If you want to drink it, go find your son-in-law." Uncle glanced at his own son-in-law. Not to mention such an expensive tea. He hadn't even given him a decent tea for so many years. "Harm brother-in-law. I just want to taste it. Don't be so stingy." Chen Shuji's mom laughed her ass off. "Ajay, we're all family. Why are you so broke?" "That's right. Your uncle and I don't know much about tea, so it's a waste." Although Father Chen said this, he held the tea tightly and looked at it again and again. "I'm sorry, Auntie. This buy is indeed a bit cheap. I came in a hurry this time. I just bought it by hand." I heard that my friend that there is still a million of bird's nest. Next time to bring you a taste. If you think it's good I'll buy it for you every week in the future. Mom Chen, no, don't be so wasteful. It's the same with anything you eat. That's not the same. This aunt knows. The ones sold outside have additives. I heard that my friend's one has high nutritional value. Many of the richest wives are eating that kind of bird's nests. I heard that if you eat it for beauty and skin care, you can return to 18 years old by eating it every day. But Auntie is naturally beautiful. She looks like she's 18 even if she doesn't eat it. Chen Mom laughed her ass off. You child. Your mouth is so sweet. Shuqi is so old. Where does Auntie look like she could still look like she's 18? Li Shuaiji continued to boast. Auntie, don't be modest. You see Shuqi is so beautiful and is the school flower of our school. This is completely inherited from Auntie's face value. And Chen Shuqi saw aside Auntie's saturnine face, deliberately said, Hey, Auntie, why don't you wait for Shuaiji to take some from his friend next time? You can also taste it. I remember that you're less than 60 now, right? And that may have to be eaten for a few years. But cousin's husband is so rich and filial, he must be willing to buy it for you. Chen's mom accused. You child, don't talk nonsense. Your aunt is only 50 years old. Chen Shuqi looked embarrassed. Only 50? I thought you were 60. Sorry Auntie, I remembered wrongly. What 50? I'm only 45. Auntie said angrily with a red face. Father Chen looked at Li Shuaiji with a satisfied face. This son-in-law, really good. Seeing Chen Shuqi and Li Shuaiji still standing at the door, Chen Shuqi's father hurriedly greeted him. Alright, why are these two kids still standing? Quickly sit down. You're hungry. Thank you uncle and auntie. Finally Chen Shuji and Li Shuaiji sat down, ready to start eating. The aunt just now was unconvinced again and started to ask, Hey, Shuaiji you sent such expensive things to Shuqi's parents. Do your parents know about them? Oh, there's no need to tell them, and it's hard to hear if you tell them. Li Shuaiji replied without thinking as he gave Chen Shuji some food. Auntie, can't hear you? What does that mean? Chen Shuji hurriedly explained. Auntie, you don't have to say it. Shuaiji's parents passed away. Chen Shuji's aunt looked surprised. Your parents passed away? Then where did you get so much money? Oh, my dad left me an inheritance. It's not much, but it should be enough to support Shuqi. So that's how it is. Hey, but even if there's more money, even if it's a mountain of gold and silver, it won't work if you guys keep spending it like this. Only spending it and not bringing it in. Sooner or later there will be a day when it's spent. This you have to learn from your brother-in-law to learn. Our son-in-law and you are not the same. He is a serious second generation of rich and handsome. Not only does his family have a publicly traded company, he doesn't rely on his family himself. After graduation he went to work for Lu's Group and is now a manager. As soon as my aunt heard about Li Shuaiji's family history, she got a sense of superiority again and continued to say smugly, Right, Shuqi you're about to graduate right? Do you want your brother-in-law to help you find a job in Lu's Group? It's not good to always think about relying on men. Nowadays, we all say that we need to be a woman of the new era. Cousin spoke up again. Mom, I told you to keep a low profile. Don't always say that how is working at Lu's Group. Besides, Lu's Group is a company that can be entered casually. They have very high requirements for education, at least a master's degree or above. Shuqi has not graduated from the university and has not studied abroad. Besides, if Aha really puts Shuqi in, it's one thing if he does a good job, but if he doesn't, how will others look at him? If he doesn't, people will think he's not capable. Auntie said to her daughter with a pleasing face, Yes, you're right. It's Mom's fault. Mom didn't think so much. Mom didn't think that we're all family. We can help out. Aha, don't mind. Chen Shuji also frowned. I'll think of my own way to find a job. I don't need to bother brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is usually so busy at work. How would he have time to help me? At this time, cousin-in-law who has not said anything opened his mouth. No trouble. A word. Lu's Group although the staff requirements are high. But Shuqi you're not bad. When the time comes to graduate and come in first as an intern, and then when you change your job, your annual salary will also be a few $100,000. Auntie became even more complacent after hearing what her son-in-law said. Look, Ahao said so. Shuqi, why don't you thank your cousin's husband? Lu's Group is a big company. Li Shuaiji continued to give Chen Shuji food. Thank you cousin husband, but it's still not a bother. If you really have this opportunity it's better to give it to cousin. Cousin is so capable, how come she hasn't become a new age woman? Ajay, don't expose cousin's scars. Cousin, she didn't go to university that year. Li Shuaiji looked surprised. Cousin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know. I see that you look down on our family Shuqi's education. I thought you were some kind of postdoctoral fellow. So, at the mention of education, cousin was really angry. Chen Shuqi, what does your boyfriend mean? Chen Shuqi, cousin, my boyfriend doesn't mean anything. don't think too much. This is my fault. I didn't tell him clearly. Shuaiji also hurriedly apologized and said, yes, cousin, but if you really want to be a new woman in the new era, it's not difficult. It just so happens that I have a relationship with Lou's group. If my cousin wants to go, I can help her. That cousin's husband had a look of disbelief. You think Lou's group is run by your family? You can let whoever you want in? Shuaiji put down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin and handed it to Shuaiji to wipe her mouth, and then looked at his cousin's husband. It's true that I don't run Lou's group. Shuaiji paused, but it was my father who opened it. Chapter 50, Lou's group's former chairman's assistant comes to write Shuaiji's name. It's true that I don't run Lou's group, but my father does. The moment Shuaiji said this, everyone froze, including Shuaiji as well. A moment later, Shuaiji's parents secretly asked Shuaiji, Ajay, he's joking, right? Shuaiji shook her head. This is something that I don't know. And that's when the cousin's husband suddenly started laughing. Ha 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 ha, what a laugh. Bragging without a draft. Your dad? You mean your dad is the chairman of Lou's group who just passed away? Isn't your surname Lee? Is it even remotely related to Lou's group? Moreover, Lou's group just died of the former chairman's surname Lou, not to mention, who does not know that he only has 9 daughters all over the world, and none of them are willing to take over Lou's group. At this time those directors are all competing for the position of president. He just did not have a son. To have a son has long been his son inherited. There's still those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What's the matter? Ah, ha ha ha, Shuaiji, this boyfriend of yours is really good at joking. Cousin, what joke? I think he's just bluffing. And what about the $500,000? A million bird's nest. What a lot of money cannot buy the tea. People casually say, bragging who will not. My aunt, you do not believe him too much. He is not like a how know the basics. This person may not is a liar. Auntie, that's right. Sis, brother-in-law, you don't know. These days the crooks are capable. You two don't want to be cheated in the end of the money to buy a coffin. Chen Dad hurriedly explained. Shuaiji is not this kind of person. He can even afford to buy the manor of Jiangnan Haoing. How could he take fake bird's nest and fake tea? How could he be a liar? Cousin's husband, auntie, you don't know. Jiangnan Luxury View is famous for its fast delivery. I have a friend who bought a house in Jiangnan Luxury View, paid on the spot, delivered the house on the spot, and moved in directly with a handbag. Tell me, how long have you guys booked it but you haven't even seen the shadow of the house yet? How is it possible? This sentence made Shuaiji's dad a little skeptical. Really? What really fake? He can brag that the richest man in the world. Oh no, the former richest man in the world is his dad. What other cow is there that he doesn't dare to brag about? Shuaiji, however, was unimpressed. No wonder you all don't believe it. In fact, to be honest, when I first learned about it, I also thought it was impossible just like you all. Since you all don't believe it then dash. Shuaiji wiped his mouth and stood up. You guys wait for me to make a call. Shuaiji walked out of the box. 30 minutes later Shuaiji still had not returned. Shuaiji got a little worried and was thinking of getting up to see what was going on when she heard her cousin speak again in that conspiratorial tone. Shuaiji, your boyfriend is not biased to expose, feel ashamed to see others, or found that the money cannot cheat. Run it? Shuaiji immediately denied. Ajay, he's not this kind of person. It's been half an hour and he hasn't come back yet. I don't think Na will come back either. Chen mother was also worried. Shuaiji, you quickly go and see how Shuaiji hasn't come back yet. Aha, good. Shuaiji was about to walk out when she heard her aunt laugh. Actually, if he really doesn't have any money, he doesn't have to pretend. It's not bad for him to be a son-in-law to your family at that time. At this moment, a strong middle-aged male voice suddenly came from outside the compartment door. What door-to-door son-in-law? Who dares to make our family's young master a door-to-door son-in-law? After these words were said, everyone looked towards the door, only to see an imposing old man followed by several bodyguards standing at the entrance of the box. Shuaiji didn't recognize the old man in front of her and asked respectfully and knowingly, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" The old man looked at Shuaiji from head to toe and said with a satisfied expression, "Are you the young lady our young master has his eye on? Young master? Young lady? What nonsense! Is this old man suffering from Alzheimer's disease and went to the wrong room? Forget it, I think the family should be coming to look for it in a while." Shuaiji smiled and reminded, "Grandpa, can you give way? I need to go out for a bit to look for my boyfriend." "Young lady, don't worry, young master will be back soon." And Shuaiji thought to herself, this old grandpa is quite the drama queen. Right at this moment, cousin-in-law suddenly stood up from his chair with a prancing movement, incredulously pointing at the old man and shouting, You are old Mr. Lu Wei Lu." Shuaiji was a little surprised to see her cousin-in-law recognize the old man. "Cousin-in-law, you know him?" "Of course I know him." "No, I don't know him. I've seen him before." "How dare I say I know him? Lu Wei is the most trusted assistant of the former chairman of the world's richest Lu Group. His power is so great that it can be said that seeing him is like seeing the chairman himself. Old Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Which gust of wind blew you here? Cousin's husband went up to greet him with a flattering face. Then he pulled Chen Shuji's parents up from the main seat to allow Lu Wei to be seated. It was the young master who called me. Young master? Cousin's husband stared blankly. I'm coming. Li Shuaiji's hands were wet when he came in, and it was obvious that he had just been to the restroom. Where have you been? Chen Shuji asked with a worried face. I was just giving him a call, and by the way, I was also confirming my identity just like you guys thought. Seeing Li Shuaiji return, Lu Wei immediately stood up on his crutches. Young master, please sit down. You sit. You sit. I'll stand for a while. Lu Wei still insisted on standing up. No, this is out of order. Cousin's husband saw that even Lu Wei had such respect for Li Shuaiji. He was directly shocked. So he really is the son of the world's richest man. Lu clan? Of course. This time Lu Wei personally confirmed it. Everyone present looked at Li Shuaiji even more incredulously. Just then a phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Because his own hands were wet, he told Chen Shuji, Shu-chi, you can answer it for me. Oh, good. Chen Shuji took out her cell phone from Li Shuaiji's pocket and pressed the speakerphone. Hello, is this Mr. Li Shuaiji? Li Shuaiji responded. I am. What's up? This is Zhang Nan Hawking. Upon hearing this, Li Shuaiji hurriedly asked. Right, I was about to call you guys. When is my manner good enough to move in? The person on the other end of the phone responded. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. This call is to tell you that your manor has already been arranged, and you can move in with your bag at any time. And in order to express our apologies, we've specially equipped you with 20 servants, 10 gardeners, 3 cooks, and 1 butler, and their salaries will be borne by Jiangnan Haoing. You can also dismiss them at any time. Chapter 51. The estate you bought is under Lu's name? If you don't study hard, you'll have to inherit hundreds of millions of dollars, because of the open speakerphone, so all the people present heard, of course, including that dog's eyes, and said Li Shuaiji is a liar cousin and aunt face is particularly ugly, and this face they hit is slap slap slap, not just loud and painful. Li Shuaiji thought to himself, I didn't think that this Jiangnan Haoing was quite considerate, even the maids are ready, it really is a veritable turnkey. Originally, he was also a little worried that the manor was too big to manage at that time. This was good, nothing needed to worry him. Okay, Li Shuaiji responded with satisfaction. You guys are quite considerate. I'll give you a 5-star review when the time comes. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, then smiled and spoke. Thank you for the positive review. It's my honor to serve you. By the way, you were in a hurry when you bought the house before, so I forgot to remind you that we need to pay the property fee every year for Jiangnan Luxury View. Look, are you paying it all at once for 100 years? Or every year? In addition, the property fee is calculated according to the square meter, 100 yuan per square meter. Your manor is 1.8 W square meter, so it is 180 W yuan/year. If a one-time payment of 18,000 W, you see how to pay for it on your side. At this time everyone present was confused when they heard this figure, 18,000 W. How many people can't even earn that much in several lifetimes? But in the case of the rich, it's just to pay the property fee. How could the gap between people be so wide? Pay it all at once. Save yourself the trouble. Okay, sir. We here are about to send someone over to pick you up to familiarize yourself with your manor. At that time you can just hand over the property fee to him. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Right at this moment, Lu Wei on the side suddenly spoke into the phone. Wait, this is Lu Wei. The phone caller froze. Lu Wei? It was obvious that the caller didn't know who Lu Wei was. Call your manager Huang over. I'll talk to him. Okay. After a while the phone was answered by a different person. Hello, sir, may I ask what you're looking for? Lu Wei answered. This is Lu Wei. Old Mr. Lu, may I ask what your orders are? Buy this one from your manor. This is the young master that the old master just recognized back home. The people from Jiangnan Magnificent View took a deep breath. I'm sorry, it's because we didn't recognize the young master. Please forgive the young master if we've slowed him down. Alright, return the money, and also, I heard that you only arranged 20 servants? Such a manor. 20 manors. What does this look like? You go get me a few more. At least 40. Oh yes. In addition, a few more chefs, and find a few more nutritionists, confectioners, oh also, midwives, pregnant women's healthcare teachers, in short, whatever you can find to send over. Oh yeah, there's also a fetal teacher. I remember there's also a pianist. Find them as well. Manager Huang at the head of the phone immediately replied. Yes, I understand. Any other orders? No, you go and arrange it. Lu Wei turned to Li Shuaiji and asked, "Young master, you bought the Jiangnan Deluxe Views house before?" "Yeah, I wasn't preparing to get married to Shuaiji, so I just bought a random house, wanting to use it as a bridal chamber. What's wrong with it? Is this house not good?" Cousin and cousin's husband's mouth twitched. "Random? A house with a property fee of 18,000 W is called casual? This is really casual," Lu Wei hurriedly explained. No, young master, you misunderstood. Not bad, just that this Jiangnan luxury view itself is under the name of Lu Group, is the Lu family's real estate. In fact, you do not need to buy. In fact, the entire city of Su, the name of the real estate industry is basically the Lu family's. Of course, in the future it will all be yours. It can be said that the entire Su Sea, basically, wherever you want to live. Li Shuaiji couldn't help but be surprised. "I'll go. This Lu Group is actually so rich?" Just then the system prompted, "Host, you have a huge refund order coming up here. Please ask if you accept it." No, because if the money for buying Jiangnan Haoying is returned to the original account, which is the money used for the milkmen's fund account, then the money that was previously rebated for buying the manor will also be withdrawn. But he used the money to pay back the loan a long time ago, which means that he spent it a long time ago, so it would likely cause the whole system to be disorganized. Anyway, this money was also the system's milkman fund for him, so it was a waste not to spend it. Li Shuaiji hurriedly called back to Jiangnan Haojing. "You should still charge as much as you can. There's no need to return it to me." Everyone froze. Lu Wei also didn't understand Li Shuaiji's operation anymore. "Young master, why is this?" "Because I bought this house for Chen Shuji." Lu Wei didn't understand. "What's wrong with that? As long as the young lady marries you, wherever you live, she can also live. It doesn't affect anything." "No, it's not the same, although we will definitely get married in the future. And I also believe that I will never divorce Shuji, but the future is anyone's guess. We're not married yet, so the things I buy for her and give to her all belong to premarital property, which means this belongs to Shuji alone, and it's kind of a guarantee for her," Li Shuaiji explained. Chen Shuji was also moved for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly hugged Li Shuaiji at once. She didn't expect Li Shuaiji to actually consider so much for her. She just realized that Li Shuaiji was actually such a meticulous man. "Okay, young master, in that case, it's fine for you to decide on your own." Lu Wei did not say anything more. Then he took out a black card from his pocket and gave it to Li Shuaiji. "Young master, this card contains a portion of the movable assets left to you by the old master. About 10 trillion, so it's basically impossible to swipe it. Also, the old master left his last words before he died. He said that if you are willing to return to Lu Group to take over the company matters, then you are the rightful next president of Lu's Group. And if you don't want to, then you can be the biggest shareholder of Lu's Group and just enjoy the dividends every year." "What did you say? Inherit the family business and become the president?" No, then I can't. I'm only a sophomore. The president of Lu's Group wasn't that easy to be. Why don't you look at it? If you have time today, you can first go to Lu's Group with me. As for accepting it or not, it's all up to your private opinion. Master said it's all up to your own opinion, and won't do anything to force you. If you are afraid of delaying your studies, you can also go after graduation. It won't be too late then. Is this the legendary feeling that if you don't study hard, you'll have to go home and inherit $1 billion? Suddenly the phone in Lu Wei's hand suddenly rang. "What? How could this happen? Okay, I'll come over right away." Lu Wei was a bit anxious. "Young master, something has happened to Lu's Group." Chapter 52, Li Shuaiji goes to Lu's Group. Lu Wei looked nervous after hanging up the phone. "Young master, something has happened to Lu's Group. I have to go and deal with it now," Li Shuaiji hurriedly asked. "Wait, what happened to Lu's Group?" Lu Wei glanced at the people around him. Li Shuaiji instantly understood what Lu Wei meant. This place was crowded and not suitable to talk about this. It just so happens that there are no classes at school today. "I'll go with you to take a look," Li Shuaiji said. Li Shuaiji said to Chen Shuji, "Shuji, I'll go and deal with some things first. You'll first go to the manor with your uncle and aunt in a while to see how it is. I'll let the people from Jiangnan Haoying come over to take you guys there in a while." "Good. You go and get busy. Don't worry about me." Chen Shuji also responded with a worried face. Li Shuaiji touched Chen Shuji's head and said gently, "Be good and wait for me back at home." Chen Shuji blushed. "Aha." Then she looked around and came to Li Shuaiji's cheek and pecked gently. Then her face turned even redder and she lowered her head and whispered, "The baby and I will wait for you at home." Li Shuaiji heart poof. This feeling is really good. Then he said to Lu Wei, "Let's go." Just walking to the door, Chen Shuji's cousin-in-law suddenly stood up. Li Shuaiji asked for Chen Shuji's sake, "Brother-in-law, it just so happens that I'm going back to Lu's Group. Why don't you come back to the company with us?" Cousin brother-in-law Zhan Hao swallowed his saliva and looked at Lu Wei with a nervous face. "Can I?" Out of politeness, Li Shuaiji still asked Lu Wei who was next to him. Uncle Wei, he is Shuaji's cousin's husband. He also works in Lu Group. Can he come with us? Lu Wei responded respectfully, since he is the young granny's relative. Of course he can. Out of the hotel, there was a neat row of black Maybachs at the entrance. About 10 of them. Upon seeing Lu Wei come out of the hotel's front door, 2 men in suits and glasses came down from the co-pilot and back seat of each car. Suddenly all of them stood in a row and shouted, "Elder Wei." Lu Wei had a serious and majestic look on his face, then began to introduce Li Shuaiji next to him. "This is the young master. Come here and meet the young master." All of them shouted in unison, "Good day, young master," and they bowed a standard 90-degree bow. Li Shuaiji first froze, stupidly and subconsciously prepared to return the bow, just about to bend down. He was stopped by Lu Wei pressing the back of his hand to his chest. Li Shuaiji glanced at Lu Wei. Lu Wei reminded, "You are the young master." Cough cough. Li Shuaiji hurriedly straightened his back. Then he followed the example of those big brothers in the movies, pretended to have a serious face, then slightly nodded and pretended to calmly him. In fact, his legs were trembling a bit. To be honest, he was an ordinary student who came out from the countryside and was still in his second year of college. Where had he seen this kind of battle in reality before? He had only seen this kind of formation on TV before, and it seemed that only gangsters went out like this. It is not possible that this Lu family is also involved in the black. Right. Lu Wei led Li Shuaiji to a car. This car is different from other vehicles at a glance, is specialized in private order, before and after the left and right, including the sunroof window glass is made of SSS class bulletproof glass. Exaggeratedly speaking, even if it is the strongest firepower Gatling to a moment and a half will not be able to penetrate, including the wheels are also specially customized. The explosion-proof technology had reached the highest point. Seeing Lu Wei walking over, someone immediately opened the car door for Lu Wei. "Elder Wei, please get in the car." Lu Wei, however, took a step back and said to Li Shuaiji, "Young master, please get in the car." Li Shuaiji glanced at Jinhao who was already shivering next to him. "Brother-in-law, you, no, I'll just find a random car and just do it." After saying this, he ran away in a puff of smoke, and stumbled a little during the run. He saw this kind of battle and didn't pee in fear already very good. Where else would he dare to sit in the same car as Lu Wei? Li Shuaiji sighed as he glanced at Jinhao, who was even more of a wimp than him. Sure enough, people still need to compare, so it seems that he is already very calm in comparison. After Li Shuaiji got into the car, Lu Wei also followed. Jinhao sat in the car after them, but as soon as he got into the car he regretted it a little. The black-clad bodyguard next to him was really a little scary, but cannot get off in the middle of the car. However, he didn't expect Li Shuaiji to actually be the illegitimate son of the former chairman of the richest Lu Group. Wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally in Lu's group in the future? And look at Li Shuaiji, the look is not very shrewd look. By the time when Chen Shuqi and Li Shuaiji married, then Lu's group, when he thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice, and a greedy thought arose in his heart. And unbeknownst to him, it was this greedy idea that led him step by step to the path of crime and self-destruction. Of course this is all an afterthought. After Li Shuaiji and Lu Wei got into the car, the driver asked, "Elder Wei, where to?" "Drive, to Lu's group." "Yes, that's enough to say. Wilbur, what exactly happened to Lu's group?" Lu Wei's brows furrowed as he explained, "We just received a notification that somehow the confidential documents of the company's new product that will soon be put up for sale have most likely been leaked, and that the Qin clan group, which has always been hostile to us, has designed a product that is almost the same as ours and is also preparing to put it up for sale in advance on the day before our company puts it up for sale." Li Shuaiji also furrowed his brows. How could a confidential document be leaked? It must have been stolen by insiders. Your secrecy measures are too poor. Lu Wei also looked worried and blamed himself. This product is the master's effort for most of his life. It's all my fault. Master just left and I even made this kind of mistake. How can I stand up to master in heaven? Li Shuaiji looked at Lu Wei's self-blaming look and said, "Alright, Uncle Wei, since things have already happened, it's useless to be remorseful. It's better to hurry up and solve the problem. When is Qin's group planning to go on sale?" Lu Wei explained. 2 days later. We originally expected to officially launch this product in 3 days. Li Shuaiji scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "That said, I still don't know. What is Lu Clan Group's main business?" "Technology products. This release is a simulation robot. According to different customer needs, we have different kinds of robots. For the time being, only the home type has been released. The master has always also wanted to design work that can do dangerous types of work such as replacing firefighters, police officers, first aiders to some dangerous places. The materials on their bodies can ignore the general water, fire, including the power is also stronger than human some, but it has not yet been realized on If the experiment is successful, wouldn't it be possible to replace humans to do things that have a lot of danger? Yes, but now the classified documents leaked. Shuaiji suddenly became interested upon hearing this. He would feel sorry for those people every time he saw the news on TV showing yet another firefighter or police officer dying in the line of duty. If there is a robot, Shuaiji immediately said to Lu Wei, Wilbur, you notify now and recall all the employees of the company, no matter if they have access to confidential documents or not. Everyone. He was going to interrogate each and every one of them. It was just the right time to try out the mind-reading skill he had just acquired. Chapter 53, Elder Wei's True Identity? Shuaiji becomes Lu's top executive president. Lu Wei was silent for a moment after hearing what Shuaiji said, then asked in a deep voice, Young master, are you saying that you want me to recall all the employees of Lu clan? Could it be that you are planning to interrogate them one by one? Yes. Is there anything that can't be done? Shuaiji didn't understand what Lu Wei meant. What's wrong? Of course everyone should be cross-examined. Everyone is suspected of stealing the company's confidential documents, including the toilet cleaning ant. It's better to kill 100 by mistake than to let one go. He used to see inside the movie and TV dramas. In many cases, often those most unlikely people were the murderers in the end. Sherlock Holmes had also said, first of all eliminate all impossible conclusions, then the rest, no matter how bizarre and unbelievable, must be irrefutable facts. Perhaps there are several explanations left, and if so, they must be proved one by one, until at last only one well-founded explanation remains. Lu Wei, however, shook his head. I'm afraid that's too late. Shuaiji did not understand. Why? Young master, you may not have been to the Lu clan group, so have no idea? The entire Lu's group has employees all over the world. It's almost impossible for you to recall them all at once, and just in the entire Suhai alone, there are several million employees of the Lu clan group. You wouldn't be able to find the people in 2 days even if you don't eat or drink. Several million people. Well, it was true that he was too naive. His mind-reading skill only lasted for an hour and must be used at the most critical time. Young master, in fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. The confidential documents are hidden in the president's office on the 18th floor of Lu's group. In itself, there are no more than 20 people who can go up to the 18th floor, and even fewer people who can open the president's office. Then you didn't say it earlier. You didn't ask either. It was true that he was still too little informed, so it seemed that he would have to do more remedial work in the future. Arrived at the downstairs of Lu's group, as soon as the car stopped, someone opened the door for Shuaiji, protecting his head with one hand. Shuaiji were the first time to enjoy this kind of treatment. In the past when he worked part-time as a doorman, usually he helped others to open the door. Without holding back, he subconsciously said out of politeness, "Thank you." As a result, the man looked at Shuaiji with a horrified face. Seeing that man's expression of seeing a ghost, Shuaiji thought that there was something strange about him. Could it be that the vegetable leaves he ate at noon had stuck to his teeth? Shuaiji secretly licked his teeth secretly. Nothing. If you don't understand, ask. What are you looking at me like that for? That person, however, seemed to be even more scared and immediately bent a 90-degree waist and apologized. I'm sorry, young master. No, what are you apologizing for? Are you cold? What's with the shivering? Am I that scary? No, young master, please don't say thank you to me in the future. I can't afford it, and if Elder Wei hears me, I'll be in deep. You say that, is Elder Wei that scary? I see him as quite amiable, kind. Half a word in here doesn't fit with Elder Wei. That bodyguard didn't dare to say. Wei Old Young Time is mixed triad, but also the boss level, which people hear his name does not shiver, but then do not know how to wash their hands, and Wei Old Young Time is not surnamed Lu. As for the last name of what no one knows, and later with the deceased chairman of the Lu group changed his last name to Lu, but even so, until now, black and white no matter which people see him a stomping feet have to shiver twice. A cough, hate to be scared directly kneel. Such a big man, but willingly followed the former chairman of the Lu group from nothing to start a company from scratch to today's world's richest man. No one knows the story of this. After getting out of the car, there was immediately a beautiful woman with a tall figure, long legs, black silk, and 10 centimeters high heels, wearing a white blouse on top and a hip-hugging skirt underneath, who greeted her with a nervous face. Elder Wei, you're finally here. Although Lu Wei was on crutches, his footsteps were light and healthy, and he looked to be a practitioner. Shuaiji followed behind and observed Lu's group. In fact, this was not the first time he had entered Lu's group. Before he had worked part-time as a courier and often came over. He remembers especially clearly. Lu's group's receptionist has 2 shifts, an older but very pretty, and very good at dressing up. Every time he came to deliver, the courier will be far away from the smell of perfume sprayed on her body. This caused him to keep sneezing every time he went in and out of the place, and always disdainful of him, very disdainful of him. as if Lu's group is her family, and almost every time she came she was on the phone with her boyfriend, or playing games, but sometimes it was the other one who was on duty. I heard it was a student who came to work part-time, about his age, and every time he wore fresh and simple clothes, and every time he comes, he always pours him a cup of warm water. I wonder which one is on duty again today. Shuaiji glanced at the front desk and saw at a glance that the plainly dressed young lady was being scolded and crying her eyes out. He wanted to go and ask what happened, but he had more important things to do right now. With a serious face, Lu Wei asked the long-legged black silk beauty at the side, how is it now? Elder Wei, the company is in a mess right now. Everyone doesn't know what to do anymore, just waiting for you to come back and preside over the situation. Shuaiji didn't say much, and asked directly from the sidelines, when were the confidential documents discovered to be missing? Sheena did not answer Shuaiji's words, but looked at the handsome man in front of her and looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. Seeing that the pretty girl did not answer his question, Shuaiji asked again, pretty girl, I'm asking you, when was the classified document lost? Who normally has access to that document? Call all those people over to me. Xena, answer him and do what he says. Elder Wei, this is a company secret. This is. Lu Wei looked at Shuaiji and spoke. He is the old master's long-lost biological son, and from now on, he will be the highest executive president of the Lu Group. Chapter 54 Shuaiji Shoba's female heavenly king's third sister arrives. The black silk long-legged beauty Xena paused, stopped and looked at Shuaiji, sizing him up from head to toe. Elder Wei, are you sure he is the young master? Right, he is the young master. Lu Wei looked at Shuaiji and replied with great certainty. It wasn't just because of the paternity test. In fact, the moment he saw the photo of Shuaiji sent to him by the detective, he was certain that this person was the young master. It was because Shuaiji's looks and Lu Xun's looks when he was young back then were almost carved from the same mold. He had done the paternity test just for one more assurance. Plus, he investigated Shuaiji's identity and sought his nominal parents. Shuaiji's mother's eyes were exactly the same as the first lady's eyes back then. To say that this Lu Xun philandering, but he is very good to each wife. And the most admirable thing is that never heard of his first and second wife lovers have been angry with him. It seems that everyone is willing to follow him, and there was even less of a case of any little wife coming to his door to cause trouble. Moreover, after the death of the first wife, the 8 wives and lovers he married or raised were all because they resembled the first wife in one way or another, such as eyes, nose, mouth, and voice. To say faithfulness, people married 8 more wives in succession after their wives died. No, before they died. Sheena slightly frowned. Although Shuaiji can indeed be considered a leader in terms of appearance, and indeed in Lu director's eyebrows and eyes are very similar, looks really handsome. However, he did not have the aura of a former Lu director. This kind of person can really be the successor of Lu's group? I'm afraid it's not just a useless straw man. Shuaiji faced the scrutiny of the beautiful woman some shortness. He was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Beauty, don't look at me like that. I'll get nervous. Sorry, young master. She now withdrew her gaze, and although she said sorry in her words, there was a flash of contempt in the bottom of her eyes, and this contempt was picked up by Shuaiji, but he was not surprised in the slightest. He knew that he was indeed still too young and had no experience at all, and it was normal for him to have no credibility. Confidential documents have been stored in the safe in the chairman's office. It is reasonable to say that no one will move without your command. Besides, this file is an encrypted hard disk. Sheen's group, even if they get the file, will need at least half a month to study and analyze it. And if you add to it that the last finished product will take at least 3 months at the earliest, Shuaiji understood. That is to say, the file was most likely leaked 4 months ago? The longer time passed, the harder it was to find clues, which was a bit troublesome. Lu Wei was shaken with anger when he heard this. The cane in his hand pounded the ground heavily, making a muffled sound that shook people's hearts. What is Lu's security doing? The documents have been lost for so long without anyone noticing. Sheena's complexion was suddenly a bit off, her tone a bit stilted. Elder Wei, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. What have I told you? Don't be abrasive in your speech, just say what you have to say. Sheena hurriedly replied. Yes, it's that 4 months ago, precisely when old director Lu was seriously ill in bed. At that time, Third Miss made a trip to the company and took the key to the office from me. Lu Wei stopped in his tracks. Third Miss came to the company 4 months ago? Why didn't I know that? Also, why didn't you follow when Third Miss came to get her things? Sheena looked guilty. At that time, Third Miss said that Director Lu asked her to come to the office to pick up a document, so I didn't think too much about it, and I happened to have an emergency on my hands at the time, with a couple of foreign clients. So, Lu Wei frowned. You go and notify Third Miss to come to the company. No need to notify. I'm coming. Shuaiji looked towards the place where the voice came from. A sunglasses wearing, a 4-waist, long legs, wearing short leather pants, Martin boots, front and back, blonde long curly hair to the waist of a big beautiful woman, thumping towards them in her Martin boots. Third miss, Lu Wei shouted with a slight nod. Li Shuaiji also carefully sized up the woman in front of him. They called her third miss. That meant that person was Lu Jin's third daughter, Lu Yiting. He had just made it a point to fill in what he could find out about the Lu clan group when he was on the road. Lu Yiting, the third miss of the Lu group, the female heavenly king of the entertainment industry, with a fan base of billions. It was rumored that the fans were spread all over the globe. Lu Yiting walked over to Lu Wei's side and took off her glasses. Wilbur, I've heard all about the company. How are things now? Qin Group is planning to release the product in 2 days. Simple. Then we'll release it tomorrow. And I can send out a VB to help Lu publicize it then. But right now the product is still in the testing stage. The technical department said that it needs another 48 hours of testing to ensure that the product is foolproof. If we release it early, I'm afraid that it will affect the company's reputation if something goes wrong. Then this kind of thing is even simpler. Big Sister will take care of it in minutes. Why don't you ask Big Sister for help? It happens suddenly. I haven't had time to notify Big Sister yet. Besides at the moment, Big Sister should still be abroad. I don't know if I can make it back in time. You wait, I'll give Big Sister a call first. Lu Yiting picked up her cell phone and pressed the dialing button. Lu Wei suddenly remembered Li Shuaiji on the side and hurriedly introduced him to Lu Yiting. Right, third miss. This is, I know he's Dad's illegitimate son outside, my little 10 brother. Lu Yiting said lightly, as if she wasn't surprised and didn't mind. You don't mind? What's there to mind? Are there fewer illegitimate children in our family? Oh, few indeed. Just this one. The others are all illegitimate daughters. It seemed that the call didn't go through. Lu Yiting hung up the phone and put it away in her pocket. Big Sister didn't answer. She should be busy. She'll call me back later. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yiting began to measure up the Li Shuaiji in front of her. Li Shuaiji's net height was 185. Lu Yiting was 173. Plus the pair of heightened Martin boots looked about the same height as Li Shuaiji. She used the sunglasses in her hand to hook up Li Shuaiji's chin, and fiercely approached, carefully measuring. Li Shuaiji nervously swallowed his saliva. His eyes did not dare to blink, and he did not dare to breathe heavily. After Lu Yiting looked at it, she said with satisfaction, worthy of being a member of our Lu family. Dad's seed is right, not bad looking. Hey little brother 10, tell third sister, what's your name? Li Shuaiji. Chapter 55. Li Shuaiji gets angry, but Lu Wei and third sister get agitated. Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji somewhat nervously gave his name. Lu Yiting frowned and mocked. What kind of name did your cheap old man give you? How earthy in the end. You're a rural bumpkin. No wonder you don't even know when you're a receiver. Li Shuaiji's face sank. Reaching out, he snapped open Lu Yiting's sunglasses that hooked his chin. He said angrily, you can call me dirt. It doesn't matter how you scold me, but don't involve my father. People who are familiar with Li Shuaiji know that he is a person who is usually cheeky with his friends. In the past, people used to scold him in front of him for being a beggar man and call him a dog licker. He laughed a little bit, and other people always said that he doesn't have much of a temper, but he has the only bottom line. That is to say he can, but absolutely cannot scold his parents. Although his father is poor, but he grew up so big never treated himself. He remembered when he was a child. His father would rather walk a few miles to save a few dollars to go to the next hill to buy him something he likes to eat. He knew that because his father was ugly. He grew up because his father and his father do not look like. Coupled with his mother is out of town. Married his father did not to 8 months after the birth of him. His father also happily organized 10-table dinner pleased the whole village to eat. Said to celebrate his daughter-in-law gave him a big fat boy. The people in the village congratulated him on the surface, but behind the scenes they were laughing at him as a receiver. To others to raise a son is a little cute, but his father is still happy. The family pour what good food or first tied him and his mom. In fact, in the beginning, because his mom looks beautiful, that face said comparable to contemporary fairy sister is not too much. The skin is even more snow white, delicate, but married to his father. The village recognized fool, no temper, good talk, good old man, look in black. Everyone is envious of his father. Listen to the village old man said. His father the only time with someone else red face almost killed him. That person was the village chief. The mayor took a liking to his mom and tried to rape her while his father was working in the field, when he was still in her womb. As a result, his mother vowed not to die from, directly pick up the kitchen knife to cut the neck. The mayor scared half dead. Just when his father came back, picked up the kitchen knife chased the mayor everywhere. Chased to the home is not let go, to be cut to the body of the others, and finally or other people to his mother to find. A sentence on his father persuaded to go home. But this is also mysterious. I heard that the village head later in the middle of the night when he went out to pee, the root of the life of the chicken to peck, never get up. Later, some people said that his mother was a fairy. The The village chief was retribution. No one dared to think of his mother. Every year, when the farming season was busy, she would not let his mom help, and worked alone in the field under the sun. At that time, the grandmother of the mother had complaints. Quarrel, also made a scene, also let the two divorce. The results of his father did not agree. Finally she and the son is really have no choice but to let it go. But there is only one request, have a second child. At that time he was just about to be weaned, and it was a good time to have a second child. As a result, his mom agreed, but his father did not agree. The next day went to the hospital to do a ligation. He said that his mom was in too much pain when she gave birth to him, and he didn't want to let her suffer again. The grandmother was furious, but there was nothing she could do. However, his grandmother never treated him badly when he was growing up. When he was 10 years old, his mom died. She was very sick and couldn't be cured because she didn't have the money. In the days after his mom's death and before she was buried, his father stayed at her coffin without eating or drinking. His grandparents took turns to keep an eye on him for fear that he would die. But he remembers that his father did not shed a single tear until his mom was buried. Holding him cried for a whole day and night. The next day is nothing. Continue to be silly. But he knows. His father every night holding his mom through a big flower coat days. Sometimes a hair is a whole night. The next day at dawn to get up to give him breakfast. Send him to school. But when he was 15 years old, his father was also sick. Went to the hospital and heard that the treatment would cost tens of thousands of dollars. And refused to be treated. And finally died within a month. He remembers very clearly. His father died that day. Smiling and told him. His mother alone in heaven for a long time. Can finally go to find his mother. Then he left him with his grandparents. The poor old couple sent the black hair to the black hair. Fortunately, he was also quite competitive. Is the only one in their village to go to college? Or the hall of the University of Shuaiji college students. The day he got the acceptance letter was his 18th birthday. The village celebrated him with gongs and drums. Even his first year of college tuition fees are the whole village together to fund the savings. Thinking of this, Shuaiji has suddenly remembered. He now has so much money. Should also go back to the old home to pick up his grandparents to enjoy the happiness. It is his dead parents are not this blessing. This is also Shuaiji a lifetime regret. He has always felt that his father was too good to his mother. So he swore that in the future, if he had a favorite person, he also want to be so good to that person. That's why after falling in love with Lily at first sight he tried his best to be nice to people, even if he was called a dog licker. As a result, Lily did not take it seriously and turned around and cuckolded him, or several. Luckily, he met Shuaiji in the end. So, it's fine to talk about him, but definitely not to scold his parents. Shuaiji's face was unusually scary when he said this, like a changed person. Lu Yiting froze. Lu Yiting froze. Lu Wei, who was on the side, also froze when he saw Shuaiji, who was furious. When he saw Shuaiji's face just now, he thought of the way he saw Lu Jin for the first time back then. His heart was suddenly excited. That aura just now, it was worthy of being their young master. As for Lu Yiting, it seemed that her entire body was also stunned and didn't move a muscle. She had to admit that genes were really powerful. She actually felt that when Shuaiji just said those words, it looked like the way her dad used to look when he was angry at her. And suddenly her nose soured. She missed her dad a little. Dad actually spoiled the 9 sisters, and whoever said that more children can't be leveled out, his dad was very leveled out. So the 9 sisters hadn't quarreled much since they were young, and their relationship was also very good. When Shuaiji saw Lu Yiting's eyes gradually turning red, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be too aggressive just now, and when he was thinking about whether or not to apologize to his 3 sisters, he was suddenly hugged tightly by Lu Yiting. Immediately afterward, Lu Yiting burst into tears in his arms. Shuaiji was completely confused at this moment. What was this situation? Because Lu Yiting's back was hollowed out. Shuaiji's hand that wanted to comfort him suddenly had nowhere to rest. Lu Yiting's 36D big bear is close to him, but he does not have any evil thoughts. Not only no evil thoughts, he also some heartache. He guessed that perhaps Lu Yiting is thinking of her father. Shuaiji gently coughed twice. That, are you okay? Lu Yiting cried for a while and came out from Shuaiji's arms. What this and that? Stinky younger brother. Call third sister. Chapter 56. Shuaiji's first use of mind reading technique. Shuaiji was a little less than pleased with himself and coyly shouted, "Third sister." Lu Yiting stroked Shuaiji's hair with satisfaction. "Good boy." Lu Yiting spread her hand in front of Shuaiji. "Give me your cell phone." Shuaiji didn't ask why. Fished out the cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. After Lu Yiting took the phone, she saw the picture of Chen Shuji on the wallpaper of the phone and flirted. "Yo, girlfriend? Not bad looking. Good brother. Have a vision." "Aha." Lu Yiting pressed her cell phone number on Shuaiji. "This is my sister's private phone number. Remember, if there is anything in the future, call my sister." Although Shuaiji didn't follow stars, He had an avid fan roommate of Lu Yiting's, Zhou Yu. If Zhou Yu knew that Lu Yiting was his sister, that he had hugged Lu Yiting, and that he now had a private phone number, I'm afraid he would be insanely jealous of him. Li Shuaiji thought of the fact that he came over this time but had business. Wilbur, and, third sister, let's do business first, regardless of when this file was lost. Since it was found now, it has to be resolved immediately. According to what you guys have said, this person is most likely still a senior member of the Lu group. Letting this kind of person stay in the Lu group for one more second is one more danger. Lu Wei, young master is right. I'd like to see just who dares to do such things under my nose. Go, get me all the people. Yes. Lu Wei looked at Lu Yiting, hesitating for a long time. Li Shuaiji saw that Lu Wei was not good at opening his mouth. He directly asked, third sister, I want to ask you a question. I don't mean anything else. I know what you want to ask. Is not 4 months ago I looked for China to ask for the key thing? Well, I did come at that time, and I did lie. At that time, it was not Dad called me to come. As for what the documents taken, for the time being can't tell you guys, it's my private matter, but I absolutely didn't touch the company's confidential documents. Or rather, I simply do not know which is the so-called confidential documents. You will not really suspect that this lady to the document leaked out it, please, with toes think also no impossible. Screw Lu's, what good to me? What good would it do me to bring down Lu's company? It's something that will do no good at all. Lu Yiting was frank. Li Shuaiji also thought it was impossible. Third sister, I believe you. Lu Yiting touched Li Shuaiji's hair, truly worthy of being a good brother to your sister. The group arrived at the office of Elder Director Lu. The entire office was large and empty. Lu Wei, young master, please take a seat. Li Shuaiji didn't even wait for Lu Wei to finish speaking before he sat down with his butt. This chair is quite comfortable. Li Shuaiji touched the handle of the chair. Sure enough, a leather seat is a leather seat. When Li Shuaiji looked up again, he saw everyone staring at him. What are you all looking at me for? Can't you sit in this chair? Lu Wei shook his head. No, from now on this chair belongs to the young master. You can sit however you want. Li Shuaiji then realized that there was only this one boss chair in the entire office. Then he looked at Lu Wei and Lu Yiting standing next to him, and was a little less pleased. He was a big man sitting and letting an old man and a lady stand. Wasn't that a bit too good? Wilbur, why don't you sit? No, young master, I'm not qualified to sit in this chair. Li Shuaiji turned to Lu Yiting. Then third sister, you sit. Lu Yiting shook her head. Forget it, I can't afford to sit either. This chair symbolized power. It held the economic lifelines of the entire Lu clan and even the entire world. Sitting in this position, one could not easily make any wrong decision. Otherwise it would cause turmoil in Shuaiji, or even the whole country and possibly even the global economic stock market. Elder Wei, young master, third miss, the people have been found. At exactly this time, Xena brought the people over as instructed. There aren't many people who can get to the 18th floor itself, and there are only 5 keys in total to Elder Lu's director's office. Elder Wei has one there, and only the 4 of us have the rest. Li Shuaiji sat down in his chair and began to size up the 4 people standing in front of him. One was a youth. One was the beautiful China who had just been following them. One was older, and there was a small teenager with a cold expression. System, can I use that mind-reading technique now? Of course you can. Then what is the method of use? There are 2 ways to use it. One is for the system to directly scan the brain and display everyone's information including their inner thoughts directly in front of you. The other is that you can ask questions directly, and you can see the real answers in their hearts when they answer your questions. Let's use the first one first. Pull up all their profiles. I want to take a look. Yes. Li Shuaiji looked at the first person. Sure enough, that person's profile appeared in front of him. Name, Su Jiang. Gender, male. Age, 28 years old. Position, private lawyer of Luzhin. Former chairman of Lu Group. Being strict and self-disciplined. Hobbies, reading books/fitness/swimming. Home address. Then can the probability of their betrayal be seen? Can. Xiao Kang's betrayal rate, 15%. With such a low betrayal rate, it shouldn't be him. Second place. Name, Shi Na. Former name, Shi Tsuehua. Shi Tsuehua? I didn't expect a beautiful woman to be called that. Ha 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 ha. Gender, female. Age, 28. Position, private secretary of Luzhin of Lu's Group. Worked at Lu's for 6 years. Betrayal rate, 20%. Looking like this shouldn't be this beautiful sister either. Third place. Li Shuaiji carefully looked at the boy in front of him. At first glance, he felt that this boy was not ordinary, and had the feeling of a sweeping monk. The clothes on his body were clean, but his entire body was covered in old clothes, including shoes, and they were all the kind of clothes that had been washed and whitened. The whole person also looked cold and aloof. I always feel that this person is not ordinary. Who is he? Name, Yan Li. What a coincidence. His last name is Li too? Gender, male. Age, 20. Position, none. Occasional cleaning work for Lux Group Chairman's office. 6 months at Lux. Betrayal rate, 0%. Note, very good with hands. One of the hidden bodyguard masters beside Lu Jin. This person's betrayal rate is actually 0. Originally, he should be the most suspicious person, but it turns out that he is actually the most unlikely person. Li Shuaiji was somewhat surprised. Reporting to the host, he was picked up halfway by Lu Jin, so he has always been grateful. It turns out that, third place, name, Jiang Mingcheng, gender, male, age, 55, position chairman of the research department of Lu's Group, one of the board members, the second largest shareholder of Lu's Group, worked in Lu's Group for 32 years, betrayal rate, 99%. I go, this betrayal rate is so high, it seems that we really don't know what we're talking about. In that case, the new machine word digging of this MO would do this. Chapter 57, Li Shuaiji finds the leaker and impresses everyone. Although Li Shuaiji already had a definite candidate within him at this moment, however, he did not directly pick it out, but pressed on, continuing to observe the reactions of the 4 people. After all, he had no evidence at the moment, and if he directly identified them there was no credibility at all. At this moment, Jiang Chengming said with an anxious face, Wei Lao, you finally came back. This confidential document has not been kept well. How can it suddenly leak it? This Qin clan is going to put its products on sale the day after tomorrow. Our products are still being tested. What can we do? Lu Wei's brows knit tightly. Lao Jiang, don't be anxious. I am also checking who stole the documents. That goes without saying. It must be that rabbit kid from an unknown source. He lives in Lu Dong's office every day, and several of us other people have been with Lu Dong for so many years. How could we possibly do such a thing? Only he just came, and I don't know what kind of ecstasy he gave to old Lu, to make old Lu trust him so much. I think he's the one who stole the confidential documents. Li Yan coldly glanced at Jiang Mingcheng then said, I didn't. You say you don't have it and you don't have it? What evidence do you have? Li Yan, I don't have evidence, but I don't have it. Jiang Mingcheng mocked, you can't even give a reason to prove yourself. Who would believe you? No means no. I won't do anything to apologize to the boss. Li Yan clenched his fists. I believe, there is no absolute in everything, and sometimes often the most unlikely in turn will end up being unexpected. After all, sometimes, one knows the face of a man and not his heart. At this time, Li Shuaiji suddenly opened his mouth. Jiang Mingcheng looked at Li Shuaiji and asked, Who are you? Li Shuaiji said, Shouldn't the prerequisite for asking someone who they are be to give their name first? Lu Wei was about to say that he was the young master. He heard Li Shuaiji smile and dislike him. Lu Wei closed his mouth. He intended to see how Li Shuaiji would deal with this matter. If he could really solve this matter, then he would be relieved to hand over the Lu group to him. Jiang Mingcheng said with a look of contempt, Me, Shi Na, you tell him who I am. Shi Na was about to reply. He is. I don't need Sister Suihua to tell me. I know that you are the chairman of the research department of Lu's Group, one of the board of directors, the second largest shareholder of Lu's Group, and you have been working for Lu's Group for 32 years. She now was shocked when she heard Li Shuaiji call her by her original name. How do you know? Then suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered her mouth. With a face of disbelief, she looked at Li Shuaiji. Li Shuaiji felt a little funny in his heart when he watched the big beautiful secretary looking at him like a ghost. Jiang Mingcheng heard Li Shuaiji's identity of him as if he was a man. Since you know who I am and still dare to talk to me like this. Also, do you know what position this is? You, a brat who doesn't know where he came from, actually dares to sit in this seat. Li Shuaiji smiled faintly. Of course I know what position this is, and since I dare to sit here, it means that I have the right to sit here. Moreover, even Elder Wei didn't say anything. Why are you so excited? Can it be that you also want to sit in this seat? As if he was poked in the heart, Jiang Mingcheng's eyes began to dodge. What are you babbling about? Elder Wei, this little brat, who the hell is he? Uncle Wei, you tell him. Old Jiang, don't be rude. He is the young master. Jiang Mingcheng looked horrified. Young master? Where did any young master come from? Doesn't Dong Lu only have 9 daughters? He is the young master. It has been confirmed. Li Shuaiji stood up from his chair and walked over to Jiang Mingcheng's side. Uncle Jiang, according to seniority I should probably call you that, but when you did those things that were wrong to Lu clan, did you ever think about dash? Li Shuaiji still couldn't call someone his father for a moment. He always felt that he was sorry for his old dad. Director Lu's feelings? Jiang Mingcheng's tone became more and more agitated, pointing at Li Shuaiji with shaking fingers. You, don't talk nonsense. What did I do to apologize to Director Lu? Do you have proof? Don't think that just because you're the young master that you can spit blood. You know in your own heart whether or not I've blown my cover. Young master, are you mistaken? How could old Jiang? He's been following the old master for over 30 years. How could he possibly do such a thing to the Lu group? Lu Wei, who was at the side, was also a bit in disbelief. Uncle Wei, You believe me? Then let me ask you, what did you do on the April 5th months ago? How could I possibly remember something that long ago? That day was a special day. It was your youngest daughter's 18th birthday. How could you not remember what you did? How did you know it was my youngest daughter's birthday? Who the hell are you? Jiang Mingcheng looked at Li Shuaiji with a horrified expression. You don't need to care how I know. Just think of me as being able to count. I also know that you met with the people from Qin's group that day. Oh, inaccurately, it was the people from Qin's group who took the initiative to come to you, right? What did Qin tell you? Well, you don't have to say it. Let me do the math. Did he tell you that Lu Jin is dying? And as long as you help him steal the confidential documents, he can help you sit as the chairman of Lu Group? Lu Wei's hand that clutched his cane grew tighter and tighter as he looked at the person in front of him with a pained expression. Old Jiang, is that really true? No, it isn't. Don't you believe his words? I also know that day you guys went to meet at the Yoku Cafe. When Jiang Mingcheng saw that Li Shuaiji actually even named the cafe where they met, his heart became even more flustered. Why do you know everything? All told you. I can count. I also counted that you are going to squat in jail today, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Mingcheng suddenly plopped down on his knees in front of Lu Wei. Wei Lao, I'm sorry, it's him who kidnapped my daughter. I have no way. That's why. Lu Wei sighed and said hopelessly. Alas, old Jiang, you are really confused. Uncle Jiang, are you still not going to tell the truth? What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Then how did I hear that your youngest daughter, with the Qin group's young son, is in love and also to the point of talking about marriage? Oh, it will not have been pregnant for 4 months. Immediately to hide it. Li Shuaiji read Jiang Mingcheng's inner thoughts with his mind-reading skills. In fact, this matter is also justifiable. One is just an old friend, while the other side is a pro-son-in-law. Which is lighter and which is more important will be compared out at once. Right. Jiang Mingcheng completely sat down on the ground as a whole. Wilbur, call the police. Theft of company secrets. Yes, young master. Lu Wei ripped Jiang Mingcheng's hand that was pulling him away and had someone call the police. Li Shuaiji clapped his hands in satisfaction. Alright, problem solved. Lu Yiting on the side looked directly dumbfounded. Brother, you're too handsome. How did you know everything? Told you I can count. Li Shuaiji had a smug look on his face. Then you help my sister count. When can I get a boyfriend? I can't calculate this. Just help your sister do the math. Third sister, spare me. I really can't figure this out. Lu Wei still has a sad face. The person is found, but the problem is still not solved. Just then from outside the office another beautiful woman walked in. Leave the matter of Lu's technology testing to me. Chapter 58, National Research Technology Big Sister coming. Li Shuaiji uses mind reading to make Big Sister learn piggy squeals. Li Shuaiji looked in the direction where the voice came from. Outside the office door stood a woman wearing rimless glasses. Looking very competent, said woman, and seems not quite appropriate, because the age is not big. Looks at most but more than 20 years of age, but the clothes were dry and decent. The buttons of the white shirt were buttoned to the very top, which in turn added a few more points of aesthetic beauty. His complexion was calm, and his eyebrows were relaxed, but there is a natural toughness and confidence in the eyes. It was as if they could remain unperturbed even when a raging storm came. Big sister. Lu Yiting excitedly ran over and shouted. Li Shuaiji knew after hearing Lu Yiting call her big sister. It turned out that she was Lu Jin's eldest daughter, Lu Yixue, a postdoctoral genius in scientific research and technology. She entered the National Technical Department at the age of 18. Shouting, you're here too. Lu Yixue smiled faintly at Lu Yiting. I just called you and you didn't answer. Just now on the airplane. Lu Yixue replied. Missy, it's good that you're here. Lu Wei was obviously relieved to see Lu Yixue. As long as Missy was there, he wouldn't have to worry about the test. Uncle Wei, don't worry. I heard about the company. Leave the testing to me. You can announce the product release tomorrow. By the way, did you find the person who leaked the company's secrets? Found it, Missy. Thanks to young master. By the way, I haven't introduced him to you yet. He is the son of the master. Your brother. Lu Yiting looked at Li Shuaiji on the side. Pushing his glasses, he took a closer look. You're the one who found the leak for the company? Lu Yiting said excitedly. Yes, big sister. You weren't there just now and didn't see it. I really didn't expect that. Our little brother Ten is quite powerful. He can actually guess everything. Lu Yixue was obviously a bit disbelieving. Oh, can guess everything? Then guess what I'm thinking right now? Li Shuaiji looked at Lu Yixue. I guess you look down on me. Lu Yixue lightly chirped in disdain. Ha, what's the point of guessing? System, how much time is left for my mind-reading technique? Reporting that the host has 20 minutes left. That's good enough. Li Shuaiji looked at Lu Yixue. How about this then? You think of a random number in your mind. I'll guess it, and if I get it right, you'll learn a little piggy squeal. Lu Yixue, ha, kids are kids dash. Li Shuaiji, Are you trying to say I'm childish? Lu Yixue didn't deny it. Indeed childish. Come on you try. See if I can guess it. Lu Yiding also coaxed from the side. Sounds fun. Big sister. Just give it a try. Lu Yixue, then what if you don't guess? Li Shuaiji, then I'll learn 2 little piggy squeals. Li Shuaiji learned Lu Yixue's standing posture and said in her tone, how childish. Ha ha ha. Little brother 10, don't say that you're quite similar to learning from your big sister. Lu Yiding laughed from the side. Li Shuaiji, how about it? Does big sister dare? Lu Yixue, joke, what do I dare not? Then start. Don't waste time. Okay, if big sister loses, don't forget to learn how to squeal like a piglet. System, I'm counting on you. Host, what Lu Yixue has in mind is 9897. Li Shuaiji pretended to be thinking. Don't waste your time if you can't guess it. Lu Yixue was about to turn around and leave. As a result, just as he turned around, Li Shuaiji replied, what big sister has in mind is 9897. Right. Lu Yixue's footsteps stalled, and her face flashed with surprise before becoming unperturbed again. Lu Yiding asked anxiously from the side, how about it? Big sister, did his brother he guessed it? Poof. Lu Yixue grunted before leaving, not even turning around, but that soft hum was heard by Li Shuaiji. Why did big sister leave? What does she mean by that? Wilbur, did little brother 10 guess or not guess this? Lu Yiding still kept asking from the side. Lu Wei smiled without answering. Li Shuaiji laughed. Third sister, let me ask you. How does a little piggy bark? Of course it's hum hey. I know. Stinky brother, don't try to set me up to learn how to squeal like a little pig. Lu Yixue smartly thought she reacted and said. Then before big sister left, did she? Li Shuaiji nodded. Big sister hummed before she left. So she that was learning a little piggy squeal? This is also too foul. But little brother 10, you can really guess what others are thinking. Li Shuaiji laughed. Small wonder. Lu Yiding was very curious. Brother, teach me how this is done? I am a master of the art, and I will not spread it out. How can this be outsourced? I am your own sister. If I learn this ability, it will be more convenient to deal with those nasty little green teas and bimbos in the entertainment industry. Li Shuaiji could see what was going on in Lu Yiding's mind. Third sister, are you thinking that if you learn this ability, you'll be more able to see which people in the entertainment industry are being sincere or fake to you? Lu Yiding was even more surprised. I'll go. You can even guess this. This is too godly. Good brother, quickly teach me. Li Shuaiji mysteriously came to Lu Yiding's ear and said, to learn this skill, you must first dash. This I know. In order to practice this skill, one must first self-circumcise. Lu Yiding looked at Li Shuaiji's lower body with a surprised face. Brother, it's hard to believe that you. Li Shuaiji blankly glanced at Lu Yiding. Third sister, what are you thinking? What I'm trying to say is that one must first agonize his mind, work his bones and muscles, and starve his body, then practice hard for 77 days and go through 91 difficulties. So troublesome? Forget it then. Those in the entertainment circle, whether they are little white flowers or little green teas, don't deserve me to work so hard for them. Lu Yiding put on her sunglasses again. The matter here in Weibo is settled. I should also go home to have a look. I'll leave first. By the way, about the matter of inheriting the company, I want to think about it for a while. After all, I'm still a sophomore now. I still have to focus on my studies. So the matter of Lu's group still has to trouble you to worry about it first. Okay, young master. But the matter of announcing you as the president of Lu clan group can't be delayed. Many people are now eyeing this position. You can take office first. And as for company affairs, I will take care of them for you first. It will be handed back to you as soon as you graduate. Alright then, you inform down that the young master is back, and from now on, the entire Lu group, including me, will have to listen to his orders, or else get the hell out of Lu. I'll see which company dares to want the person I sack from Lu. Lu Wei's voice is not big, but it is loud and full of majesty. Sugar heart during the day there are other jobs. The wage is not high, boss, also thief thing. The night has to drag to 7 o'clock to get off work. Sugar Heart's dream is to become a full-time at-home novel, but helpless life is forced. So all of you see official lord, please forgive me. Sugar Heart typing slow. Brain capacity is not enough. So more a chapter to be a long time. But you may look at 1 minute to see the end of it. So I hope that you will not give me bad reviews so easily. Please. 1 chapter up. Sugar Heart is going to have dinner. Chapter 59. Li Shuaiji's pleasure with bodyguard little brother, studying the marriage proposal. Young master, your status is not ordinary anymore. I'm afraid that someone will be unfavorable to you. Why don't I arrange for a few bodyguards to be around to protect you? Bodyguards or forget it. It's not convenient for me to be in school. Li Shuaiji thought of just coming to the company out of the hotel when that kind of stance. Forget it, he doesn't want to be treated as a triad by others yet. Li Shuaiji looked at Li Yan, who had been beside him, without saying anything, thinking that the system just showed that his loyalty is so high. Plus, what hidden bodyguard master? Stay in the company as a simple cleaner is too much of a waste. Wilbur is right. He is at least the president now. How can he do without an assistant bodyguard beside him? So he walked over to Li Yan and asked, "Your name is Li Yan, right? You're 20 years old and about the same age as me. Do you want to go to school with me and then be my personal bodyguard?" Li Yan looked at Li Shuaiji. Although he didn't say anything, Li Shuaiji had already seen what was going on inside him. "Don't worry, I won't treat you badly either. What Director Lu he promised you, I will do the same." Li Shuaiji came to Li Yan's ear and said, "Don't worry, I will continue to help you pay for your sister's doctor's hospitalization." Li Yan looked at Li Shuaiji with a face of disbelief. Li Shuaiji asked again, "Are you willing?" "Aha." Li Yan nodded with a cold face. "Great. I'm relieved to have Li Yan by the young master's side. Wilbur, go ahead and get busy. I have to go home too, lest Shuaiji worry." "Yes, young master." "Little brother 10. Where are you going? Do you want sister to give you a ride?" Lu Yiting caught up with Li Shuaiji. "That's fine. Thank you, third sister. It just so happens that I didn't drive here, and I'm planning to go back to see how my new home is doing. I also don't know if Shuaiji likes it or not. If she didn't like it, she could buy another set again. Let's go. Sister will send you off and meet my legendary sibling on the way." When Li Shuaiji and Lu Yiting were about to leave Lu's group, they met the front desk lady who had just been scolded and cried, and was currently packing up her things while crying. Packing up something is still so grating. Okay, what's the point of crying? Crying gives me a headache. Another pretty-looking receptionist was also there, looking in the mirror while sneering in a conspiratorial manner. Li Shuaiji thought before she was quite good to himself. He used to send express delivery time not only did not look down on him but also often give him water to drink. He went up to say thank you to the people, then walked straight over. "Hey, brother, where are you going?" At this time, Li Shuaiji's mind reading time still has a few minutes. He then saw the two people's information. It turns out that the one who looks pretty and likes to dress up and spray perfume is called Chen Ruoi, and the other one who is plainly dressed and clean and conscientious is called Xiaoyu. Seeing Li Shuaiji and Lu Yiting coming, Xiaoyu hurriedly wiped away her tears. Because of Lu Wei's notification just now, everyone now knows that Li Shuaiji is the new president of Lu Group, coupled with the fact that the current Li Shuaiji, because of the image makeover, and removed the thick glasses, the whole person completely changed. The two people did not recognize Li Shuaiji was the beggar-like delivery boy. "President, third miss." Li Shuaiji went forward and asked, "Isn't it still not time to get off work? Why are you packing up so early?" Before Xiaoyu could open her mouth, Chen Ruoi came up and took the initiative to answer. "President, Xiaoyu, she made a mistake and has been dismissed." "Sacked? What mistake did she make?" Li Shuaiji frowned and asked. "It's not that she secretly played with her cell phone at work and was discovered by the director," Chen Ruoi replied. Li Shuaiji felt that this matter was not that simple and asked, "Just like that?" Xiaoyu seemed to want to speak. "President, Li Shuaiji saw Xiaoyu's thoughts through the system's mind-reading technique. It turned out to be surprisingly that the director wanted to subterfuge her, but she didn't agree. So today she just found a random reason to scold her and then dismissed her. This could be really detestable. "Chen Ruoi, go and call your director over." Chen Ruoi froze when she heard Li Shuaiji call out her name. Inwardly how does this new president know my name? Could it be that the president has been paying attention to me for a long time? The president is so handsome, and so young. If only I could be the president's girlfriend. Then I would be the future president's wife. "Yes, President." Chen Ruoi purposely clamped her voice down and said coyly. Li Shuaiji saw Chen Ruoi's thoughts at a glance and didn't give any face at all, saying directly, "You don't think too much, and I have a girlfriend. My girlfriend is better looking than you, younger than you, gentler than you, cuter than you. In short, we're all better than you. You can't compare with her." Chen Ruoi blushed. First she was surprised how the president knew what she thought. Then she felt that she lost face. The whole person was embarrassed and groundless. She hurriedly ran to find the director. After a while, Chen Ruoi brought the director over. "Director, President, what are you looking for me?" Li Shuaiji didn't pick it first, but asked, "Why did you fire Xiaoyu?" That director was a little surprised why the president would be concerned about a personnel movement of a receptionist. A little nervous, obviously it was already fall, already very cold weather, but his forehead began to sweat. "It's Xiaoyu, she's neglecting her duties during work hours. Every time I come she's either playing games or talking on the phone." "Are you sure this person you are talking about is Xiaoyu and not Chen Ruoi?" "Chen Ruoi, Xiaoyu, and that director." The three of them just looked at Li Shuaiji dumbfounded. "Xiaoyu, you are still an intern right now, right?" "Yes, President." The tears in the corners of Xiaoyu's eyes were still not completely dry. "That's good. I'll notify you. Congratulations on your transfer. And also, Notify personnel. Director Wang used his position to sexually harass and subterfuge employees. We can't have this kind of person existing in Luz. And Chen Ruoi, playing with her cell phone during work, making phone calls, neglecting her duties, not doing her job properly, not doing her job as a receptionist. Don't come to the company from tomorrow. Chen Ruoi was still upset when she heard she was dismissed. President, what evidence do you have? On what grounds do you say I neglected my duties? Li Shuaiji said domineeringly. Because I saw it, my eyes are the evidence. Li Shuaiji walked to Xiaoyu, who was still in a state of confusion, and smiled at her. Thank you for the warm water. Now Xiaoyu was even more shocked. He also said to Chen Ruoi on the side, don't spray such heavy perfume in the future. It can't cover up your fox odor. After saying this, Li Shuaiji took Li Yan and Lu Yiting and walked out of Lu's company without looking back. After Li Shuaiji left, Lu Yiting's assistant was waiting outside. Hurry up and get in the car. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be photographed by the paparazzi later on, or be targeted by the private students. The three hurriedly got into the car. The car was a nanny car worth over $8 million. Brother, send me the address of your home. I'll ask the driver to send you home first. Lu Yiting said. Li Shuaiji sent the address and then started searching about the wedding. Looking at it, he suddenly thought that Lu Yiting might know. So he asked, Sister, do you know how to propose to a girl? Chapter 2. I'm late. I'm too sleepy. If there are typos you can point them out and tell Sugarheart. If you have any problems, you can revise it tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. Chapter 60. Li Shuaiji goes to pick a gift for his schoolgirl wife. Oh, a marriage proposal? What? A marriage proposal? Lu Yiting was originally swiping her cell phone when she suddenly heard her brother's words next to her and dropped her phone in surprise. Brother, aren't you still in your second year of college? Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Of course it's not the third sister's intention to let you go and be a scumbag. It's normal for you and your girlfriend to want to get married now that you're in the heat of the moment, but maybe after the heat of the moment the two of you don't feel it's right again? You can fall in love again, and then the two of you wear and tear. After all, marriage is a lifelong affair. You can't be too hasty. We can wait, but the baby can't wait, Li Shuaiji said. At most another 7 months or so the baby will be born. The marriage license must be obtained before then. It's just that he's not at the national legal age for marriage yet, and there's still a month to go. What? Baby? Lu Yiting was even more surprised. You've gotten someone else's girl pregnant. Brother, I say you learn dad what is not good, but to learn this, really there is an ugly saying. The dragon gives birth to the dragon. The phoenix gives birth to the phoenix. The son of the mouse can make a hole. You are worthy of inheriting dad's genes. I will not learn like him. I will only be with Shuqi in my life. Brother, a lifetime is too long. No one can say what will happen in the future. Lu Yiting patted Li Shuaiji's shoulder. With her father's previous experience in mind, she really didn't believe that there was any kind of sea and stone, faithful love in this world. But since you've already knocked up someone else's girl, you must be responsible for it. It's our Lu family's seat anyways. Right, do you want to do a paternity test or something? Li Shuaiji refused. Paternity test is not necessary. I can be sure as well as sure that the child is mine, because the system is the best paternity test out there. But he had just gotten together with Shuqi. He really should have a good relationship. I heard before that when the baby is in the mother's womb, a good relationship between the mother and father is also beneficial to the baby's growth. I really didn't expect that I would actually become an aunt at such a young age. Lu Yiting looked very excited and hurriedly said to her assistant, AI. Xiaoxia, in a moment first go to the mall in front. How to say the first time we meet. I also have to buy some gifts for my younger siblings. Xiaoxia heard that Lu Yiting also had to go to the mall. Instantly her head went big. My Miss Yiting, do you know how much of a commotion you will cause if you go to the mall with this kind of status? Yes, third sister. The gift is not urgent. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's better to forget about it. You don't need to go and buy it on purpose. That won't do. I didn't know your girlfriend was pregnant even if. Now that I know, how can I also send a good gift? It's fine. I'll just put on a mask and sunglasses and a hat in a while. Because of Lu Yiting's insistence, she finally went to the mall. Lu Yiting wrapped herself up tightly. Brother, what does your girlfriend like? Li Shuaiji froze. Lu Yiting saw that Li Shuaiji didn't answer and turned to look at his expression. With a look of disgust, she said, you wouldn't even know what your girlfriend likes, right? He actually really didn't know what things Chen Shuji liked. It seemed like he was still too much of a failure as a boyfriend. You men now really don't care about details at all. Forget it, women. It's just like clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics. Brother, remember, if you don't know what to give as a gift in the future, just send these. It's absolutely right. I think of what to send. Your girlfriend is pregnant recently, must not be able to make up it. But the girls always love beautiful, It just so happens that I recently endorsed a cosmetic. It is said that the things in it are pure plant extract. Pregnant women can also be used. Why don't I send a set of this to her? How do you think about it? Li Shuaiji replied. Then I'll first thank third sister for Shuqi. We're all family. What's the point of being polite to your sister? After deciding what to give, Li Shuaiji followed Lu Yiting into that cosmetic store. Li Yan had been following them silently, not saying a word, maintaining the most appropriate distance. It was as if he was a stranger. Li Shuaiji didn't know anything after entering the cosmetic store, but he did recognize some things, such as lipsticks. I heard that girls seem to like buying lipsticks. Li Shuaiji saw Lu Yiting choosing other products, so he went to the lipstick area to have a look. It suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't properly used his own money to buy any gifts for Chen Shuji. Before that, they were all bought with the milkman fund in the system, and it was still with a purpose, to swipe the cash back. Why don't we just give Shuqi a set of lipsticks first this time? When the people in the cosmetics store saw Li Shuaiji, a boy, looking at the lipsticks, someone immediately greeted him. Sir, may I ask if you are planning to buy lipsticks for your girlfriend? Right. This lipstick, can pregnant women use it? Yes, you can rest assured. The main focus of our brand's products is that the materials used are all extracted from plant extracts. Even pregnant women can use it without worry. Sales enthusiastically introduced. I do not know which color you fancy, just this one. Li Shuaiji pointed to a death Barbie pink. Girls loved pink colors. Moreover, Shuqi's mouth was like jelly, QQ bouncing, and with this kind of pink, it would be very pretty. This color, give me 100 of them. Sales eyes lit up directly upon hearing this. Sir, are you sure you want 100? What? You don't have that many in stock at the store? No. Yes there are. Please wait, I'll go fetch them for you. If Li Shuaiji's current mind reading time hadn't expired, he could have heard just how much the sale was jumping inside. Other colors may not have so much stock, but this Death Barbie powder has not been sold out. The store has too much stock. They are worried about what to do. Now they bumped into this wrongdoer. All of a sudden their store's stock is cleared out. He can also get a lot of commission. Sales seem to be trying to prevent Li Shuaiji from regretting, and quickly packaged the 100 Death Barbie powder. Li Shuaiji happily paid the bill, fantasizing in his heart. Shuqi will be very happy when she receives the gift. Lu Yiting, who was carefully selecting other products on the side, was still unaware. Chapter 61, Li Shuaiji and third sister photographed on hot search. Schoolgirl's wife jealous and sour. Sir, you have a good eye. This color number is also known as chopper color. Your girlfriend will be so excited that she will cry when she receives it. As for why she cries, it's not certain, but I'm here to remind you, after our cosmetics are sold, except for product quality issues, they are non-returnable, including the replacement of the color number O. Got it. Li Shuaiji bought the lipstick full of impatience to let Shuqi put it on and show him. Then, *3, ***. Where was the concern about what could or could not be returned? Is it okay for people to eat this lipstick of yours? The sales patted his chest and assured him, you can rest assured, unless one hugs the lipstick and gnaws on it, continuously gnawing on a few hundred of them, it will definitely be fine. Sales also deliberately whispered, after your girlfriend coated, you and your girlfriend casually how to kiss are all fine. Oh. Li Shuaiji nodded in satisfaction. Li Shuaiji walked to Lu Yiting's side. Seeing that she was still picking, she asked, third sister, how is your selection going? I'm picking out the foundation. Just as I wanted to ask you, how is your girlfriend's skin type? I can pick the one that suits her. Li Shuaiji didn't understand this and said directly, skin texture? Just smooth, tender, white, and comfortable to touch. Lu Yiting gave Li Shuaiji a blank look. Who asked you about touch? I'm asking if you have dry or oily skin, or neutral skin. Li Shuaiji? Forget it, it's useless to ask. Do you have a picture of her? Preferably the kind of high definition without modification. Li Shuaiji showed Lu Yiting his cell phone wallpaper. This is it. Lu Yiting took off her sunglasses and frowned as she stared at her cell phone. Here you can refer to the emoticon of an old man looking at his cell phone in the subway. Are you sure this photo hasn't been PD? No, this photo is still taken by me. Then your girlfriend's skin is also too good. Her face actually does not even have a little blemish. To make people jealous. No, I still do not believe. This really is not P? Really? Third sister, if you don't believe me, you can take a look with your own eyes. Hearing Lu Yiting praise Chen Shuji, Li Shuaiji's heart was also smug. Right at this moment, Li Yan, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly spoke up. Young master, someone is secretly filming you in third miss, and there's more than one person. What? Where? How come I didn't see a single one? Hearing Li Yan's words, Lu Yiting immediately looked around. There's one at 10 o'clock 10 meters away from us, holding a professional camera gear. Should be a paparazzo. And there's a girl at 6 o'clock that's filming with a cell phone. Should just be a passerby. Li Shuaiji followed the direction Li Yan said and looked. He did see two people sneaking around. That passerby girl left as if nothing had happened after realizing that Li Shuaiji was looking at her. He didn't know why he felt that girl. Seemed a bit familiar. Seemed to have seen it somewhere, but couldn't remember how, so he didn't bother to think about it. However, he was surprised at Li Yan's power of observation. It was simply too bad that this wasn't a scout. Gosh, Li Yan, what are your eyes made of? You can even spot this? Lu Yiting also said in admiration. Yeah, I didn't even notice. Why don't you? Li Yan, just follow me and be my bodyguard. I need you more. Li Yan still had a cold face. Third sister, you don't bring you to troll people like this. Young master, do you need me to go and dispose of the person? How do you plan to deal with it? Li Shuaiji asked. Li Yan made a hand-sword motion. Li Shuaiji equals Li Yan. We are not a triad. He is not a killer. Killing is against the law. You will go to jail for this. Don't worry, young master. My hands and feet are fast and clean. No one will find out. Li Shuaiji, it's not necessary. You too, but it's just a paparazzi. What a fuss. If he wants to shoot, let him shoot fine. Then Tian Ho, 360 degrees without dead angle. Just let him shoot. Not only that, I will also give him a big gift. What big gift? Li Shuaiji asked. Lu Yiting hooked her hand to Li Shuaiji. Brother, come over here. Li Shuaiji came a little closer. Come over a little more. Don't be shy. Li Shuaiji came over a little more. Lu Yiting directly went forward and held his arm, and also leaned her head on his shoulder, bringing her face to Li Shuaiji's ear. Sister, what are you doing? It's been hard on him even after following him for so long, so of course I'm sending him something he wants to shoot. Lu Yiting revealed a wry smile. Alright, I've picked out my stuff too. Let's get going. It's not a good place to stay. The paparazzi wasn't the scariest thing. What was scary was in case they encountered a private student in a while. The three of them bought good things out of the mall and got into the car, continuing to drive to the location of the manor bought by Li Shuaiji. Hey brother, what else did you buy? Lu Yiting then realized that Li Shuaiji was carrying something else in his hand. You said this nothing else? Just bought a few lipsticks for Shuchi. You can brother, you know how to cite one thing, promising. Li Shuaiji took out one from the bag and gave it to Lu Yiting. Third sister, this one is for you. Lu Yiting took the lipstick that Li Shuaiji gave to her, but did not look at the color number nor did she open the package. Although the advertiser gave third sister a full set of lipsticks, sister still accepts the one sent by her younger brother. Oh yeah, you should not have bought the death color for this lipstick. Their family's lipsticks are pretty good except for that color. Sis, what is death color? It's what girls commonly call death Barbie dash. Sis, look at the hot search. You're on the hot search again. Before Lu Yiting could finish her explanation, she heard Xiaoxia shout. Lu Yiting had a calm face. What's wrong with you? I'm Lu Yiting. Isn't it normal for me to be on the hot searches? Any day I'm not on a hot search is what's worth wondering about. What did the hot search say about me this time? Lu Yiting had a calm face. It said that you, old ox eats young grass, harboring a little white boy, college student. What did you say? Lu Yiting picked up her cell phone and glanced at the hot search title. Hashtag bursting showbiz diva Lu Yiting and her mysterious little boyfriend strolling around the mall, interacting intimately throughout the entire process, with a photo that happened to be of Lu Yiting taking off her sunglasses and leaning on Li Shuaiji's shoulder. I don't know how that photo was taken. Maybe it's the light, or maybe it's a deliberate attempt to make Lu Yiting look ugly. Even Lu Yiting photographed like more than 30 years old. Extraordinarily old. On the contrary, Li Shuaiji photographed fair skin, full of collagen, completely as the image of the little milk dog, and at end, percent a mouthful of nationalism. This paparazzi in the end will not take pictures. Third sister, take it easy, calm down. Right at this moment, Li Shuaiji's cell phone rang, and he couldn't wait to pick it up once he saw that it was Qin Shuji's. Hey, Shu-Chi, do you miss me dash? Scummy man, I don't want to see you anymore. Chapter 62 Qin Shuji and third sister's first meeting. Scum, I don't want to care about you anymore. Chen Shuqi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Shuaiji subconsciously explained anxiously. Shuqi, listen to my explanation. Did you see that hot search? It's not what you think. That person is dash. Don't explain. I don't want to hear it. Li Shuaiji had a headache for a while. Do women always come to this? Li Shuaiji could almost think that the next must be. Say, what's your relationship with that girl? It's just an ordinary friend. You give me a clear explanation. Honey, listen to me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Okay, if I don't tell you, you won't get angry. Whenever there's a problem, you just run away. No, it's like this. I won't listen, and then fall into a dead cycle. Just when Li Shuaiji had a headache, Suddenly a pleasant laughter came from the phone. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Li Shuaiji froze. Shu-chi, what are you laughing at? I just wanted to tease you. Li Shuaiji didn't understand. Tease me? What do you mean? You didn't misunderstand? You really think I'm that kind of low IQ girl? Lu Yiting is the third miss of Lu Group. You two are siblings, right? Great. I really thought you misunderstood. Even if you're not pro-siblings, I also believe you. Not that kind of person. After all, the most basic thing between lovers is not trust. Since I chose to be with you, I won't not trust you. Li Shuaiji's heart warmed up when he heard Chen Shuji's words. Thank you, Shu-chi. Don't worry. I will definitely not do anything to apologize to you and the baby. I know. Chen Shuji's voice was extremely gentle. How is the new home? The new home is very beautiful and big. It's just too big. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. It feels like walking through a maze inside. Right. When are you coming back? Soon. Already in front of the manor. Oh, I also prepared a small gift for you. You must like. I seem to have seen you. Did you come back in a nanny car? And did Goddess Lu come back with you? Yes. Third sister sent me back. Li Shuaiji saw through the car window glass that Chen Shuji was looking on the second floor balcony, and when she saw him, she started waving her arms, then turned around as if she was in a hurry to get down, but she accidentally stumbled forward a little. Luckily, he was held up by the two maids next to him. Madam, be careful. Now, looking at Li Shuaiji, he was scared for a while. Slow down. Don't be in a hurry. Chen Shuji was also startled and slowed down. I'm fine. There was a carpet on the ground. I didn't pay attention. As soon as the car stopped, Li Shuaiji hurriedly got out of the car in a hurry. Lu Yiting, who was watching from the side, helplessly shook her head. The younger brother was too big to stay. As soon as Li Shuaiji stepped out of the car, he saw nearly 100 servants in uniform house servant outfits standing in 2 rows at the entrance of the house. Seeing Li Shuaiji walk in, they neatly bowed towards Li Shuaiji. Good day, sir. Welcome home, sir. This feeling. Just 1 word. Cool. 2 words. Really cool. 4 words. Really cool. Li Shuaiji may still be a little flattered if before, but now he is also a person who has seen the world, and now is also the president of Lu's Group, CEO. He straightened his back and walked in with a calm face, and Lu Yiting also seems to be used to this kind of situation, completely oblivious. Li Yan was still expressionless as he followed behind Li Shuaiji. Chen Shuji trotted out to greet him. Ajay. When Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji, he couldn't contain the smile on his face. When he wasn't with Chen Shuji, he only felt that she was high and cold, but he didn't realize that she was so cute. He opened his arms and waited for Chen Shuji to embrace him, but he didn't expect Chen Shuji to run straight to Lu Yiting. Li Shuaiji was slightly embarrassed. He introduced Chen Shuji. Shuji, this is the third sister, Lu. Without waiting for Li Shuaiji to finish his introduction, Chen Shuji stared at Lu Yiting with glowing eyes and said, I know, Lu Yiting, the female diva of the entertainment industry. There are a few people in this world who don't know about Lu Diva. Li Shuaiji introduced Lu Yiting again. Ahem, that, sis, she is my girlfriend, Chen Shuji. Only to see Lu Yiting not saying a word, full of seriousness, staring dead at Chen Shuji's face, at first still wearing sunglasses, but later directly took them off and came closer to stare at Chen Shuji. Chen Shuji somewhat nervously swallowed her saliva, then looked towards Li Shuaiji and asked in a small voice, Ajay, does that Lu Tianho not like me? No, it won't. Third sister even bought you a gift on purpose. Could it be that there is something wrong with my face today? Could it be because she hadn't put on any makeup lately because she was pregnant and was disliked by the diva? In fact, she also felt that her face was a bit haggard and unattractive lately. Lu Yiting was used to seeing so many beautiful girls in the entertainment industry. Would she not be able to look at herself? Chen Shuji didn't think that she would actually look anxious one day. Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji's face. No, it's still pretty. Then why? Before Chen Shuji could finish, Lu Yiting reached out and touched Chen Shuji's cheek. Chen Shuji instantly became even more nervous. Then she heard Lu Yiting let out a nationalistic cry and then shouted, asterisk 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 sister, how in the world do you take care of yourself? Why is your skin so good? You don't know. Just now Xiaox showed me your photo. Your skin is especially good in that photo. I thought that it was refined, but it turned out that he said that it was taken casually and not repaired. And I didn't believe it. After all, nowadays, cell phones come with a beauty function. I didn't think that, but you actually have really such good skin. Worthy of being young, all collagen. Chen Shuji was just in her early 20s this year, unlike her who was already running for 3. Looking at those girls in the entertainment circle who made their debut one after another, each of them was just like a flower. It was not known how long she could still hold this position of diva. Photos? What photo? His cell phone wallpaper is your photo. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? You don't even look at his cell phone? Chen Shuji shook her head. She had always felt that cell phones were personal items. Even couples had to pay attention to their personal privacy a bit. Besides, the two of them had just gotten together. She also did not expect Li Shuaiji to use her photo as her cell phone wallpaper. Her heart immediately felt sweet and happy. Oh yes, this is a small gift for you. The first time we met was more hasty. I thought that you should not be able to make up when you are pregnant. But surely you will be itching to buy some cosmetics for you. Don't worry, I have researched. Their products are all pure plant extracts, and pregnant women can use them. But now it looks, you don't seem to need it. You're such a little face. What more cosmetics do you need? It's so jealous. Quickly, tell sister, how do you usually take care of yourself? Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaiji when she heard that pregnant women can also use it, then subconsciously covered her belly. Lu Tianho, you already know? Why are you still calling Lu Tianho? Call third sister. Chapter 63, Li Shuaiji molesting his wife. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuaiji, saw him nodding towards him, and then looked at Lu Yiting, and called out with some embarrassment. Third sister. Lu Yiting stroked Chen Shuji's hair in satisfaction. So good. Younger sibling. As a result, Lu Yiting frowned again after touching Chen Shuji's hair. This hair of yours. Chen Shuji's heart snapped as she watched Lu Yiting frown. It seemed like she hadn't washed her hair in 2 days. Shouldn't her hair be oily? Why is it so soft? Lu Yiting even went up to smell it. And it smells so good. Did you use a branded shampoo? Chen Shuji was relieved. She thought, it's that shampoo you endorsed. Third sister, all the products you endorsed are really good. I've been using them. Really? That's right. Your third sister, I don't just take any advertisement. But are you sure you're using the one I endorsed? Why don't I feel anything when I use it? It's really the one you endorsed. Third sister, can you stop talking so loudly? It's scary when you startle. Li Shuaiji said from the side. What? Are you afraid that I'll scare your girlfriend? Or are you afraid that I'll scare the little baby in your daughter-in-law's belly? Lu Yiting cautiously stretched her hand towards Chen Shuji's stomach. I really didn't expect that you are the youngest yet the fastest to have a baby. I remember that you guys are only 20 this year. Why are you so careless? Third sister, actually I'm not that kind of casual girl. Hearing what Lu Yiting said, Chen Shuji anxiously tried to explain. She was afraid that Li Shuaiji's sister would think that she was the kind of gold-digging girl who had her eye on Li Shuaiji's money and used her child to tie Li Shuaiji down. And Li Shuaiji also touched Chen Shuji's stomach and said with a firm face, Third sister, this matter is a long story. In short, I'm looking forward to the arrival of this baby. If in the beginning it was just because of the system that he wanted Chen Shuji to give birth to this child, thus realizing the reversal of his life, but now it was different. Even without the system's fund, he was still capable enough to take care of Chen Shuji and this child. Lu Yiting laughed when she saw the two of them nervous. Brother, sister-in-law, what are you nervous about? I'm not that kind of old-fashioned. You're all adults. It's not normal for this kind of thing to happen. My sister didn't mean anything else. And this kind of thing to blame also only blame the boys. Blame my younger brother. The girl is always the party that suffers. The third sister can see. You are a good girl. Chen Shuji was relieved to hear that. That said, just tell third sister. What kind of maintenance methods did you use? There's actually not even a single pimple mark on your face. Third sister, I really didn't use anything. Lu Yiting's assistant ran over at this time and reminded. Sister Yiting, there's still a commercial shoot in a little while. I know. Lu Yiting put away her smile and responded. I'll leave first then. Lu Yiting said to Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji. I won't bother you two young couples to sweeten your new house and have a two-person world. Chen Shuji blushed slightly. Li Shuaiji sent Lu Yiting to the door. Then third sister, you take care. Well, there's no need to send her off. Lu Yiting put on her sunglasses again, changed to her cold expression, got into her nanny car and left. You're home alone? Where's uncle? Didn't he come? Li Shuaiji looked around. He remembered that his father-in-law seemed to like this manner in the beginning. My dad, forget about it, you just leave it alone. Chen Shuji was embarrassed to say. His dad had wanted to come over, and even wanted to live in this manner, but was rejected by her. One is because she is now and Li Shuaiji is still a couple relationship, even if married in the future. It is rare to say that the father-in-law and mother-in-law have their own home has also been in the daughter-in-law's home to live. Usually live a few days is completely no problem, but live together for a long time. At that time, even if Li Shuaiji does not mind, it will be gossiped about by others. Moreover, she knew that person, her dad, too well, and once she let him live in, it would be almost impossible to get him to move out again. She still remembered the way her dad had scolded her for elbowing her out when she had just prevented him from coming over. It was really embarrassing for Li Shuaiji to see. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you. Li Yan, come here. Perhaps Li Yan was too quiet and low-key. It was only then that Shuchi Chen realized that there was someone else following behind Shuaiji. Li Yan walked over to Shuchi Chen's side. His name is Li Yan. He used to follow the chairman of Lu Group. Chen Shuchi smiled as she looked at Li Yan and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Chen Shuchi. Young lady, Li Yan respectfully called out. Chen Shuchi always felt a bit diabolical. From the time she entered this manor, she had always been called madam, and it always felt like she was being called old. Li Shuaiji said to Li Yan, Li Yan, you will live here with me from now on. You are a little younger than me, so you don't need to call me young master. Just call me brother. Then this is your sister-in-law. Li Yan shook his head. No, young master, there is a difference between honor and inferiority. Then whatever you want. Li Shuaiji did not force himself. Let the maid find a room for you to stay in a while. Yes. Li Yan's tone was still cold, like an ice cube. Even if Li Shuaiji did not have the mind-reading technique now, he could tell that Li Yan had been having something on his mind and had something to say. Li Shuaiji guessed that it should be related to his sister in the hospital. If you're worried about your sister, go to the hospital and see her. There's nothing I need from you here. Li Yan suddenly raised his head. A trace of joy suddenly flashed in his eyes. Is that okay? What's not to like? You have your personal freedom. You can go wherever you want. Thank you, young master. I'll go to the hospital to check on her and come back. Go, no need to rush. Oh yeah, if you want money, just tell me. Li Shuaiji promised. Thank you, young master. Li Yan's brisker pace revealed his inner joy. After seeing that everyone had left, Chen Shuchi asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Yeah, that, why is your surname Li? And why did you just call your father Director Lu? Are you two not on good terms? Or do you take your mom's last name? This matter. Li Shuaiji was a little hesitant, not knowing how to explain to Chen Shuji. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine if you don't. Chen Shuji knew that there were always some secrets in the mansion that she didn't want others to know. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. By the way, I brought you a gift back. Guess what it is? Li Shuaiji hid 99 lipsticks behind his back. Well, can't guess. Then do you want to know? Aha! Li Shuaiji pointed to his lips. Then kiss me and I'll tell you. Chen Shuji's face abruptly reddened. Looking around at the maids, Li Shuaiji knew that Chen Shuji was shy. Ahem, all of you go down. Oh yeah, later on, let someone put away all the carpets and other things that are protruding out of the house. Forget it, it's better to pave all the rooms in the house. Remember to ask for the most expensive, the best blankets. This way, even if you fall, it won't hurt too much. Chen Shuchi looked at Li Shuaiji and was touched in her heart. Unexpectedly, she had just casually said that she tripped over the carpet, but Li Shuaiji had actually taken it to heart. Yes, sir. Li Shuaiji let everyone present leave before pointing to his lips again. Is it okay to kiss now? Chen Shuji hesitated and gently stood on her tiptoes. Chapter 64, Schoolgirl's Wife Taking the Initiative to Send a Kiss. A Woman's Heart Under the Sea Needle. Boo. Chen Shuchi stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed Li Shuaiji's face before quickly withdrawing. Even so, Chen Shuchi's face was still red like it was dripping blood. The earlobes were as well. Alright, where's the gift? Chen Shuchi extended her hand to Li Shuaiji. You want a gift just like that? I still don't know if I like the gift you gave me. I guarantee you'll like it. That salesman had said that a girl receiving this would definitely be moved to tears. Chen Shuji was half convinced. What guarantee do you have? Li Shuaiji was confident in his gift. Then tell me, what do you want? Chen Shuji lowered her head and thought seriously. If I don't like it, I'm not allowed to enter the room tonight. Li Shuaiji deliberately teased. Not allowed to enter the room? So Shuchi wants to live with me so much. She even thought of living in the same room with me a long time ago. Chen Shuchi looked at Li Shuaiji's appearance and knew that Li Shuaiji was deliberately teasing her, her two cheeks bulging with anger. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ignore you. Chen Shuchi turned around and walked in the direction of her room. Li Shuaiji also hurriedly followed, coaxing behind her. Okay, don't be angry. I'm just kidding. Nah, a gift for you. Li Shuaiji handed a large bag of gift-boxed lipsticks to Chen Shuji. Do not say, a lipstick is not heavy. So many put together, but also quite heavy. This is, lipstick? So many? Chen Shuchi looked at the dozens of lipsticks in front of her very surprised. Third sister said that a woman is a woman who pleases herself. But now that you have a baby and you can't put on makeup, it's possible that what looks anxiety. It's look anxiety. Right. I don't really know what it means, but I think my girlfriend is so pretty. Where would she get any kind of look anxiety? But third sister said that pregnant women's minds are more sensitive. Chen Shuji thought to herself. Sure enough, it was the girls who knew the most about girls. If we were talking about the past, there was absolutely no way she would have gotten looks anxiety. At least she was still relatively confident in her appearance, and she rarely cared about what others thought of her. But now, she inexplicably cared about what Li Shuaiji thought of her. Plus, he had so many beautiful sisters. After Li Shuaiji left today, Chen Shuji went to check that Lu's group. In fact, there is no need to check much at all. Nowadays the network is very developed. Everyone almost has no privacy. Do not say is a public figure. Even if it is a normal person, ordinary people, who dare to say that their own cell phone on a certain software does not have a what eavesdropping. Otherwise why would she usually say a few words about what she likes? And big data will recommend something to her, like she just bought a piece of clothing in the morning, a certain treasure at night to give her push to match the shoes and bags of this dress. After learning the real identity of Li Shuaiji went to a certain degree to search. The information came out immediately. Lu Jin, the former executive chairman of the Lu Group, has 9 daughters. Each is an elite genius in every industry. However, a lot of information was still missing. It must have been deliberately blocked. For example, no one knew that the chairman of the Lu Group had a son. Chen Shuji also thought that maybe it was because plutocratic families like theirs would all be watched, coveting their money, worrying about being kidnapped or something like that. Then they would worry about their children being in danger. So they have not been publicized. It is also because of this reason Li Shuaiji deliberately pretended to be poor in school at first. Later on, the chairman of Lu's group died and needed someone to inherit the family business. Li Shuaiji's identity could not be hidden. This way everything makes sense. But the only thing she hadn't figured out was why Li Shuaiji wasn't surnamed Lu. But Li, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Li Shuaiji's voice pulled Chen Shuji's thoughts back. No, not thinking about anything. How is it? You like this gift, right? Quickly unwrap the lipstick and put it on. Show me. Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji with an expectant face. Chen Shuji took out a lipstick from the pile. Unwrapping it, she took a look. Pink color? Or the legendary Death Barbie pink? Li Shuaiji had a smug look on his face. Yes, good looking, right? That sale said that this is the most popular color number right now, saying it's some kind of chopper color. Good looking. Chen Shuji puts down the lipstick she just had, consoling herself. It's okay, there are still so many more. In fact, Li Shuaiji was still very smart, knowing that she wouldn't be able to pick the color number, so she purposely bought a few more so that she wouldn't choose the wrong one. As a result, the next second she hit her face. Sure enough, she still thought too highly of Li Shuaiji as a straight man. So many of them were actually the same color number, all Death Barbie powder, and Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji's mouth saying it looked good, but she didn't apply it, and even unwrapped other lipsticks. Why don't you paint it? Don't like it? You bought all this color? Chen Shuji asked incredulously. Yes, I was afraid that you didn't have enough for one. It's just this much. It's not expensive, so I bought a few more to keep on hand. That sales clerk said that lipstick is a consumable item, and it's used up very quickly, so I bought 100 at once, and then I gave one to third sister. Does third sister know you picked this color? Oh, she doesn't know. When I was choosing the lipstick, she seemed to be choosing some kind of foundation for you. True enough, but where Lu Yiting knew, she definitely wouldn't let Li Shuaiji choose this color. Chen Shuji placed the lipsticks one by one, then pulled on Li Shuaiji's hand. Ajay, come here with me. Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuaiji out of the room, then left behind a sentence. Tonight, don't enter the room. Then she turned around and entered the room before closing the door behind her. Li Shuaiji looked at the lipstick in his hand, puzzled. A woman's heart, really a needle at the bottom of the sea. Chen Shuji, who entered the room alone, suddenly felt a little guilty again. Thinking of Li Shuaiji's expectant eyes just now, looked at the hand was opened lipstick. The heart thought, she should not be so hit him. And this is the first time Li Shuaiji is a boyfriend to send her a gift. Boys do not understand this is very normal. Will Li Shuaiji be angry? Thinking of this, Chen Shuji looked at the lipstick, opened the lid and applied it on her mouth. Li Shuaiji was outside the door and was about to knock when the door opened. Before he could react, a kiss that caught him off guard fell. Chapter 65. Is this considered a foul? Chen Shuji took the initiative to send her own fragrant kiss, then looked at Li Shuaiji with a shy face and said, "Thank you, I like it a lot. I knew you would like it." Li Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji, who was wearing the pink lipstick he bought in front of him. Chen Shuji's skin was very white, so with the pink lipstick it really looked like the color of a peach. It made people want to take a bite. Besides, girls don't like pink color. It seems that the sales did not lie to him. In fact, Chen Shuji thought his anyway, this time have bought so many. After Li Shuaiji should not buy again, or do not hit Li Shuaiji. But let Chen Shuji did not expect is because of her sentence like. From then on almost every year Li Shuaiji will give her to buy this kind of color lipstick. Froze to receive a whole decades. Chen Shuji after kissing ready to leave. But this time Li Shuaiji didn't give Chen Shuji the chance to leave. He immediately reacted, and at once wrapped his arms around Chen Shuji's waist to bring the person into his arms. Chen Shuji subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Her nose happened to hit Li Shuaiji's chest. Slightly sour, Chen Shuji was only a little over 2 months pregnant now, and had yet to show her pregnancy. The soft touch on his waist made him unable to resist pinching it. Again, he slightly used some force and wrapped his arms around her a little more tightly. Hit someone with the ball? Is this considered a foul? Since it was the other party who had first committed the foul, he couldn't be blamed for returning the favor in his own way. He didn't have the ball, but he had something else. He can also hit people, and 80% of it wasn't a foul. He had always felt that Chen Shuji had a kind of body odor if anything. His own girlfriend is so proactive in throwing her arms around him. This led him how to carry If he can carry it, then there is a problem. Chen Shuji is very light and light, even now pregnant, did not increase the weight too much. Li Shuaiji easily picked Chen Shuji up, in a princess carry position, walking towards the room. Chen Shuji, who was in Li Shuaiji's arms, also started to become nervous because of the sudden rise in the air. Because she was afraid of falling, she subconsciously hooked her hands around Li Shuaiji's neck. She even buried her head in Li Shuaiji's chest because she was shy. You, what are you doing? Put me down. Come down. Chen Shuji's pink fist hit Li Shuaiji's body, like scratching an itch. Suddenly Chen Shuji felt uncomfortable. She put down a hand, touching towards the uncomfortable place. Just as soon as she touched it, she instantly retracted it as if her hand had been burned. She seemed to have just touched something she shouldn't have. Colorful wolf. Li Shuaiji didn't feel anything, but instead said, if a girlfriend who takes the initiative to throw herself at you doesn't even have this kind of reaction, maybe you're the one who should be worried. Chen Shuji instantly understood the meaning of Li Shuaiji's words. Her entire face turned even redder, plus the cherry lips that were coated with pink lipstick and full of luster. It also wanted to be bullied even more. Li Shuaiji carried the person into the room, walked to the edge of the bed, and then carefully put the person down. Looking at Chen Shuji's pair of large Kazran eyes were looking at him without blinking. Li Shuaiji still couldn't hold back and lowered his head to kiss those small pink cherry lips. Chen Shuji hesitated for a moment, but still accepted. Soon, the brain began to gradually lose control. The entire person began to lack oxygen and began to respond clumsily. However, in the end, when it was just this close, Li Shuaiji still held back. He chose the latter between being a beast and being worse than a beast. Although he also wanted to be a beast, he still held back in order to avoid bloodshed, thus creating an irreparable situation. Beastly is as beastly as it gets. He looked at the equally panting Chen Shuji and buttoned up her clothes one by one. Then he put the quilt on the bed over Chen Shuji's body. Chen Shuji was too shy and buried her entire body in the quilt. It's a bit hot in the room. I'll go open the window to ventilate. You cover the quilt. Don't catch a cold. A mosquito-like cry came out from the quilt. Okay. Li Shuaiji walked to the window and opened it. The gust of cool wind outside made Li Shuaiji's whole person awake. If it went on like this a few more times, sooner or later it would have to be wasted. Li Shuaiji looked down, suddenly remembered a song. I want, what's the use of this XX? I have. What about this change? It never felt right when he listened to it at the time. At the time, he still thought it was because he had too much yellow waste in his head and didn't dare to say anything. Li Shuaiji was at the window trying to calm himself down as much as possible, until his body felt cool and swishy. Achoo dash. Didn't even hold back a few sneezes in a row. At this time, Chen Shuji behind him called out to him again. Ajay, are you okay? It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. That dainty voice with the meaning of pampering and caring. He didn't seem too good. Ajay, come over and look at this. Hearing Chen Shuji call him, Li Shuaiji turned around, happened to see Chen Shuji half lying down, and her blouse buttons were not buttoned to the very top. She was holding a pipa and half covering her face. Good guy, blowing the wind for half an hour for nothing. Ajay, come over here for a moment. Look at this. What do you think she means? Although still very mental, but the girlfriend called cannot go over? Li Shuaiji still walked over. Chen Shuji handed him her cell phone. Li Shuaiji took the phone. The several photos on it were images of him and third sister when they were just at the cosmetics store when the two were shopping together, and third sister was talking to him with her head turned sideways at the time. However, from the photos, it looked like the two were kissing. Who sent you this? My roommate. You remember the one who went to the beauty club and used my card to treat her friend to a program? So it's her. Good lord. This person should go be a photographer or a paparazzo. She actually knows how to lend a hand so well. What do you think she means by this? Why send me this? Li Shuaiji was also wondering, when suddenly there was a ding-dong dash from his cell phone. Li Shuaiji took out his cell phone to take a look. Someone had applied to add him as a VX friend. At a glance, he knew that it was a female number, or a small number. Chen Shuji, who was on the side, went over and took a glance, and she instantly recognized that the small number was her roommate. Her face instantly became unsightly. Why does she have your VX number? Chapter 66, How to Spend a Long Night. Li Shuaiji was also confused when he looked at the friend verification message. He didn't even know who this person was. Who is this? You know? It's the roommate I told you about, named Yu Xiaonan. In fact, this was Yu Xiaonan's trumpet. In fact, originally she didn't know, but one day she saw that this was the name an avatar Yu Xiaonan used to log in on a certain stranger dating platform, and she also saw it by accident. And a girl's sixth sense has always been accurate. She knew it was Yu Xiaonan's number as soon as she saw it. What do you think she really wants to do? One moment she sends me those photos. One moment she uses a small number to add you as a friend. The most important point is, where did she get your VX number? I don't know where she got it. And what is she doing adding me somehow? Now the school knows that you're a stealth tycoon, so there's no need to ask. She must be looking at you. Chen Shuji pouted her lips. Even she didn't know her current tone, sour. And Li Shuaiji felt that this kind of Chen Shuji was too cute. Directly kissed on that pouting mouth. Chen Shuji blushed. What are you? Stealing kisses from me again? What do you mean by stealing a kiss? I'm in my own home, kissing my own girlfriend. This is called an honorable kiss. I can't say it, but you'd better explain to me why she added you. TSK, Shu Qi, do you smell a strange odor? Li Shuaiji sniffed furiously. Chen Shuji believed it and really sniffed with her nose. Strange smell? No, I didn't smell anything. Then why do I smell a sour flavor? I thought someone's vinegar bottle had spilled. Only then did Chen Shuji react, turned around, and snapped. You're making fun of me again. Humph, ignore you. Ha ha ha, alright, I won't add her is all. But where the hell did she get my VX number from? This I'm also wondering. Li Shuaiji was also wondering when Zhang Yang suddenly called him. Bro, I seem to be in love. Hearing that his roommate was off the hook, Li Shuaiji asked curiously. Really? Which girl? Zhang Yang lowered his voice and said. Her name is Yu Xiaonan. She is the roommate of the school flower. She knows that I am sick, specially came to the hospital to see me, but also brought a lot of delicious food. You can't even imagine what she is doing right now. She is now in the hospital's bathroom, and took the initiative to give me a wash of underwear. Hey, what do you think? She is not interested in me? Li Shuaiji frowned. Yu Xiaonan again? Chen Shuji heard Yu Xiaonan's name and curiously came over. Li Shuaiji's body trembled violently, because Chen Shuji's pair of soft rabbits were now resting against his arm, and he could now see the deep gully with just a slight lowering of his head. Li Shuaiji swallowed his saliva, so much so that he didn't even hear Zhang Yang's words on the phone. What do you mean again? What's wrong with her? Hello? You say it? Jie, Li Shuaiji, what are you doing? Zhang Yang on the other end of the phone was going crazy with anxiety. Seeing that the person beside him did not respond, Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaiji, looking towards his line of sight. She looked down only to realize that her collar buttons were unbuttoned, and Li Shuaiji was actually staring at his own chest. Immediately sat up, reddened of face, then hurriedly buttoned up. Chen Shuji muttered, "Rascal!" Li Shuaiji covered the cell phone microphone, came to Chen Shuji's ear, and whispered, "It's not you who seduced me?" Chen Shuji was dissatisfied, which she had. "You'd better hurry up and answer the phone." Li Shuaiji coughed gently. Zhang Yang's voice came again on the phone. "Li Shuaiji, are you there?" Li Shuaiji immediately got up and walked outside the room in order to prevent himself from getting apoplectic again. "I'm in. Go ahead. What did you just do? I called you so many times and you ignored me." Li Shuaiji felt that if he told the truth, he would definitely be scolded to death. I just went to watch the ball." "Watching the ball? I'm chatting with you about life events and you went to watch a ball game? This brother doesn't have to do it anymore, right?" "Sorry, Zhang Yang, what did you just say? Yu Xiaonan came to see you?" "Yes, the other little girl is still washing my panties in the bathroom right now. What do you think if she's not interested in me? I've grown up so much, except for my mom. No female has ever washed my panties. I'm embarrassed. But then again, how does she know about my hospitalization? Could it be that the school girl told her? Oops, whatever. That Zhang Yang, calm down first, don't get too excited. Let me ask you first, my VX number, did you give it to her?" "Right, I just want to talk to you about it. She looked for me today to repair the computer. Which will be that. I just thought you are not it. Let her find you. Hey, I can warn you, you have a schoolgirl, don't be distracted. Think of others. Brother, I'm finally going to end 22 years single. Hey, do you think I should confess to her now, or should I wait?" Li Shuaiji admitted that although he was a bit straight sometimes, and his emotional quotient often dropped, but his intelligence was still there. In an instant, he could see through Yu Xiaonan's thoughts were definitely not pure. However, he didn't quite bear to burst Zhang Yang's fantasies, and was afraid that his brother would be deceived by the scummy woman. He politely reminded, "Zhang Yang, let me remind you, Yu Xiaonan may not be as simple as you think. You should either observe it or not. You can't be too hasty in calling your girlfriend." Zhang Yang was a bit upset after hearing Li Shuaiji's words. "What do you mean? Li Shuaiji, you don't talk nonsense. What did a little girl do? You say what is not simple. Under the sky just your school flower is the best, right? No, I don't have that meaning. Okay, you continue to watch your ball game. I know you're not coming back tonight, right? Then you apply to the counselor earlier. I know, that you Xiaonan thing, it's my personal matter, so you don't need to care about it. Zhang Yong's tone was clearly a bit displeased. Zhang Yong, Li Shuaiji still wanna persuade. After all, Zhang Yong is he into the university after the relationship with the best of friend. Hang up first, people are coming out. It's not good for others to hear me talk about her behind her back. Then the sound of the phone hanging up came from the other end of the phone. Do. Li Shuaiji looked at the hung up phone and sighed. Zhang Yong was obviously angry, but he could understand. Li Shuaiji thought about it and finally agreed to that friend verification message. For the sake of Zhang Yong, he also wanted to see what this Yu Xiaonan was trying to do. After adding his friend, the other party didn't send any messages over, so he put his cell phone into his pocket. Glancing into the room, he looked down again to see that he was still a pillar. Sighing, how are we going to make it through the long night tonight? Today's Saturday. Sugarheart got off work early, so she updated early. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. But still shamelessly begging all of you big handsome men and women to point a small gift for the love of power to motivate the sugar-hearted. I love you all. Chapter 67, Li Shuaiji, why do you have a nosebleed? Li Shuaiji was outside his room thinking of ways to calm down. Suddenly he remembered the system. System, do you have any ways to be able to make a man become a little calmer stuff? Calm? How calm do you want to be? It's medicine or something else that can make people clear their minds a bit. Sorry host, this thing for the time being does not have, but there can make the host you lifelong infertility way. Thank you, bye. Joking, the system will also joke? But the system here there are two sets of incantations, a set of clear heart incantation, a set of great compassion incantation. You see you need which one? The divine hero system even has this? Host, please pay attention. I am the milkman divine hero system. Considering that many parents nowadays often encounter situations where their children can't write their homework and are so cranky they want to beat them up, then at this time you can silently recite the mantra of clearing the mind. Calm yourself down. Although this setting of yours is quite sweet, but the person who set up the system you set up, has he ever considered one thing? Since I have so much money, why do I need to personally teach my child to read? Can't I just find him a tutor? Li Shuaiji managed to silence the system. No problem. Oh yeah, that love secret book you gave me last time. 99 things, I've only done one. What are the others? Li Shuaiji flipped through the 99 little things from love to marriage secret book that the system gave him. 1. Wear a couple's ring together. Bonus mind reading can be used for 1 hour per day. 2. Go to the movie theater together. For each movie, reward the host with an increase of 0.1 points in physical strength to a full 100 points. Only an increase of 0.1 points. This system of yours is too stingy. And this cap is too high. Next door God Hotext are 10 or 20 points full value. Give money are hundreds of millions of dollars to give. You this hundreds of thousands of cashback. Spend money can only give his wife to spend. Do you know that other people are saying that I'm not a god ho as a licking dog? Host, this is how this system is set up. If you don't want to be bound, you can also choose to lift it now. Are you threatening me? Undo it. Anyway, I'm already the president of Lose Group now, and I'm worth millions of billions of dollars, and I have a wife and a child, so I don't care about your little cashback. Of course, but it was you who chose to bind it in the first place. Now after unbinding it, in addition to taking back everything you had before, including your eyesight, you will also receive the punishment of lifelong infertility. I'm sorry, I admit that I spoke that little bit louder just now. Then system, what is my current stamina value? Reporting host, your physical strength value is 10 points. Only 10 points? So low? Host, it's not low. According to the system's calculations combined with the entire world plus the old, weak, women and children, the average value of ordinary people is currently 6 points. Special types of work such as police, firefighters, special forces, athletes and other physical strength value of 12 to 15 points ranging. Currently the entire world has the highest physical strength value of 20 points. Then if I have 100 points, what is the concept? Let's put it this way. A person with 20 points of physical strength can go up 100 floors in one breath without taking a breath, and can climb Mount Everest in half a day and bungee jump on top of it. That's a lot of stamina? That's why you can only increase your physical strength by 0.1 point each time. Li Shuaiji went on to look down the secret of love. 3. Wear couples clothes together and go shopping hand in hand, or stroll around the campus, etc. Each completion increases the host's stamina value by 5 seconds. Cough cough cough. This endurance value of yours, is it the one I'm thinking of? That's right, it's the same endurance value you're thinking of. Only 5 seconds. One in and one out? Forget about taking a few more walks. Good. You have now learned to convince yourself successfully. Then do you want to know what your current endurance value is? I don't really want to know. Readers may want to know. Go to Disneyland together. There are 6 Disneylands in the world. Each successful visit to one of them will add one life skill of a milkman, such as cooking, money management, gardening, wilderness survival, etc. Go swimming together. Each visit increases the host's spiritual value by 1 point, with a full value of 100 points. What does this spiritual value do again? Spiritual value can also be referred to as life value. Every increase of 1 point of spiritual value converted to a point of life value, and a year. I know, accumulating less is accumulating more, but I can't take Shuaiji to this one for now. She's pregnant now. She can't swim. 6. Cook a meal together in the kitchen. Reward the host with the smooth ear skill. This is interesting. How is Shunfeng ear a Shunfeng? Like mind reading, it can be used once a day for 1 hour. When used, the host can hear anything you want to hear within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Then isn't there also clairvoyance? There is. Point 15. Get a pet together and name it. Clairvoyance, as the name suggests, can see everything within 1,000 kilometers? Of course, the time is still once a day for an hour. Shuaiji looked at the back and there are still many things. Alright, we can't do that much in one day today. Take your time. Then let's cook a meal together at home today. Then go watch a movie in the evening after dinner. Shuaiji walked into the room and looked at Chen Shuji, who was sitting in the room quietly looking at a book. And when he saw him come in, he smiled faintly again. That serene and idle look made Shuaiji's heart tremble. Heartwarming value up. Finished the phone call? Chen Shuji asked. Shuaiji came over and rested his head on Chen Shuji's shoulder, playing around Chen Shuji's hair with his hands while sniffing the body fragrance that came with her body. What are you reading? Oh, I'm reading the cooking ones. I just read that the kitchen is huge. Thinking of cooking a meal for you. Shuaiji froze. They really had a heart-to-heart. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about this too. Let's make a meal together. The two walked into the kitchen together. Looking at the large kitchen, Shuaiji did not know where to start for a while. To be honest, although he grew up in the countryside, he really had never been in the kitchen. In the past, his grandmother said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, so he was not even allowed to enter the kitchen. Shuaiji originally thought that Chen Shuji was also a lady of the house, and must also be a person who did not dip her fingers in the water, thinking that this meal tonight might be troublesome. As a result, he didn't expect Chen Shuji to skillfully take the ingredients from the refrigerator and place them on the cooking table, then picked up an apron and handed it to Shuaiji. Help me tie it on. That, Shuji, I don't know how to cook. Chen Shuji smiled. It's fine. I'll do it, you just taste it. No, we agreed to cook together. How can I not participate? Isn't tasting also a form of participation? Quickly help me tie my apron, or else it will be too late to catch the food. Shuaiji hurriedly put down the cell phone he was holding in his hand and tied Chen Shuji's apron for her. I don't know if Chen Shuji's body is too sexy, or the apron is too small. Chen Shuji's front chest position of the strap is unexpectedly short, some can't tie. She had no choice but to tie the lower half of her body. This also led to Shuaiji, who suddenly had a serious picture in his head. If Chen Shuji didn't wear the clothes inside and only wore the apron. Ajay, are you alright? How come you have a nosebleed? The first chapter of each day is usually 12 o'clock. If it is not sent out as being audited, law may have to be 7 o'clock later. Thank you for all the great handsome big beautiful girls reward and praise encouragement. Sugarheart knows that I have some shortcomings. Will continue to work hard. Chapter 68, Buying a movie theater and seeing Secretary Shuji having a crisis. Shuaiji and Chen Shuji worked in the kitchen for a full 2 hours before dinner was ready. In fact, Chen Shuji felt that if it was just her alone instead, it should be done faster. Shuaiji was like a headless fly in the kitchen, wanting to help but not knowing what to do, but he refused to go out. The whole time he was almost always helping out, because there were only 2 people. Chen Shuji didn't cook many dishes, a sweet and sour pork chop, a plate of fried greens, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and a cup of stewed eggs. All of them are very ordinary home-cooked small dishes. A small meat, a large meat, a vegetarian and a soup. 2 people eat enough. Shuaiji looked at the dishes on the table with a satisfied face. Ding, the system detected that the host has completed the 6th thing in the secret book of love. 99 small things that must be done from love to marriage. Punched the card successfully. Rewarded the host with the smooth wind ear skill. Please make reasonable use of the host. Due to the increase in the joy value of pregnant women, the system upgraded this skill free of charge from 100,000 kilometers to 1,000,000 kilometers. Great! Although he couldn't find a place to use it for the time being either. It just felt like he was more powerful. At this time, Chen Shuji brought out 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen and shouted, "Let's eat!" Shuaiji's heart warmed as he watched Chen Shuji bring out the rice and call out for him to eat. This was what he expected his future family to look like. In fact, he didn't care if he had that much money. Money is something that everyone likes, and it's not too much, but in fact, sometimes enough is enough. People in this life, as long as there is a companion to accompany themselves hand in hand until old age, people who can understand themselves is enough. But when he turned his head and thought about what he was thinking now, he felt ridiculous. If with his current identity to say this sentence will certainly be said by others for Psy, because this is like Ma Yun saying he doesn't love money. The school bully says he didn't do well on the exam again. The thin man says he's fat again. The beautiful woman says she is ugly. But the truth is the more people lack something the more they want it. Li Shuaiji ate the dishes made by Qin Shuji cleanly, served several bowls of rice, and ate until he burped. Eating until later Qin Shuji was afraid that he would eat too much and didn't dare to let him eat. After finishing the meal Qin Shuji intended to collect the bowls, but Li Shuaiji stopped Qin Shuji. Qin Shuji looked at Li Shuaiji in confusion. What's wrong? Li Shuaiji pulled Qin Shuji's hand and looked at the pair of delicate snow-white hands. Shuji, you don't need to do the next job. The plates will be collected by someone. The bowls will be washed by someone else. I, Li Shuaiji, promise you that this will be the last time that you enter the kitchen. Qin Shuji froze after hearing Li Shuaiji's words. What's wrong? Is it because my cooking is not good? I seldom cooked before. Is it something I did not do well? Too salty or dash? No, of course not. Shuji, you cook very well, but you don't use these hands to do something. Your hands are for playing the piano and painting, not for doing these trivial things in life. I can afford to hire an aunt, and I want to marry you home to make you my wife. I'm your man and it's my duty that I should make your life better so that you can continue to be your little princess. And princesses don't need to do these things. From now on, you'll be responsible for looking beautiful, and I'll be responsible for making money to support the family. Although he didn't need to make money at all, he now not only had the Milkman Fund, but also a world-class listed company. Double buffs added. Invincible already. Li Shuaiji's words, however, moved Qin Shuji as a whole, and she directly jumped into Li Shuaiji's arms, touched and said, Ajay, you are so good. After dinner the two wanted to stroll around the manor on the spur of the moment. The result was found to be too big. After strolling for a while the two almost got lost inside. If not for the maid's directions, they were afraid that they would really have to go around inside until the next morning, because Li Shuaiji said he wanted to go to the movies in the evening. Qin Shuji looked at the movie tickets. It turned out that the movie she wanted to see was full in almost every movie theater, and even the most expensive VIP seats were already gone. Seeing Qin Shuji's sad face, Li Shuaiji asked, what's wrong? Frowning with a frown. Look at the movie theater. This week's tickets are all sold out. Looks like we'll have to wait for next week. No need to wait. What's your favorite movie theater? Star Movie Star. This theater. His VIP seats are in a comfortable position. Although the price is a bit higher, the viewing experience is very good. Good. I know. Li Shuaiji immediately made a call to China. The phone was picked up in less than 3 seconds after it rang, and China's voice came from inside. President. China. Is this theater? Star Movie Star. Under the Lu Group? No, but it has a cooperative relationship with Lu's Group. What's up, President? I'm going to watch a movie there in a while. Understood. Alright, let's go. Li Shuaiji brought Qin Shuji to Star Movie Star. Seeing that it was empty, Qin Shuji felt a little strange. Obviously what she had read on her phone was full. How come this movie theater was so quiet? Just then, Shina walked out. Respectfully, she handed over a document with both hands. President, from now on, this theater will be your private theater. This is the purchase contract. Please take a look. Ajay, you bought this movie theater? Qin Shuji asked in surprise. Li Shuaiji was also stunned, then took the contract. In fact, his original intention was just for China to clear a movie theater for him, but it turned out that China misunderstood what he meant and directly bought it without saying a word. Li Shuaiji, it seems like he still has too small a pattern. President, you are truly divine. Although this theater is newly opened, the daily turnover is more than 3 times that of the same theater, but I actually bought this theater today for only 100 million. In that case, why did the holder of this theater agree to sell it at such a low price? Because I heard that the owner of this theater eloped with his sister-in-law, and now it's his wife who manages it, and his wife doesn't know anything. So when she heard about the $100 million she didn't even think about it before she directly signed it, then also followed her lover out of the country. President, you are so predictable. Li Shuaiji was ashamed. He was also crooked this time, but the force still has to be pretended. That's right, don't look at who your family's president is, I counted it long ago. Sheena looked at her own president with an admiring face, thinking to herself, no wonder Wilbur trusts the president so much. It seems that the president can really lead Luz to greater splendor. Chen Shuchi on the side looked at Xiao Na's admiring eyes, but in her heart there is a kind of indescribable flavor. I don't know why, has always been confident such as she, but more and more feel that she can't match Li Shuaiji. Just at this time Li Shuaiji's cell phone came a VX message sound. Ding dong. Chapter 69, Li Shuaiji takes his schoolgirl wife to the movies. Encounters his ex-girlfriend and her uncle. Hearing the VX sound, Li Shuaiji took out his cell phone to see that it was Yu Xiaonan's small number that he had just added. Sending him a cute cat emoticon. It's Nan Nan ah, is it in? Li Shuaiji thought twice and decided to pretend he didn't know who the other party was first to see what she really wanted. If the other party really just simply wanted to find himself to fix his computer like Zhang Yong said, forget it. But if this Yu Xiaonan had intentions towards herself, and her money, like Chen Shuji said, then it would be a good idea to produce evidence, so that Zhang Yong could also recognize the reality. Otherwise, according to Zhang Yong's current relationship brain, he would not believe whatever he said. Just like when the roommates have been persuaded him Li is not a good person, he can too understand the current Zhang Yong, and when he was exactly the same. If he had gotten wet himself, there was no need to let his brother go through it again. Handsome Ajay, you are? Li Shuaiji did not know that just when he returned to VX, the two women around him were sizing each other up. China today still wearing a white shirt buttoned up to the neckline, but it looks more choppy. Outside a black workplace suit, professional short skirt, black silk, high heels, professional seduction, front convex and backward, arched buttocks will short skirt arched out a perfect arc, exquisite makeup, positive red lipstick, the whole body exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. China also realized that the girl standing beside the president was staring at her. She puffed out her chest and stood straight, her eyes full of confidence. Chen Shuqi looked down at herself again. Because of her pregnancy, she didn't dare to wear tight clothes now. Every day, she basically wore dresses that couldn't set off the shape of her waist. This was because as each day passed, she realized that her belly was protruding day by day, becoming increasingly obvious. When she took a shower, she realized that her waist was getting thicker. Not only that, but her legs also started to get a little bit edematous. Doing a lot of things became strenuous, and pregnant women are emotionally unstable during pregnancy. Easy to think, endocrine disorders. She has actually been insomnia for a few days. The last time she slept soundly was the day she stayed with Li Shuaiji in the hotel presidential suite. She realized that now only when she stayed with Li Shuaiji would her mood be calmer. Otherwise she would be explosive and irritable or even overthinking. Even today at noon waiting for Li Shuaiji to come back. Only a shallow nap. A nap time, but also dreamed that her belly is very, very big. Li Shuaiji holding another woman and said to her, "Big belly, look at you like this. Who will like you?" Men are fond of the new and the old. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Now that she is just pregnant and can't see it, and the two have just gotten together, there is definitely still freshness. But what about after a long time? After sending the message, Li Shuaiji's afterglow glanced at Chen Shuji next to him. Seeing her with her head lowered, she did not know what she was thinking about. She also had an anxious face, her good-looking eyebrows slightly knitted up. What's wrong? Thinking about what? Chen Shuji raised her head, smiled and said to Li Shuaiji, "Nothing." Li Shuaiji didn't quite believe it and asked again, "Really nothing?" "Well, it's really nothing." Li Shuaiji took Chen Shuji's hand. "That's good. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the movie." Li Shuaiji pulled down the screen and modulated the phone to mute. But when he put the phone into his pocket, he accidentally tapped the input box before darkening the screen. "It's Nan Nan, hello, schoolmate. I'm your roommate's friend. I'd like to find you to help me fix my home computer. I wonder if it's convenient." Handsome Ajay inputting. "Nan Nan, no one is at home." Handsome Ajay in progress. As Li Shuaiji prepared to go in to watch the movie, he glanced at China who was still standing next to him. "What? You together?" Zena was a bit shy. "It's not appropriate." "Right, appropriate. What's inappropriate about it?" Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuaiji, thinking that if he really agreed to another woman watching a movie with them, she would immediately leave to make room for the two of them. But Li Shuaiji pulled Chen Shuji and said to China, "Just in time. I'm worried that the movie theater isn't bright enough, so why don't you act as a light bulb for us next to it and make a light?" "Really? This Chi Chui Hua looks quite smart. How come she doesn't have any eyesight at all?" "I'm sorry, President." China hurriedly apologized. After China left, Li Shuaiji said to Chen Shuji, "In the future, this movie theater is our family. You can watch whatever you want. When you want to come to see it in advance to give a call to the people in the theater, so that they can clear the scene for you. That won't do. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the guests in the future, and then no one will come to see it. Won't you lose money? It's just the turnover of a movie theater. How is it as important as my wife being happy?" Li Shuaiji's words successfully coaxed Chen Shuji into a state of bliss. The gloom she had just felt was suddenly swept away. Li Shuaiji was so good to her. How could she imagine Li Shuaiji as that kind of negative person? Li Shuaiji saw Chen Shuji was obviously in a much better mood. It turns out that women love to hear this. The reason for the popularity of this theater is that he has a lot of viewing modes, the main one of which is the couple's package tickets. As we all know, the cinema theater is a public place and is full of cameras, but most of the movie theater are young couples. Sometimes a head will take advantage of the surrounding darkness when sneaking to do some things. They thought that no one around the darkness to find out. In fact, all by the backstage staff to see clearly. In a moment they become the hero and heroine in the eyes of the staff. Of course some couples choose a private theater, but it's no different than buying a screen at home and casting it to watch a movie. It's not as fun as watching a movie with everyone else. And this theater has thoughtfully prepared a special theater for couples. The theater are couples seats, 2 positions and 2 positions farther apart. As long as the 2 people in the depths of love want to thither when you can press the button at hand. At this time, a circle of one-sided glass wall was created around the 2 of them. The people outside couldn't see them or hear the sounds inside, but the people inside could see the people outside and the movie screen. It was like the kind of glass in a police station. They can be assured of a thrashing while also watching the movie, and can also satisfy the alternative sense of excitement within some people. Of course the time for this kind of glass wall needs to be purchased separately. A movie ticket is just a movie ticket, and glass wall time is expensive. There are also packages. Mild thrill package, 98. Enjoy 10 minutes of experience. Medium thrasher package, 998. Enjoy 1 hour of experience. Heavy cinema package, 9,998. Enjoy the whole movie. Chen Shuji felt that it was too troublesome to ask the staff to arrange a theater for them, so she asked the staff about the next theater that would play the movie she wanted to watch. It happened to be this couple's theater. When she not cleared the theater just now, this was the only one that wasn't cleared, because at that time, the glass walls of many couples' theaters were raised. Under such circumstances, no one knows what the people inside are doing, and the seat of the whole theater happened to be the customer who bought the 9,998 package. But a movie had ended, and as the movie's credits rolled, the time for the glass wall had also arrived. As soon as Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji walked in, they saw a pair of acquaintances who were organizing their clothes. That pair of acquaintances is Si Li and his Mediterranean uncle. Send a chapter first. Sugarheart have a dinner first. Send the second chapter before 12 o'clock. Asterisk. Chapter 70 and the schoolgirl wife together to poke Si Li and Mediterranean uncle true colors. As soon as Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji entered the theater, they bumped into the glass of the C seats slowly descending. There are still several hundreds of millions of dollars on the ground to protect the project. Si Lily, anxious to wear clothes, at first did not notice the arrival of Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji, and the two didn't make a sound in the darkness. The Mediterranean man was still lying flat on the seat sofa that could be lowered. The pants were loosely just pulled up but not belted or zipped. Smoke was curling up and his eyes were misty, obviously being a cigarette afterwards. Si Lily dressed and then lying on the Mediterranean Sea, then let out an extremely delicate sound. Brother Mr. Wang, how is it? Are you still satisfied? Li Shuaiji on the side listened to the goosebumps for a while, then shook and barred down. Mediterranean Sea smiled, revealing a large gold incisor. Satisfied, satisfied. Brothers good Lily. Mediterranean brought a donkey bag from his hand. Nah, didn't you say you liked this last time? Brother promised to buy it for you, so he will definitely buy it for you. Si Li's eyes glowed straight up when he saw the donkey bag. Originally, he had just been wanting to vomit the entire time from the beginning to the back, and there was also a strong feeling of a lower abdomen falling. At this moment after seeing the donkey bag it felt much better. She last time in Xinjie went to that wine banquet after she met this Mr. Wang. The two people dry toothpick fire and rolled together. Although the king is very ugly, very fat, very toothpick, very old, also like to engage in some bad taste, often let her cannot stand, but can't help people have money. Every time will buy her a very expensive thing. This thing is usually her favorite things in the circle of friends, so the things she tanned became more and more expensive. From the beginning of the small thousand to the later tens of thousands. Last time she wanted to try this Mr. Wang's bottom line is how much? Just son a few $100,000 donkey bag. As a result, people didn't look for her for a week. She thought the gold master ran away, did not expect to come back to her today, and really sent her this donkey bag. You should know that this donkey bag is a limited edition, although it is not expensive, but at that time the designer felt that it was a defective product, so only 5 were produced. But even if something is a defective item in the eyes of the designer, as long as it is labeled as a limited edition it will be madly snatched up. 4 of them are in the hands of the president's wives of various countries, and only 1 is unaccounted for. Now she actually owns this bag. If this was carried out on her back, she would definitely be envied and jealous by others. She instantly felt that everything she had endured all these days was nothing. Si Lili put her clothes back on. Brother Wang, the movie is over. It's fine, let's renew another one. But today, People's stomachs are a bit uncomfortable. I want to go back earlier. See, Lily really felt her belly hurting and wondered if she was having her period. After all, she hadn't had one for over 2 months. It's okay to hurry up and leave now, in case there's another session in a while, even though that Mr. Wang's toothpick is thin. He always needs to borrow props. At that time saw blood. Fell the gold master's appetite. How to do? Originally she was not feeling well today and did not want to come, but the thought of what to do in case she missed that donkey, so she endured the pain and came over. Okay, women are so troublesome. See, Lily saw the gold master angry, immediately coaxed. Brother Wang, you don't be angry. Next time Lily give you to play a more interesting compensation you how. The Mediterranean Sea immediately revealed its large gold incisors again. This is more or less the same. Saying that, he also pinched a handful of Sea Lily's arse. Come here and help me zipper it up. Sea Lily endured the pain and knelt on the ground to help Mediterranean Sea zip up the zipper wrapped around the toothpick, then said against her will, Brother Mr. Wang, you were just so powerful. Lily can't even stand it anymore. She indeed couldn't stand it. If it wasn't for the fact that she wore lipstick today that wouldn't come off except for wiping it with makeup remover, her lip color would have been white and unattractive. Yeah, that. Lily has not been feeling well lately and wants to go to the hospital. But hospitals are so expensive. Mediterranean Sea instantly understood what Siri Lily meant, and generously took out a bunch of them from a wallet on the side. Nah, pocket money for you. Mooah. Thank you, Brother Wang. After Sea Lily zipped up her zipper, she was ready to get up and stand. She was now relying on her money power to hold her up. Although it hurt to have an aunt in the past, it didn't hurt this much. Just as she stood up, she saw Li Shuaiji and Chen Shuji beside her. The face was even more unsightly. You guys? How? Here. Who is it? And at this time that Mediterranean Sea also stood up and stared at Chen Shuji with a glance. The bottom of his eyes revealed a lewd light. This girl was more beautiful than Sea Lily. Lily, these are your classmates? The 4 people looked at each other with 8 eyes, each with their own thoughts. Seeing that Mediterranean Sea was staring at Chen Shuji, Li Shuaiji wrinkled his eyebrows, so he stepped forward to block Chen Shuji as a whole. Then he said, See Lily, why is it such a coincidence that you and your uncle are watching a movie together? You two are so affectionate. Hello uncle, we are Sea Lily's classmates. Mediterranean Sea saw the beauty being blocked, frowned and looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him. What, uncle? Oh, last time at school I happened to run into you sending Sea Lily's classmate to school. I heard her say that you are her uncle. What? Isn't it? Sea Lily, Mr. Mediterranean Wang glared at Sea Lily. Sea Lily knew that she couldn't get back Li Shuaiji anyway, so she couldn't afford to lose Mr. Wang is the gold master again. Brother Wang, don't listen to him. The one who sent me back to school last time was really my uncle. It was him who recognized the wrong person. Really? Mr. Wang was half convinced. Really? Brother Wang, don't you believe Lily? He is that girl's boyfriend. That girl has been bullying me at school. Seeing that I'm not good enough to make a boyfriend like you, Brother Wang, so I just deliberately stirred up trouble. Looking at Sea Lily explaining with her own pettiness, Mediterranean Sea believed it. That little sister. Hiding in the back for what? You bully people in school now, so small guts? Li Shuaiji was about to open his mouth, but Chen Shuji opened her mouth first. Oh, no, I was just considering whether to tell Lily that the bag is fake. Chapter 71 Mediterranean Sea was slapped in the face. Li Shuaiji took the opportunity to manage the theater. At this time, Chen Shuji poked her head out from behind Li Shuaiji. This uncle, I think you've misunderstood. I was just considering whether or not to tell classmate Sea Lily that the bag in her hand is fake. When Sea Lily heard this, her face turned white. Unbelievably, she looked at the bag in her hand that she was holding as a baby, and at this time she felt her body couldn't support it and fell backward. Fortunately there was a seat behind her to hold her up, so that she could still barely stand. At the moment her legs were almost completely unable to hold her up, yet she still clung to her donkey bag and examined it repeatedly, seemingly unwilling to believe it. Fake? How can it be? Are you looking at it wrong? I know. You must be jealous of me. That's why you lied to me, isn't it? That Mediterranean Sea's eyes dodged and suddenly blurted out. Yeah, how can this be fake? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Li Shuaiji said with a cold snort at this time. Jealousy? See Lily, this is just a bag. It's worth a few dollars. What does our family Shuchi have to be jealous of? As long as she wants it, I can buy her a few hundred of them. No, thousands or tens of thousands are fine. Why should she be jealous of you? A few dollars? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Do you know that this one bag is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Thousands or tens of thousands? Who do you think you are? Why don't you say that this movie theater is yours, and Lou's group is yours? Young man, there has to be a limit to bragging and pretending. Mr. Mediterranean Wang, who was on the side, mocked disdainfully. Li Shuaiji smiled faintly, pretending to be surprised. Hey, uncle, you're really predictable. How do you know that this movie theater is mine and Lou's group is also mine? You? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Just you, a yellow-haired brat whose hair hasn't even grown, still dare to say such big words. Let me tell you, I know the manager of this theater. Just in time, I just bought this theater. I haven't met the manager yet. You let him come over. Li Shuaiji was also too lazy to explain more. Just call. Mediterranean Sea immediately made the call. Beep dash. Hello? Which one? Mr. He, me, Wan's real estate Wang Jian, remember? Oh, Mr. Wan, what's the matter? Someone is causing trouble in your theater and claimed to be your boss. Joke, our boss? He ran away long ago with his pretty sister-in-law in his arms. How could he come back? I heard that Lou's president took over our company. He is worth tens of millions of dollars. How can he go to our small theater? Okay, I happen to be in the vicinity of the theater. I will come over to take a look. Mediterranean just finished the phone call in less than 5 minutes. The manager of the theater came over. Mr. Wang, which one is causing trouble in our theater? Mr. He, it's them. Mr. Mediterranean Wan pointed at Li Shuaiji. As a result, that theater manager was just about to open his mouth. Li Shuaiji instead asked the theater manager first. Are you the manager of this theater? Yes. Why? I think your theater's operation is very problematic and needs to be properly rectified. Li Shuaiji opened his mouth. You don't go out and ask around. Our theater has more than 3 times the turnover than its counterparts. Who are you to say there's a problem? Li Shuaiji slapped the acquisition contract that China had just given him in his hand on that manager's body. Take a look at this. You'll know how old I am. That theater manager looked down at the theater acquisition contract and looked at Li Shuaiji with disbelief. He had always heard that Lou's group's change of ownership had been replaced by a younger one. He didn't expect it to be so young. He immediately nodded his head and hailed. I'm really sorry, President. Your first time coming over makes you have this bad experience. Li Shuaiji said. Ahem. Alright, it's not your fault, but in the future, we still need to strengthen the management. And also we are a theater, not a hotel. And even more so, not that kind of messy place that sells // pornography // whoring / prostitutes / In the future, anyone who comes to a movie must verify their identity. There must also be a restriction on the identity conditions of the purchasers, not accepting married people and people other than their spouses. After knowing that this theater had this service, Li Shuaiji was worried that this kind of place would definitely be targeted in the future if it wasn't managed properly. Adding to the fact that the turnover was already higher than its peers, it would easily be envied, and by the time it was reported in 3 days, this theater would be closed down. Yes, what you said makes sense. It's true that you are the president, but consideration is just more thoughtful than us. Li Shuaiji, alright, stop kissing ass. Also, be sure to pay attention to hygiene. Manager, don't worry about this. We will arrange for someone to clean as well as all around disinfect at the end of each movie. Aha! The Mediterranean Sea on the side was directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect that the boss behind such a large theater was a kid who looked like he hadn't even grown his hair yet? And at this moment, Sea Lily was too absorbed in her bag being fake to get out of it. She grabbed Chen Shuji's sleeve. She still didn't believe it. This bag is really fake? Can you be sure? Chen Shuji had a calm and confident face. Yes, I can be sure, because this bag has a total of 5. 4 of them have been received by the wives of the presidents of various countries, while the last one is in my hands. Then I still say that the one you have is fake. Mr. Mediterranean Wang still muttered and cursed in an undeterred manner. Impossible, because the designer is me. Chen Shuji paused. It's my friend, she left it to me on purpose. Li Shuaiji glanced at Chen Shuji, his eyes meaningless. Is it really fake? Sea Lily looked at the bag in her hand. Her voice trembled, and her entire body slowly slid downwards. Sea Lily looked at General Manager Wang. Lily, listen to me. I'm a big man, how do I understand this? I was also cheated. I'm going to find that bag seller to settle the score. Mr. Wang was poked and prodded, awkwardly trying to leave. Sea Lily strained to pull that Mediterranean. No, don't go. Who knows that Mediterranean violently exerted force to throw people away. What are you doing? Let go of me. Sea Lily was directly thrown to the ground. She tried hard to get up but couldn't. Her stomach hurt like there were tens of thousands of needles stabbing her at the same time. The whole person curled up on the ground and kept shouting in pain. Mr. Wang thought that Sea Lily was trying to pretend. Okay, stop pretending. I didn't exert myself at all. You just want money. He took out another pile of red cash from his bag and threw it on Sea Lily's body. I'm really unlucky to meet such a little like you. At this moment, even if Sea Lily put on makeup, but also can't hide her face at the moment ugly. See Lily collapsed on the ground and covered her stomach and shouted, "My stomach! Good pain." Chapter 72. See Lily miscarried. Even said the child is Li Shuaiji's? Although Chun Shuji hated See Lily, but after all, she was a classmate. Although she was not a saintly mother's heart, but when people had an accident in front of her, she couldn't ignore it. She couldn't be that indifferent yet. What's more, See Lily didn't do anything particularly harmful. Chen Shuji watched Li Shuaiji chatting with the theater manager about management, so she walked forward and extended her hand to See Lily. "Is it okay? Get up." "No, my stomach is good." Chen Shuji realized something was wrong. See Lily's face looked too bad to be as simple as just having fallen. At this time, the theater's headlights suddenly lit up, not as dim as before, and it was much clearer to see. It was then that she saw that the original black carpet had now turned brown. "See Lily, you're bleeding," Chen Shuji shouted in panic. And with this shout everyone present including the staff and Li Shuaijia looked towards See Lily, and sure enough gurgling blood was flowing down from between her legs in a steady stream. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Shuaijia hurriedly informed the staff and shouted, "Quickly call an ambulance." That Mr. Wang directly sat on his butt on the ground after seeing the blood. Then his eyes went white and said, "Blood, so much blood." After saying that, he directly fainted. It turned out that the Mediterranean Sea he fainted. Soon, the ambulance and police came. Chen Shuqi and Li Shuaijie, both witnesses and theater holders, followed along to the hospital. In the end, the two people did not see the movie. Outside the hospital rescue room, Li Shuaijie, Chen Shuji, and the Mediterranean who had just come to his senses after passing out were all sitting outside waiting. Chen Shuqi saw so much blood after some pregnancy reaction. The whole person's face is not very good. Li Shuaijie put her in his arms. "Shu-chi, are you alright?" Chen Shuqi shook her head. "I'm fine." At this time, a woman who was full of flab but dressed in a bejeweled outfit, hating the fact that her entire body was covered in gold and silver jewelry, angrily rushed in and yelled, "Wang Jiang, that where?" Mediterranean Wang Jiang was so scared at the sight of that woman that he almost fainted again. "How did this stinking fat come?" "Wang Jiang." The Mediterranean Wang Jiang approached with a fawning and pleasing face. "Old wife, why did you come? If I hadn't come, the family's wealth would have been given to that vixen by you." That big-toned rich wife grabbed Wang Jiang's ear. "You're still bold. How dare you keep a woman outside behind my back? You eat my Su families. You use my Su families. Even your little crappy company is invested by my Su family for you. And you actually dare to raise a woman with my mom's money. You even raised a man. Good. You're really something." That Mediterranean directly shamelessly to the ground and "Wife, you listen to my explanation. It is that woman she seduced me. You forgive me this time. I promise I will never do it again. No wonder my mom always said that she would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world. But also don't believe that men this mouth. Except of course for Tomatoes readers big handsome guys. Sugar Heart believes everyone is a good man. Survival Desire Max, tell me, how many times have you said this sentence? Divorce, divorce. You must give me a clean break. Clean house? Stinky fat. I let you go and you're still coming on. I just made the same mistake that all men in the world make. Also, don't think I don't know that you're keeping a gigolo outside. Don't you talk nonsense. I'm bull ***** ting? I'm telling you, I have proof. What's wrong with me keeping a gigolo? You're such a toothpick. So thin. You can't even feel anything when you go in. And you still have the nerve to ask others to put up with it? Ugly fat. Who are you calling a toothpick? Says you. Soon the two were fighting together. That Mediterranean's few hairs were also pulled down by the woman. Li Shuaijia watched the scene from the side while holding Chen Shuji. It was too scary for a woman to be ruthless. Fortunately, his family Shuchi was not this kind of shrew and was also beautiful and attractive looking. Seeing this, Chen Shuchi asked, "Ajay." He said that he made the same mistakes that men all over the world make. And you will do the same in the future. Li Shuaijia hurriedly stated, "Don't worry, wife, I definitely won't. I don't believe it." Suddenly Chen Shuchi reacted and blushed. Who is your wife? You. Ding detected that the host has completed the 98th thing and 99 little things from love to marriage, calling the other party's wife and being recognized by the other party. The host is hereby rewarded with 10 doses of truth potion. The other party will involuntarily speak the truth after drinking it. Li Shuaijia was joking with Chen Shuji when suddenly the system's voice sounded. He just wanted to ask what the truth potion was. A nurse on the side forcefully pulled the two people who were fighting together apart. Alright, look at what you guys look like. There's an operation going on inside. Quiet. What kind of place do you think this is? This is a hospital. If you want to argue or fight, go home, the nurse warned. After being warned by the nurse, the two finally quieted down a bit. At this time, the door of the rescue room opened. A doctor came out and asked, "The child in the pregnant woman's belly can't be saved. Which one of you is a family member? Come over and sign. Everyone present was shocked. The baby? You guys don't know? The patient has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Everyone's eyes looked at that Mediterranean Sea at the same time. Don't look at me. This child really isn't mine. I just met her less than a month ago. After saying that, he also added, damn, what bad luck. Shuaiji said, Doctor, we're just her classmates. I'm afraid we can't sign for her. The doctor frowned. Then can you notify her family? Do you guys know who the child's father is? Everyone present shook their heads. This was probably only known to Li herself. More than 2 months? Chen Shuji looked at Shuaiji with probing skeptical eyes. Ajay. I remember that you and Lily hadn't broken up 2 months ago. Right, this child wouldn't be yours. How could it be? It's true that I hadn't broken up with her 2 months ago, but I didn't even hold her hand when I was with her. Really? Chen Shuji asked once again. Shuaiji begged for his life. Really? More real than pearls. He did bring Lily to the Golden Bay Smoke 2 months ago, and it was true that he wanted to. As a result, he then met Chen Shuji by mistake. And then there was his and Shuji's baby. And then there was the milkman system. Doctor, the pregnant woman woke up. A nurse came out of the resuscitation room at this time. Great. Let's see if she can sign. And ask who her baby's father is. Notify him to come over. The doctor said. Asked. The pregnant woman said the child's father's name is Shuaiji. The doctor asked Shuaiji and Chen Shuji in front of him. Do either of you know Shuaiji? Chapter 73, Shuaiji mocked by the system. Who made you so short every time? The patient said that the child's father's name is Shuaiji. Who of you knows him? The nurse who hurriedly came out from the operating room asked with an anxious face. Shuaiji and Chen Shuji froze at the same time. Shuaiji reacted first, then his anger surged. How is this possible? This Lily, at this time of the day, she's still talking nonsense with her eyes open. Chen Shuji stiffened and looked at Shuaiji, only to see a pair of big beautiful eyes revealing disappointment and choking. That's what you said? Not even holding hands? Chen Shuji was a bit unable to accept it for a moment and turned around to leave. How could Shuaiji let her go? A hand pulled the person back, holding in his arms to explain. Shu-chi, you believe me, I really didn't. Chen Shuchi's tone was cold, glancing over her eyes not to look at Shuaiji. Didn't hold hands, but there is a child. Shuaiji was anxious. She's the one who's lying. Didn't you say that couples should have the most basic trust between them? You believe me for once. Chen Shuji looked at the firmness in Shuaiji's eyes and hesitated a little. Shuaiji was also anxious, and suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't wash away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. What may or may not be possible? Do you guys recognize each other or not? The nurse on the side was also anxious. After all, this was a time when human lives were at stake. Shuaiji looked at Chen Shuji and took her hand and said once again, Shu-chi, this child really isn't mine. Shuaiji also hurriedly explained to the doctor to prove his innocence. Doctor, I am Shuaiji, but I am definitely not the child's father. But now the patient is saying that you are the child's father. The nurse glanced at Chen Shuchi beside Shuaiji. Young man, you are an adult. You have to be responsible for what you have done. You'd better hurry up and sign. No, I can't sign this word. Since she's awake, let her sign it herself. Hey, not me. Young man, why are you such a person? The other nurse also thought that Shuaiji was unwilling to be responsible, because it was obvious that this little girl beside people was his current girlfriend. Now that the girl's child inside was gone, there was no proof of death. Normal people usually do not choose to admit. At that time the basket is empty. So it's yours. People have said that you are the child's father. Would she still lie at this time? The fat woman on the side, Mrs. Rich, had messy hair like a madman, but she still grabbed the man beside her and sneered at Shuaiji. The Mediterranean Wang Jian pushed his wife away and said, See, I told you that this child has nothing to do with me. You non-believe. The fat woman, Mrs. Rich, laughed. Ha, the child has nothing to do with you. This you still deserve to be proud of? Wang Jian's face turned green for a while. Doctor, since it has nothing to do with me, I can go now. There are still a bunch of things at home and at the company. Okay, you go. The nurse was a little impatient. And you Shuaiji, hurry up and sign. I can't sign. Shuaiji once again refused. Today, no matter what, he would not sign this word. If he signed it, then he would be guilty of this offense. At that time, he wouldn't be able to say anything even if he had 10 mouths. Chen Shuchi was also silent at the side. She didn't know whether to believe Shuaiji or not. Shuaiji refused to sign it no matter what. But if he didn't get the surgery consent form, he couldn't do the surgery. So it was a stalemate. Okay, let's pretend that you're not the child's father. Then let me ask you if that person inside is your ex-girlfriend? Is she related to you? It is indeed an ex-girlfriend. This was something that Shuaiji could not deny no matter what. At this time, A 30 or 40-year-old nurse next to him saw Li Shuaiji's young age, thinking whether he was afraid of taking the responsibility, but also afraid of his current girlfriend's anger, went up to Li Shuaiji and pulled him aside, slowing down his tone. Is it possible that it is an accidental situation? In fact, there have been many couples who have had this kind of thing happen in the past. Their girlfriends are pregnant and do not know, and so on break up only to find out. I know that you now have a girlfriend, and the ex-girlfriend and other men together, but the child is innocent, and now the people girl is still lying in there, but I'm really sure the baby isn't mine. But now the pregnant woman bites that the child is yours. Chen Shuqi on the side pulled Li Shuaiji's sleeve. Ajay, if you are worried about me. At this time, Li Shuaiji suddenly remembered the truth potion that the system had just said, and he hurriedly asked, System, what is the truth potion you just said? Host, it's a potion that will make people tell the truth if they drink it. System, you are my regenerative parent. This came at the perfect time. Shu Qi, you must believe me. As long as C. Lily wakes up, I can make her tell the truth and prove her innocence. Chen Shuji didn't say anything, only feeling some slight pain in her belly as well, but she didn't say anything, thinking that she could still endure this pain. Chen Shuji walked to a side chair and sat down. Suddenly another person came out of the operating room in a hurry, shouting anxiously, It's not good, doctor. The patient has an ectopic pregnancy and is now hemorrhaging. The new Dr. Lu has already given a critical notice inside. She's going straight to surgery. The doctor outside was anxious. Nonsense. How can you let a new doctor operate? Does she have any experience? And the patient's family hasn't signed yet, so she'll be responsible for anything that happens? The new doctor is Dr. Lu Yichin. Dr. Lu said it's important to do the surgery, so she'll be responsible for anything that happens. What kind of person is she? What can she be responsible for? Wait, Lu Yichin? Which Dr. Lu is the so-called sacred doctor? That's her. Great. This girl is lucky that Dr. Lu is here. Quickly, I want to meet this legendary divine Dr. Lu. The doctor sighed and glanced at Li Shuaiji. Immediately, he turned around and went back to the operating room. Li Shuaiji knew that this doctor still didn't believe in himself. It didn't matter. He would be able to prove it in a moment. It so happened that at this time, Li Yan walked over. Young master, why did you come to the hospital? Li Shuaiji frowned. It's a long story. You came just in time. By the way, how is your sister? Same old story. Still not awake. What are young master's orders? Li Shuaiji thought for a moment and said to Li Yan with his ear. You help me go find someone. Yes. Li Yan got the order and left. Just at this time, the lights in the operating room also went out. Si Lili was pushed out. Her face was pale. The whole person was still dizzy. The anesthesia hasn't passed yet. Send it to the ward first. Chen Shuqi. Because the smell of blood mixed with the smell of various disinfectant water caused the pregnancy reaction to become strong, hurriedly ran out and kept dry heaving. Seeing this, Li Shuaiji hurriedly followed. Seeing Chen Shuqi's uncomfortable appearance, his heart was also uncomfortable. While smoothing Chen Shuqi's back, Li Shuaiji asked the system, System, do you have anything here that can make pregnant women feel better? The system replied, there is indeed something that can enhance a pregnant woman's physique. Article 20 on 99 little things from love to marriage. Each time the host French kisses a pregnant woman for more than 30 seconds, it can increase the pregnant woman's physique value by +1. The pregnant woman's physique value can reach a maximum of 100. French kiss for 30 seconds? There's such a good thing? You didn't say so? You didn't ask. And what? The system whispered, forcing, who let you be so short every time, or else it would have been triggered automatically, and you'd know it. Li Shuaiji's eyes flashed out a flash of regicide essence. Short, Chapter 74, Li Shuaiji flaunts, my wife is the prettiest inside. The bottom of Li Shuaiji's eyes flashed with a flash of regicide essence. System, what did you just say? Nothing, the host is the most durable. That's more like it. As a man, it's okay to say anything about him, but you can't say he's short. And no, after all, this was a matter of a man's dignity. And Chen Shuji's eyes were wet because of dry heaving. It looked extraordinarily pitiful. After Chen Shuji finished vomiting, she felt even more uncomfortable in her belly. Yeah, I want to go to the bathroom. Seeing that Chen Shuji's face did not look good, Li Shuaiji hurriedly asked, Shuji, are you not feeling well? It's fine. It should just be some reaction. I'll go to the bathroom. After helping Chen Shuji to the bathroom door, Li Shuaiji waited outside, still a little uneasy about her going in alone. Just at this time the bathroom came out a girl. Li Shuaiji walked up. Hello. Jane Xiaoying came out of the bathroom just as she was wiping her hands with her head down, and saw a person across the street walking towards her. Hello. As soon as she looked up and saw a handsome man coming over to take the initiative to talk to her, her face flushed and she delicately crossed her orchid fingers to clip her hair behind her ear. revealing a string of pretty pink beads on her wrist that symbolized peach blossom luck. One hand reached into his pocket ready to pull out his cell phone. Jane Xiaoying thought to herself, I really didn't expect that accompanying Xiao Qin on a trip to the hospital to report for duty would still meet a handsome man to ask for his VX. It seems that this string of peach blossom luck on her hand today is really useful. Handsome guy, what's the matter? Jane Xiaoying opened her mouth with her usual most disdainful clip sound. Can you dash? Can you sweep me? Jane Xiaoying hurriedly pulled out her cell phone. The VX was opened. Li Shuaiji froze, then smiled at the girl. Sorry, I'm not. Jane Xiaoying was a little embarrassed. Li Shuaiji explained. It's my female. My wife is pregnant. Some discomfort. She just went into the bathroom. I'm a bit uneasy. Can you help me go back in to see how she is? Li Shuaiji originally wanted to say girlfriend, then thought about it and changed his mouth. Jane Xiaoying was surprised. You have a wife? I see you at this age. I thought. Jane Xiaoying was so embarrassed that she was at a loss for words. Li Shuaiji did not comment. Sorry, is it convenient? It's okay to be okay, but I don't know what your wife looks like. The prettiest one in there is. Li Shuaiji said this with a proud face. The corner of Jane Xiaoying's mouth twitched in embarrassment. What kind of description was this? There were many pretty girls, and everyone had a different position for pretty. But looking at the pride in Li Shuaiji's eyes, he felt envious, thinking, this man is so good to his wife. Oh. It's true that handsome men and good men are from other people's families. Why don't you tell me what her name is? I'll just go in and call her by her name. Li Shuaiji thought about it right. Said, her name is Chen Shuji. Jane Xiaoying silently recited, Chen Shuji. Okay, I've memorized it. Then you wait here. Li Shuaiji replied. Trouble, thanks. Jane Xiaoying waved her hand. You're welcome. Jane Xiaoying walked in. At this time, a pregnant woman with a belly of about 8 months happened to come out of a cubicle. That pregnant woman had a bloated figure, looking about 160 pounds, although she couldn't be said to be ugly, but it didn't match up with pretty at all. It's true that in the eyes of the lover, there is a Western beauty. Jane Xiaoying didn't ask for a name and directly went forward to hold the person up. That pregnant woman first froze, and then revealed a kind smile towards Jane Xiaoying. Thank you. Jane Xiaoying smiled back. It was your husband who called me. Saying this, she helped the person out of the bathroom. Li Shuaiji was still waiting anxiously at the bathroom door. Handsome man, your wife is fine. Li Shuaiji turned around a little confused, then immediately reacted. Miss, you may have recognized the wrong person. Jane Xiaoying froze. Li Shuaiji explained. She is not my wife, and, I did not all say, my wife is the most beautiful one inside. She, what do you mean? I'm not pretty? That pregnant woman with a big belly was not happy after hearing this, and forked her waist. You don't rely on your good looks to talk nonsense. Li Shuaiji hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you're ugly. I'm just Li Shuaiji felt that the more he explained, the more confused he became. It so happened that the husband of that pregnant woman with a big belly walked over at this time. Wife, what's wrong? When the pregnant woman saw her husband coming, she immediately jumped into her husband's arms and cried, Ooh, husband, this person said I'm ugly. Am I really ugly? Who said that? Our baby is the most beautiful. The man turned to Li Shuaiji. Who are you to say my wife is ugly? Li Shuaiji was also embarrassed. No, I didn't say your wife is ugly. Sorry. Li Shuaiji hurriedly took out his wallet from his pocket and then took a bunch of cash from it. I'm really sorry. This amount of money should be taken as me giving the pregnant woman a shock and buying her some tonic to eat. The couple looked at each other. Originally, they didn't intend to blackmail the money, but who wouldn't want money delivered in front of them? Seeing Li Shuaiji's generous hand, that pile of money also has several thousand. Also embarrassed to pester again. See the good to accept. Nothing, you are too polite. How can we accept this? The pregnant woman said embarrassed but stared at the money. Eyes straight light. Li Shuaiji took a look. Is it too little? I'm sorry I didn't bring too much cash out. No, I'll take it then. The pregnant woman took the money and happily walked away on her own husband's arm. And Jane Xiaoying, who was on the side, was even more embarrassed when she saw that she had messed up and caused someone to give her money. Sorry, handsome. I went in and saw this pregnant woman. I thought, alright, it's okay, but miss, still have to trouble you again, and then help me go in to see. Jane Xiaoying hurriedly responded. Okay, I will go in. This time, once Jane Xiaoying went in, with one glance, she noticed the beautiful girl who was lying on the pool with her side face looking just like a pretty girl. Hello, may I ask, is this Chen Shuji? Today Sugarheart took a leave of absence because it's hard. Sugarheart's family's Tangyuan, kitten, passed away in the hospital because of catarrh. I hope it's well in Meow Star. Cry TT. Chapter 75, Preeclampsia Miscarriage. Baby and wife can't be preserved. When Chen Shuqi heard someone call her name, she raised her head to look at the person in front of her. As soon as Jin Xiaoying took a look at such a beautiful girl in front of her, she knew that she definitely didn't find the wrong person this time. Tearful eyes due to pregnancy vomiting. Even though her lips were now white and her face was not pretty, just by looking at her features alone, she was really exquisite. Sure enough, a handsome man with a beautiful woman. Just now, hearing the boys outside say that, I really thought it was a lover's eye, but I didn't expect that it was really the prettiest girl in there. This girl in front of her was the girl who made people feel stunning just by looking at her. In the past, she thought that Lu Yiqin and her sisters were already pretty enough, but she didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl. You are? Chen Shuji looked at the cute strange girl in front of her in confusion. Oh, it's your husband who was uneasy about you outside, letting me come in to take a look. In fact, I thought it was a pregnant woman with a big belly at first, but I didn't expect that it's actually such a pretty young lady like you. Chen Shuji pointed to herself in confusion. My husband? Yes, there's a handsome man outside, said he's worried about his pregnant wife, specially asked me to come in and take a look. You know, how your husband just described you to me. Chen Shuji was puzzled. He directly said with a proud face that it was the prettiest girl in there that was his wife. Sister, your husband is handsome and treats you so well, but I'm envious to death. Is that so? Chen Shuji was a little shy. Thank you, I'm fine, let's go out. Okay, I'll hold you up. However, sister, I see that you don't look good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chen Shuji didn't want to let Li Shuaiji worry. She was about to go out, but just after taking 2 steps, her small abdomen was distended with a falling sensation. Then she was dizzy, and the whole person fell down. Fortunately, Jane Xiaoying saw that the situation was not right and kept holding on with force so that Chen Shuji did not fall down. She hurriedly shouted, Missy, what's wrong with you? Then she started shouting at the door. That handsome man outside, your wife has fainted. Come in quickly. But no one answered her even after Jane Xiaoying called out for half a day. Just when she was at a loss for words and didn't know what to do, a girl wearing a white lab coat with a height of 1.7 or so came over and picked Chen Shuji up in a princess hug. Jane Xiaoying looked up and was pleasantly surprised that it was her best friend Lu Yiqin. Xiao Qin, quickly follow. Lu Yiqin easily carried Chen Shuji and ran out of the bathroom to the nearby emergency room. Great, I'm relieved to have you here. She's a pregnant woman who just fainted for some reason, Jane Xiaoying explained at the side. Lu Yiqin hurriedly and briefly examined Chen Shuji. Frowning, she said, she has a preeclampsia. It's very dangerous. What then? Xiao Qin, you can save her, can't you? I know you must have a way. Is her family there? I have to ask about the specifics, Lu Yiqin asked while examining. Her husband was just outside the restroom. I don't know where he ran off to. I'll go look for him now. No need to look for it. I'm coming over. It turned out that just now, Li Shuaiji saw that there happened to be a machine for patients to drink water outside, and was ready to go and help Chen Shuji pour a cup of hot water. As a result, he heard shouting coming from inside. By the time he ran over, there was no one in the bathroom. Not only that, he was almost taken as a pervert for breaking into the women's restroom. When Jian Xiaoying saw Li Shuaiji coming, she hurriedly explained, Handsome brother, you finally came. Your wife fainted for some reason. Li Shuaiji hurriedly went forward and took a look at Chen Shuji, first thanking her before asking anxiously, Thank you, my wife, how is she now? You are her husband? Lu Yiqin, who was checking first aid for Chen Shuji, did not look up, staring intently at Chen Shuji as she asked with her mouth. Jian Xiaoying introduced, This is my good girlfriend Lu Yiqin. She is the 6th daughter of the Lu family and is known as a divine doctor. She's doing a checkup for your wife. Don't worry, your wife will be fine with her. You're Lu Yiqin. Li Shuaiji was overjoyed when he heard this. Lu Yiqin, the 6th daughter of the Lu family. Isn't that his 6th sister? Li Shuaiji shouted excitedly. 6th sister. You must save Shu Qi. Lu Yiqin quickly glanced at Li Shuaiji when she heard him address her. What did you call me? 6th sister. Please, the one she's carrying is also your own nephew. Lu Yiqin's hand movement stalled for a second before continuing to resuscitate. You're what Uncle Wei said. Father's illegitimate son? Yes, it's me. Shu Qi, is she alright? Preeclampsia and the month is small and has already seen red. You may have to be mentally prepared. The baby is probably not going to be saved. Lu Yiqin frowned. When Li Shuaiji heard this, his brain buzzed for a moment. How could this be? But she was fine just now. It could be too many emotional ups and downs or something else. She's only 2 months old. This is the easiest time for this to happen. And in the vast majority of cases the baby won't be able to be saved. And even if the baby is saved this time, it's still possible that it will be like this in the future. Her body's physique is too weak, and at first glance it looks like it's an accidental pregnancy that she didn't prepare for. Li Shuaiji not only fell silent, but marveled that Lu Yichin could even see this. My suggestion is to not have this baby first, and then nurse the pregnant woman's body back to health and strengthen her physique. Otherwise, if she is forced to stay, it will most likely drag down the pregnant woman's body. No way. Sixth sister, aren't you known as a divine doctor sage? Save Shuaiji. It's not that I don't save. The pregnant woman's constitution is too weak, but where she has a stronger constitution. With her skills, not to say 100%, at least more than 50% of the probability is still there. But she did not say. Li Shuaiji suddenly rekindled his hope after hearing these words. Sixth sister, are you saying that as long as her physique is a little stronger, the baby and Shuaiji will both be saved, right? Great. Didn't the system just say that as long as he kissed the pregnant woman for 30 seconds he could increase her physique? Theoretically that's true, but physique is not something else that can be enhanced just by saying it. You two are still young. Why don't you? No, I must keep this baby. I have a way. The baby and Shuaiji, he wants both. And at the same moment the system sounded a piercing and violent alarm in Li Shuaiji's mind. Warning, the system has detected a weakening of the vital signs of the fetus inside the pregnant woman. Please resuscitate within 10 seconds. Otherwise the host will be subjected to the ultimate punishment of lifelong infertility. Please prepare yourself. The host is now counting down. 10, 9, 8. Li Shuaiji heard. No matter. A dead horse is a living horse. He pushed away Lu Yichin, who was preparing to inject Chen Shuaiji with the injection, cupped Chen Shuaji's face, and kissed at that miserable little mouth. Shuaiji, cheer up. For me, and our baby, you must cheer up. And the system, please be strong. What are you doing? Don't fool around. Get out of the way. Lu Yichin shouted angrily after being pushed away. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Chapter 76, Li Shuaiji is being targeted by sixth sister divine Dr. Saint to be dragged to do research. 5, 4, 3, 2. The time of the system in Li Shuaiji's mind was still counting down. Just when he thought he was completely out of options and ready to give up, a miracle occurred. 3, 2, 1, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was pleasantly surprised to find that not only did the time stop counting down, it was even increasing. So this method really works. Li Shuaiji continued to kiss Chen Shuaiji, who had already fainted. Deeply, in his heart, he silently chanted and prayed. Shuaiji, go for it. Lu Yichin, who was on the side, went forward and tried to pull Li Shuaiji away, but Li Shuaiji refused to let go of his hand, holding the person in his arms to death. Xiaoying, quickly help me pull him away from me. The pregnant woman is in a particularly serious situation right now. If this continues, the child and adults will be in danger. But by this time, Jian Xiaoying, who was watching from the side, already had eyes full of tears. Xiao Qin, I didn't realize that the images in soap operas could actually be encountered in real life. What a beautiful and romantic love this is. Even if the next second I face his death, I will still be with you. Lu Yichin was going crazy. What love? It's human life now. If this goes on, it's one body and two lives. Help me pull him away. But Jian Xiaoying looked at this beautiful scene. Xiao Qin, it's better for you to pull it. I really can't lay my hands on it. It always feels like I'm breaking them up. 10, 11, 12, 28, 29, 30. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 20th item in 99 Little Things from Love to Marriage. Kissing each other for 30 seconds. Pregnant woman's physique +1. Great. It really works. Li Shuaiji changed his breath and continued to kiss Chen Shuaiji. Okay, I'll pull if you don't. Lu Yichin tugged on Li Shuaiji's clothes, and was about to forcefully drag the person away, but she saw that Chen Shuaiji, who had already fainted, was actually showing signs of waking up, and not only that, but Chen Shuaji's vital signs on the monitor on the side were gradually converging to normal indicators. Lu Yichin froze, but immediately reacted, and measured Chen Shuaji's fetal heart. This test surprised her even more. Even the fetal heart, which had been so weak that it was almost non-existent just now, gradually became stronger. Rao Shi Lu Yichin has seen so many difficult cases, cured countless patients, but has not seen with a kiss can be back from the dead. Can love really beat everything? Or does his brother have some special skills? Lu Yichin also no longer blocked the too passionate kiss, and even watched with rapt attention. To put it nicely, she is a miracle doctor. In fact, only she knows. She is a medical madman. On the side of Jane Xiaoying looked so red in the face, pulled Lu Yichin. Xiao Qin, aren't you going to pull people away? What's the point of staring at the other couple boinking? This is simply amazing. It could even be said to be a medical miracle. 28, 29, 30. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission again. Pregnant woman physique +1. Friendly reminder, Today's increase in pregnant woman physique has reached the upper limit, and continuing to kiss won't improve the pregnant woman physique. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's an upper limit to this thing? You guys have no limits. Warning to the host. The vital signs of the pregnant woman are still very weak and will be in danger of dying at any time. Please find a way as soon as possible, or else you will still be punished by the system. Shuaiji let go of Chen Shuji after hearing the system's prompt. Looking to the side, Luichin, who was already excited and thrilled. The next thing could only rely on his divine doctor sixth sister. Sixth sister, I've tried my best. The baby and Shuchi are in your hands next. You must save Shuchi. Whether or not your Lu family can continue to pass on the family name depends on you. Luichin didn't fully understand what Li Shuaijie meant, but she looked at the vital signs index of the pregnant woman in that detector. It was enough. Not to say 10%. It was almost 80 or 90% certain already. Alright, you guys go out and wait. I'll do my best. As Li Shuaijie waited anxiously outside, Jane Xiaoying on the side looked at Li Shuaijie with an admiring face. Shuaijie, you know what? You were really handsome just now. Li Shuaijie was constantly looking in. His heart was like an ant on a hot pot. Anxious. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to Jane Xiaoying's words. Jane Xiaoying didn't mind either, and the two of them waited outside. 10 minutes later, Luichin came out. Li Shuaijie hurriedly went forward and asked, Sixth sister, Shu Qi her? Don't worry, she's fine. Only now she hasn't woken up and needs to wait a bit longer. I'll arrange a ward for her in a while so she can rest. Li Shuaijie was finally relieved. That's good. Thank you, sixth sister. Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. I have to remind you first. Since there was a first time, there will be a second time. The pregnant woman's physique is still very weak. She needs to continue to be strengthened in order to support her and the baby. It's fine. I already have a way to strengthen her physique. Is it true that as long as Shu Qi's physique is strengthened, it won't be like today? Theoretically, yes. That's good. Li Shuaijie sighed in relief again. If all it takes is to enhance Shu Qi's physique, then just kissing her a few times a day would be fine. It was simply too easy. Sixth sister, can I go in now to see how Chen Shuqi is doing? Li Shuaijie anxiously wanted to go inside. As a result, Luichin tugged on Li Shuaijie. Wait, tell me first, what exactly did you use to pull her vital signs back? You just kissed her. You didn't do anything else. Could it be that your saliva has a special effect? Or was it your tongue? Or your mouth? This is a very worthwhile academic question to explore in medicine. Li Shuaijie hurriedly shook his head and desperately denied. Sixth sister, you've misunderstood. But Luichin rightly ignored it. Am I not your sixth sister? Consider it a favor to your sister. When your wife wakes up, come with me to the lab. Li Shuaijie looked at Luichin's excited eyes. The heart-straight hair. Sixth sister, you will not want to put me human anatomy, right? That's not true. But if your saliva or tongue is really useful, I hope you can make your own contribution to the cause of human medicine. No, 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 sixth sister. No matter if it's my mouth or tongue or saliva, it's only useful to Shu Qi alone. It's useless to others. Why? And how do you know it doesn't work? This is something we need to experiment with first. It's really useless. Li Shuaijie was anxious, deeply afraid that Luichin would really take him to do research. Then why is it? Give me a reason. Because, just when Li Shuaijie couldn't explain, Li Yan walked over carrying a person. Young master, I found the person. Chapter 77, Li Shuaijie's sixth sister's overbearing courtship. Be my boyfriend. Young master, I've brought you someone. Li Yan walked over with a snotty man in his hand and threw it directly in front of Li Shuaijie. That snotty man was none other than Si Li's ex-boyfriend, Shun Jia. When he saw Li Shuaijie, he immediately cursed. Li Shuaijie, mother asterisk king beep I beep and asterisk ga, what kind of grudge do I have against you that you have to send someone to beat me up? Li Yan picked up Shun Jie's back collar and directly lifted the person up. In a cold voice, he warned, clean your mouth. I'm sorry big brother, I'm wrong, I won't say anymore. Once Shun Jie saw Li Yan's eyes, he almost peed in fear without having to do anything at all. Li Shuaijie stood in front of Shun Jie. See, Lily is pregnant. Do you know about this? That little of hers dash. Shun Jie was afraid that he would be beaten again and hurriedly changed his words. What does her pregnancy have to do with me? More than 2 months pregnant. The child is not yours? More than 2 months? Shun Jie's eyes dodged for a moment, then raised his head. Weren't you with her at that time 2 months ago? The child isn't mine. I didn't touch her. Li Shuaijie said. If I remember correctly, you were the one who returned to China 2 months ago, right? Don't think that I don't know that the two of you rekindled your old feelings at that time. The bruised and swollen Shun Jie looked contemptuous. That woman, as long as there's money anyone can give I'm not willing to be that wrongdoer. Besides, you said you didn't touch it, and I said I didn't touch it. This matter who can say ah? Seeing that Shun Jie was also unwilling to admit it, Li Shuaijie instructed Li Yan on the side. You tie him up first, then throw him in C. Lily's ward bathroom and lock it up. Don't let anyone else find out, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, young master. Remember to seal his mouth. No need to bother. You, what do you want? Shinjie looked horrified. This is a hospital. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll call a dash? Li Yan didn't wait for Shinjie to finish before he lightly punched him on the back of his neck. Shinjie then fainted. Young master, I'll take him there first. Li Yan easily carried the man over his shoulder. Good. Li Shuaiji saw that Jane Xiaoying and Lu Yiqin on the side were staring at him, especially Jane Xiaoying, whose expression was surprisingly calm and not too surprised. You guys don't feel surprised? Don't want to ask what happened? Lu Yiqin, who was on the side, calmly said, this is your personal matter. I don't care. Jin Xiaoying was also calm. If it was before, I might still be surprised, but since I've been with Xiao Qin for a long time, I've become calm about what's going on. You don't even know. Xiao Qin. She once saved me from dying of terminal cancer. I've already died once, so I'm not even surprised by life and death now. Nothing can shock me anymore. Lu Yiqin continued. Compared to that, I'm still more interested in the fact that you just brought your wife and child back to life. Cough cough cough. Sixth sister. This is a long story. I have other things to do right now. In short, I can guarantee that it will be absolutely useless for your scientific experiments. Even if you dissect me, it will be useless. If not, I can sign an anatomical consent for you to donate the human body when I die. Li Shuaijie drew a big pie for Lu Yiqin. However, sixth sister, I really thank you for saving Shuqi and the baby. Lu Yiqin still had a serious face. You've got it all wrong. Even if you weren't my brother, I would have saved them. It's my job, but I still want to know what the hell was going on just now. Seeing that Lu Yiqin was still unforgiving, Li Shuaijie continued to explain. If you have to ask me why just now, I can only say because of love. Maybe there are some things that you will know when you fall in love. Lu Yiqin frowned. Love? Yes, sixth sister. At a glance, I can tell that you haven't been in love yet, right? In fact, the power of love is actually very strong. Perhaps you'll know when you have a love of your own. Boring. How do you know it's boring if you don't talk about it? Just think of it as dedicating yourself to the cause of medicine. Li Shuaijie returned what Lu Yiqin had just told him. Lu Yiqin was silent. How did she have time to fall in love before? She thought it was all a waste of time. Men, affecting her speed of pulling out the knife, scalpel. On the contrary, it was Jane Xiaoying who whispered in her ear every day that she wanted to fall in love, and even asked her to go to the Moonlight Temple together to beg for some kind of peach blossom bead strings. But what she saw with her own eyes today instead made her interested. Could it be that the power of love is really so awesome? More powerful than her medical skills over the past 10 years? It was so amazing that it could make a miracle happen when she even thought there was nothing she could do about it. Perhaps you could try it? Think of it as an experiment for your medical career. At this moment, Li Shuaijie saw Chen Shuqi being pushed out and sent into the hospital room, and immediately followed anxiously. Sixth sister, I'm going to see Shuqi first. Lu Yiqin stood in place. Try? Lu Yiqin was torn in place. With whom to try? Men. Where to find a man now, so that she could experience love and understand what the power of love was. First, find a patient, preferably a terminal patient. On the side, Li Yan happened to walk over at this time. Excuse me, you are Miss Six, right? Lu Yiqin sized up the person in front of her and responded. You recognize me? Ah, I seem to have seen you before. You're the one who used to follow Dad around. What's up? Yes, it's my sister. She's in a vegetative state due to an accident. I heard that you're a miracle doctor. Can I ask you to help my sister? Lu Yiqin frowned. Take me to have a look first. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's eyes suddenly lit up with light. Good. This way. I'll take you there. Li Yan led Lu Yiqin to his sister Li Min's hospital room. On the hospital bed was a young girl who looked to be around 15 years old, lying peacefully on the bed like a sleeping beauty. This is my sister. Her name is Li Min. She became a vegetable at the age of 12. It has been 3 years. Fortunately, back then, Mr. Lu gave Xiao Min has been paying medical bills. Otherwise, I'm afraid. The doctor said that if it continues and then does not wake up, her vital functions will decline. Will be life-threatening. I have always heard that you are a medical sage, but I have never had the opportunity to meet you. Please save her. Lu Yiqin hadn't answered yet, but it was Jane Xiaoying on the side who came over. Although I know it's inappropriate to ask this now, I still want to interject. Do you have a girlfriend? Handsome? Li Yan froze for a moment and shook his head. No. Jane Xiaoying's eyes lit up. This handsome guy seems to be not bad. He was tall, and although he looked cold, he had a kind of ascetic handsome man's kick. Moreover, since he is the friend of the handsome guy, his character should be fine. Jin Xiaoying came up. Then do you mind having? Before Jin Xiaoying could finish her sentence, Lu Yiqin on the side opened her mouth. Be my boyfriend and I'll cure you. Li Yan? Jane Xiaoying? Chapter 78, Li Shuaijie, shocked. bodyguard turns into brother-in-law in seconds? The sudden confession confused everyone present, but that tone didn't seem like a confession. Instead it seemed like a threat. Li Yan froze for a moment. Sixth miss, don't joke around. Lu Yiqin looked at Li Yan. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Li Yan still didn't understand. Why? Because I'm going to do an experiment for a period of 3 months. If you make me fall in love with you, after 3 months either dump me or break up peacefully. It's fine. Or we can sign a contract. In return, I will try my best to wake up your sister. Think about it. Lu Yiqin replied calmly. Seeing Li Yan hesitating, Lu Yiqin looked at the time and thought that she had to go to the dean in a while. You consider it first. I still have things to do. Lu Yiqin extended her hand to Li Yan. Give me your hand. Li Yan extended his hand to Lu Yiqin with a confused face. Immediately afterward a pair of cold yet tender hands pulled his big hot hand. Li Yan inexplicably felt a shiver run through his body. Lu Yiqin took out a pen from the front pocket of his white coat and wrote a string of numbers on Li Yan's palm. This is my phone number. Contact me when you've thought about it, and by the way, if you don't agree you don't have to force yourself too much. Let me know the result as soon as possible. Because she didn't have that much time to waste, Li Yan had a firm face. No need to consider. I agree. As long as you can save my sister. Good. Deal. Lu Yiqin extended her hand to Li Yan. Good. In that case, from today onwards, you are my Lu Yiqin's boyfriend. Please take care of me. Li Yan also extended his hand for a handshake. Yes, Miss Six. Jane Xiaoying at the side was stunned and dumbfounded. This was okay? This was the first time she had seen this kind of way of getting off the hook. She had originally thought that Lu Yiqin's kind of personality wouldn't be able to get a boyfriend, but she didn't expect that she would get off the hook before her. Oh my god. This world is too crazy. Why is it that she, who desperately wanted to be single for so long, couldn't be single, and others were single in a flash? Could it be that she was really going to be single for the rest of her life? And what kind of weird way is this to get off the hook? Lu Yiqin, although I've never been in love, but, since you're my boyfriend now, you have to stop calling me Miss Six. Li Yan, it's Miss Six. So what do I call you? Lu Yiqin, call me whatever you want, just call me Xiaoqin like Xiaoying. Yan Li, okay, Miss Xiaoqin. Lu Yiqin still feels awkward. Don't add Miss. Li Yan was a bit nervous. Okay, Xiaoqin. Lu Yiqin, but what do you need to do to fall in love? Li Yan shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yiqin frowned. Then I'll look into it tonight. Well, you have something to do, go and get busy. I'll make a list of specific plans and contracts tonight and let you know tomorrow. Yes, Li Yan answered. Lu Yiqin, I'm going to find the dean now. You go about your business. Yes, Li Yan answered. In that case I'll go to young master's place. Aha. After answering, Lu Yiqin walked out of the hospital room. Jane Xiaoying, who was still in shock just now, hurriedly followed after seeing Lu Yiqin leave. Li Yan glanced at her sister on the hospital bed. Great. Sister, you're saved. After leaving Li Min's ward, Li Yan went to find Li Shuaiji, and Li Shuaiji was currently in the ward taking care of Chen Shuji, who was still in a coma. He carefully used a cotton towel to wipe the false sweat from the face of the person on the hospital bed. At this time the door of the ward was knocked. Sir, it's me. Come in. The ward door was opened and a female caretaker walked in. That was Li Shuaiji's escort that he had specifically found to keep an eye on Si Lili. Why are you here? Where is Si Lili? Young master. Si Lili, she has woken up and is clamoring for a VIP ward change. Li Shuaiji frowned. I don't have time to care about her right now. Try to fulfill whatever she wants. Don't bother me and Shu Qi for now. Yes, young master. Shu Qi needed to take care of her rest right now. Her emotions should definitely not have any more ups and downs. Yes, there's one more thing. Si Lili bites the bullet and says that what she's carrying is your child. Now not only want you to pay the breakup fee, but also want you to give her nutritional fee, mental damage fee, youth fee, a total of $20 million. And also said, if you don't give it, or else you will go to the internet to expose you. $20 million? She really dares to open this mouth. Alright, I know. You go back first. Now is not the time. When Shu Qi wakes up, he will prove himself in front of Shu Qi's face, and then give a good lesson to Si Lili. This woman who is full of lies. Let her Si Lili know that some words cannot be said indiscriminately, and some people cannot be messed with casually. After all, he is now not the same Li Shuaiji that he once was. Yu Guang saw Li Yan come back and whispered, are things all done? Yes, young master. Now there's one more thing. Help me contact lawyer Su Jiang from Lu's group. Tell him to come to the hospital. I have something to find him. Understood, young master. I'll get right on it. That said, Li Yan, you just came back simply too timely. Seeing that Li Yan hadn't responded to him, Li Shuaiji inclined his head and glanced at him to see that Li Yan was actually dazed. Li Shuaiji shook in front of Li Yan. Li Yan? Li Yan? Li Yan came back to his senses. I'm here. What's wrong, young master? Li Shuaiji, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking? Not thinking about anything? Still haven't thought about anything? I see that your soul has flown. How to call out should not be. You don't even know that if you just come back one step later. Your young master I will almost be pulled to do human experiments. Who's how bold? I'll go teach him a lesson for you. Li Yan frowned. Who else could it be? Lu Yichin, my sixth sister. I don't know what my sixth sister is thinking. She's so young. How come she's like those old men in my school who are crazy about academics? Is it really like what others say? Geniuses and madmen are all in the space of a thought? What do you think? Li Yan did not speak this time, because he couldn't agree or disagree with this statement. After all, his identity is different now. These 3 months, he is Lu Yichin's boyfriend, although he has never been in love. But when Li Min didn't become a vegetable, he also often listened to her chatting about those romance novels, as a boyfriend is to protect his girlfriend. But this person in front of him was his young master. He couldn't question it. Li Shuaiji looked up when he saw Li Yan not speaking again. He always felt that today's Li Yan was a bit strange. Li Yan, why don't you say anything? Do you also think that my sixth sister she is too crazy? Li Yan frowned and considered. Young master, maybe Xiaoqin she is just too serious. Chapter 79, Shuqi is awake. Grandma Li is being bullied. It hurts. It so happened that at this time, Chen Shuqi woke up leisurely. Li Shuaijia was so focused on Chen Shuqi that he didn't notice for a moment that Li Yan's address to Lu Yichin had changed. Li Shuaijia hurriedly went forward and said with concern, Shuqi, you finally woke up. How is it? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to call a doctor? As soon as Chen Shuqi woke up, she reached out and stroked up her belly. Ajay, our baby. Don't worry, the baby is fine. But you scared me. Li Shuaijia comforted. What happened to me just now? You fainted. But fortunately my sixth sister was there. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Chen Shuji said weakly. Jia, I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't say anything about being sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention to your body. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll have the chef at home make it for you later. Chen Shuji shook her head. Don't want to eat anything. That won't do. Sixth sister said that your physique is too poor, and also too skinny. It's not safe to have a baby. You need to add more nutrition. What do you want to eat? As long as you say it, no matter what it is, I can get it for you. Let's forget about it. I want to eat something that you definitely can't get. Just say it. How do you know I can't get it if you don't say it? I remember when I was a kid my dad brought me a sweet snack when he came back from going to the mountain village to teach. But then I searched for a long time and couldn't find out where to sell it. What kind of treat and what did it look like? I only remember that it was sweet and sticky, like glutinous rice, and like shuamen yang, but neither. And I heard my dad say that it seemed to be called something like baba, biabang. Li Shuaijia first froze for a moment, then immediately knew what Chen Shuji was talking about. Called differently in various places, but it was more or less the same. What Shuji was talking about should be the sugar mochi that his grandmother would occasionally make for him when he was a child. Chen Shuji was a little embarrassed. I've told a lot of people about it, but none of them know what it is. Li Shuaijia stroked Chen Shuji's hair on his forehead. I know. You sleep for a while. When you wake up, you'll be able to eat it. Really? Chen Shuji was half convinced. Really? I promise you. Chen Shuji closed her eyes and fell asleep before long. Li Shuaijia walked to the door of the ward and made a call to his hometown. But the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Li Shuaijia called another one. Still no one answered. Turned over the contact list, found the next door neighbor Zhang Laobua's home phone. It took another long time after calling, and just as he was about to hang up, a familiar, aged voice rang out. Who is it? Uncle Zhang, it's me, Xiao Jia. Remember? Oh, little Jia. Who is it? Li Shui Jia, Xiao Jia. Li Chou's son. Oh, you're Jia Wazi. Why are you calling? Yes. That I called my grandparents at home and no one answered. Do you know where they went? Uncle Zhang sighed. Hey, your grandpa broke his leg doing some work a while ago and was sent to the county hospital. And your milk went to take care of your grandfather. What? How come no one told me about such a big thing? You're out there studying by yourself, so your grandmother didn't want to bother you. Jia Wazi, what's the matter with you? Your milk may have to come back tonight to get something for your grandfather. Want me to tell her? No, thanks Uncle Zhang. Do you know which county hospital? Li Shuaijia immediately made another call to Lu Wei after inquiring about the hospital where his grandfather was staying. Uncle Wei, there's a private airplane at home, right? XX County Hospital. Doctor, I beg you, save my old man. An old woman with a face full of crow's feet, teeth falling out, her whole body dry and thin like a dried up old tree, those bones seeming to poke through the dark brown skin, and her eyes sunken and stood in front of a doctor wearing a slightly yellowed white lab coat, her hands clasped together and kept worshipping. The doctor dragged the old man with both hands. Really cannot. You see how long you have delayed. The medical fees have not been paid. And your old man's leg. This small county hospital I cannot cure. Let your son to take him to the city's big hospital treatment. My son and daughter-in-law are dead. Only one grandson is studying outside. Take pity on my old man. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you, the old woman said and was about to kneel down. Don't. Granny, get up. It's not that I won't treat you, it's because I can't. At this moment, a nurse ran over anxiously with blood all over her face. DR1. The hospital just sent a car accident victim. Please go and take a look. Coming. Old lady, you quickly pack up your old man's things. It's a waste of money to stay in the hospital any longer, the doctor said and then hurriedly ran away. The old lady tremblingly got up from the ground, only to stumble forward a few more steps without standing still. Finally, it was a good thing she was able to stand. She hunched her back and slowly walked into a dilapidated ward. The ward was full of 4 beds and the space was extremely depressing. There wasn't even a place to turn around. But even so, the ward was still in short supply. The old woman walked over to a bed on which lay an equally skinny and bony old man. Old woman, why don't we stop the treatment and go home? The old lady's face was full of sorrow. Old man, why don't we give Jiawazi a call? I can't, he's out there studying by himself. So many years also did not ask the family took a penny. We cannot help him, cannot drag him off. But you have this leg. Forget it, no treatment, cannot play saw, just a leg post a crutch can also do work. Don't talk nonsense. I will go back to the village tonight and ask the neighbors to borrow some money. You're hungry. I'll get you some porridge. I heard that the hospital cafeteria has free white rice porridge at this time. Wait for me. The old woman took a broken insulated box from a side cabinet and hurriedly walked out again. She walked slowly and leisurely to the cafeteria and asked shyly where to get the free white kanji, and the cafeteria people showed her the way with a disgusted look on their faces. When she got there wasn't much free white porridge left, just enough for one person. Seeing that she was too skinny, the cafeteria man kindly gave her a spoonful of the leftover broth and a few leaves of vegetables in her bowl of kanji. After thanking them several times, the old lady was happily walking back. Her eyes were fixed on the kanji she was carrying in her arms, fearing that a single drop would be spilled. As a result, she bumped into a woman wearing a small sable, and the porridge also spilled most of it on the woman's small sable. Sorry. The old lady knew she had caused trouble and desperately apologized. Dirty, dead old woman, get away from me.